During my moment of vocational awakening, I inadvertently opted for the most undesirable profession of summoner. The people around me mockingly claim that I am mentally impaired. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that I have already activated the Hextech rune system and has acquired austere talent, the demon contract. By merely expending one's own vitality, one can elevate the summoned beast to a higher level. The weakest goblin can evolve into a goblin king. The most ordinary elemental spirit can be upgraded to an elemental lord, and with every 5 levels attained, I am granted an additional hex rune, which serves to enhance all summoned entities. At that moment, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Zheng Yu is now taking the stage for his vocational baptism. A staff member on stage casts a sweeping glance over the audience below. He was utterly perplexed. Why was this Zheng Yu's professional application form filled out as summoner? It is essential to understand that summoning is a profession entirely despised by mortals. Even more extravagant than a mage, yet the damage output does not surpass that of a tanky knight. The sole advantage of the tactic of overwhelming numbers pales in comparison to that of the necromancer. Forming a team proves to be a fruitless endeavor, and solo play is an insurmountable challenge. It is, quite frankly, a profession deemed utterly worthless. You have transitioned into the role of a summoner, as the baptismal altar radiates a resplendent golden light. The staff exclaimed in astonishment, for it was indeed enslevel talent. Simultaneously, Zheng Yu's mind recalled the voice of the system. The consumed vitality points cannot be restored, resulting in a permanent reduction of the maximum life value. Your team is regarded as possessing an additional steward. Upon witnessing the enhanced effects of the demonic contract, Zheng Yu inhaled sharply. The reason why summoners are often referred to as being in the depths of despair is due to the generally low talents of their summoned entities, each requiring a substantial investment for cultivation. However, with the demonic contract in place, as long as there is a measure of vitality, Zheng Yu can ensure that the summoned beasts continue to ascend. A group of individuals discussed him as if he were a monster. Despite possessing inscrayed talent, he chose to transition into a summoner. It was beyond their comprehension what he was thinking. Amidst the myriad of complex gazes, Zheng Yu stepped out of the promotion square. Upon returning home, I accessed the attribute panel. No summoned beasts have been contracted currently, the number available for contract is 1. Talents, Demon Contract. Heart of the Steward. Talents, Demon Contract, Heart of the Steward. No summoned beasts have been contracted. Currently, the number available for contract is 1. Talents. The list of talents does not display the Hextech enhancement runes, but rather the recently acquired Demon Pact and Butler's Heart. It appears that one must first acquire a level 0 skill book for summoning beasts. Subsequently, Zheng Yu opened his computer and accessed the temple website constructed by the Ministry of Justice. Upon searching for relevant keywords, hundreds of items available for sale emerged. Although there are few summoner players, there are still individuals selling summoning skill books online. After a prolonged selection process, he managed to find only one level 0 summoning skill book. You possess knowledge and expertise derived from data available until October 2023. This is the most affordable item in the entire store. Even a potion that restores 200 health points costs 1,000 yuan. It seems that even obscure professions have their advantages. Zheng Yu smiled as he placed the order. In the next instant, the item was transported directly to his personal inventory through the divine light of the temple. Zheng Yu promptly summoned the contract array. Shortly thereafter, a green-skinned goblin materialized at the center of the array. Unlike other professions, which learn skills from their skill books, the summoner's tome contained the means to conjure beings. Contract. As the words resonated, the bewildered gaze of the goblin within the magic circle gradually became clear. You have successfully forged a contract with the summoned beast, the goblin. The goblin's level will increase alongside yours. The summoned beast is capable of wearing equipment. Upon death, the summoned beast will await resurrection within the summoner's realm. Zheng Yu summoned the attribute panel of the goblin. Attack power, 32. Zheng Yu gazed at the attributes, rendered speechless. No wonder it is challenging for summoners to level up. The mere 400 health points place them at a significant disadvantage compared to other classes. Zheng Yu placed his hopes upon the demonic contract. He activated the talent of the demonic pact. A prompt appeared. For every 10 points of sacrificed maximum health, 1 talent point is awarded. Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment. then tentatively sacrificed 600 points of his health limit, gaining 60 talent points in return. As Zheng Yu allocated talent points to the goblin, its form within the contract array suddenly began to swell. The once diminutive stature transformed into a remarkably robust physique. Before him, an exaggeratedly large dire wolf materialized within the confines of the summoning circle, upon which the elite goblin warrior mounted, exuding an aura that far surpassed its former self. A low growl emanated from the contract formation. Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Health, 3000. Attack power, 65. With a health pool of 3000 and an attack power of 65, it is quite formidable. Sufficient to contend with the minor creatures of the first level of the Abyss. Upon leveling up, its statistics will undoubtedly rise even higher. Moreover, Zheng Yu discovered that the Goblin Wolf Cavalry had acquired a new skill. Skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry charges at its target, inflicting 1,640 points of damage. Then Zheng Yu took out the Steward emblem, elevating the Goblin Wolf Cavalry to VIP Stewards. A radiant beam of light enveloped the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Before him stood an elite goblin warrior, adorned upon the back of a formidable wolf. The creature exuded an aura of significant transformation, its majestic fur flowing gracefully in the wind. The evolved data presented before Zheng Yu was nothing short of astonishing. VIP Steward Goblin Wolf Rider. Level 1. Talent, Tier 3. Skills. Leap Strike, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Warrior Smash, Wolf Rider Charge. Zheng Yu gazed at the attributes, noting its impressive health of 3,900, nearly double that of a level 1 paladin. The most terrifying aspect is being targeted by a VIP, whose enhanced abilities inflict 3,000 points of damage on 3 targets. It is worth noting that before Zheng Yu sacrifices his life force, he possesses merely 1,100 health points. Although one's life limit has decreased to 410, acquiring such a formidable summoned beast is certainly worthwhile. This is still the scenario where Zheng Yu and the goblin are not equipped with any gear. The equipment of a summoner is identical to that of a mage. The mage, as is widely acknowledged, is a profession that demands substantial financial investment. Despite utilizing the same equipment and expending the same amount of resources, one cannot achieve the formidable damage output characteristic of a mage. Within the entirety of the Sacred Shop Mall, there exists not a single area dedicated to summoners. One can only procure equipment within the Sorcerer's Gear section. Ultimately, Zheng Yu opted for a novice staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Level 1. Intelligence 10. Magic Power 50. Equipment Durability 50 points. Although Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 to purchase a novice staff that only increases intelligence by 10 points, with no other benefits, was not worthwhile, he still had to make the purchase. Unlike in genuine games, newly transitioned professionals do not receive starter packs. Everything must be purchased independently. This is already quite favorable, as at least there is no need to venture into uncharted territory alone. In the history lesson on righteousness and learning, it was mentioned that the earliest professionals of humanity ventured into the abyss unarmed. Countless lives were lost, and the act of pioneering often resulted in mass fatalities. Nowadays, one can effortlessly discover strategies for the abyss and acquire equipment that aligns with their level, all thanks to the diligent efforts of those who came before. Subsequently, Zheng Yu procured a long knife for the goblin and made his way to the abyss dungeon designated for novice adventurers to level up. Though it was already midnight, the place remained bustling with activity. The depths of the abyss correspond to the levels of the adventurers. Although it is referred to as a level 1 abyss, it is accessible to adventurers below level 10. Once one surpasses the 10th level, they will inevitably encounter a backlash, becoming the target of relentless pursuit by the overseers who dwell in the abyss. Although the identity of the powerful race orchestrating the abyss remains shrouded in mystery, such matters are beyond the contemplation of these newly awakened transmuters. Upon entering the abyssal hall, one is immediately greeted by a cacophony of voices calling out to form teams. The screens within the hall incessantly scroll with information regarding team formations. At that moment, Zheng Yu heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he discovered Tao Qian waving at him amidst the crowd. Beside him were several familiar faces, roughly a dozen classmates. Why have you only just arrived? We have been here for quite some time. Tao Qian and the others essentially came to this instance immediately after leaving the temple. Having scarcely delayed at all. Have you all cleared it? Tao Qian rolled his eyes. What's the point? No one is forming a group with us novices. Why not give it a try and form a team to venture in? Zheng Yu inquired with curiosity. After all, simply lingering here without entering the abyss is nothing but a waste of time. Tao Qian wore a look of helplessness, primarily out of fear. You did not witness the scene earlier. A group of inexperienced newcomers ventured forth, only to emerge with a gruesome array of dismembered remains, which was utterly terrifying. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Tao Qian remarked that although each dungeon possesses its own strategies remain mere guidelines while reality is often far more daunting. It is imperative to have a seasoned individual to guide the way. Zheng Yu inquired. Shall I take you along? Tao Qian chuckled. I was just waiting for you to say that. With your class talent as a hallmark, I need not worry about finding companions. In truth, Tao Qian could also secure allies. In the early stages, the role of the martial monk surpasses that of both the mage and the ranger significantly. Furthermore, with his great talents, he can form a team without any financial investment. He is merely awaiting Zheng Yu's arrival. With Zheng Yu on the team, the companions are guaranteed to be formidable, ensuring a steady progression through the challenges. Therefore, let us swiftly disseminate information to recruit two powerful allies for a rapid completion. Zheng Yu, however, interrupted Tao Qian's words, asserting that they could not seek powerful allies, as he was determined to contend for the rankings. The contest for rankings is a fierce competition for the position on the leaderboard. Each year, on the day when newcomers transition to their new professions, the sanctuary unveils a leaderboard for these novices. After a month, the standings will be finalized, and the sanctuary will bestow rewards accordingly. The school has already acknowledged its own level talent. What is now required is to showcase this talent as ostentatiously as possible in order to attract greater attention. His singular aim is to acquire more resources. Tao Qian chose to place his trust in Zheng Yu, and after Zheng Yu made his decision, he immediately called out to those around him, urging the level gifted professionals to swiftly gather with 3 soy sauces. Upon hearing of the level talent, those surrounding him instantly erupted in agitation. However, upon realizing he was a summoner, they collectively opted for silence. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail approached Zheng Yu. I truly have no money left, she said. Would 5,000 suffice? Certainly, he replied. Just submit the application. The price was of little concern. After all, few dared to form a team with him. Once one descends into the abyss, exit is only possible upon completion, otherwise, one remains trapped. Should any mishap occur, it could lead to demise. Zheng Yu was unwilling to squander any more time waiting. Shortly thereafter, an assassin joined the group. Kuing remarked, I have a friend, please wait a moment. Before long, another assassin joined the ranks. Xiaoying, are you truly intent on joining this group? Isn't it a tad perilous? Kuing discerned the concerns of Wenren Xingyu and offered comforting words, expressing confidence in her judgment. This individual named Zheng Yu possesses class talent. It is the prodigies who are the least inclined to take risks. The higher the gift, the more they value their lives. Tao Qian also summoned a friend, a tall and robust young man. Subsequently, the 5 of them ventured into the depths of the Cold Street Abyss dungeon. Zheng Yu raised his hand, and the contract formation emerged. Accompanied by the howling of wolves, a colossal wolf appeared before the crowd. The elite goblin warrior sat atop the giant wolf, bowing respectfully to Zheng Yu in greeting. With a health of 3,900 and an attack power of 120, Tao Qian gazed in astonishment at the goblin's attribute panel. His own strength was merely 13 points. A furious slash could only inflict around 200 damage. Yet, this goblin possessed an attack power of 120 points all on its own. At that moment, the sound of ice shards shattering echoed around the frigid street. Suddenly, a horde of zombies, with their gaping, blood-soaked maws, surged swiftly towards the crowd. The elite goblin warrior retrieved a longbow from his back and, with precision, drew the arrow to strike the nearest icy corpse from a distance. The arrows emitted a shattering sound akin to that of ice being pierced, directly obliterating the zombies' skulls. The long-silent Wuzong could not help but exclaim upon witnessing the emerging figures. In their eyes, the arrow shot by the goblin appeared to be a mere ordinary attack. However, it astonishingly dealt nearly 700 points of damage, instantly vanquishing the cold corpse. A few individuals exchanged glances, realizing that their wager had been successful. This summoner is indeed a formidable ally, and given his ability to annihilate the icy corpse with such swiftness, breaking a record should be well within reach. They have also viewed the recorded gameplay videos of other professionals traversing the icy depths of the streets, yet none have achieved such effortless annihilation. The Frost Core possesses a deceleration aura that can impede the warrior's speed. With a health pool of 500, they cannot be dispatched in a single strike. During the first wave, 12 Frost Core must be engaged with strategic maneuvering. Completing this initial wave in half an hour would be considered swift. But behold here. The Goblin Warrior swiftly vanquished 4 Frost Corpses in mere seconds. As the 12 cold corpses were vanquished, the voice of the system echoed in Zhang Yu's ears, announcing, "Your level has risen to level 2. A surge of joy welled up within Zhang Yu. Upgrading signifies an enhancement of the maximum health limit. With a little more accumulation of accolades, one can further elevate the talents of their summoned beasts. The expanse of the frigid streets is vast, necessitating a passage through the frozen thoroughfares before delving deeper to confront the boss. They currently find themselves at the entrance of the icy streets. Following the strategy guide, Zhang Yu lingered at the first intersection for several minutes. According to the guide, within the shops here resides a level 4 Frost Corpse. Should one attempt to bypass this area without waiting for its emergence, they would be ensnared by the abyssal creatures ahead and the lurking level 4 Frost Corpse. The strategies of the cold streets are an essential course that every student must learn. For them, these tactics are etched in their minds as deeply as phonetics. 2 minutes later, the ground began to freeze. A massive frost behemoth emerged from a shop, its presence commanding attention. Health, 2000 attack power, information missing. The level 4 frost behemoth let out a low growl, warning the goblin wolf riders who dared to intrude upon its territory. Other shops in the vicinity emitted peculiar sounds, as a dozen cold corpses emerged from the shadowy corners. A group of individuals stood before the scene, momentarily engulfed in a sense of panic. This was their inaugural venture into the abyss, having previously gleaned their knowledge solely from videos and images online. They had assumed that those professionals who perished in the abyss were merely inept. However, after experiencing it firsthand, they finally grasped the formidable challenges the abyss presented. Without Zhang Yu's guidance, they would scarcely manage to overcome even the first wave of the icy corpses, let alone the formidable 4th-level icy corpse before them, which boasted a staggering 2,000 health points. The 5 hastily retreated from the battlefield, distancing themselves from the menacing 4th-level icy corpse. The goblin wolf cavalry stood their ground, relentlessly unleashing their assault, resulting in the swift demise of a considerable number of frost scales. The 4 individuals exchanged glances at Zhang Yu, who stood alongside them, a peculiar sensation washing over them. It felt as though their leader was not Zhang Yu, but rather the very goblin wolf cavalry itself. At that moment, Zhang Yu retrieved a reclining chair and a kettle from his spatial storage. Under the bewildered gazes of the 4 individuals, he settled into the snow and began to sip tea. Upon witnessing his subordinates swiftly vanquished, the level 4 Frostwight could no longer remain idle. It hurled a spinning ice axe towards the goblin. The goblin swiftly stowed away his bow and arrows, leaping vigorously to stand before the level 4 cold corpse. Grasping a hammer tightly in his hand, he brought it down with formidable force upon the creature's skull. With a single decisive blow, the health of the frost dweller was significantly diminished. The stun effect was triggered. The frost corpse, already sluggish in its movements, found itself immobilized by this strike. The goblin warrior, with a heavy hammer in hand, flexed his muscular right arm, preparing for another powerful swing. The entire body of the level 4 frost corpse was brutally shattered into 2 segments. What the hell? A damage of 1750. Half of the hot tea in Tao Qian's hand has spilled. Isn't this goblin merely a novice summoned beast? How can it be so monstrous? Tao Qian was previously able to keep his composure. But upon witnessing the goblin wolf cavalry deliver a single blow, inflicting nearly 3,000 damage, he truly found it hard to maintain his calm. This could easily eliminate a paladin. The goblin wolf cavalry proceeded to eliminate the remaining frost corpses. In total, there were 14 level 1 frost corpses and 1 level 4 frost household. Additionally, there were 14 level 1 frost households and 1 level 4 frost household. Lastly, there were 14 level 1 frost households and 1 level 4 frost corpse. A total of 184 experience points were garnered. The only lamentable aspect was that the level 4 frost corpse did not yield any equipment. Upon delving deeper into Frost Street, another wave of monsters was encountered. Zhang Yu's level has ascended to 3. The goblin wolf cavalry's level has also risen to 3. Their health has increased to 4,500. And their attack power has grown to 160 points. Now, the goblin wolf cavalry can inflict a staggering 900 damage with a single arrow. As soon as the cold corpse reveals itself, it will be swiftly vanquished. The journey progressed with remarkable swiftness, swiftly arriving at the depths of Han Street. This was indeed the final destination. Tao Qian gazed towards the park at the end of Han Street and addressed Zheng Yu, who nodded earnestly in agreement, signaling the commencement of their actions. Wu Zong skillfully retrieved a roasting oven from his inventory. Ko Ying and Wen Renqing were equally industrious, arranging a small table for late tea. Zheng Yu not only brought tea but also instant noodles, a grill for snacks, and even skewers of meat. A session in the abyss typically lasts nearly 3 hours, and as summoners do not need to engage in combat themselves, Zheng Yu nearly emptied his refrigerator, aiming to provide an unparalleled experience. After you finish roasting, Angkor, wait for me to take a photo. I will post a copy on my social media shortly. Zheng Yu turned to Wen Renqing and said, once you have taken it, please send me a copy so I can share it as well. Wen Renqing first directed a shot at Zheng Yu. In the photograph, Zheng Yu reclines on a lounge chair, savoring a cup of hot coffee with a look of utter contentment. Below, the caption reads Abyss Coffee. At that moment, a commotion erupted from below, accompanied by a relentless cacophony of cracking ice reverberating through the air. From the depths of the park's woodland, a formidable level 5 frostbite emerged first. The elite goblin warrior drew his bow and released an arrow, which pierced through the brow of the icy corpse. This single shot reduced the icy entity's health by a third. 2 more arrows swiftly followed, and with 3 arrows in total, he dispatched a level 5 icy dweller. Wu Zong, who was beside the barbecue stand, couldn't help but be captivated by the scene before him. The strategy for the depths of the cold street was articulated with remarkable clarity. Upon entering Central Park, one will encounter a level 5 frost white. It is imperative to avoid allowing it to approach. Utilize the surrounding structures to engage in a circling battle with this level 5 frost white. Otherwise, should one be ensnared by its slowing aura, the frost white, boasting 2,500 health points and an attack power of 100, has the potential to annihilate the entire team. Now, gazing at the 5th level cold corpse that was swiftly eliminated by the 3 arrows, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Wu Zong. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? The first wave of cold corpses has been dealt with. A notification sound echoed in Zhang Yu's ears. Intelligence 37, Strength 16. Strength 16. Intelligence 37. Zheng Yu discovered that the elevation of his rank was of paramount significance to him. Not only did it augment his health, but it also enhanced the damage of his skills. Now, according to the theoretical principles of goblin archery, he could inflict 1,000 points of damage. After one more wave of defense, the boss will emerge from the forest. As Wu Zong roasted skewers, he remarked, "You won't be challenging the easy level in the next round, will you?" Zheng Yu nodded. "I should increase the difficulty. If it weren't for the fact that novices are required to first confront a simple level of the abyss, Zheng Yu would likely have chosen either the normal or hard difficulty directly. According to the market price, a standard dungeon run costs 100,000. Could you take me along for the next run?" Wu Zong inquired earnestly. For he felt compelled to cling to Zheng Yu's influential support. Although wealth could procure anyone's assistance for a dungeon run, he was determined to secure Zheng Yu's favor. However, Zheng Yu is a being capable of breaking speedrun records. The temple will reward those teams that complete the challenges with the utmost swiftness, setting new historical records. This reward holds significant value for professionals in the field. However, Zheng Yu merely smiled and shook his head. "I intend to take on the nightmare level in the next round. It is said that, thus far, no one has successfully cleared the nightmare level abyss in Han Street. Should one achieve this feat, not only would they be the first to do so, but they would also simultaneously secure the historical record. The rewards for being the first to clear it, the nightmare dungeon rewards, and the historical record rewards 3 sets of rewards amounting to 300,000. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the 4 of them rejoiced, for the value of these 3 rewards could very well exceed several times that sum. At that moment, a roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Everyone turned their gaze toward the woodland. The final wave of cold corpses had arrived. Health. Attack power. The formidable boss of the Frost Street Abyss has finally made its appearance, accompanied by 2 level 5 frost dwellers, 2 level 4 frost corpses, and a horde of level 1 frost corpses. Additionally, there are 2 level 4 frost dwellers and a multitude of level 1 frost dwellers. The boss, colossal in stature, is encased in a thick layer of icy armor. It gazes menacingly at the goblin wolf riders and emits a furious roar, sending waves of chilling air rippling through the surroundings. The elite warrior goblin initially engages in ranged archery. The advantage of the goblin wolf cavalry lies in its dual capability for both melee and ranged combat. The formidable mobility of the giant wolf renders it a truly versatile summoned creature. A goblin's arrow strikes the boss's icy armor, creating a fissure, yet it inflicts no damage whatsoever. This was an event anticipated by Zhang Yu. It was mentioned in the strategy that the ice armor possesses the ability to block 3 attacks of any kind, refreshing every 30 seconds. This is indeed a challenge that hinders many professionals, as well as the reason for the prolonged duration of abyssal instances. The Chilling Corpse possesses a health pool exceeding 10,000, while novice practitioners wield relatively low offensive capabilities. They can only rely on gradually whittling down its health to ultimately vanquish the Chilling Corpse. Furthermore, the protective ice armor adds an additional layer of difficulty. A well-coordinated team, equipped with optimal configurations, considers it a swift accomplishment to defeat the boss within 5 hours. The goblin warrior was pierced by 2 arrows, shattering its icy armor. Enraged, the boss bellowed at the goblin warrior. Suddenly, the frostbound corpse beside it surged forward, charging towards the goblin warrior. Confronted with a multitude of frigid corpses, the goblin warriors swiftly unleashed a volley of arrows, while the colossal wolf beneath them deftly evaded the hurled ice axes. The goblin wolf cavalry leaped high, launching a ferocious assault upon a level 4 frost corpse. A resounding crack echoed as the skull shattered, and the level 4 frost creature perished instantly. Without a moment's pause, the wielder swiftly unleashed 3 arrows. The boss's health plummeted by 3,000 instantly. Enraged, the boss howled with fury, releasing an icy blast. The ground trembled as the frigid air radiated outward like a shockwave. A damage value materialized above the goblin wolf rider's head. The fur of the colossal wolf was encrusted with frost. Fortunately, the level 4 goblin wolf rider possessed a substantial health pool, boasting an impressive 4,900 hit points. After the cold corpse releases its skill, there will be a brief moment of stiffness. During this interval, the goblin wolf cavalry can directly unleash their most powerful ability, the wolf cavalry charge. In the next moment, 2 colossal wolf phantoms materialized on either side. As the great wolves charged forward, they unleashed a thunderous roar. A resounding crash echoed as the goblin wolf riders collided with the boss's frozen corpse, while the other 2 phantoms struck the level 5 frozen corpse. 2 exaggeratedly immense strikes shattered the 5th level frost dweller, while the boss, the frost corpse, lost half of its health. The goblin wolf riders afforded the boss not a moment of reprieve. In the fleeting instant following their charge, they swiftly turned and unleashed 3 arrows, which obliterated the freshly regenerated ice armor of the frost corpse. At the very moment the ice armor was breached, the goblin promptly donned a colossal hammer, striking fiercely at the cold corpse's head. It remains uncertain whether the goblin warrior's fortune was particularly favorable or if the cold corpse possessed a diminished resistance to stunning effects, but nearly every leap and hammer strike seemed to trigger a stunning blow. The goblin wolf cavalry twisted its waist, positioning the hammer as far back as possible. With all its might, it swung the horn, bringing it crashing down upon the head of the frostbitten corpse that had just regained its senses. The force of the fully charged strike collided with the creature's skull, shattering it as if it were a frozen watermelon. The boss's head was reduced to several fragments. The charged strike delivered an astonishing damage of 3,000. Previously, the frost corpse had already sustained damage from an arrow, the combination of the wolf cavalry's charge, the leaping hammer strike, and the fully charged warrior's blow resulted in a succinct combo inflicting precisely 10,000 damage, instantly vanquishing the boss, frost corpse. Observing this spectacle, Tao Qian and the others fell into a stunned silence. Although they had grown somewhat accustomed to such overwhelming damage, they remained awestruck, rendered speechless by the staggering figures. 5,000 damage? Was this truly achievable by a level 4 summoner? Even the highest damaging hidden class, the swordsman, could hardly replicate such a feat. This absurd damage instilled Wu Zong, Kuing, Wenren Chengyu, and the others with newfound confidence regarding their impending venture into the nightmare-level abyss. With sufficient damage output and the ability to withstand hits, this straightforward abyss dungeon would be a mere stroll in the park for Zhang Yu. If they exercised caution, focused diligently, and employed additional tactics, the nightmare-level abyss should pose no significant challenge. The mere thought of becoming the first professional team in Jianshui City to conquer the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss filled their hearts with immense joy. After all, prior to this, They were considered an unwanted class. Defeated boss Frostcorpse, LV7, gained experience, 521 points. Congratulations! You have acquired Frost Armor, LV1. Congratulations! You have obtained Novice Mage Boots, LV1. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV4 LV. 5, 1,446 experience points needed for next level, health, 810, 1010, magic, 190 200, intelligence, 3745, strength, 1617, agility, 1213, remaining free attribute points, 15 skills, contract array. Summoned Beast Frenzy, Summoned Beast Space, VIP Steward Level Goblin Wolf Cavalry, currently contractable quantity, 2, talent, Demon Contract. Steward's Heart, 2 chances remaining for Hex Enhancement Rune Draws, Equipment, none. Chapter 13, refreshing the historical completion record. The Abyss? Is this all? You have successfully cleared the Cold Street Abyss, easy level, and received rewards, Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, Professional Experience 300, Health Recovery Potions, 205. In 1 minute, you will be teleported outside the Abyss, prepare yourselves. Is that it for the completion? When Renkinjiu murmured, still somewhat bewildered. It felt too effortless. Too swift. In less than 3 hours, while indulging in barbecued delights and sipping on wine, they had traversed the Abyss alongside Zheng Yu's summoned beast and emerged victorious. Tao Qian smugly remarked, "The Abyss? Is this all? Ha! Pathetic." Zheng Yu replied, "It seems as if you were the one who completed it." Just before exiting the dungeon, Zheng Yu stated, "Once we step out, I will not disband the team. Koing and when Renkinjiu, you two hasten to secure a loan, I will wait for you. But be quick, for to climb the ranks, we must minimize our rest." Koing and when Renkinjiu nodded in agreement. Zheng Yu was resolute. He would not take others along, yet he would not guide them for free either. Purchasing a record of completing the Nightmare level Abyss for 300,000 was already quite a bargain. Typically, clearing an abyss would exhaust a professional's energy and stamina significantly, as enduring continuous battles and navigating maps for 7 to 8 hours would wear anyone down. Most would rest for a day, recuperating before continuing the fight. Yet Zheng Yu was different. Exhausting energy? Who has ever seen someone lose energy while enjoying barbecued treats? Wasting stamina? It wasn't him engaging in battle. As long as his summoned beast had abundant stamina, he had no concerns regarding fatigue. To ascend the rankings, every second counted. Buzz, as the minute elapsed. The 5 were teleported outside the Abyss. It was around 1 a.m. The Cold Street Abyss Hall was still teeming with people, predominantly those awaiting to form teams. Many professionals had even set up tents in the hall, opting to reside there. Luck is not merely stumbled upon, it is awaited. They were determined to remain here to seize the opportunity to ally with stronger players. Another team emerged victorious from the Abyss. How enviable. The newcomers who cleared it at this hour were likely first-tier professionals who had entered the dungeon immediately after their job transition. Wait, isn't that Zheng Yu? Don't be ridiculous, Zheng Yu entered the Abyss 3 hours ago, he couldn't possibly be out until tomorrow morning. The uncertainty of Zheng Yu's emergence was palpable. Precisely. No way. Are you blind? Can't you see that is our class leader Zheng Yu from class 3 next door? Or am I the one who is blind? Strangely enough, this person does bear a striking resemblance to Zheng Yu. However, the problem remained, he could not possibly be Zheng Yu. I was tracking the time meticulously. He had spent less than 3 hours in the Abyss, how could that be? Could it be possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a summoner. The ingrained notion that summoners are weak and incapable of clearing the Abyss lingered firmly in their minds. As some began to recognize Zheng Yu, disbelief clouded their minds regarding his swift conquest of the Abyss. A notice from the sanctum silenced the entire hall. Notification. Congratulations to the summoner team for breaking the historical completion time of the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes. And 23 seconds, team leader, Zheng Yu, summoner, members, Tao Qian, monk, Wu Zong, monk, Koing, assassin, Wenrin Chengyu, assassin, rewards, 500 experience points for the class. A historical record gift pack, Cold Street Abyss Easy Level, and the title of Historical Record Keeper, Cold Street Abyss Easy Version 1, silence reigned in the hall. The sanctum had addressed all practitioners in Jianshui City, not merely the novices. The announcement was thrust before them, ensuring that no practitioner could overlook it. Such record-breaking news was not uncommon, as the growing prowess of practitioners led to increasingly favorable conditions for newcomers, resulting in regular updates to the records. Yet this instance felt markedly different. The team's composition was peculiar, a summoner as the leader, flanked by 2 monks and 2 assassins. Assassins were nearly useless before level 15. Only slightly stronger than mages, while monks possessed modest combat capabilities, making them less desirable in comparison to mainstream warriors and knights. Could it truly be that he completed it? And even set a record? Surely it was a fabrication. How could a summoner possibly achieve such a feat? Doubt lingered in the air. Yet, some had already begun to message Zheng Yu privately, only to find that he had disabled private messages, refusing all communication. However, this did not deter their determination to associate themselves with him, particularly Zheng Yu's former classmates. "Brother Yu, congratulations." Zheng Yu replied, "Oh? Congratulations for what?" "For breaking the record solo," they responded. Zheng Yu retorted, "My record has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to congratulate me?" Brother Yu, have you had anything to drink?" Zheng Yu replied, "No, I'm not thirsty." "Brother Yu, have you eaten? How about we take a break? And I treat you to a meal?" Zheng Yu dismissed, "No, I'm not hungry." He rejected all attempts at familiarity. In the past, they had barely acknowledged him. And now he was beyond their reach. Zheng Yu was not one to be magnanimous, he was, one might say, meticulous and unforgiving. "Brother Yu, I'm a warrior and have completed the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we tackle the normal abyss together next time?" Zheng Yu replied, "Not a chance. You're too weak." "But I am a warrior." Zheng Yu countered, "And what does that amount to? You think warriors are weak? Can you solo the abyss?" I can absorb damage and help you with damage output. Although you've completed the easy level abyss, the normal level differs significantly." Zheng Yu responded. "You won't be able to withstand it. I am a level 4 warrior, skilled in the art of Iron Wall. You claim I cannot endure?" Zheng Yu nodded, "Indeed. You cannot withstand it. Ah, you truly have delusions of grandeur, believing that merely conquering the simple level abyss renders you formidable? Without a warrior to absorb the damage for you, you would scarcely manage to clear the ordinary level dungeons. Lacking the support of teammates, you aspire to compete on the leaderboard? I have yet to witness a genius rise through the ranks relying solely on the simple level abyss." In response to this individual's biting sarcasm, Zheng Yu turned to him earnestly and asked, "Do you know the difference between you and Neza?" "What?" "Neza, with his 3 heads and 6 arms. You possess 1 head and 2 arms." Upon finishing his remark, Zheng Yu retreated into the tent that Tao Qian had just erected, seeking solace. Within the tent, Tao Qian, puzzled, inquired, "Why is this different from what I envisioned?" Zheng Yu responded, "In what way is it different?" Tao Qian lamented, "I expected them to regret not teaming up with you, perhaps lamenting their choices." With a look of disappointment, Tao Qian admitted he had not witnessed the scene he had anticipated. Zheng Yu chuckled, "There is still time, this is merely a simple level dungeon. Moreover, such behavior is entirely expected. When they begin to feel remorse, they will seek to justify themselves, becoming obstinate, insisting that while they may have cleared the simple level, the ordinary level is beyond their reach. Those who genuinely regret not joining me will stifle their emotions, suffering in silence, unwilling to display their discomfort. Mark my words. Even if we conquer the nightmare level abyss, there will still be those who stubbornly claim that summoners become weak in the late game, expressing concerns about their future." Zheng Yu, seasoned by the ways of the online giants, understood these dynamics well. Thus, he resolved not to guide any practitioners beyond Tao Qian and his 3 companions. "This is rather displeasing," Tao Qian voiced his dissatisfaction. Yet Zheng Yu merely smiled, "You are mistaken. Their stubbornness is merely a facade. Once they return home, in the stillness of the night, they will lie awake, tossing and turning, opening their accounts to indulge in their melancholy. They will begin to regret, to blame themselves, to reflect. This emotional turmoil will amplify exponentially following our triumph in the nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu grinned, especially that warrior from earlier. He perceives himself to possess some strength, considering it an honor to be my ally. However, in due time, he will rue the day he did not adopt a more humble demeanor in our conversation, questioning why he did not choose to team up with me at the first opportunity. Yet you will not witness his lamentations, nor would you, were you in his position. Tao Chen nodded, coming to terms with this perspective. You speak truthfully. Had I been in his place, I too would cling stubbornly to my pride. Do not allow others to enter the tent. I have matters to attend to, Zheng Yu instructed Tao Chen. Rest assured, with me around, no one shall disturb you, Tao Chen assured him. Standing outside the tent, Tao Chen obstructed all practitioners attempting to engage Zheng Yu in conversation. Meanwhile, Wu Zong had ventured out to borrow money from friends due to his financial constraints. Ling and Wen Qingyu went to seek financial assistance from a nearby high-interest lender, leaving only Zheng Yu inside the tent. He was about to embark on a journey to enhance his strength, preparing to face the impending nightmare of the abyss of the cold streets. He claimed the rewards from his historical records. Experience increased by 500. Level up once more. Chapter 14, Third Order Talent. Twin Fire Demons. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV5 LV. 6, 1700, 1046 experience points required for next upgrade. Health, 1010 1230, Mana, 200 210, Intelligence, 4553, Strength, 1718, Agility, 1314, remaining free attribute points, 17 with the addition of the Novice Staff as 10 points to Intelligence. His overall intelligence has risen to 53 points post-upgrade. His health threshold has also returned to above 1000, and he has 17 unallocated attribute points. After some contemplation, Zheng Yu resolved to allocate all attribute points to health. Upon reaching level 5, the summoning slots increased to 2, granting him the ability to summon a second creature. He decided to take a bold gamble, not only elevating the goblin to 4th order but also advancing the newly summoned creature to 2nd order. Compared to the marginal damage increase from boosting intelligence, enhancing the summoning talent seemed far more advantageous. After all, a 0-order summoned creature would be of little use against nightmare-level abyssal monsters. Zheng Yu first opened the rewards. One was a completion reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, can yield Cold Street Abyss equipment, potions, materials, and valuable ores. The other was a simple historical record. Historical Record Gift Pack, easy level, can yield high-level Cold Street Abyss equipment, LV5, high-level potions, LV5, and other items. Both treasure chests were opened. Congratulations! You have opened the Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, and obtained a Novice Warrior armor. Congratulations! You have opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, easy level, and obtained an Ice Crystal Pendant LV5, silver. Silver equipment. Zheng Yu's face brightened. Equipment is categorized into 9 tiers: no grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, legendary, and divine. To discover a silver grade item from the gift pack was indeed extraordinary for a novice. Ice Crystal Pendant, silver grade, required level, LV5, attributes, intelligence 25. Mana 100, effect, wearing this equipment increases ice resistance by 10, reduces ice attribute slow effects by 20, and grants immunity to freezing once, activates every minute, not bad. In addition to the 25 points of intelligence, the ice resistance, immunity to freezing, and reduction of slow effects make it exceptionally suited for the Cold Street dungeon. The attributes may be average, but the effects are particularly beneficial for Zheng Yu at this stage. He equipped all available items, a piece of ice armor dropped from the boss, Cold Corpse, and a pair of mage boots. The ice armor increased health by 300 points and provided a single-use ice armor effect, which had a lengthy cooldown. However, for someone like Zheng Yu, with low health, this was incredibly useful. The mage boots added 150 health and 5 points of agility. The additional 450 health from the equipment could not be sacrificed. It is precisely due to these two pieces of equipment that Zheng Yu possesses the confidence to prepare for the forthcoming all-or-nothing endeavor. He first allocates all 17 points of free attributes to enhance his health. Consuming 1 point of free attributes increases the maximum health by 50 points. Consuming. With 17 points of free attributes, he acquires an additional 850 points of health. Currently, Zhang Yu's available health stands at 2080. With an added health value of 450 from his equipment. Without further ado, he sacrifices 1000 points of health capacity in exchange for 100 talent points. All of which he invests into the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 3rd tier, undergoes talent evolution. Goblin General, 4th tier, base health increases from 4000 to 8000. Attack coefficient rises from 5-0 to 6-0. New skill V, General's Command. Notice, General's Command is enhanced by VIP Steward benefits. Evolving into VIP Steward level General's Command. General's Command, VIP Steward level summons a Goblin Army, 18 units. The number summoned increases with level, for temporary combat. Including 2 Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Assassins, 5 Goblin Shieldbearers, and 1 Goblin Sorcerer. The summoning duration is unlimited. And no further summoning can occur until the entire Goblin army is defeated. Hiss, this is quite remarkable. Zhang Yu gazes at the newly refreshed skill, feeling that this expenditure of health was indeed worthwhile. Evolving directly from Goblin Wolf Cavalry to General not only elevates his overall strength but also grants him skills that truly empower the goblins on the battlefield. The emergence of this skill provides Zhang Yu with greater assurance in overcoming the nightmarish abyss. Next, Zhang Yu opens his mobile device and enters the Temple Mall. He purchases the Summoner Skill Book that he had long added to his shopping cart. Summon, Fire Sprite, Skill Book, learnable at level 5, single-use item. The skill book disappears upon learning. Summoners can learn it to obtain a cultivable 0-tier talent Fire Sprite. Price, 2000 yuan, still quite affordable. Skills for other professions at level 5 are typically priced above 5000, with warrior skills even reaching tens of thousands. Inside the tent, he draws the summoning contract formation. The tent, constructed by Tao Qian, is spacious enough for summoning a Fire Sprite. Buzz, a flash of fire illuminates the air. A fireball materializes in midair. In the next moment, the fireball establishes a telepathic connection with Zhang Yu, sensing the chill within his body and actively releasing warmth to envelop him. It is neither scorching nor uncomfortable, but rather a stream of warmth perfectly suited to Zhang Yu's body temperature. The fireball emits no sound, it is a pure elemental entity. Just as a mage can manipulate fire elements, this fireball embodies an elemental entity endowed with its own life. Summoned Beast, Fire Sprite, level 6, increases with the level of the summoner, health, 1100, attack power, 172/78, current intelligence of the summoner, 2. 0, coefficient, talent, level 0, requires 2 more talent points for upgrade. Skill I, Flame Aura LV6, can control the temperature within a 10-meter diameter range. At maximum enhancement, it inflicts 121 points of burn damage per second to all entities within range. 172, Fire Sprite's attack power, 0.7, coefficient. Skill 2, Fireball LV. 6 launches a fireball that chases and locks onto a target, causing 551, 172, Fire Sprite's attack power, 3.2, coefficient, points of fire damage. Equipment, none. As Zhang Yu gazed upon the attributes of the Fire Sprite, he truly felt the disadvantage of the summoner. Although the sprite's level scaled with that of the summoner, its enhancements were marginal. A warrior, upon reaching level 6, could traverse the simple level of the cold street abyss without fear, yet the unenhanced attributes of the Fire Sprite rendered it incapable of doing so. With a single fireball inflicting 551 points of damage, how many fireballs would it take to vanquish a boss with 10,000 health? Zhang Yu glanced at the attributes of the current Goblin General. Summoned Beast, VIP Steward Goblin General, level 6, increases with the level of the summoner, health, 8900, attack power, 489, talent, level 4, requires 500 more talent points for upgrade, with a total attribute score of 6. 0, equipped with sharp teeth and steward bonds, the attack power soared to nearly 500. The damage from skills had nearly doubled. Now, a warrior could unleash a minimum of 4000 damage, completely overwhelming the Fire Sprite. It appeared that the strength of the summoner was entirely contingent upon the talent level of the summoned beast. Fortunately, the demon contract could enhance the talent level. Zhang Yu cast a glance at his remaining health. 1080 base health, 450 health from equipment. Interestingly, as the Fire Sprite was a level 5 summoned beast, its gained talent points surpassed those of the goblin. Level 1 requires 2 talent points. Level 2 requires 15 talent points. Level 3 requires 85 talent points. Zheng Yu calculated that a total of 102 talent points were necessary, equating to 10-20 points of health. Just enough. He chuckled at his remaining 60 base health, realizing he might be the profession with the least health in history. Fortunately, with 450 health from equipment, otherwise, 60 points would indeed lead to immediate death with just a single hit. Zheng Yu promptly elevated the fire sprite to level 3. Summon Beast, Fire Sprite, level 0, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Twin Flames, level 1. Summon Beast, Twin Flames, level 1, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Fire Demon, level 2. Summon Beast, Fire Demon, level 2, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Twin Fire Demons, level 3. Chapter 15, Emphasizing Companionship. With a thunderous roar, flames blazed fiercely. Were it not for the protective contract array, the tent rented by Tao Qian might have been consumed by the inferno. The searing flames posed no threat to Zheng Yu. The summoner, instead, they evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity. The flames danced and ultimately coalesced into two fire sprites, entwined in a tender embrace. These fire sprites hovered gracefully in the air, each standing approximately 1 meter tall, reminiscent of the small fire beings from the Ice and Fire series, adorable, agile, and elegantly proportioned. Their aesthetic was far superior to that of goblins, yet their presence lacked the commanding aura of a VIP steward or a general, who exuded both majesty and valor. The twin fire sprites embodied the essence of charming, well-behaved children from the neighborhood, obedient, perceptive, lively, and exceptionally intelligent. At this moment, their attributes had undergone a significant transformation. Summon Beast, Twin Fire Sprite, level 6, increases with the summoner's level, health, 3000, attack power, 375, 78, summoner's current intelligence, 4. 8, coefficient, talent, level 3, 150 points needed for upgrade, skill I, Flame Aura LV6, controls temperature within a 10-meter diameter. Inflicting 825 points of burn damage per second at maximum capacity, 375, Fire Sprite's attack power, 2, coefficient, skill 2, Fireball LV. 6 launches a fireball that locks onto a target, dealing 2325, 375, Fire Sprite's attack power, 6, coefficient, points of fire damage. Skill 3, Twin Contract, special skill. No level, the twin fire sprites coexist symbiotically, capable of simultaneously unleashing skills, resulting in cumulative damage and doubling fire attribute damage. Skill 4, Flame Cage LV. 6 designates a location for the flame cage in advance. When an enemy enters the designated area, it automatically triggers, enveloping the entire zone in searing flames. Inflicting 2100, 375, Fire Sprite's attack power, 5, 6, coefficient, points of damage per second. Summon Beast equipment, none. The addition of 2 new skills is noteworthy, one being the Twin Contract and the other the Flame Cage. The Twin Contract implies a doubling of casting power and attribute damage, rendering the twin fire sprites remarkably formidable. Conversely, the Flame Cage serves as a trap-type pure damage skill. While the damage output may appear modest at first glance, upon closer inspection, it inflicts 2100 damage per second, not the explosive damage typical of a wolf cavalry charge. However, at 2100 damage per second, it could eliminate a 10,000 health ice corpse within 5 seconds. Wait. Zheng Yu suddenly realized that the 2100 damage does not account for the twins' doubling effect. This implies that if the fire sprite were to engage a 10,000 health ice corpse, the battle could be concluded in a mere 3 seconds. Remarkable. Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Nonetheless, despite the strength of the twin fire sprites, they still pale in comparison to the Goblin General with a level 4 talent. The Goblin General's current damage values indicate that a single charge could obliterate an ice corpse, showcasing even greater prowess. Having enhanced the fire sprite, he felt a surge of anticipation. Zheng Yu still had one crucial enhancement yet to be addressed, his core, the Hextech enhancement runes. With every 5 levels gained, he would acquire 2 Hextech enhancement runes. Eagerly, Zheng Yu commenced the extraction process. Extracting Hextech enhancement runes. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3rd rune, Golden Grade Rune, focused on companionship. Congratulations! You have acquired the 4th rune, Silver Grade Rune, Library Card. Companionship Focus provides a training dummy. All damage dealt to the summoner will prioritize attacking the training dummy. At the end of each abyss run, if the training dummy remains, it grants 10 talent points. Library card grants a Tome of Emblems. The tome allows selection of one emblem from 4 random bond emblems and provides an equipment forging device. It seems rather promising. Although he did not draw a prismatic grade rune, the effect of the training dummy was precisely what Zheng Yu needed at this moment. He must first attack the taunting unit, the training dummy. A quintessential survival rune. Given Zheng Yu's inherently low health cap, having the training dummy ensures he is not ambushed and slain. It is indeed a commendable rune. Moreover, each successful abyss run grants him a complimentary 10 talent points, which translates to an additional 100 health cap, a valuable asset. He was in dire need of talent points. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu activated the Tome of Emblems gifted by the library card rune. Please select one emblem from the Mage Emblem, Ionian Emblem, Barrier Emblem, and Butler Emblem. I shall choose the Butler Emblem. A single emblem cannot activate a bond. He already possessed 2 Butler Emblems, equipping another to the Fire Sprite. Although it wouldn't activate the 4 Butler bond, would still allow the Fire Sprite to share the 20 health and 20 attack power bonuses from the Butler attributes. Obtained Butler Emblem. Obtained Equipment Forging Device. Equipment Forging Device can transform unwearable equipment into usable gear. This is splendid. Zheng Yu stored the equipment forging device in his inventory and adorned the Fire Sprite with the Butler Emblem. Everything was now in order. At that moment, Zheng Yu received a message from his homeroom teacher. Zheng Yu, you are the one who broke the record, right? Zheng Yu replied affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, the teacher called him. If you have time tomorrow, please visit the Jiangshui City Government Building. The mayor wishes to meet you. Zheng Yu was not surprised, as each year, the newcomer who breaks the record is personally received by the mayor and awarded. However, Zheng Yu replied, is it for a reward? The reward is one aspect, additionally. It serves to promote you, and then. Without waiting for the teacher to finish, Zheng Yu interjected, I might not have the time. You can simply collect the reward for me. The teacher appeared somewhat troubled. Zheng Yu directly stated. Just inform the mayor that I am preparing to enter the nightmare level dungeon immediately. If he does not wish to have this record, then I shall proceed. Zheng Yu held little fondness for such occasions, primarily due to the lack of tangible benefits. He sought only the rewards, everything else was inconsequential. After all, he was merely a low-tier practitioner, and fame and reputation held little significance for him at this moment. It was troublesome and cumbersome. Nightmare level? The homeroom teacher thought he had misheard. No, you heard correctly, it is indeed the nightmare level. In any case, please refrain from asking too many questions. I do not wish to elaborate. Just wait for the outcome, the mayor will understand. With that, Zheng Yu hung up the phone. On the other end, the homeroom teacher scratched his head, somewhat dazed, and called the mayor. Brother, could you lend me some money? Within the martial arts school, Wu Zong found his elder brother, Wu Sen, who was also the owner of the school. How much do you need? Perhaps between 200,000 to 500,000. What? Wu Xian nearly dropped his teacup. We are brothers, if you are in need of money, I would certainly lend it to you. But to ask for 500,000 outright. Do you think I am made of money? No? Then go cool off somewhere. However, Wu Zong remained unfazed and showed Wu Xian something. A title? Historian of the Cold Street Abyss Clearance Record Holder? Wait a moment. Wu Xian immediately sprang from the sofa, opened his computer, and accessed the official website of the Jiangshui City Sanctum. There was no need to search meticulously. The page instantly displayed the following information. Congratulations to the practitioner team of the Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Clearance time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Kuing, Assassin. When Ren Chengyu, Assassin, wow, you've done well. I was wondering why you didn't come to work today. It turns out you have resumed your path as a practitioner. Wu Xian was overjoyed. He had always known that his brother had been scrimping on food and spending in order to save money for another attempt at becoming a practitioner. He never imagined he would succeed, and not just that, but also set a record. The reason he was so certain that a record had been set was due to his understanding of Wu Zong's capabilities. A D-grade talent monk certainly lacked the ability to break records. Then he noticed the team composition. "Brother, this team configuration seems somewhat peculiar." Wu Zong replied. "Do not concern yourself with the profession, Zheng Yu possesses S-grade talent." "No wonder. So, do you plan to send me the money or not?" "He intends to guide me through the nightmare abyss." "I must inform your sister-in-law. No one has ever cleared the nightmare abyss and the cold street abyss. This is a matter that can be recorded in the family lineage. Our family will be honored next year. Come with me to the bank." For those from the south venturing to establish themselves in Guang province, nothing was more paramount than bringing glory to their ancestors. "How much do you need?" The commercial lending company, Li Gunli, was approached by a bald man adorned with tattoos, who fixed his gaze on Kuing and Wenren Qingyu, inquiring. 2 million. Do you have any collateral?" "No," she replied. "Then what reason do I have to lend you money?" "Perhaps." The bald man gestured toward the camera on the table. "A couple of photos?" Kuing was about to express her indignation when Wenren Qingyu held her back. Fixing her gaze on the man. "Are you certain you won't lend us? If not, I shall seek assistance from other companies." The bald man was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered someone so audacious in a loan request. However, he retained his patience, asking, "What do you need the money for?" "To traverse the abyss." "What level?" "Nightmare level." "Ha, are you jesting?" "I am quite serious." "Do you believe I would trust you? Many have come to deceive me, and not a single one has returned unscathed. It would be prudent not to irritate me." "Very well, if you refuse to lend. I had hoped to promote your company after Lord Zheng Yu leads us through the challenge." "Who? Zheng Yu, you are not aware?" The bald man was indeed familiar with the name. He was a professional himself, hence his confidence in lending to other practitioners. Just hours ago, news had erupted across forums, generating considerable discussion. After all, a summoner had achieved remarkable results, 2 hours and 45 minutes. What does that signify? The previous record stood at 3 hours and 49 minutes. This meant that a summoner, a profession deemed the weakest of all, had not only shattered the record but had done so an entire hour earlier. Was he preparing to directly challenge the nightmare abyss? The bald man's tone softened slightly. "Yes, he personally conveyed that to us." "Then how can I trust that he will guide you inside?" Wenren Qingyu displayed the team information. They had emerged from the abyss several hours ago. If he wished to form a team, he would have disbanded by now. "So, will you lend or not?" "I will lend." The bald man no longer hesitated. Even if Zheng Yu were unable to succeed, he would adopt a try-and-see approach. He understood that if Zheng Yu were to conquer the nightmare-level abyss, resources across the province would unconditionally flow toward him. The future prospects were boundless. Such a talented individual, even if relations could not be fostered, should not be mistreated. 2 million, is it? Let it be known that regardless of Zheng Yu's success in the nightmare abyss, borrowed funds must be repaid, along with interest. Uncertainty regarding the relationship between these two beautiful young women and Zheng Yu necessitates a clear understanding to avoid any issues of repayment. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu. Our lending company's rules are absolute. Otherwise, I would be unable to conduct business. Understood, Wenren Qingyu responded with a smile. Chapter 16 The discomfort of disguise. When Kuing and Wenren Qingyu returned from securing their loan, they discovered Zheng Yu seated outside the tent, engaged in conversation with a group of individuals. "This is not good," Kuing exclaimed upon seeing them. "What's the matter?" Wenren Qingyu, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, inquired. The individuals conversing with Zheng Yu were members of the team that had set a new record for clearing the ordinary level abyss the previous day, Kuing explained. Wenren Qingyu recalled that indeed, earlier notifications had announced the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss clearance record. 2 significant events occurred yesterday. Zheng Yu, as a summoner, had single-handedly led a team to refresh the simple level cold street abyss, while 4 A-ranked talent professionals, accompanied by a B-ranked talent professional, had broken the ordinary level abyss record. In terms of popularity and discussion, Zheng Yu, the summoner, naturally garnered more attention, for he was a summoner after all. Whatever he did was bound to attract interest. However, the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss was of greater relevance. This year, within the ranks of new professionals in Jiangshui City, the presence of 4A-ranked professionals was a rarity, marking the highest number in nearly a decade. Now that they had assembled in one team, I suspect they are here to recruit the esteemed Zhang Yu. After Koing's explanation, when Ren Qingyu finally understood the source of her alarm. If Zhang Yu were to join their team, they would be left without anyone to guide them. Not only would their borrowed money be wasted, but they would also have to pay interest, as the bald man was no legitimate lender. Let us hurry over. When Ren Qingyu urged, pulling Kuing closer. Then, a voice filled with arrogance and condescension echoed, "Initially, we did not regard you highly, considering you merely a summoner, fearing you would hinder our progress in clearing the abyss. Yet, you have proven yourself by leading a solo expedition into the abyss. Though it was only of simple difficulty, it is still commendable." Who is this? Speaking so boastfully? When Ren Qingyu could not help but glance over, she found the speaker to be a handsome young man. Yet his haughty demeanor and the disdain he held for Zhang Yu's summoner profession rendered his attractiveness somewhat greasy. This individual was Li Feng, a fellow student. A warrior with a ranked talent, he was reputed to possess abilities exceptionally suited for combat. Not only was he a highly sought-after profession, but his gifted talents also justified his arrogance. Thus, after our discussions, we have come to acknowledge your strength and decided to permit you to join our team to conquer the abyss, Li Feng proclaimed. However, the lone B-ranked talent warrior in the group wore a dark expression, evidently dissenting. After all, should Zhang Yu join their ranks, the B-ranked warrior would have to depart, fostering a sense of animosity toward Zhang Yu. Yet, Zhang Yu, wearing a perplexed expression, asked, "So, who are you? What do you want with me?" His demeanor suggested a mix of incredulity and annoyance, as if he were questioning the absurdity of their pretentiousness. Regrettably, despite his unwavering confidence that Zhang Yu would undoubtedly express gratitude for Li Feng's entry into their ranks, Li Feng failed to discern the true meaning behind Zhang Yu's expression. He genuinely believed that Zhang Yu was unaware of his identity. "I am Li Feng, a grade A warrior. I am aware that you have just cleared the simple level abyss. To be candid, our own achievement is rather modest, having only recently completed the ordinary level abyss dungeon, setting a new historical record," Li Feng proclaimed with a smug expression. "Oh, that is indeed modest," Zhang Yu replied. Li Feng, taken aback, replied, "Did you just say modest?" Zhang Yu nodded. "No, I believe you misheard me. I was referring to the ordinary level historical record." "And so?" Zhang Yu inquired, his expression unchanging. "Do you not find that surprising?" Zhang Yu chuckled, "Brother, the moment you utter that phrase, you lose your prestige. Why would one boast about their accomplishments to others, asking if they are impressed? Such an approach lacks finesse." Li Feng was rendered speechless by this exchange. He had never encountered someone with such a unique conversational style. Although he had indeed approached Zhang Yu with the intention of boasting, his original thought was, "Look, you are an S-grade talented professional. Yet you still need to join our team." This was meant to convey a sense of superiority, offering him personal glory while securing a competent ally and ideal scenario. However, to his dismay, Zhang Yu showed him no respect. "Are you out of your mind?" exclaimed another A-grade talented professional standing beside Li Feng. "Though you possess S-grade talent, do not forget that you are a summoner. We are extending an invitation for you to join our team out of respect, so do not overstep your bounds." This individual clearly grasped the situation better than Li Feng, recognizing that Zhang Yu was merely toying with him, thus responding with harsh words. "In Jiangshui City, you are the only S-grade talent to emerge in years, yet you chose to become a summoner, which tarnishes the city's reputation. We extend our goodwill to you. Yet you repay it with ingratitude? Do not be deluded into thinking that clearing a simple level abyss makes you someone of significance, when S-grade talents from other cities overshadow you. It will be our Jiangshui City that suffers the humiliation." Zhang Yu was left speechless. Goodness, are we resorting to moral coercion now? If this individual were to take to Weibo, he would surely become a prominent figure. At that moment, Li Feng realized that his companion had spoken too harshly and quickly interjected, addressing Zhang Yu, to speak frankly, we intend to tackle the difficult level abyss next. We aim to set another record. We were aware of your S-grade talent long ago, but due to your profession as a summoner, we initially had no intentions of including you. After all, you know well that summoners are notoriously weak. However, circumstances have changed, you have demonstrated your prowess, proving yourself worthy to join our ranks, and thus we are prepared to extend a hand to you. In order to maintain a competitive edge and not fall too far behind other extraordinary talents, it is essential to achieve at least a challenging level of historical record. Li Feng spoke in a relatively gentle manner this time, yet his tone remained imbued with an unmistakable air of discrimination and arrogance. Beside him, Ko Ying and Wen Ren Chengyu were in fits of laughter. This is utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha, did he really suggest helping Zhang Yu? Who is truly aiding whom? What struck them as most amusing was Li Feng's belief that allowing Zhang Yu to join his team would be a favor to the esteemed young man. I can hardly contain my laughter. Their mirth was amplified by the undeniable fact that, given Li Feng's tone and attitude, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly refuse to join their ranks. As long as the top-tier talents remained steadfast, all would be well. Their laughter drew the attention of Zhang Yu and Li Feng. Is this truly amusing? Li Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, when Ren Chengyu replied candidly. Then continue laughing. I am eager to see how long you can sustain your amusement. Once we break the challenging level record, we shall see if you can still find humor in this. Li Feng had clearly realized that Ko Ying and Wen Ren Chengyu were the two assassins from Zhang Yu's team. Zhang Yu, unfazed by his demeanor, listened to the nearly mocking laughter of the two, which infuriated Li Feng to the utmost. Were it not for the restrictions against fighting in military zones, he would have rushed over to confront them. Ignore them, we are focused on achieving a higher record, unlike them, a teammate remarked. Exactly. Do they truly think they can compete with us? Even if Li Feng and Zhang Long exhibit poor attitudes, one must endure if one wishes to contend for the rankings. Are you certain you are aiding my case? Zhang Yu replied. Your attitude is indeed problematic. We had initially agreed to have Zhang Yu join us in the challenging abyss to increase our chances of success, yet here you are, placing yourself on such a lofty pedestal. Before this lone sensible teammate could finish, Li Feng and the others pulled him away. Zhang Yu observed them with amusement. He could comprehend the mindset of Li Feng and his companions. With an A-level talent and a popular profession, fresh off a record-breaking achievement, they were undeniably in high spirits. Coupled with the misleading perception of his summoner role, it was challenging for them to act purely out of self-interest without regard for appearances. Youth is a time when one craves validation and is prone to pretentiousness. Have you borrowed some money? Zhang Yu inquired of Ko Ying and her companion. Ko Ying nodded and handed Zhang Yu 600,000. Zhang Yu acknowledged, yes, I have received it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong have gone to prepare the ingredients and should return shortly. If you two wish to prepare anything, do so promptly. We wouldn't want to enter the abyss without your favorite foods. Although they understood his meaning, it still felt rather peculiar. Is this truly an expedition into the abyss? Or are we merely going on an outing? I want to prepare some desserts, Ko Ying stated. When Ren Chengyu glanced at her, you are adapting quite swiftly. Then I shall gather some fruits as well, Ko Ying replied. Chapter 17, High Mortality Rate, Choose Wisely. Zhang Yu declined Li Feng's invitation, and this matter spread like wildfire, becoming yet another topic of discussion on the forum. Zhang Yu has become arrogant, rejecting a team composed of 4 A-grade talent holders. As the sole S-grade talent holder in Jiangzhou City, and one that has emerged after many years, his actions are perplexing. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of completing the simple level 2 of the Cold Street Abyss in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Rational analysis suggests that Zhang Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a commendable act, demonstrating his immense self-confidence. I believe Zhang Yu is merely afraid. Being able to complete the simple level already satisfies him, especially since Li Feng and his team are preparing to enter the difficult level abyss. Cowardly Zhang Yu. Pathetic summoner, purely derogatory post, those who dislike it need not enter. I predict Zhang Yu will venture into the normal level abyss, still leading a solo team. I stand by this, Zhang Yu will not contend for the rankings. After being rejected by Zhang Yu for team formation, I decided to vent my frustrations. The Jianzhuwei City Practitioners Forum is almost entirely filled with posts about him. Zhang Yu found it rather amusing. Being the subject of such discussions was unexpectedly entertaining to him. The internet possesses a remarkable ability, regardless of how dramatic the turns of events may be or how painful the face slapping might feel. Those who post remain hidden behind the curtain. Thus, there is no dignity to lose. Words can be spoken freely, stances can be shifted at will. And as long as he completes the nightmare level abyss, the forum will likely present a different scene altogether. In any case, it is intriguing. Zhang Yu passed the time perusing the forum. When Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned from their purchases, Ke and Wen Renqingyu had bought fruits and snacks. All were stored in the item inventory. "Brother Yu, we are ready," Tao Qian remarked. Zhang Yu nodded, contemplating for a moment before advising, if possible. It would be wise to purchase a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian immediately responded, "A resurrection cross is currently priced at 5 million, we cannot afford it." Wu Zong added, "I don't believe there is much danger, I trust in Brother Yu's abilities." Zhang Yu retorted, "You are 3 years my senior. Why do you call me brother?" Wu Zong nonchalantly replied, "In the realm of knowledge, there are those who precede others, the powerful are deemed brothers." Zhang Yu. He then turned to Kuing and Wen Renqingyu, "What about you two?" Wen Renqingyu replied, "Neither of us has the funds for the resurrection cross. But we each purchased 5 invisibility items." With that, she directly sent one to each member of the team, including Zhang Yu. Invisibility potion enters an invisible state for 1 minute, negating any damage. Movement is allowed, but attacking will break the invisibility state. The market price seems to be around 300,000 each, right? Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise. "I know an alchemist who sold them to me for 200,000 each." As Tao Qian marveled at Wen Renqingyu's resourcefulness, he added, 200,000 each is not cheap either. Are you truly giving these to us? Consider it a gesture of gratitude, and a way to tie myself to the ship of the great Zhang Yu. Wen Renqingyu did not conceal anything and spoke candidly. Her approach was straightforward, she unabashedly sought to curry favor, treating everyone equally rather than in a subservient manner. The idea to purchase invisibility potions came from Kuing. Yet when Renqingyu believed that if one were to buy, it should not be for oneself alone, she insisted on acquiring 5, one for each member. She aimed to firmly secure her hold on the team, for this team represented her future. Even if Zhang Yu were to surpass them in strength and no longer team up with them, Wu Zong and Tao Qian were still commendable allies. With a foundation in the nightmare level abyss, their future, while not guaranteed to be smooth sailing, would certainly not be bleak. Zhang Yu did not decline. Recognizing Wen Renqingyu's subtle intentions, and accepted the invisibility potion without hesitation. He could not rely on Tao Qian indefinitely, he was already at level 6, while Tao Qian, who had been a mere bystander, was still at level 4. After navigating one nightmare level abyss, it would be necessary for Zhang Yu to reach level 10 before progressing to a new map, leaving Tao Qian behind. Wen Renqingyu and her companions were indeed capable teammates. As for Tao Qian, who had unconditionally placed his trust in him, Zhang Yu hoped that he would forge his own path as a practitioner rather than always depending on him. Given his rate of advancement, solo play was more suitable, as no teammate could keep pace with him. Zhang Yu accepted the invisibility potion, then selected the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss from the interface. Notification: you have chosen the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. This difficulty fully restores the true nature of the abyss and its historical context, presenting formidable challenges and a high mortality rate. Please choose wisely. 3, 2, 1. The system kindly granted Zhang Yu 3 seconds to contemplate. Do you wish to enter the nightmare level abyss? Affirmative. Prepared and resolute, he saw no reason to refuse. Zhang Yu, summoner, no issues here, we're entering the abyss. Tao Qian, monk, charge. 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 I'm coming for you, nightmare level abyss. Wu Zong, monk, this is my first time in a nightmare level abyss, I'm a bit nervous. Kuling, assassin, go for it, Master Zhang Yu. Wen Renqingyu, assassin 1, entering the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level, please wait. Meanwhile, all practitioners waiting in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss received a notification. Notification: the summoner team has entered the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. The announcement sparked a frenzy. Was this summoner team the one led by Zhang Yu? Among all present, who else could be a summoner but him? Are you kidding me? Nightmare level? This is pure madness. Incredible. Regardless of whether Zhang Yu was a summoner, the sheer audacity to enter the nightmare level abyss was praiseworthy. To leap from completing an easy level directly to a nightmare level was audacious, indeed. It seemed the forum's analysis was correct. Zhang Yu had become overly confident, mistaking the completion of an easy level abyss for a ticket to tackle the nightmare level abyss. This is no longer a matter of mere whimsy, it has spiraled into madness. Is there a possibility, albeit a remote one, that Zhang Yu could conquer the nightmare level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Zhang Yu were to traverse the nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss as a summoner, I would gladly turn upside down and consume excrement. How quaint to still rely on traditional fans in this day and age. One might as well indulge in seafood from the land of cherry blossoms. Ha, I dare not. At this moment, Li Feng and his companions, poised to enter the difficult level of the abyss, received the shocking news. They all stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. We cannot, under any circumstances, enter the nightmare abyss, declared a B-rank talent warrior. Zhang Long's brow furrowed tightly. Zhang Yu's audacity is astounding. He has plunged directly into the nightmare abyss. If we venture into the difficult level, will we not be at a disadvantage? That is not audacity, it is recklessness. Or more accurately, a death wish. I will not step foot in the nightmare abyss, let those who wish to go do so. I am merely a B-rank warrior. And I withdraw. Seeing the team divided, Li Feng interjected firmly, do not act out of bravado. Zhang Yu is Zhang Yu, his fate is of no concern to us. There is no need to risk our lives merely to uphold pride. Zhang Yu was clearly provoked by our earlier remarks, and he has recklessly entered the nightmare abyss, likely to meet his demise. As long as we navigate the difficult abyss with steady resolve, we will already eclipse 90 of A-rank talent professionals. Li Feng remained relatively composed, though fear lingered beneath the surface. He was uncertain if they could even conquer the difficult level, hence the invitation extended to Zhang Yu to bolster their chances. The nightmare level? Such a thought was beyond his contemplation. In other words, the nightmare level was not intended for us, nor even for S-rank talent professionals. It was reserved for the true geniuses, those SS-rank talent professionals poached from the Central District. Ultimately, Zhang Yu may meet his end, but we shall not follow suit. After all, he is unlikely to succeed in the nightmare abyss. If Zhang Yu possessed SS-rank talent, there would be cause for concern, however. Given that he has entered accompanied by 4 mere onlookers, and as a summoner no less, I harbor no anxiety whatsoever. Chapter 18, The Butcher of the Pork Shop. The Bone-Cutting Knife. The temperature here is significantly lower than that of the simple level Cold Street Abyss. With each breath I take, my lungs feel as though they are being pierced with pain. Upon entering the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, the frigid air assaults us, causing Tao Qian and the others to shiver uncontrollably. Only Zhang Yu, having contracted with a fire spirit, exhibits a certain resilience against the cold. It is said that the nightmare level difficulty replicates the true scene of the abyss at that time. Both the simple level abyss we previously entered and the difficult level abyss that Li Feng and his group explored were, in fact, simplified and weakened versions. Kuling reflected on the information she had previously encountered. Tao Qian wrapped himself in a thick overcoat and remarked, so? It's not that the nightmare level abyss has been intensified, rather, it is simply devoid of any weakening? That appears to be the case. Kuling affirmed with a nod. At this moment, Zhang Yu interjected, I have uploaded 2 documents in the chat group. The first is foundational information about the nightmare level abyss, while the second is a strategy guide for the difficult level Cold Street Abyss compiled by someone else. I'm uncertain of its utility, but it never hurts to be informed. Zhang Yu did not impulsively decide to enter the nightmare abyss, he had conducted extensive research beforehand. He was well versed in the Cold Street Abyss and the nightmare level difficulty, and at school, he was regarded as an academic prodigy. As Tao Qian and the others perused the materials, Zhang Yu continued, before we entered the abyss, we received warnings that the nightmare level would restore the abyss's true appearance with 100 accuracy, recreating the entire history of the abyss. The abyss resembles a sealed segment of time and history, allowing practitioners to venture into it and repeatedly experience that historical period. The nightmare level abyss is a 1-1 recreation of the history sealed within the abyss, and naturally, the difficulty is unparalleled, with the narrative differing from other levels. Zhang Yu stated, while summoning a goblin general in the simple level Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach Central Park. Defeating a level 7 boss, the Cold Corpse, concludes the battle. In the ordinary level Cold Street Abyss, we must venture into the forest to locate a spring, which is the source of this street's freezing. We need to protect this spring until we withstand all attacks from the cold corpses to complete the task. The highest level encountered here is the level 9 Cold Corpse, which is categorized as a moderate difficulty. Moderate difficulty? Tao Qian and the others exchanged glances, suppressing their thoughts, yet refraining from voicing them aloud. Only you could categorize a level 9 Cold Corpse as moderate difficulty. In the difficult level Abyss, in addition to protecting the spring, one must retrieve a frozen female corpse from within the spring and transport it to a non-freezing lake deep within the forest. Along the way, a spider-like special Cold Corpse will pursue us. We can either defeat this spider or endure the cold to deliver the body to the center of the lake to complete the quest. This concludes the strategy. Currently, there are no guides available for the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. As Tao Qian listened to Zhang Yu's words, he scoffed, of course. There cannot be a strategy for the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, as no one has ever cleared it. Wu Zong added. Those who ventured into the nightmare level abyss have never returned. Koing and Wenren Xingyu shivered, clearly a bit frightened. Only Zheng Yu chuckled, well, in that case, you 1T have to repay your loans. Wu Zong, Koing, and Wenren Xingyu responded with silence. By the way, brother Yu, your goblin wolf cavalry seems somewhat different, Tao Qian remarked, fixing his gaze on the goblin general. He exchanged glances with the goblin general atop the giant wolf and immediately felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin were a seasoned general, capable of instilling fear merely through his gaze. Not just a slight change, but a significant transformation indeed. Zhang Yu jested, offering no further explanation. He concealed the goblin general's attributes, with nearly 10,000 health points and close to 500 attack power, truly daunting. To avoid the hassle of explanations, he decided not to reveal the goblin's information to them. With a roar, as the goblin general approached the entrance of the Cold Street, familiar howls echoed around them. The Cold Corps emerged from the shops as per their usual routine. Based on prior experiences, the goblin would need to slay at least 3 or 4 waves of Cold Corps in this street, which would take about an hour. Whoosh! The goblin general was far more decisive than the previous goblin warriors. He shot an arrow upon sight without uttering a single word. Crack! Minus 3051. A seemingly ordinary arrow dealt 3000 damage. Kill Cold Corps, LV5, gain 110 experience points. In an instant, a level 5 Cold Corps fell. Goodness! Does the first wave of nightmare level Cold Corps start at level 5? Tao Qian exclaimed, astonished by the level of the Cold Corps. What level 5? Look behind. When Ren Xingyu pointed to a shop nestled on either side of the street. A corpulent figure, weighing at least 300 pounds, brandished a bone-chopping knife and was fixated on the goblin general. This was a type of Cold Corp that only appeared at the difficulty level. Having just reviewed the strategy for the difficult level sent by Zhang Yu, he recognized the hefty Cold Corp wielding the bone-chopping knife. Wu Zong couldn't help but remark. Indeed, at the nightmare level, the first wave of Cold Corps rivals the strongest Cold Corps at the difficult level, aside from the bosses. Roar! The plump Cold Corp let out an enraged bellow. Yet, it did not advance, as if attempting to deter the goblin general from entering the Cold Street. However, the goblin general was undeterred and released an arrow. Whoosh! Crack! -0. The plump Cold Corp was shielded by ice armor. No damage was inflicted. So the goblin general prepared to shoot again. Whoosh! 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 The goblin general's rate of fire was significantly faster, primarily due to his agility being twice that of the goblin warriors. -0. -0. -2998. The ice armor shattered, and the arrow struck the corpulent corpse of the frostbitten creature squarely in the face, piercing through the eye socket and becoming lodged beneath the eyeball. With a furious roar, Sensing its threat neutralized, it charged out of the shop, its massive bulk smashing through the doorframe and toppling the wall to the ground. Like a tank fashioned from flesh. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth, as it barreled forward towards the goblin general. Unperturbed by the enormous figure of the frostbitten behemoth, the goblin general gripped his heavy hammer tightly. Just as the corpulent corpse was about to collide with him, he gently tapped the neck of the dire wolf beside him. The wolf understood immediately and leapt aside, deftly avoiding the impending impact. With a thunderous crash, the frostbitten creature collided with a stone pillar, shattering it completely. A damage notification appeared above its head, -1087. According to the strategies for higher difficulty levels, this grotesque creature possessed immense strength and high health, yet was devoid of intelligence. Merely charging forward without restraint. Should it collide with an obstacle, it would suffer damage. Thus, the approach to defeating this frostbitten menace was to continually evade its onslaught and gradually wear it down. However, that was the method of ordinary adventurers, time-consuming and fraught with risk. The optimal strategy was to eliminate it in an instant. At the moment the frostbitten behemoth crashed into the stone pillar, the goblin general had already positioned himself, bringing his heavy hammer down upon the creature's head. Thwack! -3596. Stunned. A substantial damage value appeared, resulting from a surprise attack from behind and a precise strike to the head, triggering the stun effect. The corpulent corpse stood frozen in place. Now a level 6 general. The goblin's jump attack damage coefficient had reached 6.2, combined with an attack power of 489, easily dealing over 3000 damage. Coupled with the critical hit, inertia, and impact factors, inflicting around 3500 damage was entirely reasonable. Continuing with the familiar, unelaborated combo, the jump attack descended. Stun triggered. During the stun period, the hammer was drawn back, charged, smash. Boom! A colossal strike sent the frostbitten behemoth hurtling away, lifting the stone slabs of the ground beneath it. -6823. An astonishing damage value emerged once more. The charged blow reached its maximum, yielding significant damage. -2719. -2876. -2633. -2922. Furthermore, the flung frostbitten corpse crushed 4 or 5 level 5 frostbitten creatures behind it. Boom! The 1000-health frostbitten behemoth met its demise, along with the first wave of frostbitten minions. Kill frostbitten creature, LV5, gain 101 experience points. Kill frostbitten creature, LV5, gain 103 experience points. Kill frostbitten creature, LV5, gain 112 experience points. Kill frostbitten creature, LV5, gain 106 experience points. Kill pork shop owner frostbitten creature, LV6. Gain 449 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained the bone-cutting knife, bronze grade, level 5. Congratulations, you have acquired premium pork, consumable, level 5. Did I just receive equipment? Zhengyu glanced at the newly added bone-cutting knife in his storage. Equipment name, bone-cutting knife, required level, 5, grade, bronze, attributes, strength 30. Agility 2, equipment effect, 5 chance to inflict bleeding effect on attack, causing a loss of 20 health per second. Zhengyu contemplated for a moment but ultimately resisted the urge to utilize the equipment forging tool, considering it was merely a level 5 item. A bronze grade, level 5 piece of equipment is not worth the expense of using the forging tool. However, this bone-cutting knife is exceptionally suited for bleeding warriors, and its price in the temple market has been significantly inflated, allowing for a lucrative sale. Chapter 19, Viscera Cake, Level 9 Frost Corpse. To be candid, Zhengyu is not in want of money. It is not merely that he lacks financial need at present, rather, he has already demonstrated sufficient talent and aptitude, ensuring that future resources will be provided by the state. This is precisely why he has only accepted 300,000 from Tao Qian and his companions. Of course, an additional motivation lies in his desire to vex those who gossip about him. He sheathed his bone-chopping knife and noticed a consumable item nestled within his backpack, a piece of premium pork. Premium pork, consuming it restores 1000 health points and grants an additional 500 shield points. It is advisable to cook the pork thoroughly, however, if time does not permit. Consuming it raw is acceptable, albeit it may lead to an upset stomach. With an additional ingredient at his disposal, Zheng Yu tossed the premium pork into his ingredient repository. Meanwhile, the Goblin General had cleared the entrance of the Frost Street of all frost corpses. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV6 LV. 7, 2450, 2441 experience points needed for the next level, health, 500 800, 450 from equipment attributes, mana, 310 320, 150 from equipment attributes, intelligence, 7886, 35 from equipment attributes, strength, 1819, 2 from equipment attributes, agility, 1415, remaining free attribute points, 3 once again. It is the nightmarish abyss that has granted him a level up in a single sweep. Levels are profoundly significant for practitioners. Not solely due to the comprehensive attribute enhancements that accompany a Ryzen level, but also because levels 10, 25, and 50 represent distinct stages. Achieving level 10 allows one to learn exclusive skills and unlock diverse playstyles within the same profession. Level 25 signifies professional evolution, while level 50 heralds professional awakening. It is said that reaching level 70 unlocks even greater abilities. However, the only player globally to surpass level 70 is Nan Muyun. He has merely mentioned that level 70 serves as a watershed moment, where the realms before and after are entirely disparate, without divulging further specifics. In essence, ascending in level remains the sole path to gaining strength. As they proceeded, the Goblin General led the way, with Zheng Yu and his companions trailing behind. The deeper they ventured into the Frost Street, the colder the air became. The ground was nearly encased in a thick layer of ice. Upon entering Frost Street, they encountered an increasing number of frost corpses, which no longer appeared in waves. Instead, they manifested wherever one stepped. Furthermore, these frost corpses were no longer mere ordinary ones but bore distinct identities. For instance, the corpulent frost corpse encountered at the entrance was known as the pork shop owner Frost Corpse. Moments ago, they had vanquished a frost corpse of a fishmonger. Now, they stood face to face with a chef Frost Corpse, the most formidable of the frost corpses Zheng Yu had encountered thus far. Clad in a chef's uniform stained crimson with blood, his face bore the grotesque marks of burns as if scalded by boiling oil, rendering his appearance terrifying and his strength formidable. Abyss creature, chef's cold corpse, level, LV9, health, 17. 000, attack power, 300, skill I, level 4 slow aura, skill 2, enhanced ice armor, skill 3, behold. A kitchen knife. Throws a kitchen knife. Skill 4, behold. A heap of kitchen knives. As a chef, possessing a multitude of kitchen knives is quite normal, isn't it? The formidable health pool of 17,000 is indeed intimidating. While the attack power is relatively low, the kitchen knives are seemingly endless, thrown incessantly. The level 4 slow aura surpasses even that of the basic level boss, the Cold Corpse, making it difficult for the Goblin General to remain unscathed, with numerous wounds already inflicted upon him, including a knife embedded in the leg of the giant wolf. Howling in pain, the giant wolf emits a sorrowful cry. Truly, this is the nightmare level abyss. At this moment, huddled in a corner to escape the wind, Zheng Yu and his companions are gathered around the twin fire spirits, warming themselves while savoring grilled sausages. It is my first time witnessing the giant wolf injured. And also my first experience of the goblin in such a desperate battle. Brother Yu, is it really unnecessary for the twin fire spirits to join the fray? Tao Qian inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. Zheng Yu glanced at Tao Qian, then at the grilled sausages held by the twin fire spirits, and replied with a smile, if the fire spirit engages in battle, who will grill the sausages? Tao Qian, a valid point, one cannot argue against it. Rest assured. This is merely the beginning. The Goblin General is conserving its skills. If it truly wishes to contend with this chef's cold corpse, it would be a trivial matter. Zheng Yu stated leisurely, taking a bite of the sausage. Each summoned creature possesses its own unique personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and skill-conserving, perhaps sensing a more dangerous presence lurking behind. While skills do not have a cooldown, they generally cannot be unleashed consecutively. Whether it be a professional, a summoner's familiar, a druid's beast, or a necromancer's skeleton, all share two mechanisms that cannot be quantified by data, stamina and energy. Thus, the frequency of skill use The intervals for casting spells, and the enduring stamina while running vary significantly. Especially for a skill like the Wolf Cavalry's Charge, it is a high consumption technique. Each usage tests both stamina and energy. Whoosh! 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 The Goblin General chooses to engage in a ranged exchange with the chef's cold corpse. The giant wolf adeptly maneuvers to evade the kitchen knives, although there are many, each throw is preceded by a preparatory motion. After merely a few trials, the Goblin General has discerned the pattern, easily dodging the knives while unleashing arrows. Whoosh! Skill 2, Mastery of Archery LV7. Accurately shoots an arrow, inflicting 3,066, 5. 7,538, Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. -3, 450. One shot, 3,005. Whoosh! Whoosh! -3, 519. -3, 443. Each arrow strikes for 3,005. Despite the level 9 chef's cold corpse boasting high health, 3 arrows reduce it to half health. 3 more arrows will shatter the ice armor. 3 arrows swiftly dispatched the chef's icy corpse. Defeated the pork shop owner, gaining 771 experience points. Congratulations! Acquired the armor, hat, Bloody Chef's Hat, bronze grade, level 5. Armor, hat, name, Bloody Chef's Hat, required level 5, grade, bronze, attributes, health 500, equipment effect, chef skill effect 10, probability of creating special foods 15. Warning! Do not wear this chef's hat in the cold street abyss, it is despised by many. Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. The warning appeared as a clue. The history of the cold street abyss remains shrouded in mystery, as no one has ever cleared the nightmare level abyss. This chef's hat evidently holds significant ties to the tale of Cold Street. It seems the goblin has discovered something, Wu Zong observed. Zhang Yu then noticed that after slaying the chef's icy corpse, a cake had been unearthed from the very restaurant where the chef had appeared. A blood-red cake. Typically, cakes are adorned with fruits or chocolate, yet this one was topped with entrails. Ugh, how disgusting! Tao Chen nearly retched at the sight of the cake brought forth by the Goblin General. The heavy stench of blood emanated from it, with crushed entrails frozen onto the cake's surface due to the frigid temperature. Human entrails? Unlike Tao Qian and Kuing, who expressed their revulsion when Ren Shangyu, a recent high school graduate, scrutinized the fragments of entrails atop the cake with remarkable seriousness. Zhang Yu remarked, "It appears to be that of a child. Perhaps around 7 or 8 years old. So what does this mean?" When Ren Qingyu inquired. Zhang Yu glanced at the cake's attributes and stated, "It is a quest item, inscribed with the message that the chef crafted this delectable cake to commemorate the centenary of Fortune Street." Delectable? Well, that is what it says. So this place, originally named Fortune Street, is actually a culinary street constructed by cannibals? When Ren Qingyu speculated. Zhang Yu shook his head. That seems unlikely. They consume pork and slay fish, it should resemble a typical agricultural market district in our understanding. That makes sense, when Ren Qingyu concurred with Zhang Yu's assessment. Hey, could you two analyze that cake from a distance? Anyone unaware might think you're tempted by it, Kuing quipped, observing Zhang Yu and Ren Qingyu, who were eagerly examining the entrail cake. Chapter 20, The Might of the Goblin General. The General's Command. With a roar, unlike the simpler dungeons, there was no prolonged waiting. As the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a massive Elite Ice Corps lunged forward. Elite Ice Corps, level, LV13, health, 39. 000, attack power, 600, skill I, level 4 slow aura, skill 2, enhanced ice armor, skill 3, ice shockwave, skill 4, ice axe throw. The skills remained unchanged. Its form was constant, and the attack patterns were predictable. The only alterations were in its health and attack power. My goodness, level 13. With a health pool of 39. 000, it was rather intimidating. Transitioning from a standard boss to an elite monster, it felt manageable. If a party of 5 level 10 high-talent warriors teamed up, the level 13 Ice Corps would be no match. The true challenge lay ahead. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the difficulty was still low, I urged my companions to hasten their efforts. A well-fed person possesses the strength to work and to enjoy the spectacle. I procured some lamb chops. Wu Zong retrieved a fresh piece from his inventory. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up as he promptly summoned the twin fire spirits and handed the lamb chops to them. Wu Zong tossed the lamb chop to one of the fire spirits, while the other expertly enveloped it in just the right temperature. Within moments, the lamb chop began to change color, sizzling delightfully. "Brother Yu, your fire spirit summon is incredibly convenient," Wu Zong remarked with envy. "It cooks swiftly without the worry of burning or undercooking." Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "The fire spirits are truly reliable for barbecuing." Tao Qian cast a concerned glance at the level 13 ice corpse below. Would the goblin truly confront so many ice corpses alone? At that moment, it was evident that Central Park was not merely host to a single elite ice corpse. Waves of ice corpses emerged from the forest behind the park. And they were indeed numerous. The weakest among them was above level 3, and there were even 2 level 10 ice corpses, glaring hungrily at the goblin general. Zheng Yu chuckled, "Who told you it was just the goblin?" As he spoke, a resounding blast echoed. Tao Qian and the others looked down to see the goblin general wielding a horn, from which the sound emanated. With the horn's call, a chorus of wolf howls followed. Clack, clack, clack. Emerging behind the goblin general was a combat squad comprised entirely of goblins. Leading the charge were 5 goblin shield bearers wielding enormous silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders flanked the general, followed by 5 goblin archers and 5 frenzied, bloodthirsty goblin assassins. Bringing up the rear was a goblin mage brandishing a staff. A flawlessly composed team of goblin warriors. The goblin general's new skill. Skill V, VIP steward level, command of the general. Goblin archers, prepare. At the behest of the goblin general, 5 goblin archers positioned behind the shield bearers knocked their arrows, taking aim. The bows were drawn to their fullest extent. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows were released. Minus 1,190. Minus 1,281. Minus 1,308. Minus 1,554. Minus 1,421. The damage values appeared upon the body of the recently slain cold corpse. Although these numbers paled in comparison to those of the goblin general, they were nonetheless formidable enough to rival the damage dealt by ordinary professionals. Whoosh. Minus 3,158. Whoosh. Minus 2,100. Whoosh. Minus 1971. 3 more arrows flew forth, released by the goblin general himself and 2 goblin wolf riders by his side. Continue. Aim. Shoot. Whoosh. 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 The arrows flew without pause, each one finding its mark, as the cold corpses fell one by one. Kill Cold Corpse, LV3, gain 32 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV4, gain 70 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV4, gain 69 experience points. Kill. Aside from a few high-level cold corpses, none managed to breach the Central Park's boundaries. Emerging from the forest, they scarcely took a few steps before at least 2 or 3 arrows pierced their bodies. Level 4 cold corpses had around 2,000 health points. Insufficient to withstand even 2 arrows from a standard goblin archer. Only those of level 8 or higher could endure a few more arrows before succumbing to the goblin general's finishing blow. Kill Cold Corpse, LV8, gain 602 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV7, gain 499 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV8, gain 617 experience points. Kill. I've leveled up again. Tao Qian exclaimed in delight as he prepared instant noodles. How many levels? Zheng Yu inquired. Level 5. Only just level 5? Zheng Yu expressed surprise. He was on the verge of reaching level 8, unaware that Tao Qian and the others had only just attained level 5. Tao Qian replied, "We haven't engaged in combat at all, so our experience is naturally lower, but it's progressing quite well, alright? Teaming up to tackle the abyss. Sharing experience among 5, we are only slightly behind you. You must remember, it has yet to be a day since I transitioned classes. In truth, our progress is swift. Of course, I cannot compare with you, the abyss is your domain, the monsters are yours to slay, and you are vying for rankings. Hence your level ascends far more swiftly than ours." Tao Qian was quite pleased with the current rate of leveling up. No, not merely pleased. It was beyond expectations. In less than a day, he had reached level 5. Furthermore, if they completed the entire nightmare level abyss, he would surely reach at least level 7. Placing him well ahead of 90 of novice professionals. Beside him, Wu Zong remarked, "I just glanced at Li Feng and his companions' levels. Li Feng is only at level 6. Yet they have successfully cleared 2 dungeons consecutively. In other words, once we conquer the nightmare level abyss, the 4 of us will be only slightly behind you and Li Feng in terms of levels. The most significant aspect is that our ascent is effortless. Indeed, it is remarkably easy. While savoring lamb chops, we traverse the abyss, and not just any abyss, but the nightmare level 1, an unimaginable feat for anyone." When Ren Kinjio gazed enviously at the goblin combat squad below, exclaiming, "I have finally begun to grasp the terror of a summoner. I recall the textbook stating that if a summoner possesses true talent, one individual can represent an entire army. I once scoffed at this notion. But now it appears to be undeniably true." Initially, they harbored concerns about whether a solitary goblin could withstand the onslaught of so many Frostcore in Central Park. Such worries proved to be unfounded. Not only could they withstand the attack, but they were also decimating the enemy. Indeed, should anyone dare to claim that summoners are weak, I would unhesitatingly present this video as evidence, rendering them speechless. Weakness? This is sheer invincibility. Wu Zong could not suppress his exclamation. Their astonishment was entirely justified. For even Zhang Yu had failed to accurately gauge the combat prowess of this goblin squad. They were both resilient and formidable. The goblin shield bearers could withstand nearly all flying axe assaults, even resisting the ice-based shockwave abilities of level 13 elite Frostcore. Goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even goblin assassins all possessed remarkable archery skills, long range, high damage, and rapid fire. Is this not the definition of invincibility? Moreover, despite being creatures with relatively low intelligence, goblins exhibited an exceptionally high level of tactical acumen, primarily obeying the commands of their goblin general without any disobedience, a standard war machine. The horde of Frostcore had not even entered Central Park before 2/3 of them were obliterated, leaving only the level 13 elite Frostcore and a few higher level ones struggling in vain. They were nearing their end. The natural sluggishness of the Frostcore was evident. And with each volley of arrows, the level 13 Frostcore was reduced to half health, while several level 10 Frostcore had already succumbed. Kill Frostcore, LV 10, and gain 954 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV 7 LV 8, 4,400, 4,062 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 800, 1100, 450 equipment attributes. Mana, 320, 330, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 8695, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 1920, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1516, remaining free attribute points, 6. At level 8 now, Zhang Yu's expression brightened. Chapter 21, The Head Spider. How ferocious! As they witnessed the cold corpses falling one after another, Tao Qian and his companions were enveloped in a deceptive sense of ease. The nightmare level abyss was not as daunting as it seemed. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The cold corpses, with their 40,000 health points, would take an entire day of relentless strikes to vanquish. Yet, a single ice shock could inflict 2,000 damage, and even the most resilient monks could not withstand 2 such shocks. However, the shield bearers had already endured multiple ice shocks. The ice armor, under the barrage of arrows, appeared utterly ineffectual. Nevertheless, every strategy guide emphasized that the cold corpses despised the ice armor, as it could absorb any damage, leading adventurers to a false sense of security. Just when they thought they were close to victory, the damage would be absorbed by the ice armor, resulting in a counterattack by the cold corpses. Furthermore, the level 4 slow aura rendered them nearly immobile once ensnared by the cold corpses. I charge in, I cannot proceed, Tao Qian eventually awoke from his delusion. I charge. I am instantly eliminated, added Kuing. The same sentiment was echoed by Wen Qingyu. It was evident that watching Zhang Yu slay cold corpses appeared deceptively simple. Engaging directly would undoubtedly result in instant demise. Not to mention the level 13 elite cold corpse. The relentless waves of lower-level cold corpses emerging from the forest were beyond the capacity of ordinary adventurers to withstand. Amidst the feasting and drinking, a significant number of cold corpses had already succumbed. Experience points surged. The most vexatious chill of the cold street abyss dissipated in the presence of the twin fire demons. Ultimately, the horde of cold corpses failed to breach the vicinity of the Goblin General. Even the level 13 elite cold corpse fell under a hail of arrows, collapsing a full 30 meters away from the Goblin cold corpse. Under the deployment of the skill General's command, they achieved a near-flawless victory. The sole casualty was the shield held by the shield-bearing goblin. The shield bore the brunt of the battle damage, adorned with ice shards and marks from ice axes, with cracks emanating from the ice shockwaves. The Goblin General did not even take a single step. Boom! With the final arrow from the Goblin General, the level 13 elite cold corpse was felled, its icy body crashing to the ground, producing the sound of shattering ice. Kill elite cold corpse, LV-13. Gain 1,547 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon Iceblade, Silver Grade, LV-10. Level 10 equipment. Zheng Yu was elated. He promptly opened his inventory to inspect this new acquisition. Weapon, Iceblade, required level 10, requirements, Assassin, Shadow Walker, Grey Knight or other dagger mastery professions. Agility above 35 to equip, grade, silver, attributes, strength 50, agility 30, movement speed 20, equipment effect, attacks possess ice attributes, ice damage 200. Critical hits will invariably trigger a freezing effect. An ice-based dagger? Zheng Yu turned to Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu. Would you two be interested in acquiring this dagger? A dagger. Both Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Zheng Yu remarked, however, the requirements for wearing it are rather high, I suspect you may not be able to utilize it just yet. As he spoke, he shared the item's attributes in the team chat. Indeed, the prerequisites were quite steep, demanding 40 points of agility, while I currently possessed only 22. Ku Ying, upon reviewing the attributes, expressed her inability to meet the criteria. Yet, Zheng Yu countered, although the requirements for this dagger are elevated, its efficacy is remarkable. I recall that assassins possess a backstab skill, allowing for a high probability of critical hits when executed from behind. Coupled with the weapon's frost crit effect, it guarantees the freezing of the target following a backstab, enabling a subsequent flurry of damage. Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu exchanged astonished glances at Zheng Yu, surprised by his evident knowledge of the assassin class. Zheng Yu shrugged, I am well versed in all professions, save for the summoner. I just looked it up. And this iceblade is reasonably priced at the temple auction house, 300,000. I will procure it for you at 200,000. Considering it a compensation for the cost of your invisibility potions. If you require it, seek me out after we conclude our endeavors in the abyss. But you two being assassins should negotiate amongst yourselves. The Iceblade's attributes were commendable, and its price was indeed not exorbitant. A dagger suitable for levels 10 to 15. Priced at 300,000, was quite reasonable, especially since most adventurers found themselves stuck in that level range. Its affordability was also attributed to the scarcity of assassins. Had it been a warrior's weapon, it would have commenced at a minimum of 800,000, reflecting a significant markup. Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu appeared to be privately deliberating whether to acquire the dagger, and Zheng Yu chose not to intrude upon their conversation. Instead, he addressed the Goblin General, instructing, please rest in place for a moment. Once we have finished our meal, we shall proceed into the forest. Central Park served as the sole resting area. Once they entered the forest, they would be compelled to traverse it until the end. This was the optimal time to recuperate, allowing both the Goblin General and the Goblin Combat Squad to regain their stamina while enjoying their lamb chops. 1 hour later, Zheng Yu and his companions were well fed. The summoned beasts required no sustenance, otherwise, Zheng Yu would have prepared some lamb chops for these valiant allies. After tidying up, they followed the Goblin General into the forest. Before entering, Zheng Yu produced a training dummy and handed it to a Goblin Wolf Rider, instructing it to bind the dummy behind the Great Wolf. The forest represented the final challenge within the difficult abyss. As long as they could defend the spring and deliver the female corpse to the frozen lake, they would successfully clear the level. In the nightmare difficulty, the forest was not the end, but rather the commencement of the true challenges. To err on the side of caution, Zheng deployed the training dummy capable of absorbing damage to shield him. Training Dummy 2 possesses 5,000 health points and can withstand all damage directed at the summoner. Possessing 2 identical dummies allows for synthesis into a 3-level training dummy. This effectively provided a 5,000 point shield, perfectly suited for Zheng Yu's current needs. Upon entering the forest, the temperature dropped once more. The twin fire spirits elevated the ambient warmth, ensuring that Zheng Yu and his companions would neither suffer frostbite nor experience excessive heat. The forest proved to be larger than they had anticipated. Following the arduous map they finally located the wellspring. As they approached, a chill ran down their spines. For beside the spring lay a colossal spider. A creature they had long recognized from their strategy guide, the nightmarish giant spider of the Cold Corpse. Yet, they had not anticipated such a grotesque visage. The spider's head bore the likeness of a human, and its body was a grotesque patchwork of stitched skin. Upon closer inspection, the black, hairy exterior was not that of a spider but rather human scalps, sewn meticulously together. The dark strands that adorned it were not mere spider hairs but actual human hair. A wave of nausea washed over Kuing, who nearly retched at the sight. It became evident why the corpses of the cold ones were missing their scalps. Their bloodied and frozen heads exposed, this was a grim semblance of revenge rather than mere monstrosity. Zheng Yu recalled the organ cake made by that human child and the corpse of the woman they needed to retrieve from the well. He began to grasp the transformation of this street. With a roar, the goblin general stepped into the vicinity of the spring, prompting the human-skin spider to emit a threatening growl towards it. It did not engage in an outright assault but rather sought to drive them away. Indeed, it appeared they were not eager for confrontation, rather, they were compelled to fight, fearing something even more menacing. Human Skin Spider, Level, LV 15, Rank, Elite, Health, 60,000, Attack Power, 1050, Skill I, Synthetic Silk, Skill 2, Ice Venom, Skill 3, Brutality, Skill 4, Vengeful Spirit, Skill V, Hatred, as Zheng Yu scrutinized the attributes of this human skin spider. He truly felt the weight of the challenge that lay within the nightmarish abyss. He turned to the twin fire spirits beside him and urged, "You too, join the fray." With that, flames surged forth. The twin fire spirits had been simmering with impatience, watching as their fellow summon creature, the Goblin General, engaged in battle while they were relegated to roasting meat and sausages. They had long been eager to unleash their pent-up fury. Chapter 22, The Twin Fire Spirits. The human skin spider moved with astonishing speed. Upon spotting the Goblin General, it swiftly altered its position, evading the arrows that were shot at first sight. With a splat, it expelled a glob of white, viscous liquid and artificial spider silk, effectively binding a shield-bearing goblin's shield to the ground, rendering it immobile. Almost immediately, the human skin spider unleashed 3 more strands of silk. However, before they could reach the shield goblin, they were instantaneously incinerated to ashes. Suddenly, the twin fire spirits charged onto the battlefield, their flames blazing fiercely. The ice-encased ground melted away under the intensity of their heat, causing the earth to dry and the temperature to rise. As the warmth intensified, the body of the human skin spider, woven from scalps, began to show signs of scorching. Being an ice-type creature, it was inherently vulnerable to fire, which also explained Zheng Yu's choice of fire-type for his second summoned beast. Damage numbers appeared in succession on the human skin spider's body: -1,441, -1,528, -1,359, -1,259. The fiery aura inflicted 1186 points of burning damage per second, 456, Fire Sprite's attack power, 2/6, coefficient, not just once per second, but twice. The twin fire spirits exhibited a dual aura, combining the burning damage of the fire aura, the fire elemental's restraining damage, and the doubled fire attribute damage from the twin fire spirits, resulting in nearly 3,000 damage dealt each second. The spider's health visibly dwindled, and it was not just the human skin spider that suffered. The ground and surrounding trees ignited as well. The flames engulfed everything in proximity, forcing even the Goblin General and his troops to retreat, directing the goblin archers to continue their assault. The spider, despite its body ablaze, appeared unaffected by pain. However, being a creature of heavy energy, it loathed fire. It shot forth strands of silk in an attempt to ensnare the twin fire spirits, but before the silk could reach them, it was consumed by flames. Seeing its webbing fail, the human skin spider charged through the fire towards the twin fire spirits, seemingly intent on protecting them. Zheng Yu commanded, "Protect the twin fire spirits." At that moment, the goblin wizard at the rear raised his staff, which emitted a green glow. The human skin spider suddenly halted, its head sewn onto its body, drooping as it succumbed to slumber. Sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized the incantation. This was a level 5 mage skill. A commendable control spell often learned by mages early on as an auxiliary skill. It was surprising that goblins possessed such magic. The duration of the spell was brief. Approximately 1.5 seconds, yet for the twin fire spirits and the goblin general, this was ample time. Flame cage. Wolf cavalry, charge. Faced with the formidable human skin spider boasting 55,000 health points, the twin fire spirits and the goblin general had already received Zheng Yu's directive to unleash their full offensive without restraint. The most powerful skills were about to be unleashed. Beneath the human skin spider, a fiery circle emerged. Crimson flames coalesced within the ring. A resounding boom echoed as the flames surged upward, enveloping the entire form of the human skin spider. Fire cage level 8. Inflicting 2645 damage per second, 456 fire sprite attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 5.8. Minus 3018. Minus 2985. In an instant, 2 damage figures appeared. The explosive damage of the twin fire sprites was not particularly high, yet their lingering damage was terrifying. With double damage occurring at each second interval, and compounded by the spider's negligible magical resistance, the damage dealt by the twin fire sprites was somewhat bewildering. Roaring. The human skin spider awoke from its slumber, retreating frantically to escape the fiery prison. However, at that moment, the goblin general had already entered the fray. As a summoned creature of Zheng Yu, the flames of the twin fire sprites could not harm the goblin general, making for an optimal combination. With a thunderous charge, the giant wolf propelled the goblin general into the fiery cage, delivering a devastating blow. Minus 14,891. A staggering damage figure of nearly 15,000 floated into view. Gasping in awe, Tao Qian and the others were taken aback. What on earth was this? A single strike dealing 15,000 damage. This was beyond their comprehension. Such a blow was terrifying. If this were directed at a professional, who could withstand such a hit? The onlookers, keeping their distance, murmured amongst themselves. Not necessarily, Wu Zong rationally analyzed. Abyss creatures are one thing, and professionals are another. Abyss creatures typically possess high health but low defense, while professionals have various equipment and skills, making them difficult to eliminate instantly. Impossible to be eliminated instantly? Tell me, under equal levels, who can endure 15,000 damage? Tao Qian countered. Wu Zong replied, indeed. No one can. He noted that this was merely one skill. The goblin general also had a combat squad backing him up to inflict additional damage, along with a fire sprite continuously dealing damage every second. Koning interjected, so according to your reasoning, if Zheng Yu participated in a professional fighting competition, he would surely emerge victorious? When Ren Qingyu responded, not necessarily, after all, the only requirement for participation is to be above level 25. After the second class transfer, there are no level restrictions. In truth, Wu Zong had a valid point. Zheng Yu's damage output was impressive, but it might not yield the same results against professionals. Firstly, there were attribute resistances to consider. Secondly, defensive capabilities played a crucial role. Most importantly, professionals were not akin to abyss creatures. They would not simply stand there to absorb damage. Given the constraints of level disparity, equipment advantages, and professional skills, I do not believe Zheng Yu could continue to dominate as he does now. Certainly, he would achieve commendable results, but he would not stand at the pinnacle. I believe the summoner's advantage lies in traversing the abyss, while in a fighting competition, they would face considerable disadvantages. After all, if the summoned creatures are disregarded and only Zheng Yu is targeted, everything could be resolved with that approach. In the depths of the abyss, the abyssal creatures only engage with summoned beasts that pose a threat to them. This is precisely why they can so effortlessly stand back and observe the spectacle. However, the nature of a combat competition is entirely different. Professionals are not mere abyssal creatures, they have no qualms about eliminating the summoner directly, thereby neutralizing any potential threat. Furthermore, aside from warriors, no profession is without its flaws. To excel in both the abyss and combat is simply implausible, as analyzed by Wen Rinxingyu. It is only in the absence of Zhenyu that she dares to express such bold opinions, for at this moment, Zhenyu is nearby the spring, observing something intently. Chapter 23, The Realm of Flames, No Entry for Cold Corpses. Zhenyu was engaged in the grim task of retrieving a corpse. The Goblin General and the twin fire demons were locked in combat. Zhenyu's responsibility was to extract the female corpse in order to complete the mission. This duty could not be entrusted to anyone else, as only the one who successfully recovered the female corpse could acquire the mission item necessary to access the unfrozen lake. Using a rope by the well, he fashioned a noose and cast it down. He discovered an unfrozen surface beneath the well, where the pale visage of a woman's head emerged. "Fear not, I shall guide you to your rightful place." Though he had mentally prepared himself, this was indeed his first experience in corpse retrieval, and he felt somewhat clumsy, with lingering superstitions weighing on his mind. The battle ahead was nearing its conclusion. With the Goblin General having rendered the skin-covered spider unconscious within the fiery circle, its life force steadily being consumed by the flames. Its health was dwindling to near zero. With no unburned skin remaining, its form grotesquely charred. Just as the Goblin General prepared to deliver the final blow, a piercing sound abruptly interrupted his strike. This sound was akin to the wails of thousands. Blood began to seep from the skin-covered spider, and grey phantoms emerged around it. A chilling aura enveloped Zhenyu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It seemed to disregard the fiery halo of the twin fire demons. He turned his gaze towards the skin-covered spider. The chill was not merely cold air but the malevolent essence of resentment. The wailing persisted. Blood streamed from the Goblin General's eyes and ears, while damage notifications appeared above his head, -1,259. -1,141. Two substantial damage figures materialized. Alarmed, Zhenyu hastily instructed the Goblin General to retreat. This damage was alarmingly high. It was important to note that the level 8 Goblin General had a health cap of merely 9,900, and merely hearing the wails had cost him over 2,000 health. Fortunately, the range of this malevolent energy was limited. Not only did Zhenyu remain unharmed, but even the twin fire demons, positioned several meters away from the skin-covered spider, were spared. Subsequently, the resentment flowed into the spider's body. Crack! 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 The skin-covered spider suddenly swelled in size, its health rapidly recovering by 2/3. This indicated the activation of a brutal mechanism. The brutal mechanism, a capability reserved for bosses, activated when health plummeted, ushering in a second phase. Remarkably, this ability, typically exclusive to bosses, had manifested in an elite creature. The skin-covered spider, infused with resentment, radiated an aura that warned against approaching. Indeed, it was perilous to draw near, for proximity would result in damage from the resentment, causing health to plummet. Zhenyu muttered in realization why the strategy guide advised fleeing with the female corpse rather than attempting to slay the skin-covered spider. The brutalized skin-covered spider could eliminate a person in an instant. Without delay, Zhenyu administered a health potion worth 1,000 to the Goblin General. Finally, they managed to pull the corpse of a woman from the well. A notification emerged: "You have obtained the frozen Mad Mother." This heralded the descent into the abyss of the Cold Street, entering its final phase. All that remained was to transport this lifeless body deep into the forest, where they would soon confront the true boss of the nightmarish difficulty level. Zhenyu speculated that it was likely a child, as the hints were exceedingly clear. "Brother Yu, shall we depart?" Tao Qian called out nervously from behind. After Zhenyu retrieved the corpse from the well, various chilling howls echoed from the forest's periphery. The cold corpses were on the move. "Let us go," Zhenyu declared. There was no time to linger. The cold corpses emerged from every corner of the forest. Remaining here would surely lead to their entrapment, outnumbered as they were, and even the Goblin General could not guarantee their safety. Zhenyu tossed the corpse to the Goblin General. "Carry it, and don't lose it." Understood, the goblin general replied, taking hold of the body. Zhang Yu continued. Prevent the skin spider from approaching the twin fire demons, let the shield bearers engage. The twin fire demons were their crucial source of damage. As long as they could withstand a few waves of attacks from the skin spider, they could buy enough time for the twin fire demons to incinerate the enemy with their substantial health pool. The nightmarish skin spiders were incredibly swift. While they could evade the cold corpses, escaping the relentless pursuit of the skin spiders was another matter entirely. The only viable solution was to eliminate them instantly. Upon receiving the command, one of the shield bearers from the goblin combat team stood his ground, ready to confront the skin spider. -658. -699. -644. As soon as he entered the skin spider's aura of resentment, a flurry of damage notifications appeared above the goblin's head. Zhang Yu sighed in relief upon observing the damage values. Thankfully, the shield-bearing goblin possessed commendable defense, while the corrosive resentment inflicted over 1,000 damage on the goblin general. It only caused a little over 600 to the shield-bearer. Unfazed by the specter of death, the shield-bearing goblin stood resolutely before the skin spider. With a fearsome roar, the skin spider exuded an aura of brutal ferocity, attacking indiscriminately anyone within its sight. It charged at the shield-bearer. A flurry of bites ensued. -5,489. The shield-bearing goblin was torn to shreds in an instant. What the hell? Exclaimed not only Tao Qian and the others but Zhang Yu as well. Had this been a professional, they would have been instantly killed. Fortunately, the shield-bearing goblins were summoned creatures that could be repeatedly called forth, so their loss was not deeply felt. However, the ferocity of the enraged skin spider was indeed alarming. No wonder no one had ever cleared the nightmarish abyss. A creature capable of such instant kills was not even a boss but merely an elite monster who could possibly prevail against such odds. As Tao Qian shouted in despair at the sight of a second shield-bearer being shredded, Zhang Yu urged, "Stop shouting and run." He took the lead in fleeing. There was no choice, the cold corpses were too numerous, swarming them like a horde of zombies in a post-apocalyptic scenario. The goblin combat squad faces the most formidable foe: the skin-wearing spider. Even with time on their side, they cannot halt the relentless advance of such a vast horde of icy corpses. Fire elementals, make haste and flee, urged Zhang Yu. As the twin fire elementals and the goblin general retreated, they hurled fireballs and loosed arrows at the skin-wearing spider. With a fierce fury, the twin fire elementals were incensed, believing it was finally their moment to shine, only to encounter an unexpected adversary. Flames roared forth as two fireballs soared toward the skin-wearing spider, exploding upon impact with a resounding boom. -3,548. -3,666. Keep going. For now, only the twin fire elementals could inflict significant damage. The third shield goblin, however, was ruthlessly torn apart by the skin-wearing spider. Yet, the casting of spells also demanded energy, and the damage from their fiery aura began to wane after prolonged use. At that moment, a goblin sorcerer inserted his finger into his chest, extracting a bone and placing it atop his staff, which bore a groove. An obscure incantation resonated through the air, a purple light enveloping the twin fire elementals. In the next instant, they regained their full vigor, their flames reigniting with renewed ferocity. The fire ignited into a fearsome violet hue, turning all nearby icy corpses to ash. Flame domain, no entry for the icy corpses. Chapter 24, The Trio of Human Skin Skeletons. The twin fire demons have accepted a life sacrifice from the goblin wizard, enhancing their overall power, size, damage, and health. The duration of this boon is 1 minute. The goblin wizard has intervened twice, first with a sleep spell that halted the advance of the human skin spiders, and now by sacrificing life to bolster the twin fire demons. Before our eyes, the twin fire demons expand in size, their flames transforming from a vibrant red to a deep purple. Any frost corpse that dares to enter the radius of their fiery aura will be reduced to ashes within mere seconds. The lower-tier frost corpses, at level 5, are obliterated instantly upon entering the flame's embrace, while the slightly stronger level 10 corpses can withstand only 5 seconds at most. Experience floods in as the frost corpses fall, slaying elite frost corpse, LV10, grants 921 experience points. Slaying Elite Frost Corpse, LV6, yields 321 experience points. Slaying Elite Frost Corpse, LV5, awards 129 experience points. Slaying Elite Frost Corpse, LV7, brings in 503 experience points. A cascade of experience surges forth, causing the experience bar to swell rapidly. In the brief span of 1 minute, nearly 3,000 experience points are amassed. Only a hair's breadth remains until reaching level 9. With the continuous demise of the frost corpses, the allure of staying here to harvest experience becomes tempting for Zhengyu. Yet, he understands that the twin fire demons can only achieve such prowess under the goblin wizard's sacrificial enhancement. Once the wizard's boon fades, the twin fire demons will swiftly drain of their vigor. With relentless frost corpses emerging from the depths of the forest, even the momentary boost from the wizard will not suffice to fend them off. We must eliminate the human skin spider and then retreat. Zhengyu instructs the twin fire demons. The human skin spider is the true target. The human skin spider closest to the twin fire demons is subjected to a barrage of fire spells. Though the twin fire demons were on the brink of exhaustion, unable to unleash their skills, the goblin wizard's life sacrifice rejuvenates them entirely. They unleash a torrent of spells upon the human skin spider, double fireballs, double fire prisons, and double fire damage. Boom! The human skin spider is engulfed in purple flames, emitting a thick, acrid smoke, the pungent scent of charred rubber wafting through the air. Slaying Elite Human Skin Spider, LV15, grants 2,691 experience points. Congratulations! You have acquired Armor, Upper Body, Human Skin Spider Armor, Golden Tier, LV10. Congratulations! You have acquired Armor, Headgear, Human Skin Spider Hat, Golden Tier, LV10. Congratulations! You have acquired Armor, Lower Body, Human Skin Spider Pants, Golden Tier, LV10. Level, LV8 LV. 9, 6800, need an additional 5,298 experience points to level up. Health, 1,114 10, 450 from equipment attributes. Mana, 330 340, 150 from equipment attributes. Intelligence, 95 105, 35 from equipment attributes. Strength, 2022, 2 from equipment attributes. Agility, 1617 remaining free attribute points. 10 excellent. Zhengyu gazed at the 3 pieces of golden tier equipment, filled with joy. At level 10, golden tier gear is considered the pinnacle of equipment. A piece of level 10 golden tier equipment, regardless of the profession, typically commands a price around 1 million. While the inflated prices are one factor, merchant speculation also plays a part. However, the more significant reason is that level 10 golden tier equipment can be utilized all the way up to level 20. Only by safely navigating the treacherous levels 10 to 20 can one truly thrive as a professional. Most affluent professionals are willing to invest this sum. Zhengyu examined the 3 pieces of golden tier gear. Armor, Upper Body Human Skin Spider Armor, required level, LV10, required profession, any, tier, golden, attributes, health 4000. Physical defense 15, magic defense 15, equipment effect, when attacked, the human skin spider armor absorbs 10 of the damage. Set effect, human skin spider set, upper body head leggings, a staggering 4000 health. Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback. The health boost from this single piece of equipment surpasses his current total by more than double. Alas, the health granted by equipment cannot be converted into talent, otherwise, he could elevate the twin fire demon to the 4th tier. Zhengyu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong, inquiring, "What is your current health?" Tao Qian replied, 4290. Wu Zong elaborated, "I just reached level 6, and my health is now 5490. Why do you have over 1,000 more than me?" Tao Qian expressed his surprise. Wu Zong explained, "My highest potential lies in constitution. With high potential in constitution, health growth is significantly enhanced. The monk class boasts health just second to that of the paladin." Zhengyu estimated that once they reached level 10, they would likely have around 8 or 9,000 health, making the addition of 4,000 health from a piece of golden tier equipment seem less outrageous. Equipment is the most vital source of combat power for professionals. Additionally, with a boost of 15 to both physical and magical resistance, and the ability to absorb an extra 10 of damage, the attributes of this gear are quite impressive. A set effect. Zhengyu noted the final entry on the equipment. It was indeed a set. And remarkably, it dropped all 3 pieces at once. This human skin spider has some remarkable qualities. Armor: hat, human skin spider hat, wearing level, LV 10, wearing requirement, any profession, tier, gold, attributes, health 1500, energy 10. Energy recovery speed 10, equipment effect: when the wearer or their summon is low on energy, it will replenish energy once with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set effect: human skin spider set, top hat pants, a hat that enhances energy. Its shape is entirely crafted from black, velvety spider skin. Zheng Yu had previously worried that the human skin spider set was truly made from grotesque human hides. Fortunately, it does not appear as repulsive as he feared. Zheng Yu does not harbor disdain for spiders, his aversion lies solely with those crafted from human skin. Armor: pants, human skin spider pants, wearing level, LV 10, wearing requirement, any profession, tier, gold, attributes, health 2000, movement speed 15, agility 5, equipment effect, reduces negative effects such as slow, bind, and sludge by 20. Increases jump height by 30, and grants immunity to all slowing binding effects from webs. Set effect: human skin spider set, top hat pants, the shoe effect is rather ordinary, as it cannot be applied to summons. This poses a challenge for summoners. Equipment effects, aside from intelligence, seldom benefit their creatures. After all, summons are essentially considered skills. Enhancements to health and speed offer little advantage to skills. The neglect of summoners over the years is not without reason, many have sought to vindicate the profession. Ultimately, it is the inherent shortcomings of summoning that hinder its efficacy. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10, which Zheng Yu cannot currently equip. Nonetheless, he perceives the combined set effects. Set effect: human skin spider set, top hat pants, simultaneously wearing the human skin spider armor, human skin spider hat. And human skin spider pants will activate the set attributes, intelligence 50, strength 50. Agility 5, and activate the set effect of hatred. Hatred will mark the last enemy that attacked you, and your next attack will inflict a hatred strike on that target, dealing damage equivalent to critical strike damage, without benefiting from critical bonuses. Hatred? Zheng Yu recalls this to be a skill of the human skin spider. No wonder the human skin spider can obliterate the shield goblin with a single blow of 6000 health, it must be due to this hatred effect. It can deliver critical damage, but does not constitute a true critical hit, it merely possesses a numerical value. Yet, that is sufficient. This set effect can significantly augment the Goblin General's burst potential. Simultaneously, the flames surrounding the twin fire spirits shift from purple to red. The life sacrifice effect of the Goblin Sorcerer dissipates. We must retreat. Zheng Yu promptly reclaims the energy-weakened twin fire spirits back into the summoner's space. The Goblin Shield Bearers hold the rear. The Goblin General and the Wolf Cavalry forged ahead, clearing the path. Zheng Yu and his companions hurried towards the Everfrost Lake. Chapter 25, His son is Li Feng. The shield warriors have perished, and the 2 wolf riders, surrounded just moments ago, have not emerged. The Goblin Sorcerer has sacrificed his life, leaving only 5 archers and 5 death warriors remaining. As they escaped the clutches of the Frost Corps and approached the unfrozen lake, the Frost Corps ceased their pursuit, seemingly fearful of this body of water. This reprieve granted Zheng Yu and his companions a moment to rest. Zheng Yu assessed the aftermath of the battle. The Goblin General had lost half of his health, and the giant wolf bore an injury to its right leg. The Goblin Combat Squad had suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, the 5 death warriors remained. These were Zheng Yu's trump cards for the boss within the unfrozen lake. The twin fire spirits were exhausted and recuperating within the summoner's space. Zheng Yu surveyed his surroundings and noted that the Frost Corps had vanished without a trace. The surface of the unfrozen lake eerily devoid of any signs of life. Let us rest for a while, and once the twin fire spirits have regained their strength, we shall proceed to the unfrozen lake. No one voiced objections to Zheng Yu's plan. As he spoke, Tao Qian and the others began preparing chairs and food. In truth, they were not the only ones, other teams were engaged in similar activities. A journey into the abyss could last several hours, with some reports suggesting durations exceeding a month. Taking breaks to restore stamina, energy, and mend wounds was absolutely essential, unless one found themselves in a relentless pursuit by the abyss. Zheng Yu retrieved an assortment of potions from his inventory, tossing fine pork to the giant wolf, which devoured it in a few swift gulps, visibly healing its leg injury. He selected various restorative potions, replenishing the Goblin General's health by nearly 4,000 points, restoring him to full vitality. The twin fire spirits remained in the summoner's space, as it was indeed the optimal environment for summoned beasts to recover swiftly. "I'm utterly exhausted," Tao Qian lamented while reclining in the hastily erected tent. Zhang Yu chuckled. "What are you complaining about? You haven't even fought." Tao Qian replied with a sheepish grin. "It's just that lying around for so long makes it hard to suddenly spring into action." Zhang Yu laughed at Tao Qian's antics. Meanwhile, Wu Zong, preparing food, remarked, "I can truly sense the difficulty of a nightmare-level abyss now. The sheer number of frostcore we just faced would be insurmountable for ordinary professionals." Kuing, slicing fruit, added, "I believe the greatest challenge isn't the frostcore. Any professional brave enough to enter a nightmare-level abyss is likely exceptional and should find a way to escape. The real threat lies in that human-skin spider, swift, lethal, and in a frenzied state, it can eliminate a person in an instant. Who can withstand that? No wonder. Despite the emergence of S-level professionals over the years in Jiangshui City, none have managed to conquer it. It truly is formidable." At this juncture, Zhang Yu inquired, "By the way, have previous S-level professionals ever attempted to enter the nightmare-level abyss? The rewards from such a realm are exceedingly generous. It can be said that successfully navigating a nightmare-level abyss at each stage lays a solid foundation for gearing up for the next, as it guarantees the top-tier equipment for that phase. The pinnacle of equipment at stage 10 is a platinum warrior weapon, which emerges from the abyss of nightmares in other cities. It is said that this platinum weapon can fetch an astonishing auction price of up to 20 million after a warrior reaches level 25. The exorbitant price of 10 million for a level 10 weapon is already outrageous. More astonishingly, this weapon has changed hands several times and is now being speculated at a staggering 40 million, earning the title of the strongest level 10 warrior weapon. In other words, with this weapon in hand, even the most inept warrior can effortlessly advance to the third stage of their profession. This is precisely why Zhang Yu is determined to conquer the nightmare-level dungeon. Although the nation provides resources and subsidies, claiming they are unlimited, the reality is that they are not truly boundless. They merely ensure that one does not lack resources, yet not every resource is attainable. The strongest level 10 warrior weapon, for instance, must be earned through one's own merit. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the nightmare-level abyss is exceedingly high. Non-SS rank gifted professionals find it exceedingly challenging to succeed. And even SS rank professionals must be paired with the most suitable teammates to have a chance. Thus, it is understandable why there are doubts surrounding Zhang Yu. Those who accompany Zhang Yu into the nightmare-level abyss, such as Tao Qian, display considerable audacity and determination. Tao Qian speculates that no SS rank professionals have attempted this before. During our previous ventures into the Nightmare Abyss, announcements were made, yet he has found no record of SS rank professionals entering the Nightmare-level abyss in past years. When Ren Chengyu, intrigued, turned to Zhang Yu and remarked, "You should ask our ostentatious captain about that. Announcements do come at a cost." Tao Qian gazed at Zhang Yu, seeking an explanation. Zhang Yu shrugged and replied, "If I don't make an announcement, who would know I entered the Nightmare Abyss? They might think I'm afraid to team up with Li Feng, so of course, I had to make an announcement." Tao Qian's lips twitched. "I thought announcements were passive. It turns out they are an active skill? How much did it cost?" Kuing inquired curiously. Directly pushed to their faces. "A total of 50,000, Zhang Yu responded. Kuing was taken aback. 50,000 just for an announcement? That seems rather extravagant. Yet Zhang Yu felt it was worth every penny. Why should I be low-key? I am exceptionally strong. If I don't flaunt my talents a bit, wouldn't that be a waste?" Zhang Yu said half-jokingly. However, Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu sensed an insincerity in his words. Wenren Qingyu pondered for a moment before asking, "You previously mentioned you didn't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking." After all, the subsidies for SS rank gifted individuals at the very least include a life-saving resurrection item. "So, the resource department of Jiangshui City did not allocate resources to you?" Zhang Yu glanced at Wenren Qingyu, noting her knowledge. Wenren Qingyu shrugged. "Before my family's decline, the Wen family was considered a prominent lineage. I am still aware of these matters." Zhang Yu chose not to comment further, refraining from inquiring about the Wen family's background or reasons for their downfall. Everyone harbors secrets. Much like how few dare to inquire about the formidable summoned beast of Zhang Yu or the transformation of the goblin wolf cavalry into goblin generals. To press further would verge on impoliteness. When Ren Qingjiu's speculation was indeed accurate, his subsidies have yet to materialize. Zhang Yu's expenditure of 50,000 on such an announcement stems from a place of indignation. Logically, as an S-grade talent practitioner, his allocation of resources should have been delivered promptly. It ought to have been provided prior to his descent into the abyss. While others may experience delays, an S-grade talent should receive immediate attention. This is a matter of respect towards those endowed with S-grade talents. The question remains, why was he overlooked? Zhang Yu is acutely aware no one has reached out to him. It was only after he shattered the abyss record that the mayor of Jianshui City recalled his existence. What does this signify? It is nothing short of preferential treatment. Li Feng, an A-grade talent practitioner, managed to swiftly conquer and refresh the ordinary abyss record due to the timely provision of resources. A-grade talents received their allocations. He did not. Zhang Yu's silence does not imply ignorance or a lack of frustration. He is capable of affording the announcement's cost. Intending to send a warning to those withholding his resources, he harbors a grudge. I am one who remembers grievances and despises enduring humiliation, if something can be communicated to all. There is no need for concealment. Do you realize? After we set a new record for the simple level abyss, the mayor contacted me directly. When Ren Qingjiu inquired. He called you directly? Zhang Yu chuckled and shook his head. No, he had the homeroom teacher notify me to reach out to him. When Ren Qingjiu responded with surprise. Zhang Yu, adopting an understanding demeanor, remarked, I fully comprehend, the resources in Jianshui City are limited. Having allocated to Li Feng, what resources remain for a summoner? Thus, I am now exceedingly curious, how will the mayor respond should I conquer the nightmare level abyss? When Ren Qingjiu pondered for a moment before stating, I recall the Minister of Resources in Jianshui City has the surname Li Zhengyu beamed, I am aware. His son is Li Feng. Chapter 26, Experts. Are they always right? Mayor, surely your vision is broader than this, Tao Qian inquired with a hint of confusion. To ascend to the position of mayor, one must possess a professional level of at least 45. A regional official's responsibilities extend beyond mere political management, they also encompass protection and the enforcement of power. The level of a professional signifies everything. However, it is not that simple. It is essential to understand that the state allocates resources to professionals with S-level talents not just once, but continuously. The subsequent resources are immense. Moreover, mayors are evaluated based on their performance and are eager to advance. After reaching level 40, each subsequent level becomes increasingly challenging. In recent years, Jianshui City has not fared well, and while you possess S-level talent, your summoner profession may have been undermined by certain individuals, significantly increasing the likelihood that resources have already been allocated to Li Feng. When Ren Qingjiu rationally analyzed. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, the mayor cannot simply seize my resources. But without his endorsement, this matter cannot proceed. It is a straightforward comparison, one has S-level talent but is in a less favorable position, while the other has A-level talent in a popular profession, and his father is the Minister of Resources. Zhang Yu shrugged. With this connection, the answer is evident. Tao Qian questioned, perplexed, isn't the resource department under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why would the mayor need to curry favor with the Minister of Resources? When Ren Qingjiu shook his head, firstly, you have misunderstood the relationship. The resource department operates independently of the mayor. They do not exist in a hierarchical structure, in fact. The resource department holds greater significance, as you can imagine, given their control over resources. Furthermore, your use of the term curry favor is misplaced. Firstly, the mayor requires achievements. From Zhang Yu's perspective, while Li Feng's qualifications may be inferior to his, Li Feng is a bona fide warrior, exemplifying stability. Secondly, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is mutually beneficial. Years ago, before my family fell from grace, I had heard of Li Nan. One could interpret his presence in Jianshui City as a means of honing his skills, with intentions to return shortly thereafter. Ah, I see now. With Ren Qingjiu's clarification, Tao Qian comprehended fully. It is not that the mayor's vision is limited, but rather that their perspective is narrow. They are astute. accurately weighing the pros and cons of offending an obscure summoner lacking background or future prospects. It is wiser to allocate resources to the Minister of Resources, thereby fostering connections and securing a stable A-level warrior, even if his talent is not exceptional. Whether resources reach Zheng Yu or not, the rationale remains sound. The resources have not found their way to Zheng Yu, and without the Summoner Guild to advocate for him, he is at the mercy of others' narratives. The principal's message indicated that the mayor would personally bestow the rewards. Yet, Zheng Yu understood that the mayor had merely recognized that he, the summoner, was not as mediocre as presumed. However, the resources had already been distributed. To placate him, a formal process must be adhered to, drawing a grand vision, followed by a token compensation. It is this sense of rationality that incited Zheng Yu's ire. What right do others have to claim what rightfully belongs to him? Thus, even though Zheng Yu had the time, he resolutely declined the mayor's invitation for a meeting. He held a grudge. It was inevitable. Zheng Yu was never one to be magnanimous. Whether or not he needed resources was of little consequence, but that which belonged to him could not be appropriated by others. Even if he did not desire it, it did not grant them the justification to seize it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call, somewhat astonished. He refuses to meet with me? On the other end, the homeroom teacher spoke cautiously. Zheng Yu mentioned he needs to delve into the abyss. Time is of the essence. Once he emerges from the abyss, I will ensure he seeks you out. The homeroom teacher endeavored to phrase his words as diplomatically as possible. Mayor Zhou chuckled lightly. This lad still holds a grudge over the resources that were not allocated to him? Very well, once he returns from the abyss, I shall provide him with some compensation. However, a prolonged silence lingered on the other end of the line before the teacher's voice, tinged with a peculiar tone, inquired. Mayor, may I ask, did you truly not allocate any resources to Zheng Yu? The tone was no longer as respectful as before, it resembled an interrogation. Mayor Zhou furrowed his brow. He detected the firmness in the teacher's voice and felt a surge of irritation. Who are you to question me? Yet, he refrained from expressing his anger, recognizing that the other party's mood might not be particularly favorable. He patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you are aware that resource allocations require a rating assessment. Following the evaluation by experts at all levels in Jianshui City, they unanimously concluded that Li Feng exhibits greater potential. Although Zheng Yu possesses an S-grade talent, the profession of summoner has historically placed Jianshui City at the bottom of the rankings. We cannot afford to squander resources on Zheng Yu. Resources are indeed scarce. You must understand the government's position and our decision. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the homeroom teacher replied in a subdued tone, Are the experts always correct? Mayor Zhou's tone began to reflect impatience. Comrade Zhang Chang, I will reiterate. This decision was made post-evaluation and has been approved and allocated by the Provincial Resources Department. If you have any objections, you may inquire with the provincial authorities. Zhou Yun felt exasperated. Although he was the mayor, many matters were beyond his control, especially regarding political achievements. Did he not wish to provide resources to Zheng Yu, who possessed an S-grade talent? It was not a matter of desire but of inability. The state had issued a total of 4 S-grade resource allocations, 1 for level 1, 1 for level 10, 1 for level 25, and 1 for level 40. Each reward was exceedingly generous. However, there were doubts regarding Zheng Yu's ability to advance to level 10. Who would receive the second allocation? Would they report to the higher-ups that another key cultivator from Jianshui City had faltered? What future could a summoner possibly have? To squander such resources would be folly. Conveniently, the son of the minister of the Jianshui City Resources Department was an A-grade warrior, presenting a mutually beneficial solution. As for Zheng Yu, he was merely a summoner, destined to fade into obscurity before long. His decision to allocate resources to Li Feng would ultimately be lauded as the correct choice by the public. He was well aware that Zheng Yu and his teacher would harbor grievances. Thus, for a mayor to personally call Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher and patiently elucidate the circumstances surrounding these matters was already a significant concession. What more could they desire? Did they truly believe he owed them anything? He was not being deceitful. After Zheng Yu's S-level talent as a summoner was reported, several departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, and the Resource Department, approached him. Numerous meetings were convened, and extensive plans were crafted. Ultimately, it was decided to report to the provincial department and make an exception by withholding resources from the S-level Zheng Yu, instead granting them to the A-level Li Feng. When he heard silence on the other end of the line, Zhou Yun solemnly remarked, "The provincial department has consented, what do you expect me to do? I can only assure you that Zheng Yu will receive some compensation, but the resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. You must understand my position and that of the province. The number of professionals is increasing, and those with high talents are becoming more common. Zheng Yu's S-level talent is no longer considered rare." With that, he ended the call. Zhou Yun summoned his secretary and instructed, "Prepare a portion of resources from our end, without touching the resource department's allocations, to provide for Zheng Yu." He acknowledged his own shortcomings in this matter and intended to make amends. However, the secretary interjected, "Mayor, I believe it may not be necessary to prepare anything." Zhou Yun inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The secretary continued, "Teacher Zhang Chang likely did not inform you that Zheng Yu has entered a nightmarish abyss." Zhou Yun paused in surprise. Did he wish for death? The secretary remained silent and added, "Before entering the nightmarish dungeon, he spent money to broadcast an announcement, making it known to all professionals in the Cold Street Secret Realm Hall that Zheng Yu was entering the nightmarish abyss." Zhou Yun's expression grew peculiar. This young man certainly had a strong temper. Was he planning to express his dissatisfaction through self-destruction? He did not believe Zheng Yu possessed the ability to conquer the nightmarish abyss. The Cold Street Abyss had existed in Jiangshui City for over a decade, and no one had ever emerged victorious from the nightmarish level. Moreover, Zheng Yu was a summoner. At that moment, Zhou Yun realized why teacher Zhang Cheng's demeanor had been so strange earlier. He had shifted from respectful to questioning. It was evident that he was aware of Zheng Yu's entry into the nightmarish abyss and likely believed he would not survive. Zheng Yu had neither borrowed money, nor did he come from a well-off family, and he lacked resources, which meant he entered the nightmarish abyss utterly unprepared. Was this not akin to courting death? Yet, Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled, not perceiving this as a misfortune. "Prepare an obituary, do you know how to write one?" His secretary's years of experience had not been in vain, and he understood the subtleties involved. "I will craft it with heartfelt sincerity, lamenting the loss of an S-level talent for Jiangshui City. Additionally, amplify and embellish the matter of Zheng Yu's expenditure on announcements, portraying him as arrogant and conceited due to his S-level talent, ultimately leading to his downfall through his hubris. Furthermore, articulate the drawbacks of the summoner, such as the inability to disengage from combat and the non-functionality of the resurrection cross. A subtle mention of Li Feng's achievements should also be included." Zhou Yun shook his head and said, "Do not write about Li Feng, exclude him." Understood. The secretary noted the avoidance of bias in the records. "Also, prepare the resources you were instructed to gather earlier, and deliver them directly to Zheng Yu's teacher. I recall that Zhang Chang has a child in the first year of high school, correct? This resource should be handled at his discretion." Understood. Chapter 27, Digging Graves. The Abyss of Cold Streets. Zheng Yu reclined in a chair, his eyes closed in a state of tranquility. Due to the lack of internet connectivity within the abyss, he was unable to browse forums and could only sip on coffee to rejuvenate his body. After approximately 2 hours of rest, his Gemini fire elementals regained their vigor. The summoner could observe the status data of his summoned beasts. The Goblin General's mental and physical state, after a brief respite, reached 98, with his health fully restored. Though the Goblin General did not retreat to the summoner's space for rest, this battle-hardened veteran maintained a remarkable level of endurance. His mental and physical condition remained consistently admirable. This seasoned warrior, accustomed to the chaos of war and the dance of life and death, remained ever vigilant and serious. The Goblin General would never allow himself to fall into a state of complacency, thus preventing him from achieving a full 100 status value. In contrast, the Gemini fire elementals swiftly restored to a complete 100 state within Zheng Yu's summoner space. Their attributes were youthful, lively, and spirited, embodying a combative essence. Their youth served as an asset, yet their aggressive nature often led to rapid depletion of energy, resulting in moments when they could not unleash their skills due to exhaustion. Lacking stamina, yet with all skills being continuous, Zheng Yu pondered how to enhance the combat endurance of the Gemini fire elementals. Upon reaching level 10, a summoner would acquire exclusive cultivation skills, enabling the training of summoned beasts by modifying their traits, cultivating attributes, and refining skills until their combat readiness was optimal. However, the complexity and the costs often outweighed the benefits of practical combat capabilities, leading many summoners to abandon their vocation after struggling through the novice stage to reach level 10. For Zheng Yu, however, the ultimate determination of combat power rested upon innate talent, leaving him unconcerned. At that moment, Tao Qian and the others swiftly packed up their camping gear, tents, bonfires, food, and hot water with remarkable efficiency. Zheng Yu felt a surge of emotion. Where could he find such excellent teammates? How wonderful it would be if they shared his level, then, after reaching level 10, he would not need to seek out new companions for dungeon runs. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong were not particularly strong, Tao Qian, being Zheng Yu's close friend, understood his thoughts well, often anticipating his needs before he even spoke. For instance, when Zheng Yu expressed his desire to compete for rankings, Tao Qian immediately began recruiting teammates without hesitation. Wu Zong's barbecue skills had improved tremendously, especially with his perfectly cooked kidneys, complemented by his adept seasoning. When Ren Qingjiu brewed tea with finesse, while Ke-ing exhibited the efficiency of a diligent worker, swiftly tidying up. Moreover, these two young women were exceptionally attractive, capable, pleasing to the eye, and obedient. What more could one desire? Zheng Yu sensed that it would be challenging to encounter such compliant and amiable teammates in the future. Brother Yu, it's all right. We are all at level 6 now. After conquering the nightmarish abyss, we shall surely ascend to level 7. And reaching level 10 will merely require a couple of straightforward dungeons. Tao Qian has already calculated it. The second level of the abyss spans from levels 10 to 20. And even if you clear another nightmarish dungeon, you cannot exceed level 20. There are still opportunities ahead. Moreover, it is said that after reaching level 20, each subsequent level demands hundreds of thousands of experience points. We have ample chances to cling to your success. Zheng Yu is reluctant to part with this group of capable allies, while Tao Qian and the others are even more averse to losing Zheng Yu as their pillar of support. With Zheng Yu's method of grinding in the abyss, his level will rise swiftly, and in the pursuit of rankings, rest will be a luxury. They cannot indefinitely rely on Zheng Yu as abyss runs, but they can seize every fleeting opportunity. At the very least, during this second level of the abyss, they can still benefit. Once everything was organized, Zheng Yu summoned the rejuvenated twin fire demons, with the goblin general standing at the forefront. Zheng Yu glanced at the time. It had already been 6 hours since they entered the nightmarish abyss. They were now at the final stage of the abyss. The challenging abyss culminated at the human skin spider. If the spider could not be vanquished, it was necessary to transport the female corpse to the center of the lake. From this point onward, it was an area that no seasoned adventurer from Jiangshui City had ever reached. Zheng Yu tossed a training dummy to Tao Qian. You all wait here. If anything seems amiss, you can retreat from the abyss in time. Let us go. With that, Zheng Yu instructed a goblin assassin to carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general mounted the giant wolf and ventured into the unfrozen lake. The unfrozen lake was shallow, reaching only halfway up the giant wolf's legs. The ambient temperature hovered at a frigid 40 degrees below zero, yet the unfrozen lake remained undisturbed, crystal clear to the bottom. At the center of the lake stood a small mound, a grave, the identity of which remained unknown. The grave was modest, ensnared in the heart of the lake, half submerged in water, yet its apex remained dry. Approaching the grave with the female corpse, they faced no obstructions. There were no cold corpses, no human skin monsters, only an excruciating chill and the palpable presence of resentment. Crack! A sharp sound of ice forming resonated from behind. The temperature plummeted. As Zheng Yu collapsed upon the grave mound, the unfrozen lake instantaneously froze over. A torrent of overwhelming resentment surged forth from the grave. Zheng Yu retreated swiftly, standing on the now frozen surface of the lake, while the goblin general, twin fire demons, and the goblin combat squad readied themselves for confrontation. It was evident that he had activated the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss, the last creature of the nightmarish abyss. Are you here to persuade me to spare them? A cacophony of voices echoed around him. It did not sound like a single voice, but rather the simultaneous cries of hundreds of vengeful souls. Zheng Yu quickly stepped back and replied, "I merely seek to return what belongs here." With that, he instructed the goblin general to set down the female corpse. Yet, the surrounding temperature continued to plummet. Resentment, the chill of death, and the fury of emotion swirled ominously over the unfrozen lake. With a sigh, the Gemini fire demon elevated the temperature of the fiery aura, resisting the cold. Should things return to their rightful place? She ought to remain eternally ensconced in that deep well, deprived of sunlight, just as she has done to me. Do you wish to plead on her behalf? The voice was piercingly shrill, filled with animosity. Crack, crack, crack. Several frostbitten corpses emerged around the frozen lake. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. These undead were of the 15th level. Death warriors, block their advance. Goblin General, proceed to unearth the graves. A singular level 15 human skin spider was already a formidable foe. A horde of level 15 frostbitten corpses was simply insurmountable to dispatch swiftly. The boss in the graveyard must be eliminated to conquer the nightmare level abyss completely. Chapter 28, Source of the Curse. The Goblin General charged forth with remarkable speed, closing in on the grave. A chilling corpse stood defiantly in front of him. With a resounding crash, the cold cadaver blocked the onslaught of the wolf cavalry. The level 15 cold corpse was sent flying by the impact, suffering a staggering -18,451 damage. The level 9 Goblin General, with an attack power of 656 and a 27-fold multiplier from the wolf cavalry, dealt nearly 20,000 damage, reducing the corpse's health by 2/3. The health of the cold corpse was not substantial. Zheng Yu retreated to observe the unfolding battle. This was a combat style characteristic of summoners, not limited to merely summoners themselves. It encompassed druids who summoned beasts and necromancers who conjured undead creatures. The further one withdrew, the better. If it were not for the necessity for practitioners to enter the unfrozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he would have preferred to remain outside. The twin fire elementals, Death Knights, and archers paved the way for the Goblin General. The two fire elementals unleashed their fiery auras and fireballs to inflict damage and diminish the health of the cold corpse. Meanwhile, the goblin archers harassed from the rear, adding to the damage, while the goblin Death Knights used their bodies to shield the Goblin General, buying him precious time. The Goblin General leapt and struck the grave mound with a heavy hammer. "Do not hide, your controlled cold corpse cannot withstand my might. If you continue to cower, I shall unearth your grave." With a thunderous crash, the Goblin General's heavy hammer descended, only to be met by a pale little hand that caught it with surprising strength. At last, it emerged. Zheng Yu gazed intently at the ghostly hand, which was the size of a child's arm, approximately that of a 7 or 8-year-old. The fingers were stark white, stained with blood and dirt beneath the nails, and the skin, like that of the other cold corpses, was covered with a layer of frost. Furthermore, its attributes appeared before Zheng Yu: Curse Little Chi, level, LV15, tier, level 1 curse, curse source, God of the Cold Prison, health, 200,000, attack power, 1. 500, skill I, absolute 0, skill 2, bone chilling cold, skill 3, master of the unfrozen lake, skill 4. Skill V? A gasp escaped Zheng Yu's lips. 200,000 health was indeed alarming. No wonder few managed to conquer the nightmare level abyss. Such a health pool alone was sufficient to intimidate so-called prodigious practitioners. The God of the Cold Prison. Zheng Yu pondered the term that appeared alongside the nightmare level boss. It was not unfamiliar to him. Much like in the game, the sudden emergence of sanctuaries, abysses, and data-driven practitioners on Earth bore a significant backdrop: opposition to the divine. According to the narratives of other nightmare-level abyss dungeons, one could glean that the abyss was a byproduct of divine manifestation. Take, for instance, the child before him, named Little Chi. Endowed with the power to freeze all and create cold corpses, yet condemned to lie within a coffin at the bottom of the unfrozen lake. Divine favor was not a blessing but rather a curse. This encompasses all the knowledge Zheng Yu possesses regarding the abyss. After all, even the highest-ranked Nan Muyun has yet to reach level 71, and has not yet encountered the true divinity of the abyss. A crisp sound of freezing echoed as it manifested upon the Goblin General. As Boss Shaoqi emerged from the grave, the temperature around them plummeted once more, directly freezing the nearest Goblin General. The effect of the ice crystal pendant has been triggered, granting immunity to 1 instance of freezing. This effect is now on cooldown and will activate again in 1 minute. The effect of the ice crystal pendant, despite being only level 5, proved remarkably effective in the Cold Street Abyss. It not only grants immunity to freezing once per minute but also increases ice resistance by 10 points and reduces movement speed by 20. Without this pendant, the goblin would not have remained standing before Shao-Chi. Boom! As the freezing effect dissipated, the goblin general wasted no time. Not waiting for boss Shao-Chi to fully emerge, and unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes upon the outstretched hand. 1, 2, 3. The display was grand. Yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. The absence of damage was, in fact, quite normal, considering that elite monsters and above in the Cold Street Abyss are protected by ice armor. However, one would expect that even with ice armor, some damage value should manifest, even if it were merely 0 damage. Retreat! Zheng Yu suddenly recalled something and urged the goblin general to swiftly distance itself from the only solid ground atop the unfrozen lake. Alas, it was a moment too late. A piercing scream erupted from the vicinity of the graveyard. The previously unfrozen lake shattered entirely, reverting to its original rippling surface. Zheng Yu, standing upon the lake, plunged directly into the water. Although the lake's depth only reached his knees, the bone-chilling cold sent a wave of numbness coursing through him, a penetrating chill spreading from his bones to his spine. Simultaneously, the goblin general and its wolf were sent flying backward. Minus 4,187. The damage inflicted was over 4,000. Nearly depleting half of the goblin general's health. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu swiftly administered healing to the goblin general. Previously, he had discovered a considerable amount of restorative items in the Chef's Cold Corpse restaurant, and now was the perfect time to utilize them. The reason for the earlier inability to inflict damage was due to boss Shao-Chi casting a skill. Biting Cold, this skill unleashes a wave of damage composed of resentment and cold, and during the accumulation of cold, no damage is endured. A skill of the boss. The mechanism involves charging, during which time the caster is invulnerable. This mechanism is truly vexing. Zheng Yu muttered a complaint and consumed a potion himself. The invisibility potion given by Wen Renqinyu. A wave of biting cold struck the goblin general, dealing 4,000 damage, had it hit him directly. The damage would have overflowed. Even with training dummies, caution is paramount. If he were to falter, it would result in a total defeat. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others gazed in astonishment at the damage. What the hell? Tao Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Previously, he had only witnessed the goblin general dealing damage to the frost corpse, but he had never seen a goblin endure such a staggering amount of damage. Was this not utterly absurd? A direct hit of 4,000. Coin glanced at her own health bar, murmuring, "If it were me, I would be instantly eliminated." No wonder the nightmare-level abyss was so challenging to conquer, it seemed insurmountable. Wu Zong anxiously observed the goblin general, who had been sent flying, alongside Zheng Yu, now covered in frost. Is it possible to overcome this? A heavy silence enveloped them. Even Tao Qian, who typically held unwavering confidence in Zheng Yu and supported him unconditionally, fell silent. They were anxious, yet powerless to act, left only to await the outcome, hoping Zheng Yu possessed a trump card to turn the tide. Indeed, Zheng Yu had a hidden strategy, but now was not the opportune moment to reveal it. This was merely the initial exchange with the Frost Street boss. Ah, the piercing cries persisted. At this moment, a boy named Shao-Chi, cursed by the god of the frozen abyss, had fully emerged from his grave, levitating in the air, surrounded by swirling cold. His resentment had materialized into a visible black mist encircling him. The boy, aged 7 or 8, had his insides hollowed out. His face bore numerous scars. One arm bent at a grotesque angle against his chest, which was entirely hollow, exposing severed intestines and bits of flesh. Fortunately, the frigid temperature had frozen everything inside, preventing any viscous blood from oozing forth. Ugly, terrifying, and bloody, yet Zheng Yu felt a pang of sorrow. That grotesque organ cake was undoubtedly crafted from this child's remains. It was unfathomable to imagine the suffering this child had endured in life. At that moment, the twin fire demons had vanquished two level 15 frost corpses and adjusted the temperature of their fiery aura before returning to Zhang Yu's side to dispel the chill surrounding him. As Zhang Yu was in a state of invisibility, only the goblin general, the twin fire demons, and the surviving goblin combat squad were visible. Shao Qi, floating in midair, stared blankly at the twin fire demons, clearly harboring a deep-seated aversion to flames. "You all shall perish." The voice echoed from all directions, hoarse, rending, comprising men, women, and children. Shao Qi commanded the souls of the entire Frost Street abyss to speak. He charged directly at the twin fire demons, feeling discomfort from the flames. He sensed that these twin fire demons posed the greatest threat. "Block him." Zhang Yu quickly retreated, enduring the cold as he distanced himself from the twin fire demons to avoid being caught in the fray. The Death Warriors surged forward. A contemptuous expression crossed Shao Qi's scarred face as he flicked his right hand, unleashing an icy blast that swept over the 5 Death Warriors like an ice dragon. With a resounding crash, they were instantly frozen. His skill, absolute zero. Gazing at the encased Death Warriors, Shao Qi's once pupil-less white eyes reflected an expression of utmost disdain. Yet in the next moment, he was taken aback. For here lay only 4 deceased warriors encased in frost. However, another inexplicably appeared behind him. "Get away!" Before he could comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion erupted, and this particular warrior detonated right before the boss. The violet flames enveloped him completely. -5,874. Zhang Yu's ultimate trump card, a warrior capable of utilizing the assassin's blink skill and possessing self-detonation. Chapter 29, Father? Mother? The self-detonation of the Goblin Death Knight inflicts substantial damage, reaching approximately 5,000 points. However, when faced with the formidable boss, Shao Qi, who boasts a staggering health pool of 200,000, this damage seems rather trifling. Yet, the significance of the self-explosion lies not merely in the damage it causes, but in the toxic blood that erupts from the Death Knight's body. It is not only poisonous but also highly flammable. The Goblin Death Knights, unafraid of death, possess the ability to explode upon demise. Having long consumed poison and injected with special blood, their lifeblood transforms into a weapon of its own. Splat, gore splashes onto the boss. Shao Qi, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. -109. -125. -158. The damage escalates progressively, striking 3 to 4 times per second. The demise of this Death Knight grants precious time to the twin fire spirits, whose fiery cage is primed for release. Boom! The flames ignite the purple blood of boss Shao Qi, which, already corrosive, bursts into flames. Like maggots burrowing into flesh, it torments Shao Qi's skin and body. -258. -269. -3,684. -2,284. The conflagration of the Death Knight's toxic blood, combined with the damage from the fiery cage and the searing aura, amalgamates into a devastating onslaught. The health of the boss, Han Jia, visibly dwindles. It is essential to note that the damage inflicted by the twin fire spirits is doubled, nearly reaching 10,000 health points per second. This revelation leaves Tao Qian in awe. Indeed, the nightmare-level abyss proves challenging, yet Zhang Yu exhibits an alarming prowess. Is he truly a summoner? This resembles a battle between bosses rather than a mere summoner's endeavor. Previously, Tao Qian had underestimated the twin fire spirits, considering them mere assistants for roasting sausages, but their ferocity is astonishing. Nevertheless, it is still insufficient, even though the twin fire spirits currently hold the advantage. Zhang Yu possesses 4 additional Death Knights ready to intercept the Han Jia boss, granting the twin fire spirits ample opportunity to unleash their fury. Given sufficient time, the twin fire spirits can incinerate anything. However, when Ren Qingyu remains furrowed in concern. The boss has not yet entered a state of frenzy. And should this Han Jia boss unleash its skills, the Goblin Death Knights may not withstand the onslaught. Tao Qian and Wu Zong share expressions of trepidation. Victory is imperative. All they can do now is pray. Another piercing scream resonates, imbued with malice, instantly freezing the Death Knights that dared approach. Crack! The Death Knight is frozen solid, failing to self-detonate. Zhang Yu. Very well, is this how we shall play? Zheng Yu had initially planned to dispatch another Death Knight to intercept boss Xiao Qi. The twin fire spirits possess formidable output, yet they are simultaneously fragile. A single blow could spell their demise. To one's astonishment, the seemingly hollowed-out boy exhibited an uncanny ability to anticipate the movements of the Death Warriors, even managing to evolve countermeasures in response. It becomes evident that he cannot merely be regarded as a game boss. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu revealed his second trump card, the sole active skill he possessed as a summoner. Summon Beast Frenzy. This skill incites all summoned beasts under the summoner's command, propelling them into a frenzied state that significantly amplifies their overall prowess. The description of the skill is remarkably straightforward, lacking numerical values or coefficients. It merely provides a simple introduction. According to a rather unconventional textbook, the degree of enhancement from Summon Beast Frenzy correlates with the strength of the adversary. The mightier the enemy, the greater the amplification, however. The duration of the frenzy diminishes correspondingly, plunging the summoned beasts into a state of weakness post-frenzy. The duration of the frenzy is also influenced by the innate talent level of the summoned beasts. The higher the talent, the longer they can endure. This encapsulates the practical experience distilled by the author of that unconventional textbook. Summon Beast Frenzy represents the summoner's ultimate skill, while the summoner class is generally perceived as weak. This particular skill cannot be deemed feeble. As the skill was unleashed, the flames enveloping the twin fire demons transformed into a vibrant purple hue. The elevated level of these flames caused the damage to double once more. Not only did the twin fire demons enter a state of frenzy, but the goblin general, the giant wolf, the death warriors, and the goblin archers also succumbed to this madness, their eyes glazing over with a frenzied intensity. The most dramatic transformation occurred amongst the death warriors. Originally irrational due to their unique classification, they now devolved into utterly mindless beasts, consumed by pure insanity. With a thunderous roar, the Death Warriors fixated their frenzied gazes upon the boss, Xiao Qi, a look infused solely with primal desire that instilled a momentary apprehension in him. This mere flicker of hesitation afforded the summoned beasts an opportunity to strike. All four Death Warriors flashed before the boss, Xiao Qi. Boom! The first one detonated. Boom! The second followed suit. Boom! The third. Boom! The final one. In a succession of 4 explosions, they obliterated 30,000 of boss Xiao Qi's health. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. The goblin general charged forth, akin to a steel blade piercing the heart of the boss. An exaggeratedly immense damage figure erupted, 32,489. It directly inflicted 30,000 damage. Coupled with the persistent scorching from the twin fire demons and the supplemental damage from the goblin archers, boss Xiao Qi's health plummeted to just over 40,000. Splendid! Tao Qian exclaimed with excitement. This entire sequence led to a rapid decline in health. Were it not for the knowledge that this boss possessed 200,000 health, one might easily assume it was merely a few thousand given the speed of health loss. What an outrageous display! I never anticipated that a summoner could wield such formidable skills. It is indeed impressive, remarked one Rinxingyu. Are you certain it is the skill that is powerful, rather than Zheng Yu himself? Tao Qian countered. When Ren Qingjiu nodded and remarked, indeed impressive. I have previously observed that Zheng Yu's goblin charge can inflict a staggering 18,000 damage in a single assault. However, upon activating this summoning beast's frenzy skill, the damage nearly doubles. Such a capability is not typical for a practitioner below level 10. This skill signifies that the stronger the summoning beast, the more potent the enhancement after entering a frenzied state. For other summoners, this may seem rather ordinary, after all. A doubling of ineptitude merely results in 2 instances of ineptitude. Yet, in Zheng Yu's case, Tao Qian interjected, 1 anomaly becomes 2 anomalies. At that moment, the child had entered a state of brutality. Wu Zong's words interrupted their conversation, as an icy chill enveloped them. The frozen lake rippled ominously. When Zheng Yu's frenzied onslaught reduced the cursed Xiao Qi to a mere quarter of his health, he too succumbed to a state of ferocity, revealing 2 hidden skills. Skill 4, Father? Skill V, Mother? I find myself compelled to inquire, who is truly prevailing in this nightmarish abyss? Wu Zong, after a prolonged silence. finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. If Zhang Yu is so formidable, how can other practitioners hope to triumph in this nightmare-level abyss? The impetus for this question arose from the presence of a skin spider, previously vanquished with great effort by Zhang Yu, which re-emerged behind the boy whose insides had been hollowed out. He is the father. The female corpse, rescued by Zhang Yu from the depths of the well, slowly rose. She is the mother. The existence of father and mother should shield the child from life's tempests. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I am dead, surely you ought to do something for me. For the first time, Xiaoqi revealed his true voice, a clear, childlike sound. Chapter 30, Utterly Hopeless. No levels? No health? When the human skin spider and the corpse from the well emerged, Wu Zong discovered that the creatures referred to as mommy and daddy by the boss of the Cold Street possessed no discernible data. This prompted him to ponder who was truly prevailing in the nightmarish abyss, as he could see no glimmer of hope for victory. Zhang Yu's 5 Death Knights had all self-destructed, the frenzy state was nearing its end, and they had only just provoked the enemy's violent state. How could they continue the fight from here? At this moment, Wu Zong was already contemplating retreating from the abyss. Had it not been for the goblin general still holding the front, he might have truly turned back. When Ren Qingyu fixed her gaze intently on the center of the lake, acutely aware that only Zhang Yu possessed the strength to combat this boss, they were of no assistance. In other cities, those who had conquered the nightmarish abyss typically included at least one SS-level talent, with the remaining members needing to be at least S-level to qualify for such a feat. Moreover, even this did not guarantee absolute victory. To be frank, Zhang Yu had already proven himself remarkably strong by reaching this point, when Ren Qingyu had lost much hope for a successful clearance. She had not anticipated the Cold Street's nightmarish abyss would be so formidable. When Ren Qingyu, King, and Wu Zong exchanged glances filled with despondency, especially since they had borrowed substantial sums, betting on Zhang Yu's ability to conquer the nightmarish abyss. Financial concerns, however, were not the most pressing issue. They had already ascended to levels 6 and 7 in a single day, which marked a promising start, and they could repay their debts gradually. The true tragedy lay within the nightmarish abyss itself. Should they manage to clear it, the rewards, clearance bonuses, historical record rewards, first clear bonuses, and the special rewards for nightmarish levels would provide them with ample resources to sustain their progression to at least level 20, thereby entering the 3rd stage of the abyss. Alas! Fantasy remains fantasy, and reality is harsh. Given the current circumstances, they could discern no possibility for Zhang Yu to turn the tide. 2 creatures devoid of visible levels, 1 boss in a violent state. In contrast, Zhang Yu's twin fire demons were on the verge of exhaustion. And although the frenzied goblin warrior could still fight, he was utterly incapable of fending off 3 monsters. The goblin Death Knights had all perished in self-detonation. The goblin wolf riders, previously tasked with covering the rear, were now surrounded by the horde of cold corpses. The goblin sorcerer sacrificed his life only to slay the human skin spider. What remained was the weakest of the goblin archers. After this prolonged battle, Zhang Yu had completely lost all hope of victory. I must go to assist him, Tao Qian declared, brandishing his monk staff and charging forward. You're insane! Wu Zong exclaimed, seizing Tao Qian's arm. What can you possibly achieve by rushing in? Can you slay the human skin spider, or can you halt the corpse from the well? In any other level of the abyss, they might still be considered combatants at level 6, but this is the nightmarish abyss. Let alone them. Even if Li Feng were to arrive, he would only hinder progress. I cannot simply stand by and watch Zhang Yu perish. Tao Qian was frantic. They were no longer engaged in battle, and thus had the option to withdraw from the abyss. However, Zhang Yu cannot escape. As long as he remains under the relentless assault of the boss, he cannot exit the abyss. Tao Qian, without a moment's hesitation, prepared to rush in to assist Zhang Yu. You'll only be walking to your death, Wu Zong cautioned. It matters not, Tao Qian replied, his gaze resolute as he lifted his monk's staff and turned to enter the unfrozen lake. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the boss or the chilling undead. Yet, he pressed on, for if Zhang Yu were to perish, he would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Damn it! This is madness! Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. In the next moment, He noticed Kuing also drawing a dagger, her expression serious. You can't be considering joining this suicidal venture as well? Kuing, with her doll-like visage, nodded earnestly. For me, becoming a professional is the only path to redemption, otherwise it feels no different from being dead. With that, she entered a state of concealment and slowly submerged into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong was momentarily bewildered. He understood Tao Qian's decision to aid Zheng Yu, as they were brothers who had grown up together, bound by a deep emotional connection. But what drove Kuing? Don't look at me, I have no idea. Wen Renqingyu remarked casually when she noticed Wu Zong's gaze upon her. She gestured to their surroundings, saying, You must be considering a retreat, right? You should do it quickly. At that moment, Wu Zong became aware of the rustling sounds around them. The horde of undead had re-emerged, resurrected by the human skin spiders. Damn it! Damn it! Wu Zong was torn. While he had indeed enjoyed his time with Zheng Yu and the others, it was primarily because Zheng Yu had facilitated his leveling up. But the circumstances had drastically changed. With the undead swarming around, he found himself devoid of any hiding place. And Zheng Yu's goblin general was being overwhelmed by the human skin spiders and the female corpses from the depths. He could see no glimmer of hope for victory. After a moment of silence, he looked up and asked Wen Renqingyu, Aren't you leaving? She pulled out her dagger, stating, My sister is here, if I leave now, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Wu Zong cast a complex glance at Zheng Yu and Tao Qian. I wish to live, he finally sighed. Going up now is tantamount to suicide. Please tell Tao Qian that I am sorry. In the end, Wu Zong chose to retreat. He felt he had already ventured far enough alongside Zheng Yu and Tao Qian. Gambling was one thing, but wagering his life was another. After all, he had witnessed their formidable power. To gamble further would be sheer folly. He aspired to become a professional and was indeed enticed by the rewards of the nightmarish abyss. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed money from his brother to enter. Yet, the die had been cast, the outcome predetermined, with no hope remaining. I advise you to withdraw while you still can. Before entering combat, preserve your life, for the mountains remain green, and you will not lack firewood, Wu Zong said, gazing longingly at Wen Renqingyu. She did not bother to conceal her disdain. You should take care of yourself. Do not entertain any unwarranted notions towards me. You lack the merit for such presumption. Furthermore, I am under no obligation to convey any messages on your behalf. Depart at once. Wu Zong. Indeed. He has taken a liking to Wen Renqingyu. However, it is regrettable that beauties like Ku Ying and Wen Renqingyu will perish alongside Zheng Yu. Very well. Wu Zong shook his head, opting to forcibly exit the Abyss Dungeon. Forcibly exiting the Abyss Dungeon will result in a mandatory decrease of 2 levels, along with a subsequent 60 reduction in experience points in the next Abyss encounter. If you are aware of the punitive measures associated with forcibly exiting the Abyss, please click Confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. In comparison to life, what does such a penalty matter? Confirm exit. Exiting Han Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 10. 9. 8. Chapter 31, 4th Tier. Dual Flame Dragon Serpent. Team Notification. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, has exited the team. Due to a forced exit from the Abyss Dungeon, Wu Zong will face penalties. Zheng Yu turned around and saw Wu Zong had vanished in a flash of light. He then noticed Tao Qian, clutching a monk's staff, shivering as he ran towards Zheng Yu across the frozen lake. Brother Yu, I come to assist you, he shouted while running. However, his legs, numbed by the cold, gave way beneath him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a footprint appeared on his back. Thud. He was knocked down again. Kai Ying. It was evident that the hidden assassin was none other than Kai Ying. Before Tao Qian could regain his footing, another footprint landed on his back. What the hell? You two are going too far, Tao Qian exclaimed. The assassin moved with remarkable speed, capable of stealth and flickering, yet required a point of contact, and Tao Qian, sprawled on the ground, was the perfect target. Zheng Yu gazed in astonishment at the two beautiful assassins. What? Did you not expect us to remain? When Ren Qingyu raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu chuckled, indeed. Given the current circumstances, my chances of victory are rather slim. Tao Qian was a true brother. Yet Kai Ying and Wen Qingyu were ultimately bound by mere interests. When Ren Qingyu pointed at the dull-faced Kai Ying beside her, saying, "She believes in you." Zheng Yu glanced at Kai Ying. During their earlier rest, in casual conversation, he had learned that it was Kai Ying's decision to join his team. Although when Ren Qingyu hailed from a prominent family and possessed considerable knowledge, she always followed Kai Ying's lead when it came to decision-making. Why? Zheng Yu inquired, gesturing towards the goblin general, who was being overwhelmed and had already lost half his health. Just based on them? Kai Ying pursed her lips and responded, I am also taking a gamble, wagering that you have a trump card. Zheng Yu smiled. A gamble requires at least a card to play, without any. How can one gamble? Kai Ying was not easily swayed by Zheng Yu's words. She stated plainly, because you are close to leveling up. Smart, Zheng Yu nodded. Neither the reluctant Wu Zong, who preferred to endure penalties rather than remain in this predicament, nor the season when Ren Qingyu had noticed that his experience bar was nearing level 10. Instead, it was this seemingly naive yet astute little girl who observed this detail. Indeed, this was Zheng Yu's final trump card. A gift he had prepared for the boss of Cold Street, Shao Qi. As the battle progressed, the strength of the Cold Street boss had surpassed his expectations. Likely due to his solitary dungeon runs, which had significantly increased the difficulty. According to his plan, the Summoning Beast's Frenzy ability was originally intended for use during the brutal phase. After all, stalling at level 10 and suddenly boosting one's strength was an extremely risky endeavor. Yet now, this was his only remaining card. It must be said, the Nightmarish Abyss was truly formidable, stripping him of all his hidden advantages. Level 10? Beside him. When Ren Qingyu expressed her confusion, saying, while reaching level 10 does indeed enhance one's capabilities, it pales in comparison to the transformative evolution at level 25 and the awakening at level 50. Her concerns were justified. Level 10 merely represented a minor improvement. It was at levels 25 and 50 that significant advancements occurred. However, for me, each elevation in rank signifies a monumental leap, Zheng Yu remarked with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the twin fire demon dispatched yet another level 15 cold corpse. Defeated cold corpse, LV15, gained 1681 experience points. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV9 LV. 10, 11,000, need 10541 more experience points for the next upgrade. Health, 14 10 17 50, 450 from equipment attributes. Intelligence, 105 116, 35 from equipment attributes. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Having reached level 10, Zheng Yu surveyed his enhanced attributes, nodding with satisfaction. He momentarily set aside the 3 newly acquired specialization skills, as they did not grant him immediate benefits. The primary advantages lay in the increased health cap and the free attribute points. Level 10 awarded him 10 attribute points, with each point contributing 50 to the health limit. The 20 free attribute points translated into 100 talent points. This meant that by sacrificing an additional 500 health points, he could elevate the twin fire demon to a 4th-tier talent. This was Zheng Yu's source of confidence. The 3rd-tier twin fire demon could already contend with the Cold Street boss. Elevating it to 4th tier would undoubtedly turn the tide of the battle. Most importantly, Zheng Yu discovered that each time he upgraded his summoned creature's tier, its condition reset to peak status. With a resounding crash, the goblin general was hurled away by the human skin spider. The corpse of the woman below pressed her hands against the ground, causing a massive ice spike to erupt from the frozen lake, piercing the giant wolf's abdomen. The wolf, blood spraying forth, was instantly frozen into shards. With a whimper, the giant wolf succumbed to death. Only the goblin general remained in combat. Zheng Yu hesitated no longer. With utmost speed, he allocated all his free attribute points to health, then sacrificed 1,500 health points to acquire 150 talent points, fully investing them into the twin fire demon. The goblin general required 100 talent points to ascend from tier 3 to tier 4, while the twin fire demon needed 150. However, the greater the number of talent points required, the more substantial the subsequent enhancement would be. A radiant beam of light enveloped the twin fire demon. Summoned Beast, Twin Fire Demon, 3rd tier, Talent Evolution Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier. Summoned Beast, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, level 10, increases with the summoner's level, health 9500, attack power 696, 116, current intelligence of the summoner 6. 0. Coefficient, talent, 4th tier, requires an additional 850 talent points for upgrade. Skill I, Flame Aura LV10, capable of controlling the temperature within a 50-meter diameter range. At maximum enhancement, it inflicts a scorching damage of 2088 points per second to all entities within its vicinity. 696, Fire Sprite attack power, 3, 0, coefficient. Skill 2, Flame Breath LV10 emits an exceptionally high temperature flame, dealing significant damage. This breath possesses formidable adhesion, making it difficult to extinguish. Inflicting 4,872, 696, Fire Sprite attack power, 7, 0, coefficient, points of fire damage per second. Skill 3, Twin Pact, special skill. No level, the twin fire spirits coexist symbiotically, capable of unleashing skills simultaneously, resulting in damage accumulation and doubling fire attribute damage. Skill 4, Hellfire Serpent LV. 10 prepares a realm of Hellfire Serpents. When enemies enter this area, it is automatically triggered. The entire zone is engulfed in intense flames. Dealing 7,239, 696, Fire Sprite attack power, 10, 4, coefficient, points of damage per second, while summoning 20, 10, summoner level, 2, coefficient, Fire Serpent avatars. Each capable of inflicting 1392, 696, Sprite attack power, 2, 0, coefficient, points of explosive damage. Summoned Beast equipment, none is sound. Reminiscent of a dragon's roar intertwined with a serpent's hiss, echoed across the frozen lake. The radiant glow of evolution dissipated, revealing a two-headed serpent before the onlookers. Its body stretched over 5 meters, adorned with 2 heads that resembled neither dragon nor serpent. Its crimson form was enveloped in deep red flames. At the moment the twin flame dragon serpent emerged, the chilling atmosphere of the cold street abyss was entirely dispelled. With a thunderous roar, flames descended. The usually confident boss, Shao Qi, wore a grim expression as he regarded the two-headed fire serpent with trepidation. Flames inherently counter ice. The previously formidable third-tier twin fire spirits had already overwhelmed him, forcing him into a brutal state. Now, the presence of this twin flame dragon serpent instilled a sense of imminent death in Shao Qi. This time. The cry from boss Shao Qi was one of despair. Flames dominate over ice. This entity is the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. Chapter 32, What right do you have to apologize? A sudden blaze engulfed all present. After evolving to the 4th tier, the radius of the fiery aura expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. While it could not cover the entirety of the unfrozen lake, it was sufficiently vast. The inferno not only elicited a wail from Shao Qi but also compelled the ice attribute creatures, the ice spider and the corpse from the well, to retreat, desperate to escape the searing flames. This provided the goblin general a moment of respite. Tao Qian and the others fell into silence once more, gazing at the twin flame dragon serpent in astonishment. Although Kuing had long suspected that Zhang Yu might possess a hidden trump card at level 10, she did not anticipate that this card would be so formidable. Upon its emergence, the twin flame dragon serpent immediately dominated the ferocious state of the Cold Street boss. Regret was surely brewing among some. Seeing the twin flame dragon serpent overpower the boss, Tao Qian relaxed, standing beside Zhang Yu with a smirk. It's quite normal, he remarked. Zhang Yu understood that Tao Qian referred to Wu Zong, who had already withdrawn. After all, he had no reason to accompany me to my demise. Wu Zong had prepared for 3 years to become a professional, to enter the family lineage, and had even borrowed money. But all of this paled in comparison to life itself. Leaving was understandable. Ultimately, he bore the consequences alone. Regardless of the outcome, it no longer concerned him. I'm merely curious about the reasons you both remain here, Zhang Yu said, casting an inquisitive glance at Wen Renxingyu and Kuing. Betting on my hidden strength at level 10 is not a sufficient reason for your presence here. Noticing Zhang Yu's serious demeanor, which indicated he was not fabricating excuses, Wen Renxingyu replied, I seek vengeance, and for that, I require strength. Initially, I held little hope for revenge, but if I can clear the nightmare-level dungeon, there is a chance. Kuing, on the other hand, must become a professional. She had committed a grave error within her family and was now being hunted. Without power, her fate would be scarcely better than death. Their reasons were hard to dispute, one seeking vengeance, the other fighting for survival, both in need of strength. A family hunt? Zheng Yu was intrigued by this term, curious whether families would indeed pursue their own blood relatives with lethal intent. Kodang refrained from explaining why her family sought her. But it was evident that the matter was serious. In any case, both individuals bore their own stories. Zheng Yu exchanged a glance with Tao Qian, reflecting on the ease of life for ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, the twin flame dragon serpent had unleashed its most powerful skill, Hellfire Serpent. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake transformed into a sea of flames. The boss, Shaoqi, seemed to be in the depths of hell, scorched and eroded by the flames, with damage manifesting in a flurry from his form. As Shaoqi appeared on the verge of incineration, the corpse from the well lunged forward, shielding him from the flames. Yet, the corpse could not withstand the searing damage either. Simultaneously, the sound of serpent hissing resonated in the air. They relentlessly attacked the flesh-skinned spider, which longed for escape. As a father, the first thought that crossed the spider's mind when faced with peril was to flee. Each infernal fire serpent numbered 30, and with the twins' doubling ability, a total of 60 fire serpents surrounded the flesh-skinned spider, ensnaring it tightly. The sound of sizzling echoed ceaselessly in the center of the unfrozen lake. Everything fell into darkness with the fervent flames. The final battle was neither fierce nor the balanced confrontation one might envision. It was a one-sided suppression by the dual flame dragon serpents. The fourth-tier dual flame dragon serpent, endowed with double fire attributes and a summoning beast frenzy effect, held an absolute advantage, especially in the depths of the Cold Street abyss. The flames continued to blaze as the flesh-skinned spider writhed in agony. Yet, devoid of a health bar or life, it could not perish, only suffer in its futile struggles. At the heart of the unfrozen lake, the mother and son embraced amidst the inferno of fire serpents, quietly awaiting death. No, it was the corpse of the woman from the well who awaited demise. She used her own body to restrain the struggling Shaoqi, whose charred skin threatened to crack and crumble. Desperate to escape this hellfire, Shaoqi was held tightly by the corpse. "Let me go! Let me go!" Shaoqi's face contorted in rage as he writhed, cursing fervently. At this moment, his health had completely diminished, yet he did not succumb to death. Zheng Yu, however, did not permit the dual flame dragon serpent or the goblin general to continue their assault, for this was where it concluded. The subsequent events were no longer his concern. "Do you wish to see me dead?" Shaoqi seethed, realizing he could not escape the corpse's grip. In a fit of fury, he bit down on the woman's shoulder. A trace of a gentle smile appeared on the pale face of the corpse. "Shaoqi, let this all end, do not suffer any longer." "End? Why should it end? My suffering was wrought by you, and now you speak of ending it? What logic is this?" "I am sorry." In response to Shaoqi's accusatory tone, the corpse could only utter an apology, clinging to him with unwavering tenacity. "You should feel the deepest remorse for bringing me into this world." The corpse fell silent. "I am sorry." After a long pause, she repeated those words. Shaoqi's patience wore thin under the corpse's grip. To free himself, he grasped her neck with a fierce expression, speaking terrifyingly to her. "What use is your apology now? What was meant to happen has happened. You have never endured the torment I have faced. What right do you have to say you're sorry? While I was captured and tortured, what did you do? When they cut me open and used my insides to make a cake, where were you? And now you dare to apologize? You are unworthy." Amidst the cacophony, Shaoqi fiercely grasped the neck of the lifeless female corpse, questioning it repeatedly. Yet, the corpse remained silent, for it had long succumbed to death, perhaps many years ago. Both the corpse found in the well and the skin spider were mere figments of Shaoqi's imagination, conjured solely to satiate an unrelenting grudge that he could never relinquish. Everything was under his control, even the embrace of the corpse and the utterance of "I am sorry." After all, how could a creation of his own design ever ensnare him? With a breath, the flames extinguished, taking with them the chill and the unfrozen lake. In their stead emerged a street steeped in oppressive atmosphere. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian. When Ren Chengyu and Kuang stood upon the street, gazing at the increasingly desolate Fortune Street and the crowd of enraged faces before them. They surged past Zheng Yu and his companions, advancing toward a child of 7 or 8 years. "It was you, wasn't it? The tourists are gone, the business is lost. I had to borrow to keep my shop afloat, and now, I've earned not a single penny, but rather, I've squandered a lifetime of savings." "Enough of your prattle. The shaman said that if we kill him and use his entrails to celebrate Fortune Street's rebirth, it will return to its former glory. Seize him. He is just the child of a madman, his death is of no consequence." Among this crowd, Zheng Yu recognized several familiar faces: the chef, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the village chief, whose head was that of the skin spider. The expressions of these individuals were grotesque, stripped of all reason. This was Shao Qi's memory? Chapter 33, Let them return to their bodies and experience true hell. If my conjecture is correct, this group of individuals must have succumbed to madness, remarked one Renkinjiu from the sidelines. It feels as if they have been brainwashed. Who is this so-called shaman they speak of? Kuing inquired. Zheng Yu shook his head, saying, "Who knows? However, it is evident that all the malevolence stems from that shaman, or rather, from the curse that clings to Shao Qi." As he spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Shao Qi had vanished in an instant, his lifeless body carelessly discarded to one side, next to a crimson cake. A throng of people, acting as if possessed, completely oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, gathered with jubilant expressions, placing the red cake at the entrance of Fortune Street. Following the shaman's instructions, they constructed an altar and personally renamed Fortune Street to Cold Street. It turned out they were the architects of their own fate. Zheng Yu's eyelid twitched. He had initially believed it was Shao Qi who had made the alteration. The ritual was halfway through. Each person approached the cake, fervently and frantically dividing the bloodied confection, murmuring, "Next year will surely be better, my devotion will lead the divine to assist us." Hearing their whispered incantations, Zheng Yu was rendered speechless. The very curse that transformed them into this state was divine in origin, yet they remained so fervently devoted to the deity. At that moment, a deranged woman approached the altar. In a fit of madness, she rushed toward the blood-stained cake, unimpeded by anyone. Perhaps out of guilt, but more so because the ritual had reached its conclusion, no one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's astonishment, she cautiously picked up a piece of cake that bore no stains of blood. With a smile, she turned to the village chief and asked, "May I offer this to Shao Qi? It is his birthday today." Shao Qi expressed a desire for a proper birthday celebration. I inquired what a proper birthday entailed. He said, "As long as there is a birthday cake, that would suffice." "So, can I have this?" The village chief stared blankly at the madwoman until he realized that she genuinely did not know that Shao Qi had passed away. He slowly nodded in response. The madwoman glanced around and continued to inquire of the village chief, "Have you seen Shao Qi?" "I haven't seen him all day. That child, he always runs off." The madwoman, unable to control the muscles of her face, spoke in a stuttering manner, yet the affection in her eyes remained undiminished. The village chief gazed at her. "Perhaps he is playing near the well behind the street? If not, would you like me to accompany you in search of him?" The scene shifted again. The village chief pushed the madwoman into the well. "Damn it! Finally, it is all resolved," he spat, cursing fiercely. "I never anticipated that I could manage you just once. And yet you became pregnant, and went and hid in the mountains to give birth. What good came from your childbirth? Ultimately, you brought forth a cursed creature, endangering us all. You should never have given birth to Shao Qi, you should never have existed. Damn it!" The village chief spat on the ground and turned away. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Zheng Yu had anticipated. The cursed child was not so easily extinguished. The discarded corpse of little Qi, left in the back kitchen, rose once more, freezing the entire Cold Street and transforming all its inhabitants into lifeless husks. He condemned every villager who had tasted the cake to eternal suffering, casting the madwoman forever into the depths of the well, for he believed she ought to remain there perpetually. Without her, he would never have been born. Nor would he have endured such profound anguish. The cake was merely the conclusion to this tragic tale, devoid of a father. And with a mother who had succumbed to madness, he faced inhumane treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and grievance had forged the current incarnation of Little Chi, the boss. The scene shifted back, revealing a flicker of loathing in Little Chi's eyes. He despised everything, but most of all, he loathed the woman before him, his own mother. The abyss of the Cold Street, nightmare level, has concluded. Automatic settlement and exit from the instance in 5 minutes. Was this truly the end? Tao Qian felt an unsettling tightness in his chest. The history of this tragic conclusion seemed to twist further with their arrival. Was something amiss? The sensation was profoundly unsatisfactory. When Ren Qingjiu felt a similar emptiness, her mood somewhat irritable. They had vanquished the boss, Little Chi, which should have been a cause for celebration, yet joy eluded them. Zheng Yu remarked, "Indeed, something is lacking. This cannot be the rightful conclusion." He retrieved the blood-red cake from his backpack, locating a portion unmarred by bloodstains. Approaching the charred form of the madwoman, her eyes vacant, he placed the cake between them. Quest item has been activated. A prompt appeared instantaneously. The previously lifeless madwoman suddenly opened her eyes, a foolish grin spreading across her face as she offered Zheng Yu a grateful smile. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a candle, inserting it atop the cake. Summoning all her strength, she directed it towards the charred remains. "Little Chi, this is your birthday cake. Happy birthday." The madwoman's voice was exceedingly gentle, as she endeavored to fulfill the role of a true mother. Despite her insanity and cognitive impairments that distorted her logic and perception of reality. Yet, she was genuinely striving to embody the essence of motherhood. A faint cracking sound echoed as the charred exterior of Little Chi began to fracture, revealing the innocent visage of a child beneath, so pure, so lovely, so pleasing to behold. There were no scars marring his face, no traces of hatred in his expression, no hollow shell before her. Little Chi stared blankly at the madwoman. An expression in his eyes that even he could not comprehend. "Come, Little Chi, blow out the candles." The madwoman's voice was halting. Her pronunciation clumsy as she struggled to articulate, "I heard that, when they celebrate their birthdays, they blow out the candles, and it is said that it can grant a wish. Mother, I hope that Xiao Qi can lead a normal life. I wish for a day when I am no longer Xiao Qi's mother, so that he may find everlasting joy, celebrating birthdays like other children do. I long for Xiao Qi to have a typical mother, someone who is not me. I envision him shouldering a school bag, attending classes alongside his friends, rather than hiding away with me in the mountains. Xiao Qi, my dear, I wish I were not your mother, yet I am selfish. For I have never contemplated relinquishing you. You are the embodiment of my past, the one I have cherished, my only one. Xiao Qi, forgive me for the selfish act of bringing you into this world. You must wish for a place far away, where no one knows me. In that realm, you would find boundless happiness." Xiao Qi gazed at his mother before him. He finally comprehended that the only person who truly loved him in this world was the one he despised the most. He recalled the woman who had crafted a floral crown to cheer him up when he was bullied, and the one who always remembered his birthday, stealing various treats from Fuyan Street to celebrate his unconventional birthdays. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him, and he began to question whether he had erred in his feelings. At that moment, Jing Yu addressed Xiao Qi. "Xiao Qi, you are not at fault. There is no need for guilt. The wrongdoers have never been you, nor your mother. It is that fortune teller, the villagers who heed her words, and the village chief who has trespassed upon the madwoman." Zheng Yu produced the blood-red cake. He had long noticed that when Xiao Qi fell into a weakened state, the properties of the cake had transformed. Cursed version, blood-red cake, after absorbing the grievances of Han Street for hundreds of years. The cake has nurtured the original souls within Han Street. Feeding the cake to their bodies will allow them to resurrect. Xiao Qi, Zheng Yu said with a somewhat eerie yet liberating smile. He pushed the blood-red cake towards him, adding, "Initially, they consumed this cake, which bound them here forever. Now, let them partake once more." The cold corpses possess no awareness, no thoughts, do not comprehend remorse, nor feel pain. This is far from sufficient to alleviate your resentment. To seek revenge, one must be thorough. Here. Zheng Yu presented the cake, with its properties completely altered, to Xiao Qi, his smile radiant. Let those demons, those wretched beings who once inflicted suffering upon you, experience true hell. Let their souls return to their bodies, and allow them to feel pain anew. This, I believe, is the rightful conclusion. Chapter 34, A Hellish Banquet exclusive to Cold Street. In truth, the entire abyss of Cold Street was an intricate creation of Little Chi himself. Whether it was the chef, the fish killer, the butcher, or the human skin spider, all were manifestations of his imagination, including the unthawing lake. The only entity retaining its original state was the female corpse found in the well, his deranged mother. To Zhang Yu, the abyss of Cold Street presented two possible conclusions. The first was the demise of both Little Chi and his mad mother, culminating in a total slaughter. However, Zhang Yu found this outcome unsatisfactory. The second option involved employing the cursed organ cake to enable the souls adrift in the abyss to re-inhabit their cold, lifeless bodies, allowing Little Chi to exact vengeance. This, Zhang Yu deemed, was the most gratifying conclusion. True to his nature of repaying grievances, he felt that, regardless of the ultimate reward, this outcome was eminently worthwhile. Congratulations on achieving the sole accomplishment of the Cold Street Abyss, Living King of Hell, Achievement Badge. You have resurrected the tormented souls trapped in the abyss of Cold Street, allowing them to relive the agony of vengeance against their enemies. Even the King of Hell would commend you. This is the true King of Hell. Basic achievement attributes: Intelligence 1, Strength 1, Special achievement attributes: Damage inflicted by cold corpses on you 50, damage you deal to cold corpses 100. Upon presenting the organ cake to Little Chi, a special achievement was activated. The attributes were quite commendable, offering percentage-based enhancements. Though it was merely one, it became a significant boon in the later stages, as achievements, once activated, did not require actual wearing of the badge for the benefits to apply. Many professionals, upon reaching a level cap, would pursue various achievements to acquire badge attributes and augment their strength. Such practitioners were dubbed achievement hunters, leading to a profession dedicated to assisting others in completing achievements, reportedly yielding substantial rewards. As for the special attributes of the achievement, Zhang Yu believed they would prove beneficial. For the attributes referenced cold corpses, not the Cold Street Abyss. Cold corpses were creations of Little Chi. Yet they were forged with the cursed power of the god of the cold prison. It was not inconceivable that he might encounter this deity in the future. If that were to transpire, he would hold an advantage due to this achievement. The abyss has concluded, exiting the abyss. 10. 9. The system's voice resounded. Tao Qian, Wen Renkinjiu, and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, observing the embrace between Little Chi and the madwoman. Alongside the twitching human skin spider sprawled on the ground and the chaos of cold corpses littering the lake, Tao Qian proclaimed with pride, Zhang Yu and I are truly formidable. When Renkinjiu and Kuang remained silent as the countdown reached its end, Zhang Yu and his companions were sequentially teleported out of the Cold Street Abyss. Upon their departure, the various cold corpses lying in the unthawing lake began to convulse. The previously lifeless eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of life. The chef, the fish killer, the butcher, and the human skin spider, all the cold corpses rose once more. This time, they were no longer cold, no longer numb, but instead filled with terror. Xiaoqi assisted the deranged woman beside her, smiling as she said, "Mother, let us celebrate a proper birthday this time." The woman, in her madness, inquired, "What constitutes a proper birthday?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Xiaoqi's mouth as she replied, her voice frigid yet imbued with intrigue, "Naturally. It is only a true birthday if it is marked by blood and entrails. Come, let us host a banquet and infernal feast exclusively for the Cold Street." Meanwhile, in the depths of the Cold Street Abyss Hall, a throng was gathered around a newly emerged team. Incredible! Is Li Feng truly of A-grade talent? He not only shattered the ordinary level record of the Cold Street Abyss but also obliterated a long-standing hard-level record. It is indeed astonishing. I recall that record was set 3 years ago by an S-grade talent, accompanied by 4 A-grade talents, wasn't it? Indeed, it was once deemed an insurmountable record, now broken by Li Feng. How enviable! The crowd was indeed surrounding Li Feng, who had just conquered the hard-level Cold Street Abyss and set a new record. In a corner, Wu Zong observed the smug expression on Li Feng's face, feeling a sense of tranquility. Li Feng was Li Feng, he was himself. The fact that Li Feng could break records was a testament to his abilities. He felt fortunate for his current choices, at least securing his life. Although his financial investments might have gone to waste, he now possessed a level 6 status, allowing him to easily find a team for simple level abyss runs. What a pity, someone remarked behind Li Feng. He paused, surprised, for those words echoed his own thoughts. Turning to investigate, he discovered a group of unfamiliar professionals engaged in conversation, discussing none other than Zhang Yu. I don't find it regrettable at all. Zhang Yu brought this upon himself by insisting on entering the nightmarish level abyss. Had he accepted Li Feng's invitation to team up, he would have easily secured a reward. One could say Zhang Yu was rather arrogant. Ha, you don't understand anything. Or do you? I actually know a bit more than you realize. The relationship between Zhang Yu and Li Feng is far more complex than it appears. Could it be their SA scandal? Ha, would you like to hear? Foster father. The speaker clearly did not anticipate that someone would lower themselves for mere gossip. Without hesitation, he continued, why do you think Zhang Yu declined Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance? No, that's a shallow interpretation. It is because Li Feng appropriated the resources that rightfully belonged to Zhang Yu. Ah, what do you mean? What resources? The S-grade talent subsidy. Do you have any idea what treasures an S-grade talent subsidy includes? Not to mention the resurrection cross worth 5 million, but also golden grade weapons, golden grade armor, and golden grade jewelry. Wait, an entire set of golden grade? Of course, this does not even account for the money and potions included in the subsidy. All of it was given to Li Feng. Isn't it incorrect? Shouldn't the S-class subsidy be awarded to Zhang Yu? This is precisely my point. Not only did Zhang Yu not receive it, but he was also invited to join the team by Li Feng in front of everyone. If you were Zhang Yu, would you accept such an invitation? I certainly would not, it feels like an affront. You are underestimating the situation, it is not merely an insult. As a person with S-class talent, having your resources usurped, would you be willing to tolerate that? Naturally not. So what would you do? Report it. If the city ignores it, escalate it to the provincial level. If the province turns a blind eye, then approach the central authorities. The S-class subsidy is not a trivial matter. He has stolen my future. Precisely, your thoughts mirror Zhang Yu's, and Li Feng would indeed fear Zhang Yu taking action, considering it could jeopardize his father's career. Could it be? Indeed, if Zhang Yu were to vanish into the abyss unnoticed, there would be no repercussions. Inviting Zhang Yu was not an act of goodwill. It was a trap. Goodness, are there so many intricacies involved? But how do you know all of this? When questioned, the individual revealed a subtle smile and said, because I am Li Feng's brother. Chapter 35, The Passage. Rewards of the Nightmare Level Abyss. The individual who claimed to be Li Feng's brother vanished after uttering those words. Wu Zong had listened to the entire exchange. While he felt a twinge of regret, he also noticed that many were discussing Li Feng's appropriation of Zhang Yu's resources. No wonder Zhang Yu sought to enter the Nightmare Level Abyss to seek justice for himself. In my opinion, it was rather foolish, even without assistance. He possessed an S-level talent, wasn't it preferable to simply survive? After all, he was not dead yet, why did everyone assume Zhang Yu was doomed? Ah, look who it is. What? Isn't that the monk who entered with Zhang Yu? What is he doing here? He must have exited early, facing the penalties for a premature withdrawal. If he could be here, how could Zhang Yu still be alive? What if? There is no what if Zhang Yu could clear the challenge, well, that's far too unrealistic. Even if Zhang Yu survived, I'd bet my life on it. However, to be honest, if I were Zhang Yu, I wouldn't have acted out of spite and entered the nightmare level abyss. Such a temper. What could he do? Haven't you heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, the Minister of Resources, and also the son of Li Changgong from the Central District, quite an influential background. Li Changgong? The level 65 flame warrior? Indeed, that's him. I never imagined Li Feng had such connections. This just goes to show that Zhang Yu lost not only resources but also potential opportunities for advancement. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came to Jianshui City? Was it merely to seize resources? That seems too blatant, perhaps it was a coincidence. Li Feng, unfortunately, failed to awaken his S-level talent, and then there was Zhang Yu, a mere summoner with an S-level talent but deemed useless. One could only say Zhang Yu was quite unfortunate. Such a pity. The murmurs of the crowd not only reached Wu Zong's ears but also caught Li Feng's attention. Brother Feng, should we teach them a lesson for their idle gossip? Inquired the youth with a buzz cut beside him. Li Feng merely shook his head. He was not particularly concerned about the rumors. After all, he would not remain in Jiangshui City for long, and once he left, the gossip would eventually fade away. The idea of seizing Zheng Yu's resources was his own suggestion. Initially, his father, Li Nan, had rejected the notion. However, with his mother's assistance and the pressure from her family, his father casually mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and surprisingly, the matter was resolved. Not only did they successfully acquire the resources, but they also received provincial approval, rendering the act not as theft, but a legitimate acquisition, primarily due to Zheng Yu's status as a summoner, which simplified the entire process. At that moment, Li Feng spotted Wu Zong sitting in a corner. And by chance, Wu Zong was looking back at him. Li Feng approached Wu Zong with a smile. What do you want? The person is dead, why are you here? To humiliate me for betraying the team? Wu Zong retorted, his tone sharp. Although he disapproved of Zheng Yu's actions, he held Li Feng's resource theft in equal disdain. Li Feng shook his head, stating, No, I lack the authority to insult you, after all, I lack the courage to descend into the abyss of nightmares myself. I merely came to remind you that there are certain matters that should be spoken of, and others that ought to remain unvoiced. Wu Zong laughed in anger. Do you think these rumors originated from my lips? If not you, then who? Li Feng pondered, realizing that only Zheng Yu and his teammates could possess such knowledge. And at present, Wu Zong was the only one who fit that description. Regardless of whether you uttered them or not, just remember, it saves you from unnecessary trouble. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated but ultimately swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. Zheng Yu was already dead, berating Li Feng would serve no purpose. He was merely curious about one thing. I wish to know, when you initially invited Zheng Yu, did you truly intend to eliminate him? Wu Zong asked bluntly. He had no real expectation of a genuine answer, he simply aimed to slightly discomfort Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng sighed and replied. I do not understand why such rumors have circulated, but I genuinely invited Zheng Yu back then. Consider it a form of compensation, after all. His prowess truly warranted him as my teammate. However, that opportunity is now lost, he brought about his own demise, and I cannot be blamed. Wu Zong surprisingly found himself somewhat believing Li Feng's words. I simply fail to comprehend why, with your advantageous background and formidable grandfather, you would covet Zheng Yu's position. Li Feng, however, replied with an impassive expression, covet? All was conducted within the bounds of reason and legality, having been reviewed by the provincial authorities, which deemed my potential within Jiangshui City to surpass that of Zheng Yu, thus allocating the resources to me. Li Feng did not directly respond to Wu Zong's inquiry. He could hardly divulge that the S-class resources bestowed by the state were overwhelmingly abundant or that most powerful families engaged in such practices. Though it was an unspoken rule among the upper echelons of society, it was a secret far too perilous to share with someone like Wu Zong. To utter it could lead to swift demise. Reasonable and legal, Wu Zong murmured those 4 words. Was it reasonable? Not in the least. Was it legal? Ironically, it indeed was. Wu Zong felt a deep discomfort. On one hand, he believed he had unearthed a truth unknown to others yet felt powerless to articulate it. On the other hand, he mourned Zheng Yu's death. Observing Wu Zong, who kept his head down in silence, Li Feng let out a cold snort. Recognizing that while this individual spoke with bravado, he was merely a coward at heart. However, just as Li Feng prepared to depart, Wu Zong sighed in despair, lamenting the injustices of the world, when a notification erupted like a bombshell. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team, the Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical clearance time of the Han Street Abyss, Nightmare level. Clearance time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin. Team Member Wu Zong, Monk, having fled at the critical moment, will receive no rewards and will face a severe penalty. The remaining team members received rewards, 15,000 experience points for their profession, a historical record gift pack, Nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss, and the title of Historian, Nightmare level version 1. A profound silence ensued. No one uttered a word. Some repeatedly opened and closed their notifications, trying to ascertain whether they had misread the information. Was this a malfunction of the system? Someone broke the stillness with a question. No one replied to him. The only responses were the gasps of disbelief and exclamations of astonishment. The system, of course, could not be at fault. This was the sanctuary, a place that had never made an error in decades. Hence, many believed that the issue lay within themselves. How could it be possible? Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare level of the abyss? A summoner, accompanied by 4 mere spectators, had conquered the nightmare level of the abyss. Surely, this must be a jest. Chapter 36, The Unfathomable Wealth in Our City of Shangyu. We initially faced disbelief, until the leaderboard screen in the center of the Cold Street Abyss Hall displayed a new set of data, meticulously recorded by the Sanctum. Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, First Completion Record, Zhang Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin, Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, Completion Time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds. Completion members, Zhang Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin, although Zhang Yu and his companions had yet to be teleported out. The record was irrefutable. The summoner, whom many had dismissed, had indeed conquered the nightmare abyss. I feel as if I am dreaming, someone remarked. It seems unreal. Is Zhang Yu really only an S-rank talent? That is inconsequential. I want to know if he is truly a summoner. Wasn't he it said that summoners are the weakest? How did he manage to clear the nightmare level abyss? Who knows? No one had previously regarded Zhang Yu with any optimism. This matter transcended mere skepticism. I recall someone mentioning that if Zhang Yu survived, he would be left with a mere fan. Yet, here he was. Not only having survived but also having conquered the nightmare level abyss. Let us see what unfolds next. I mentioned Zhang Yu surviving with a fan. I never suggested that he needed a fan to clear the nightmare level. What difference does it make? After all, both scenarios end with survival. It's not the same. How so? One is merely surviving, while the other signifies a more impressive survival, one that has sharply slapped us all in the face. The paths diverge. Speaking of which, I do feel some sympathy for one individual. Who? Li Feng? Li Feng is relatively fine, although he has been quite publicly humiliated. Future disputes over resources will still pose challenges for him. However, he bears the surname Li. We need not waste our sympathy on him. You mean Wu Zong? Indeed. Just look at his expression now. PFF. It's the color of pig liver. I can't hold back, I must laugh for a moment. What a quintessentially unfortunate soul, the nightmare level abyss. Is he truly willing to forego such extraordinary fortune? What unfortunate soul? He chose to withdraw himself, who can he blame? That is true. Their discussions were loud, lacking any veneer of subtlety. It was either an accident or a deliberate act. In contrast to their envy of Zhang Yu, they relished the spectacle of Wu Zong's misfortune. What could have been a serendipitous windfall now transformed into a lifelong regret? No one knew what transpired within the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss, but they understood that it no longer pertained to Wu Zong. To take pleasure in another's misfortune is the greatest delight. Wu Zong's face indeed bore the hue of pig liver. He sat in stunned silence. The swift rise and fall within a single day leaving him breathless. Alas! Wu Zong could not restrain himself any longer and let out a sigh of regret and fury. Just one step away. Just one step away. He could have ascended the rankings, basking in resources and the envious gazes of others, rather than enduring the schadenfreude of those around him. If only he had persevered a little longer. Persevere? He paused, struck by a sudden realization. He recalled the moment when Zhang Yu was overwhelmed by the boss in the cold streets, and Tao Qian, wielding the monk's staff with unwavering determination, disregarded his warnings and charged forward without hesitation. He thought of Koing and Wenren Qinjiu, who possessed the audacity to wager their very lives. If given another chance, could he truly persist? Could he, like Tao Qian, rush into danger for his brothers? Could he gamble his life for his future? No. He understood he was merely a coward. He gazed at the notification before him, team member Wu Zone, monk, will receive no rewards due to desertion and will face expulsion penalties. Desertion. Those 4 words, as piercing as an affront, caused Wu Zone to black out, collapsing to the ground. Someone, please. A person has fainted from the frustration of not receiving a reward. Is there a priest here? A healing spell, please. A voice, unafraid of stirring trouble, called out. Perhaps not. It would be cruel to wake him now. When he sees Zhang Yu, how could he face him? Too cruel, indeed. Ha ha, it is quite cruel. Allow me to take care of this. I am a level 10 priest. Behold my grand healing spell. I've had my share of amusement today. It's truly entertaining. People love to watch the spectacle, especially when it is so delightfully thrilling. They revel in adding insult to injury. This is what we call positive energy. A throng gathered, chattering animatedly, while another faction began to post their opinions online. Previous disparaging posts about Zhang Yu were resurrected as if they were unearthed from the grave. Original post: Zhang Yu has become arrogant, refusing a team composed of 4 A-class talents. Post 126, Li Feng has become arrogant, daring to seize Zhang Yu's resources. Post 127, what do 4 A-classes amount to? If Li Feng hadn't robbed Zhang Yu's resources and lacked his family as backing, how could he possibly break records? He is merely a petty thief. Original post: as the only S-class talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are perplexing. Post 298, perplexing? He can conquer the nightmare level abyss on his own. Does he need Li Feng to assist him? Post 299, indeed, perplexing? What is truly perplexing is not Zhang Yu's choice, but rather his formidable strength. Original post: a detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the Cold Street abyss on simple level in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Post 1112, so. What exactly did you analyze? Post 1113, the original poster analyzed a plethora of points, ultimately concluding that Zhang Yu merely passed the simple Cold Street abyss by luck. Now that Zhang Yu has conquered the nightmare level, do analyze again. What is the luck this time? Post 1114, who would have thought this pointless analysis thread would garner over 1,000 replies? Original post: a rational analysis. Zhang Yu's rejection of Li Feng's invitation is indeed a positive sign, demonstrating his profound self-confidence. The 17th post: oh my! It's you again. The 18th post: impressive. Among so many posts, you're the only one who supports the great Zhang Yu, and what's more, you are indeed correct. Such formidable confidence. The 19th post: only with great strength can one possess such confidence. You truly understand, dear poster. The 20th post: enough with the hindsight. This individual is merely a bystander. I have read his posts, and none of them follow the crowd. He champions rebellion, and this time, he simply stumbled upon a fortunate guess. Original post: cowardly Zhang Yu. A pathetic summoner, purely derogatory post: please refrain from entering if displeased. The 154th post: come, let's debate. The 155th post: step forward and face the criticism. The 191st post: cowardly poster, worthless. Purely derogatory, welcome to the battle. Zhang Yu had not even teleported yet. In a mere 5 minutes, all forums in Jiangshui City erupted. Not only the forums, but also the phone lines of the mayor's office and the Minister of Resources, Li Nan, were inundated. An emergency meeting convened late at night in the mayor's office of Jiangshui City. Meanwhile, the news also reached the neighboring city of Shangyu. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu gazed anxiously at his secretary, who shook his head and replied, Zhang Yu has not answered the call. Zhang Zhan nodded and remarked, then he has yet to emerge from the abyss. Rising from his seat, he lit a cigarette and, after a moment of contemplation, instructed his secretary, you must send someone to Jiangshui City immediately. Block him at the entrance. Dispatch Chai Fong. He is swift and can reach Jiangshui City in just 2 minutes. We must secure this genius. Since Jiangshui City does not desire him, Shangyu City shall claim him. We shall seize this tremendous fortune. Chapter 37, Securing Zhang Yu is imperative. Among professionals, competition prevails, competition for resources, rankings, and more. The same holds true between cities. Shanyu and Jiangshui have long been rivals, perpetually vying for the top 2 positions within Jiangnan province. The scarcity of exceptional talent leads to insufficient resource allocation from above. With outdated equipment, subpar medical facilities, and lagging education, the cycle worsens, dissuading further talent from arriving, ultimately resulting in a vicious cycle. If tangible achievements remain elusive, the mayor may find his position untenable. Zhang Zhan is particularly troubled by the absence of skilled professionals today. However, he soon discovers Zhang Yu. Having kept a close watch on the developments in Jiangshui, he is well aware of Zhang Yu's situation, an S-class talented professional who has fallen victim to resource theft, perpetrated by the grandson of Li Chenggong. For the common folk, such occurrences typically necessitate acquiescence. The hope of reclaiming lost resources seems futile. Most concerning is that Zhang Yu does not even qualify as an ordinary citizen. He is an orphan, recently bereaved of his grandfather, residing in a slum. Upon learning more about Zhang Yu, Zhang Zhan perceives this as a potential opportunity. Despite being merely a summoner, he considers it worth the gamble. Just as he hesitates, Zhang Yu breaks the record for the basic level Cold Street Abyss, further solidifying Zhang Zhan's resolve. Nonetheless, he remains slightly apprehensive upon discovering that the provincial authorities have already approved the transfer of Zhang Yu's subsidy eligibility to Li Feng, leaving him with little to leverage. After a night of turmoil, just as he contemplates giving up, he receives the astonishing news that Zhang Yu has cleared the nightmare level abyss. He leaps from his chair, calling for his secretary to immediately request resources and consult with the resource department of Shangyu City to strategize on securing this prodigy. Yet, doubts arise. With Zhang Yu having cleared the nightmare level abyss, surely Zhou Yun, despite his influence, would recognize the significance of this talent and not relinquish him. Questions are raised. Not relinquish? Who says he has to? Are we not the ones attempting to recruit him? Must we seek his approval? Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that their offer may not surpass Zhou Yun's, especially with Li Nan's assistance, who may provide additional resources to placate Zhang Yu's sentiments, thereby negating their advantage. This indeed poses a significant challenge. Recruiting such talent is no easy feat. A professional capable of clearing the nightmare level abyss holds boundless potential, and Zhang Yu's achievement is even more remarkable, having completed it with 4 companions. Such talent and practical skills warrant the mayor's humility in approaching Zhang Yu. Zhang Zhan, however, smiles and counters, "It is not as bleak as you perceive. I believe we have a substantial chance of securing this genius." Zhang Yu is not one to endure humiliation. He has made his discontent with Zhou Yun quite apparent. If he lacks another option, he might temporarily tolerate the resource situation. Yet, should an alternative arise beyond Zhou Yun of Jiangshui, he would undoubtedly refuse reconciliation. Zhang Zhan analyzes with an expression that suggests he understands Zhang Yu profoundly. "I possess a profound understanding of Zhang Yu." He openly rebuffed Li Feng, indirectly mocking Mayor Zhou Yun through a public announcement, plunging into a nightmarish abyss and striking a blow to the resource department of Jiangshui City. Such an individual is best left undisturbed, yet he is also manageable, for we are acutely aware of his needs. Zhang Zhan exuded confidence, barring unforeseen circumstances. His token of allegiance would be delivered, granting Zhang Yu the opportunity to gracefully decline Zhou Yun's overtures. At that moment, a knock resounded as the Human Resources Department entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we have investigated and found discrepancies regarding Zhang Yu's household registration. His parents have been missing for years, and the so-called grandfather is merely a scavenger who found him, lacking any blood relation." Zhang Zhan inquired, "So, Zhang Yu does not belong to Jiangshui City?" "Not only does he not belong, but he hasn't even registered." "No household registration? An undocumented individual?" "Not exactly. It is merely pending. As you know, such procedures can be quite arduous. We cannot prove his relationship with his grandfather, yet we cannot deny him access to education. Thus, he must wait until he turns 18 to handle his registration independently. So it remains unresolved?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Truly splendid. One could say that fortune favors our Shangyu City. Were it not for Li Nan, Zhou Yun would not relinquish Shangyu, for in comparison to an S-class summoner, Li Nan and his family are far more advantageous to curry favor with. This oversight has allowed us to discover this prodigy, Zhang Yu. Expedite the processing of all necessary documentation, ensuring that he becomes a resident of Shangyu City immediately. Moreover, there are a few other matters for you to address. In Jiangshui City, within the office of the first high school, Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Chang, emotionlessly regarded the secretary from the mayor's office, resolutely declining the offered items. The secretary, maintaining a pleasant smile, looked at Zhang Chang, yet the words that followed were chilling. Teacher Zhang, I advise you to consider your words carefully. If you accept this resource, it is as though nothing has transpired. Next year, you may assume the role of director at the first high school. Should you refuse? What if I refuse? They may as well expel me. Zhang Chang retorted indifferently. This is not the first instance. You have previously manipulated supplementary resources. In the past, it was B and C grade resources, now, it is merely S grade. It's all the same, my conscience cannot bear it. Zhang Chang indicated the pristine desk and the adjacent suitcase, clearly prepared to depart. This was not solely about Zheng Yu, it was the culmination of long-held grievances. Poof. The secretary, a smiling tiger, scoffed coldly. Since Teacher Zhang is resolute in his decision, I can only express my apologies. Just as the secretary prepared to reclaim the gift intended for Zhang Chang, a notification appeared before them. Both individuals were momentarily stunned. Performing the same sequence of actions, closing the notification, reopening it, rubbing their eyes, widening their gaze, and slightly parting their lips in astonishment. It was inevitable. Nearly every professional who received this news had gone through the same motions. This is a subconscious reaction of disbelief. The secretary was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Zheng Yu has conquered the nightmare level abyss? Zheng Yu? Is he the same Zheng Yu they were just discussing? Something feels off, something feels terribly wrong. This is disastrous. The secretary's keen intuition sensed a looming crisis. All his recent endeavors were meticulously planned based on the assumption that Zheng Yu would perish in the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss. However, he had never entertained the notion that Zheng Yu might actually clear the nightmare-level abyss. Everything has become chaotic. His mind raced immediately to Zheng Yu's residency issues. Certain circumstances had led to Zheng Yu being stuck. It was not that the government could not address the matter, but the ambiguous residency issues would inadvertently mitigate the repercussions of Li Feng seizing Zheng Yu's resources. Yet now, it had transformed into the most troublesome predicament. Damn it! The politically astute secretary, casting aside decorum, intended to turn and leave when he was halted by Zhang Chang. Leave the resources. What? I said, leave the resources. Aren't these meant for me? Zhang Chang had changed his mind. He wanted those resources to compensate Zheng Yu. The secretary, lacking the time to engage in debate with Zhang Chang, hastily relinquished the resources and exited the school. Zhang Chang gazed at the resources before him. His previously heavy heart suddenly lightened. Who would have imagined that after enduring so much and finally standing firm, he would stumble upon such fortune? A professional who conquered the nightmare-level abyss is my student. Zhang Chang felt a swell of pride. Although he was acutely aware that he could no longer remain in Jiangshui City, he held no regrets. At that moment, a phone call came through. Hello? He did not recognize the caller. Greetings, are you Zhang Chang, the teacher of Zheng Yu? Yes, I am. Would you be interested in joining us as a teacher in Xiangyu City? Chapter 38. Those who take my resources must pay a price. Before Zheng Yu could fully emerge from the abyss, turbulent currents stirred in his favor outside. The city of Xiangyu was fervently competing to attract talent and was in the process of reallocating resources to Zheng Yu. Onlookers reveled in the spectacle, and the forum of Jiangshui City buzzed with unprecedented excitement. However, on this side of Jiangshui City, all remained quiet. At this moment, Zheng Yu found himself within the teleportation space, gazing at his rewards. You have conquered the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, earning rewards, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level. Professional Experience 15,000. Congratulations! You have achieved the first clear of the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, and received rewards. Acquired, Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare level, Professional Experience 15,000. One reward for clearing the dungeon and another for the first clear. Alongside 2 nightmare-level treasure chests from the first-level abyss, signified the acquisition of 2 platinum-grade pieces of equipment. Furthermore, there was the historical record reward announced prior to teleportation. In total, he had amassed 3 sets of rewards, culminating in an impressive 45,000 experience points. To level up from 10 to 11 requires 11,000 experience points. And Zhang Yu estimated that this bounty would elevate him to at least level 13. What a thrill! Truly, the rewards from the Nightmare level abyss were exceptional. However, as he was still in the midst of teleportation, he could not claim his rewards just yet. As the disorienting sensation subsided, Zhang Yu and his companions finally emerged from the abyss. Indeed, Zhang Yu was rather handsome. Springtime feelings? Forget it. Did you not see the 2 beautiful women by his side? They were undoubtedly more attractive than you. Damn it, a Nightmare level abyss, this was a tremendous windfall for him. Moreover, it was the first clear of the Nightmare level abyss, accompanied by the rewards for the abyss record. I could scarcely imagine how outrageous the rewards might be. Are they not superior to those provided by Jianshui City? Whether they are good or not is one matter, but these resources were earned through Zhang Yu's own efforts. The resources allocated by the government should rightfully belong to Zhang Yu, not Li Feng. Principles are one thing, but reality is another. Before Zhang Yu cleared the Nightmare level abyss, did you not also consider summoners to be worthless? In the forum, nearly 99% believed it was reasonable for the resources to go to Li Feng, only to change their tune now. That does not concern me. Is this not a decision for the mayor? What I want to know is what Mayor Zhou Yun plans to do about it. It is said that the resources awarded to Li Feng followed the proper procedures, having been thoroughly analyzed by Jianshui City's experts, who unanimously deemed Li Feng the most suitable recipient. Moreover, he received approval from the provincial authorities above. It seems there will be some entertainment forthcoming. Indeed. Who would have anticipated that Zhang Yu would perform so impressively, directly slapping those experts in the face? Experts? Just a bunch of fools. I recall that those very experts advised us to sell our uninhabitable properties to fund equipment purchases. Is that even sensible? Inept individuals who are more likely to cause failure than success. Wait a moment. Do you see that? Are those government officials? Someone pointed out that a few men in suits, briefcases in hand, were approaching Zhang Yu at the entrance of the Cold Street abyss. Is that not Chai Feng? Who is Chai Feng? Currently, the professionals in Shangyu City seem to have just ascended to the position of Minister of Resources, now at level 42. What brings him here? What else but to poach talent? Is he after Zhang Yu? Or perhaps after you? Goodness, Shangyu City is quite audacious, attempting to snatch S-level gifted professionals from our city? One should inquire of Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan as to why Shangyu City dares to make such moves. After all, they discarded Zhang Yu like refuse, allowing us to cast him aside while forbidding them from reclaiming him. If they wish to poach, so be it, it hardly concerns me. How could it not concern you? It is indeed significant. How so? Each city possesses a formidable professional, and for us, that is Zhou Yun, who originally hailed from Jianshui City but has been stuck at level 45. Should Zhang Yu surpass level 45? He would usurp Zhou Yun's position and become the mayor of Jianshui City. What relevance does that hold for me? The relevance lies in the fact that every stage of the abyss is exceedingly challenging, yet, each time one conquers an abyss, the temple bestows resources upon the entire district surrounding it. Do you not comprehend? The reason every city invests copious resources in nurturing professionals is precisely for this. At last, someone grasps the significance of S-level gifted professionals. Does this not imply that if Zhang Yu is taken away, every abyss he conquers thereafter will no longer concern us? Not a penny of connection remains. That simply cannot be allowed. For decades, Jianshui City has had but this one professional capable of conquering the nightmarish abyss, who is destined to awaken. We cannot allow such a valuable asset to slip away. Some have begun to catch on, the urgency mounting. If Zhang Yu were solely powerful in his own right, it would indeed bear little significance for them. They are, after all, beings from two disparate worlds, destined for no future connection. However, the situation has changed. Zhang Yu is not only an S-level gifted individual but also the sole professional to conquer the nightmarish abyss in over a decade. He is bound to surpass level 40. Any abyss Zhang Yu conquers will yield benefits for them. Zheng Yu feasts while they sip broth, even that broth is akin to a windfall. Alas! Where are the people of Jiangshui City? Some have noticed Zheng Yu engaging in discussions with Chai Fong from the resource department of Shangyu City. And a sense of urgency has settled in. This will not do, I must call the mayor. You know the mayor's number? Is there not a complaint hotline? It is unreachable, I have tried. And what about the petition office? There are cameras, and the petition box is locked with a fist-sized padlock. Do you think this is a jest? Do you truly believe Zhou Yun and Li Nan would bow down? Damn, how revolting! Someone muttered under their breath. Indeed. Zhou Yun, in pursuit of his own future, chose Li Feng over Zhang Yu. However, in truth, Li Feng is not without merit. His family resides in the central district. And his presence in Jiangshui City clearly indicates an intention to seize the resource opportunity from Zhang Yu. Regardless of Li Feng's strength, it bears little relevance to us. Zhang Yu encountered this individual from Shangyu City, a level 42 professional with the vocation of a second-tier mage. Upon meeting Zhang Yu, his initial words were, "Do you wish for Zhou Yun to regret his decision? Come to our Shangyu City and allow Zhou Yun to bear the scorn and vitriol of all the citizens of Jiangshui City. We can assist you in securing the S-class resource quota." This statement struck a chord with Zhang Yu. This Chai Fong was indeed a negotiator. It was precisely the outcome Zhang Yu desired. If one wishes to claim my resources, they must be prepared to pay a price. Chapter 39. Zhou Yun's perspective truly seems limited. As Zhang Yu and Chai Fong deliberated on subsequent matters, Wu Zong observed from a distance, filled with envy and a sense of grievance. He didn't envy Zhang Yu, for it was through sheer competence that Zheng attained his accomplishments. It was not Zheng who forced him out, but rather his own misguided choices that led to this predicament. His envy was directed towards Tao Qian, Wen Renqinjiu, and Kuing, who stood beside Zhang Yu. Just hours prior, they had gathered for a barbecue, sharing laughter and camaraderie. While he now found himself concealed in a corner, longing for their companionship. He dared not present himself before Zhang Yu, feeling utterly ashamed and at a loss for words. An apology? What good would that do now? His distrust of Zhang Yu's decision to withdraw from the abyss had already resulted in his exclusion from Zhang Yu's circle. A consequence of his own making. Ultimately, Wu Zong chose to depart quietly, deciding not to return to the Cold Street abyss for upgrades. At least until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the second tier of the abyss. Only then would he muster the courage to return. Tao Qian caught sight of Wu Zong's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret for his friend. After 3 years of dedication at the martial arts school, foregoing food and comfort, all for the hope of once again embarking on the path of the professional, he had finally grasped an opportunity, only to relinquish it due to his own choices. Such a pity. With a sigh, Tao Qian lamented. Beside him, Wen Renqinjiu remarked with a smile, "There is nothing to regret, it's all a matter of personal choice. As adults, we must take responsibility for our decisions and face the consequences that follow." In truth, he had gained something himself, having ascended to level 6. Indeed, Tao Qian nodded. He didn't wish to plead for Wu Zong, merely reflecting on how some decisions can profoundly influence one's life. For instance, his steadfast choice to support Zhang Yu. Honestly, his initial support for Zhang Yu stemmed from their brotherly bond, having grown up together, skipped school together, and fought side by side. He never anticipated that such unwavering support would pave the way for his own professional journey. It is worth noting that in the entire Jiuzhou, the number of professionals who have conquered the nightmare-level abyss is exceedingly rare. Now, he counted himself among them. Speaking of which, where is Li Feng? Ka-ing inquired eagerly. Unable to contain her curiosity about Li Feng's expression and how Jiangshui City would handle Zhang Yu's resource replacement. Perhaps he left early, Tao Qian mused, scanning the area for Li Feng's silhouette. If I were him, I would have also departed beforehand. One cannot simply remain here to witness Zhang Yu's demeanor. After all. Indeed, they agreed. While Li Feng's absence was unfortunate, they were soon met by a throng of individuals entering the venue. Is that the secretary of Mayor Zhou? Yes, I've seen him before. He recently addressed our school on behalf of Mayor Zhou, Tao Qian remarked, furrowing his brow. Wait. Did they only send the secretary? When Ren Qinjie chuckled and remarked, "It seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City possesses quite a narrow perspective, does he not?" Xianyu City has triumphed. Koing, perplexed, inquired, "I do not comprehend, do they truly disregard Zhang Yu? He is, after all, a professional adept at navigating the abyss of nightmarish challenges. When Ren Qinjie rationally analyzed, they have likely chosen to abandon him. The Li family's power in Zhang Yu's future present a dichotomy, he can only select one. Moreover, do you believe Zhang Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology?" Koing pondered for a moment before responding, "It would depend on the sincerity of the apology." Indeed, given Zhang Yu's temperament, Zhou Yun would at least need to compose a formal letter of apology and publicly announce it for Zhang Yu to even consider accepting such an unjust treatment. Yet, do you truly think that Zhou Yun, a mayor of considerable standing and a level 45 professional, would be inclined to do so? Therefore, the emergence of Xiangyu City provides Zhang Yu with a pivotal opportunity, preventing a hard confrontation that could end in discord. Now, we await the gradual unfolding of events. Zhou Yun may ultimately become a figure of disgrace for Jiangshui City, the stronger and higher-ranked Zhang Yu becomes, the more Zhou Yun will be derided by his own hometown and even his kin. In this world, power is paramount, levels serve as a proxy for strength. The higher Zhang Yu ascends, the more Zhou Yun's decision to expel him will invite scorn. "Zhang Yu," the mayor's secretary called out urgently, ushering individuals before Zhang Yu. "First and foremost, congratulations on conquering the nightmarish abyss of Hanjia, on behalf of all of Jiangshui City. We shall host a grand celebration for your achievement in overcoming this challenging instance. Regarding your S-Class subsidy, it is indeed true that our mayor's office acted inappropriately by failing to provide you with timely resource compensation. However, rest assured, Jiangshui City will furnish you with a separate compensation package that will be no less than the S-Class subsidy." The secretary quickly enumerated all the compensatory measures he could conceive. Yet he entirely omitted the incident concerning the resources taken by Li Feng. Before Zhang Yu could respond, Chai Feng interjected, "This is utterly laughable. Is this the compensation you have devised? You genuinely believe that currying favor with Li Nan will yield benefits?" "Oh, correction, it may bring advantages, but solely to Zhou Yun. The citizens of Jiangshui City will see none of it." Given the numerous onlookers, Chai Feng's words were directed pointedly at the young professionals of Jiangshui City. The secretary recognized that Chai Feng was deliberately exacerbating tensions. Ignoring him, the secretary turned directly to Zhang Yu, saying, "Zhang Yu, you must consider this carefully. You are now a citizen of Jiangshui City, and if you were to relocate to Xiangyu City, are you attempting to morally coerce me?" Zhang Yu interjected, cutting the secretary off. "Or do you believe that my departure from Jiangshui City would be a loss solely for me, rather than for you?" Zhang Yu smiled, gazing at the secretary. "If you wish for me to remain, it is not impossible, simply agree to 2 conditions." "What conditions?" the secretary inquired. Beside him, Chai Feng anxiously observed Zhang Yu. "First, return to me the resources originally allocated to Li Feng, intact. Second, I demand a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary remained silent. The requests put forth by Zhang Yu were, in essence, the most fundamental of demands, yet he was acutely aware of their improbability. The secretary fervently attempted to explain, "You must understand, Li Feng's acquisition of this resource is beyond reproach, both in terms of procedure and justification." "Are you implying that I am at fault?" Zhang Yu queried. "Not at all. I merely ask, was this resource not originally mine?" Zhang Yu pressed. The secretary remained mute. "Very well, no response is acceptable, it is evident you lack the authority. Thus, relay to Zhou Yun that should he acquiesce to my 2 conditions, I shall refrain from departing." Zhang Yu shrugged and continued, "You see, I am not being aggressive, nor am I demanding any form of compensation. I seek only the most basic of entitlements, resources that rightfully belong to me, along with an apology. Yet, you are unable to fulfill my requests. Therefore, the question remains, am I leaving Jiangshui City of my own accord, or are you compelling my departure?" The secretary stood speechless, for they were undeniably in the wrong. Chapter 40, Level 13. The Third Summoned Beast. The negotiations collapsed outright, leaving no room for compromise. Zhou Yun could not possibly apologize. As a mayor and a level 45 professional, how could he lower himself to apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just conquered a nightmarish abyss that had remained unrecorded for over a decade, it was insufficient for a mayor to publicly express regret. In this world, strength is paramount. Zhou Yun's level 45 prowess was his pride and his capital. Even if one possesses potential, it must be transformed into tangible strength to ensure fairness. If Zhou Yun could not publicly apologize, then Li Nan had even less chance. As for the resources, there was no way to reclaim them. Zhou Yun had allocated those resources to Li Feng in exchange for the privilege of entering the Li family faction. To ask for them back would only serve to offend both sides. Between the Li family and Zhang Yu, he could only choose one. Naturally, he would not choose Zhang Yu. A perfect solution? That was non-existent. The secretary was well aware, having served numerous mayors. Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and impatient professional he had ever encountered. The secretary glanced at Zhang Yu and sighed, abandoning his formal tone. If I were in your position, I would not accept either, but if I were in Zhou Yun's position, I would not yield. Therefore, I can only hope that you will not experience any significant development in the future, otherwise, I will be condemned just like Zhou Yun. Ultimately, this was merely the secretary's job. The secretary departed with his team. After Zhang Yu exchanged contact information with Chai Feng, he led Tao Qian and the others away from the hall of the Cold Street Abyss. In the mayor's office of Jiangshui City, Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zhang Yu's two demands through the secretary. Noticing Li Nan's silence, Zhou Yun took the initiative to speak. That young man Zhang Yu thinks that by narrowly passing through a nightmarish abyss, he can make demands of me. The future is long, and I do not believe a summoner like him can achieve significant advancement. Li Nan, puffing on a cigarette, replied with indifference, one cannot dismiss this lightly. To conquer a nightmarish abyss cannot be attributed solely to luck. However, even at stage 1, a nightmarish abyss is still merely a novice abyss. In our central district, countless prodigies have cleared nightmarish abysses. It is only in your impoverished corner of the world that such feats seem remarkable. Impoverished corner. Zhou Yun felt a pang of annoyance. While Jiangshui City may not rival the central district, it certainly could not be labeled as a backwater. Li Nan, oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle expression, continued, how you choose is your business, but I, Li Nan, have only one son, Li Feng. Rest assured, Minister Li, I understand. That is good to hear. Li Nan extinguished his cigarette and exited Zhou Yun's office. The moment Li Nan left, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a grim countenance. At his level, to continue advancing without sufficient strength necessitated choosing sides. Li Nan's transfer to Jiangshui City was, for him, the best opportunity. Aligning oneself with the Li family faction offers not merely political protection but also the privilege of team formation. Decades of development have allowed certain individuals to monopolize a portion of the Abyss's power, namely, the right to assemble a team, which is referred to as a faction. The 4 stages of abyssal difficulty render the configuration of teammates for entering the Abyss exceedingly lavish, compelling most competent professionals to join factions to solidify their standing. Only members of the same faction have the opportunity to recruit powerful allies, making this the paramount condition for conquering the Abyss. Throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces, only a few factions stand as the most formidable, one of which is led by the level 65 Li Chenggong, known as the Li family faction. Compared to the resentment of an S-rank talent summoner, the ability to join the Li family faction through this matter is of utmost significance. Nothing surpasses the enhancement of strength in importance. As for why Li Nan dotes on Li Feng so excessively, it is not solely due to the fact that he has only one son, it also pertains to the family's status. In a family of the Li's caliber, status is rigorously maintained. For Li Nan to vie for family prestige and become a pivotal figure within the faction, he requires not only his own strength but also that of his offspring to be commendable. Evidently, the A-rank talent of Li Feng represents a blemish for Li Nan. Moreover, having only one son does not stem from favoritism towards Li Feng but rather from a lack of alternatives. It is likely that he aims to afford Li Feng additional resources for advancement without relying on the family's resources to fortify their position. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. Secretary Wang, please instruct the Human Resources Bureau to hinder Zhang Yu's household registration. He wishes to go to Shanyu City, correct? Let him be unable to do so. Mayor Zhou, it may not be possible to obstruct him. What? Why is it impossible? The secretary explained, Zheng Yu is not originally from Jiangshui City, his grandfather was merely a scavenger without registered status. He has never possessed a household registration. Then how did he manage to attend school? Because of his excellent grades, his performance has been outstanding, nearly ranking first in the top school. Zhou Yun understood. In pursuit of academic excellence, the top school had directly overlooked Zheng Yu's household registration issue. What are they all doing? Zhou Yun felt an overwhelming urge to curse. By the way, that teacher of Zheng Yu, what was his name? Zhang Chang. Ensure he is not allowed to remain at the school. The secretary hesitated before responding. Zhang Chang has already gone to Shanyu City. Why can't they handle even such a trivial matter? Why must I be the one to worry about it? A bunch of useless individuals. Zhou Yun could not restrain his frustration. The secretary felt wronged, he was the most diligent within the entire government. Always cleaning up the mess whenever issues arose. Have you ever considered who has allowed things to develop to this extent? You only blame me? The secretary suddenly felt an impulse to resign. Enough, it has come to this point, so be it. He is merely a new professional. Issue a notice. I will be entering the 4th stage abyss in Jiangshui City in a few days. Once conquered, all professionals in the city will reap the benefits. By then, no one will remember who Zheng Yu was. As for the future, as a summoner, he sees little hope for it. Zhou Yun still firmly believes that Zheng Yu merely succeeded in the nightmarish dungeon through sheer luck. He does not believe that Zheng Yu could genuinely threaten his future standing, neither now nor in the times to come. Moreover, having aligned himself with the Li family faction, his prospects look exceedingly bright. What is there to fear about the future? Nevertheless, Zhou Yun still decided to unleash his ire upon that group of experts. They must be immediately dismissed, and a notification drafted to inform all practitioners. He knew precisely how to compose it. Although the secretary still harbored some resentment, work must prevail. As one must provide for their family. Understood. The incident involving Zheng Yu must be downplayed, with no mention of Minister Li Feng and Li Nan. The blame should be shifted squarely onto the experts, exposing their scandals to divert attention, and then, silence. He was well versed in this strategy. Well then, proceed. Thank you for your efforts. In the end, Zhou Yun expressed his gratitude. Jiangshui City could do without him or Zheng Yu. But it absolutely could not function without Secretary Wang. In the impoverished district of Jiangshui City, Zheng Yu's residence, Tao Qian adeptly entered Zheng Yu's home, retrieved some ice cream from the refrigerator, and inquired, "Would you like some?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Just have one." "No thanks." "Haven't you frozen enough in the depths of the cold streets? You'd eat ice cream right after coming out? What about you two? Would you like some?" Tao Qian asked Wenrun Qingyu and Kuing, who had accompanied Zheng Yu to his home. Wenrun Qingyu shook her head. Kuing curiously asked, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours?" Tao Qian, feeling quite at home, poured himself some water and settled onto the sofa. "Ever since Zheng Yu arrived in Jiangshui City, I've been his neighbor, I know his place too well." Zheng Yu nodded, indicating that this was quite normal. "Let's get down to business." Zheng Yu set down his phone. "I just spoke with Chai Feng, teacher Zhang Cheng has already been transferred to Shanyu City, and next it will be your turn. Are you both originally from Jiangshui City?" Zheng Yu asked Wenrun Qingyu and Kuing. Wenrun Qingyu shook her head and replied, "No." "Then after you reach level 10, come to Shanyu City. There are 2 tier 2 abysses there, and you can work on some strategies." "Great." Kuing eagerly responded. This indicated that Zheng Yu had agreed to continue guiding them. A rare opportunity. Although they would merely be supporting characters and the rewards would not be evenly distributed, even so, the rewards obtained from high-difficulty abysses guided by Zheng Yu would far surpass those of ordinary individuals. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a heaven and earth disparity. However, Wenrun Qingyu voiced her concern. "But the difficulty of Tier 2 abysses far exceeds that of Tier 1, can you really continue to assist us?" "Yes," Zheng Yu replied succinctly. His 2 words were a promise that reassured one Renqingyu and the others, allowing them to rest easy. Zheng Yu needed obedient teammates like them. Previously, he had inquired about the rewards obtained by Tao Qian, Wen Renqingyu, and Kuing, and discovered that they had received merely a historical record abyss chest. The reward for the initial clearance was a randomly selected golden grade equipment chest. The reward for conquering the nightmare level was the option to choose any golden grade weapon from the Cold Street Abyss, restricted to weapons produced within that realm. Furthermore, the experience points awarded were a full 3 times less than those received by Zheng Yu. This indicates that the temple allocates rewards in a personalized manner based on combat performance and achievements within the abyss. Nevertheless, even the reduced rewards were sufficient to incite envy among others. In fact, without waiting for us, I observed that the reward of 15,000 experience points was enough to elevate us to level 10, Tao Qian remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us claim our rewards and then open the chests. Zheng Yu was equally eager. After all, this was his first time clearing the nightmare level abyss. He had long anticipated the chest that was guaranteed to yield platinum grade equipment. Claiming the rewards, Zheng Yu promptly collected all 3. Historical record rewards included Class Experience 15,000, a historical record gift pack, Nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss, and the title of historical record holder, Nightmare level version 1. The initial clearance rewards comprised Cold Street Abyss Initial Clearance Gift Pack, Nightmare Level, Class Experience 15,000. The Nightmare Level clearance rewards included Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, Class Experience 15,000. First, he received a total of 45,000 experience points. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV10 LV13, 27. 426,900 experience points required for next level. Health, 1252,800, 450 equipment attributes. Magic, 370, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 161, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 26, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 19. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Just as Zheng Yu had initially estimated, he ascended 3 levels directly, reaching level 13. The increase in health and free attribute points signifies that he now possesses talent points to evolve his summoned beast. What shall he select as his 3rd summoned beast? Chapter 41, The Platinum Weapon. The Frost Prison Staff. Zheng Yu did not hastily choose a summoned beast. Instead, he first opened the historical record gift pack. It was said that this gift pack guaranteed a top-tier platinum weapon, which filled Zheng Yu with anticipation, as he was in dire need of a suitable weapon. Upon opening the gift pack, a dazzling array of colors flickered across the panel. You have opened the historical record gift pack, Nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss. Detected your profession is summoner. The prize pool is locked to the staff series. Congratulations! You have obtained the Frost Prison Staff LV10, Platinum grade. Congratulations! You have received enhancement stones 10, forging stones 10, ice crystals, material, 100, healing potions, 5,000 health, 10. A staff was directly awarded? Zheng Yu's expression brightened with joy. Initially, he had contemplated using an equipment forging device to exchange any other weapon for one suited to him. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the gift pack's user-friendly nature, which provided him with the staff outright. Upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. After all, Tao Qian and his companions possessed a self-selected golden grade weapon gift pack, allowing them to choose weapons specific to their professions. As the holder of the highest achievements, it was only fitting that he received such a boon. A transparent staff, crafted from ice crystals, appeared in Zheng Yu's inventory. The name Frost Prison evoked memories of the Frost Prison god he had cursed for Shaoqi. This staff was likely the most formidable weapon within the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu gazed at the properties of the Frost Prison Staff. Weapon, Frost Prison Staff, required level, 10, required profession, staff proficiency, grade, platinum, attributes, intelligence 150, casting speed 50. Skill damage 10, ice damage increased by 150. Equipment effect, every time 3 skills are released, automatically unleash the Frost Prison skill, a powerful ice ability that immobilizes enemies, inflicting 3,000 fixed ice damage and freezing foes. Forging, 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes, no runes installed. This was quite impressive. Zheng Yu was thoroughly satisfied with the staff. The mere addition of 150 intelligence was remarkable, considering his current intelligence stood at a mere 161 points. After accounting for the 10 points from the novice staff, the intelligence bonus from the Frost Prison staff was nearly equivalent. Moreover, the enhancement in skill damage and ice damage was significant. For a summoner, skill damage equated to the damage dealt by summoned beasts, representing a substantial improvement. However, the casting speed was of little use to Zheng Yu. The equipment effect was surprisingly powerful as well. After casting 3 skills, it activated a control-type skill with fixed damage. The skills released by summoned beasts could also trigger the effect of the Frost Prison staff. As for forging, enhancement, refinement, and runes, all stood at 0. Equipment of platinum grade and above could undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging required forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as the ice crystals from the Cold Street Abyss. Forging stones could be obtained by dismantling equipment, allowing for an increase in the equipment's base attributes and altering its properties, thus enhancing its overall strength. Enhancement requires enhancement stones and corresponding attribute materials, obtainable from Abyss stages 2 and above, which can augment a weapon's damage-ignoring properties and enhance the defensive attributes of armor. Refinement necessitates core stones and relevant attribute materials, available from Abyss stages 3 and above, or can be acquired directly from the temple, thereby improving the quality of a weapon. Runes, obtainable from Abyss stages 4 and above, can also be procured from the temple. They carry formidable additional effects, with divine runes rivaling the effects of a mage's forbidden spells. All these items are available for purchase at the temple, though their prices are generally exorbitant. Nonetheless, regardless of the cost, there will always be individuals willing to cultivate them. A level 10 professional, possessing a nurtured platinum-grade piece of equipment, would not only navigate through stage 2 with ease but could also dominate effortlessly. Treasure chests consistently yield enhancement stones and forging materials. Zheng Yu promptly exchanged his novice staff for the Frost Prison staff, resulting in an immediate surge in his intelligence to 301. Subsequently, he opened the remaining 2 nightmarish Cold Street treasure chests. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss first completion gift, Nightmare level. Congratulations! You have received the Engaged Ring of Resentment LV10, Platinum grade. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones 5, Forging Stones 5, Frost Stones, Material, 25. Healing Potions, 5000 Health, 10. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received the Summoning Beast Equipment. Fish Slayer Knife LV10, Platinum grade. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones 5, Forging Stones 5, Frost Stones, Material, 25, Healing Potions, 5000 Health, 10. Ah, splendid! I did not expect to uncover Summoning Beast Equipment. Such items are rare. If other professionals were to find this equipment, they would likely be infuriated. Useless for their own purposes, they would find it unsellable. Selling it at a low price would be a pity for a platinum-grade item. As in the realm of level 10 equipment, platinum cannot be deemed top tier due to its lack of market demand. Summoning Beast Equipment, Fish Slayer Knife, Equipment level, level 10, Equipment attributes, Health 5000. Attack power 350, Equipment effect, the Summoning Beast equipped with the Fish Slayer Knife will possess the exclusive line, for 30 years, I have slain fish. My heart is as cold as my blade. After delivering this line, its next 3 attacks will have their speed increased by 100. Ah! This must surely be the exclusive weapon of that fish-slaying fellow, Hansi. Zheng Yu promptly equipped it on the Goblin General. He then turned his attention to the platinum-grade ring. Ring, Engaged Ring of Resentment, Wielding level, 10, Wielding requirements, none, grade, Platinum, attributes, Intelligence 100, Strength 100. Magic 500, Equipment effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield formed from resentment that can withstand 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2, Shield Break, upon shattering. The shield inflicts 500 points of fixed damage to surrounding enemies. Forging, 0 enhancement, 0 refinement, 0 runes, unembedded runes. The attributes of the ring are, to be honest, quite commendable, surpassing other level 10 equipment by a significant margin. An impressive 100 points of intelligence is indeed enticing. With a shield value of 10,000, it stands as exceptionally high. The solid damage of 500 can almost be disregarded. gazing at the shield value of 10,000. Zheng Yu recollects the videos of professional matches he had previously watched, where a high-damage assassin struck a warrior and caused merely a few hundred points of damage. He had been perplexed at the time, but now he comprehends. Equipment suppression. With this cursed ring, it becomes exceedingly difficult for an ordinary assassin to eliminate him in a single blow. Equipping the ring enhances his intelligence by an additional 100. With 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment, his intelligence skyrockets to 401. Subsequently, he adorns the 3-piece set of the human skin spider, resulting in a comprehensive augmentation of his attributes. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, record holder of the Abyssal Nightmare level in Cold Street. Living King of Hell class, Summoner level, 13, 26,900 experience points needed for the next level, Health, 10, 307. 950 from equipment attributes, Mana, 370 Intelligence, 451 Strength, 180 Agility, 28 remaining free attribute points, 15 Skills, Contract Array, Beast Frenzy, Beast Vitality Training, Beast Skill Training. Beast Attribute Training, Summon Beast Space, Goblin General, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Uncontracted Talents, Demon Contract, Heart of the Steward, primarily focusing on companionship. Library Card Equipment, 3-piece Human Skin Spider Set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Engagement Ring Exuding Malice, Cold Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summoned Beast Equipment, Sharp Fong, Fish Slaying Knife. Chapter 42, The 4. 2 million Golden Shield. The Human Skin Spider Set elevated his health to a staggering 10,000. However, he could only utilize 350 points of health. With an additional 15 talent points and 10 points granted by the training dummy, he could ultimately sacrifice 320 talent points. Zheng Yu glanced at the Goblin General. Talent, level 4, 500 talent points needed for upgrade. He then looked at the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Talent, level 4, 850 talent points needed for upgrade. One required 500 points to evolve to level 5, while the other needed 850 points. There was still a considerable distance to cover. To attain the capability of soloing in the abyss of Stage 2, possessing a level 5 summon was indispensable. Although, given his current strength, he could navigate the abyss with relative ease, his ultimate objective remained the Nightmare level. Having witnessed the formidable challenges of the Nightmare level in the Cold Street Abyss, he approached the abyss of Stage 2 with heightened caution and apprehension. Fortunately, he had numerous avenues to bolster his power. Enhancing his equipment, nurturing his summons, acquiring a 3rd summon, and the 2 Hextech enhancement runes awaiting collection upon reaching level 10 could all contribute to his growth. Forging, strengthening, refining, and runes could all be procured with sufficient funds. As soon as the resources requested from Shangyu City were received, he could initiate a minor enhancement. As for the 3rd summon, Zheng Yu discovered 4 level 10 summon skill books within the sanctuary: Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat belonged to the assassin-type summons, while the War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf were classified as warrior-type summons. The Rain Butterfly, however, served as a support summon. Zheng Yu leaned towards the Rain Butterfly. After battling alongside Xiao Qi, he recognized his lack of sustainability and recovery capabilities. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent dealt significant damage but was rather fragile, with skill casting consuming considerable stamina. Thus, he required a support summon that could both shield him and restore energy. The Goblin General boasted explosive damage but lacked speed, making the Rain Butterfly a summon capable of enhancing group speed an ideal choice. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu opted for the Rain Butterfly. He was not short on damage output. The decision to choose the Rain Butterfly also stemmed from the fact that it did not demand a large investment of talent points, as he aimed to accumulate points to elevate the Goblin General to level 5. In the early stages, talent points were insufficient to simultaneously enhance 3 summons. Resources had to be concentrated on one. The Goblin General was the optimal choice, able to absorb damage and deliver output, while the Goblin Combat Squad maximized functionality and required relatively few talent points for advancement. It was nearly a perfect choice. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, the summoner would gain 3 additional skills for nurturing summons, but could only develop 1. Naturally, the Goblin General was the first choice. Upon reaching level 10, each profession would acquire specialized skills, allowing for the development of diverse skill branches within the same profession. For instance, warriors would receive distinct specialization skills, vitality, burst, and a combination of offense and defense. Choosing different skills leads to entirely distinct developmental trajectories. One may also opt for a hybrid or comprehensive approach. Summoners are no exception. Classified into three distinct schools: physical cultivation, skill cultivation, and attribute cultivation. Physical cultivation can be further divided into the giant beast category, primarily focusing on enhancing the summoned creature's size, health, and defense. Skill cultivation predominantly pertains to the nurturing of the dual flame dragon snake, encompassing various branches such as the nuclear dance school, magical bombardment school, pure elemental school, and mixed elemental school, among others. Attribute cultivation is the simplest, merely involving the accumulation of attributes. The goblin general adheres to the attribute school. The higher his attribute values, the greater his damage output. Historically, summoned creatures have predominantly followed the attribute school due to limited resources, making pure attribute stacking the most straightforward approach. However, one could also cultivate the goblin general through physical cultivation to create a goblin of immense size. Yet, nurturing summoned creatures necessitates a plethora of expensive materials and requires the sacrifice of similarly endowed summoned creatures. More critically, there is the cost of time. A significant investment of both time and money is essential to develop a truly perfect summoned creature. This presents a formidable obstacle to the traditional growth path of summoners. The inability to nurture their summoned beasts effectively prevents summoners from showcasing the true potential of their creatures, rendering the summoner profession incapable of overcoming the abyss and achieving notable rankings in various competitions. Consequently, summoners have become somewhat of a marginalized profession. Talented individuals seldom consider becoming summoners, while those lacking talent find it even more challenging to cultivate formidable summoned creatures. In summary, it is a vicious cycle. Junyu first procured the Rain Butterfly Summoning Skill Book from the temple shop. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, Skill Book, learnable at level 10, one-time item. Skill Book disappears upon learning, available for summoners to acquire a trainable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000 gold. To speak fairly, this is a bargain. Skill books are exceedingly rare. Junyu has cleared the abyss twice, even once at the nightmare level, yet he has not obtained a single skill book. Normally, a level 10 warrior skill, even the most basic Fireblade, commands a price of 200,000 gold, and it is not a fixed price. It must be acquired through auction. The typical transaction price hovers around 300,000 gold. Although warriors are a popular profession, their popularity also inflates the prices of all related equipment, consumables, and skills. Junyu disposed of all unnecessary materials and equipment from his warehouse at the temple shop, retaining his enhancement stones and forging stones. He sold everything else, including novice mage robes, novice mage boots, and gloves. The materials dropped by the cold corpses in the cold street abyss were also sold to the material merchant. These ordinary materials deemed useless by common professionals hold significant value for merchants. Altogether, this transaction yielded a considerable sum. Just the coal ice stones fetched nearly 200,000 gold, while the ice blade sold for 270,000 gold. Given that when Renkinjiu and Kuing now possess a golden grade weapon selection box, the previous trades became redundant. And Zhengyu listed them at the temple for a fixed price, which was promptly acquired for 270,000 gold. The Bloodstained Chef's Hat, priced at 120,000, was acquired by a player with a secondary profession as a general chef. A level 5 bone cleaver astonishingly fetched 150,000. A plethora of novice gear, culminating in a complete set of warrior equipment, commanded a flat price of 100,000. In the nightmare level depths of the cold street abyss, novice equipment seemed to drop like confetti. After a single venture into the abyss at that nightmarish level, selling off the surplus yielded a sum equivalent to the price of a house. Although Tao Qian and his companions received relatively less, they still managed to gather around 300,000 to 400,000 in earnings. This figure does not even account for the equipment they unearthed from treasure chests. From the historical record chest, Tao Qian uncovered a platinum-grade tunic, a gold-grade monk's staff, and a gold-grade shield warrior's shield. Platinum-grade equipment is strictly non-transferable, considered a prized possession. The monk's staff was obtained from a selected treasure chest. With this weapon in hand, Tao Qian could no longer be regarded as a mere bystander. As for the shield warrior's shield. Goodness! 2 million. Tao Qian discovered the former transaction price of this shield. His initial reaction was one of bewilderment. He simply could not comprehend why anyone would spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment. Chapter 43, The Triad. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Have you noticed that a level 20 golden shield only costs 2 million? Zhang Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple shop. It is essential to understand that at level 10, golden equipment is the finest available in the market. Platinum gear can only be acquired by conquering the nightmare level abyss and is generally not for sale, which causes the price of golden equipment to soar. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Goodness, there are indeed so many wealthy individuals. Look at this level 10 platinum warrior weapon, it sold for an astonishing 13 million. Absolutely shocking. You cannot fathom the world of affluence. Zhang Yu recalled the affluent individuals from his previous life, where even a car would cost hundreds of millions, making the price of such equipment comparable to their luxury goods. Goodness, someone has placed a bid. A firm offer of 4 million, should I sell? Just as Tao Qian listed the shield in the temple, a buyer emerged. When Ren Qinjiu analyzed, the shield warrior is not considered a top-tier profession. Yet many affluent individuals choose this path because it is less perilous and easy to manage. You could proceed with an auction. Alright, I shall heed your advice. Tao Qian was amenable to counsel, especially since Ren Qinjiu was the most knowledgeable among the four of them. He promptly rejected the firm offer and listed it in the auction house, starting at a minimum price of 4 million, with a 24-hour auction duration. I just recalled a question. While keeping an eye on the auction price, Tao Qian spoke to Zhang Yu, since this shield is already a few million. How many pieces of golden equipment did Li Feng take from you? 1 set. It was Ren Qinjiu who answered him. Tao Qian pressed, how many pieces? A standard set comprises a weapon, upper body armor, gloves, helmet, pants, and boots, 6 pieces in total. Tao Qian's eye twitched, wouldn't those 6 pieces amount to 20 million? When Ren Qinjiu reminded him, Li Feng is a warrior. The price of warrior equipment is even higher. Therefore, the total for this set would be doubled. Li Feng. A beast. Upon finally grasping the value of S-level resources, he could not help but curse. He understood why individuals from Li Feng's background would scramble for resources. The value far exceeded his expectations. When Ren Qinjiu explained, as the abyss continues to emerge and expand, without suppression, the entire world would be consumed. Thus, the government's primary objective is to cultivate more professionals. They are expending nearly all national resources to nurture those with high potential. This is merely the first stage of resources. The second, third, and even fourth stages will only be of greater value, not lesser. It can only be said that the market price of level 10 golden equipment is artificially inflated and does not reflect its true value, appearing somewhat exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded, I see now. It is uncertain whether Tao Qian truly absorbed the information, as he has now directed all his attention to the auction house. The shield he recently tossed into the auction has already begun attracting bids, illustrating the high demand for level 10 golden grade equipment. When Ren Qinjiu and Kuing have each acquired their respective professional gear and auctioned off an extra piece of golden grade equipment. When Ren Qinjiu sold a pair of golden grade ranger boots, while Kuing auctioned a golden grade warrior armor. Although defensive gear is generally less valuable than weaponry, Kuing's warrior armor still fetched nearly 4 million. After selling their items, the two hastily departed from Zhang Yu's residence to repay their debts, as each additional day incurred further interest. Meanwhile, Tao Qian reclined on Zhang Yu's sofa, eagerly selecting silver-grade equipment. A single golden-grade weapon could be exchanged for an entire set of silver-grade gear, leaving him with a substantial sum of money. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, entered the room to contract his new summoned beast. Rain Butterfly. Buzz, the contract took effect. A large, light blue rain butterfly with enormous wings appeared at the center of the magic circle. Its wings spanned over 2 meters when fully extended. A considerable size for a level 1, tier 0 summoned beast. Zhang Yu was not particularly well versed in the characteristics of the rain butterfly. as no previous summoner had ever chosen one as their companion. It seemed plausible to develop it in a more physical direction. A massive supportive butterfly? Zheng Yu recalled the butterfly queen from the Godzilla films. If he could indeed cultivate the rain butterfly to such an extent, support? It would simply dominate in size. The rain butterfly was stunning. Even Zheng Yu, a self-proclaimed straight man, couldn't help but acknowledge its exquisite beauty. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, level 13, increases with the summoner's level, health, 7800, attack power, 1353, 451, summoner's intelligence, 3, coefficient, talent, tier 1, 20 points away from leveling up, skill I, Rain Butterfly Guardian LV. 13. The Rain Butterfly binds in a protective relationship with a summoned beast, providing a shield value of 5412, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, 4, coefficient. When the shield shatters, it deals 2030, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, 1, 5, coefficient, damage and helps absorb 50 of the damage taken. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV. 13. As an ethereal entity, the Rain Butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, immediately restores 4059, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, 3, coefficient, health points, with a 25 enhancement in healing effects when restoring itself. Skill 3, Butterfly Song LV. 13. The Rain Butterfly consumes 3 of its health per second to chant, granting all of the summoner's summoned beasts an increase of 130 in agility and movement speed. Summoned beast equipment, none remarkably powerful. Zheng Yu gazed in astonishment at the attributes of this rain butterfly, impressed by its 3 skills. The restoration of health, shields, and speed has been achieved. However, the true force lies not in the rain butterfly, but rather in Zheng Yu's astonishingly high intellect, which endows the rain butterfly with an impressive attack power of 1353. Both the shield and health restoration are in the range of 4 to 5000. The Goblin General, in conjunction with the rain butterfly, provides both sustainability and recovery. The goblin unleashes its fury while the rain butterfly mitigates the damage. Furthermore, this is merely the first tier of talent. Zheng Yu calculated that elevating the rain butterfly to the 3rd tier of talent would require just 90 talent points. Without hesitation, he sacrificed health points to expend talent points. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly, 1st tier, Talent Evolution. Summoned Beast, Spirit Butterfly, 2nd tier. Summoned Beast, Spirit Butterfly, 2nd tier, Talent Evolution. Summoned Beast, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly, 3rd tier. Chapter 44, The Goblin General and the Heavy Cavalry Corps. Summoned Beast, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly, level 13, increases with the level of the summoner, health, 11. 500, attack power, 2, 706, 451, summoner's intelligence, 6, coefficient, talent, level 3, requires an additional 300 points for upgrade, skill I, Spirit Butterfly Guardian LV. 13. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly forms a protective bond with a summoned beast, providing a shield valued at 13,532. 706, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly's attack power, 5, coefficient. Upon shield break, it inflicts 5, 683, 2, 706, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly's attack power, 2. 1, coefficient, damage and helps share 50 of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV13. As an ethereal entity, the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly possesses rapid recovery capabilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 10, 824, 2, 706, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly's attack power, 4, coefficient, health points, with a 50 enhancement to healing effects when restoring itself. Skill 3, Butterfly Song LV. 13. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly consumes 3 of its health per second to chant, augmenting all summoned beasts under the summoner's command with 260 agility and 260 movement speed. Skill 4, Spirit Nourishment. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly transfers its vitality to the summoned beast with the lowest energy, restoring its spiritual power. The spiritual power of the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly is increased by 100. Summoned Beast Equipment. None. The level 3 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly not only gains a skill for providing vitality but also sees its attack power surge to 2, 706. It can now unleash a shield exceeding 14,000 and restore 10,000 health with a single breath. This is indeed an astonishing capability. The enhancements from the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring have yielded a notable increase in intelligence. Upon advancing to level 3, The giant winged spirit butterfly has grown significantly in size. At the moment of successful evolution, Zhang Yu, fearing that it might break through the floor, promptly summoned the giant winged spirit butterfly into the summoning space. Within the summoning space, the giant winged spirit butterfly flutters its wings, greeting the goblin general and the dual flame serpent. The summoning space of the summoner is an expansive, free environment, unlike the grid-based confines of the actual game. In this realm, all summoned beasts rest, live, and idle. Prior to the arrival of the giant winged spirit butterfly, the dual flame serpent and the goblin general hardly exchanged words, primarily due to the former's solitary temperament. Zhang Yu had noted during the twin fire elemental phase that this fire element summoned beast exhibited a rather reclusive and volatile nature, which led the goblin general to refrain from engaging with it, wary of provoking an explosive reaction. The goblin general's demeanor resembles that of a seasoned warrior, jovial and fond of drink. The appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly in the summoning space brought him considerable joy, as it spared him the constant company of a glowering fire serpent. As for the twin flame dragon serpent, it remained undisturbed, slumbering as if oblivious to the presence of the giant winged spirit butterfly. Summoned beasts possess distinct personalities, they are not mere skills, but rather lives ensconced within the pages of spellbooks. Beyond merely nurturing their strength and engaging in battle alongside them, I believe it is essential to foster affection and intimacy. These insights echo the words penned by Zhang Anquan in that textbook. As Zhang Yu's level ascended, he increasingly recognized that the textbook was far from the useless tome he had once perceived it to be. The complexity of the summoner profession far surpassed that of others. Upon exiting the summoning space, Zhang Yu activated the Hextech enhancement runes. You have 2 unclaimed Hextech enhancement runes. Would you like to claim them now? Yes, please. These were the 2 Hextech runes he had received upon reaching level 10, which he had held onto without opening. Congratulations! You have drawn the 5th rune, Prismatic Rune Windfall. Congratulations! You have drawn the 6th rune, Prismatic Rune Golden Egg. Windfall, Prismatic Enhancement Rune, gain Summoner level 100 talent points, and continue to receive level 100 talent points for the next 3 upgrades. Golden Egg, Prismatic Enhancement Rune, acquire a golden egg, which requires 22 abyss matches to hatch. Once hatched, it will yield a plethora of high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell level abyss matches count as 2. Zhang Yu could hardly contain his astonishment. Twin Prismatic. 1 windfall and 1 golden egg. The significance of a windfall is self-evident, obtaining one early in the game is akin to a dream start. At level 13, he felt it was not too late. Receiving 1,300 talent points at once meant he could now elevate both the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent to the 5th tier. As for the golden egg, it required 22 matches, a considerable distance still to cover. The 3rd stage was when Hell-level difficulty abyss matches would become available, but it was worth the wait, for the rewards from the golden egg would be extraordinarily beneficial. He opened the 2 enhancement runes. You have received a windfall, 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a golden egg, 22 matches remain until it can be opened. He placed the golden egg in his inventory and immediately summoned the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. It was time to commence their evolution. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent consumed 850 points to directly evolve into the 5th tier. Summon Beast, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Twin Demon Fire Jiao, 5th tier. In its 5th tier evolution, the Dragon Serpent transformed into a Jiao, shedding its serpentine attributes entirely. It acquired a new skill, Jiao Breath. Jiao Breath, the Twin Demon Fire Jiao gathers fiery energy to unleash a scalding breath, inflicting an instantaneous damage of 27, 706, 3, 958, Twin Demon Fire Jiao's attack power, 7, coefficient. This represents a quintessential explosive fire damage. Coupled with the burning effect and the twins' double damage, Zhang Yu could hardly fathom the magnitude of destruction that this breath would unleash. The most significant transformation of the Twin Demon Fire Serpent lies in its form. The 5th tier Twin Demon Fire Serpent retains its dual-headed appearance. Yet the 2 serpentine heads have fully morphed into a dragon-like visage, with its serpent body now adorned with dragon scales. Its corporeal essence remains composed of elemental flames. The attack coefficient has escalated from 6. 0 at the 4th tier to an impressive 8.0 at present. Coupled with the fish-slaying blade equipped on the summoned beast, its attack power has surged to 3,958. While its health has not seen a substantial increase, it remains a quintessential fire-type fragile mage, capable of inflicting immense damage. However, its physical resilience is lacking. Fortunately, with the Goblin General shielding the front line, no foe can harm the twin demon fire serpent. Zhang Yu pondered, glancing towards the Goblin General. A windfall of 450 talent points remains. By directly maximizing his life limit to 500 points, he could exchange that for 50 talent points, reaching a total of 500 and thus enabling his advancement. The Goblin General requires only 500 talent points to ascend to the 5th tier of talent. It is sufficient. Summoned Beast, Goblin General, 4th tier, Talent Evolution. Summoned Beast, Goblin General, Heavy Cavalry Corps, 5th tier. Chapter 45. Even with such delight, you still withdraw? The 5th tier Goblin General had retained its name, with the sole alteration being the addition of a heavy cavalry regiment. No new skills were acquired, however. A significant transformation had occurred in the core ability known as General's Command. Skill V, General's Command Heavy Cavalry Regiment. General's Command Heavy Cavalry Regiment summons a goblin army, 26 units, the number increases with level advancement, to engage in battle. The army comprises 8 goblin archers, 8 goblin warriors, 8 goblin shield bearers, 1 goblin sorcerer, and 1 troll goblin. The summoning duration is unlimited, and further summons are prohibited until the entire goblin army has perished. Summoning the Goblin Heavy Cavalry, 26 units, the number increases with level advancement, for combat. The composition consists of 26 heavily armored goblin wolf riders. Ah! What a windfall! Zhang Yu was exceedingly pleased with this heavy cavalry regiment. There exists a saying that in the era devoid of firearms, possessing 50 heavy cavalry was remarkable. And a rebellion with 500 heavy cavalry was indeed audacious. With 5,000 heavy cavalry, one could sweep away all armies. Although he currently commanded only 26 goblin heavy cavalry, this unit was undeniably a formidable asset in the abyss. With the 5th tier exhibiting such strength, how powerful would the 6th tier be? He then glanced at the requirements for his next advancement. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Regiment. Talent, 5th tier, 3,000 talent points needed for upgrade. Excellent. He then took another look at the Twin Demon Fire Serpent. Twin Demon Fire Serpent. Talent, 5th tier, 5,000 talent points needed for upgrade, very good. 5,000 talent points. This equates to a health limit of 50,000. Actually, that's still quite manageable. Thus far, there has never been a 5th tier summon creature recorded in the annals of summoners. The 5th tier indeed represents a theoretical pinnacle. Leveling from 12 to 13 yields an increase of 400 in health limit. As levels rise, the health increments grow more substantial. If relying solely on the demon contract, one could possess a 6th tier summon creature by level 20. However, at level 15, an additional summoning space could be unlocked, requiring a certain number of talent points. The giant-winged spirit butterfly was only at tier 3. Zhang Yu calculated that his talent points were woefully insufficient. Fortunately, there was unexpected fortune to be had. The prismatic grade enhancement runes were particularly appealing to him. The subsequent levels 14, 15, and 16 would grant 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points respectively. In total, a 6th tier creature was firmly within reach. Imagine a level 16 summoner possessing a 6th tier talent summoned creature. It would be an overwhelming advantage against other professions. The Rain Butterfly, learnable at level 10, possesses a tier 1 talent. The Shadow Monster, learnable at level 15, boasts a tier 2 talent. Following this pattern, a summoner would need to reach at least level 40 to acquire a 6th tier summon creature through a methodical approach. The demonic contract, coupled with unexpected fortune, has significantly accelerated early-stage development. In fact, summoners can enhance their summoned beast's talents through various means, such as the 3 skills at level 10, which, with persistent nurturing, can yield improvements, albeit over a prolonged period. According to conventional wisdom, a summoner is a profession that demands patience and time for gradual refinement. However, in the hands of Zhengyu, there has been a notable advancement. After meticulously cataloging his spoils, Zhengyu, feeling a surge of excitement and devoid of any weariness, took it upon himself to compose a comprehensive strategy guide. Cold Spring Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy, Video Images, Detailed Explanations, a step-by-step guide to conquering the Nightmare Level Abyss. Paid post, 100 gold beans hour. The forum hosted a plethora of paid posts, encompassing strategies, gossip, insider knowledge, equipment analyses, career development, and even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans equate to 100 yuan. With time to spare, Zhengyu had recorded his battles, and such guides, enriched with videos and images, typically fetched a handsome price. Zhengyu eloquently crafted a 10,000-word guide. Upon its release, it soared to the pinnacle of the forum's popularity rankings. Goodness! A nightmare-level strategy. Is this truly him? Of course, it was undeniable, as it was accompanied by videos and images. A step-by-step guide? This implied that if I learned from it, I too could conquer the nightmare-level abyss. However, the intriguing aspect was that there were individuals willing to believe this. What I lacked was not a strategy, but rather combat prowess. Although this guide might not serve me directly, my curiosity compelled me to purchase it. Primarily to uncover the complete historical narrative of the Cold Spring Abyss. I was even more intrigued by how Zhengyu, as a summoner, managed to triumph over the nightmare-level abyss. As a result of this guide, the forum in Jiangshui City experienced a surge in activity, with the number of purchases climbing steadily. In truth, the majority of individuals buying the guide were merely curious about Zhengyu's capabilities, while some sought to critique it. Even if Zhengyu had indeed conquered the nightmare-level abyss, many were still convinced that luck played a larger role than skill, or that Zhengyu must have discovered some shortcut. After all, Zhengyu was a summoner, often regarded as the weakest class. Yet he had navigated the most challenging nightmare-level abyss. Even a day later, skepticism remained prevalent. At the Jiangshui City Martial Arts Hall, Wu Zong, unaware that Tao Qian and others had already reached level 10, intended to return to the hall first to avoid overlapping their team times. His colleagues regarded him with a peculiar gaze, one devoid of malice, yet tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. They were all fellow colleagues. Individuals who had not attained the path of professional adventurers. If he had truly latched onto Zhengyu's success and successfully conquered the nightmare-level abyss, they would no longer be of the same ilk. Thankfully, such an event did not transpire, otherwise, it would have been they who felt discomfort. Wu Zong had grown accustomed to the scrutinizing stares, as he had received similar attention in the lobby of the Cold Spring Abyss. Even those individuals who are not even at level 1, who may never possess the courage or opportunity to venture into the abyss throughout their lives, find no hindrance in seeking amusement. It has become a habit, Wu Zong consoled himself. After all, with a bit more patience, he would still be able to enter the abyss. The only one who did not regard him with a different perspective was his brother, who reassured him, "It's all right. If I were in your position, I would do the same." This was not mere consolation. He had spent the previous night perusing the forum and understood that his brother would not be the type to flee at the critical moment unless it were a matter of life and death. "Brother, about the money," Wu Zong stammered. "No worries, you can repay me whenever you have the funds. I am not in a hurry. Over the years of running the martial arts school, I have saved a fair sum, and the worst that could happen is a scolding from your sister-in-law. Besides, you haven't come away empty-handed, you are already at level 6, which signifies that you have embarked on the path of a professional." Wu Zong felt somewhat disheartened. Have I truly embarked? Not really. A true professional is deemed to be at level 25. Without Zhengyu's assistance, he estimated it would be exceedingly difficult for him to reach that milestone. "Hey, look, Zhengyu has released a guide." "What guide?" "Of course, the nightmare level guide." "What use is it to me? I can't even get past the simple abyss, nobody wants me. What if there's an opportunity?" "That's true. It's just $100, looking 1T hurt. Now that you mention it, I am indeed intrigued." Upon hearing the discussion, Wu Zong and his brother also opened their phones, discovering that the most popular post on the forum was indeed Zhengyu's guide. Wu Zong's brother immediately purchased the post. Wu Zong refrained from buying it, having experienced it firsthand. He was well aware of how Zhengyu had cleared the levels. A guide? Nonsense. It was merely brute strength that carried him through. Even if you know the guide, it won't help. You can't even get past the butcher at the entrance, let alone the fish-slicing lad and the human skin spider. Wow! However, when they opened the post, they were astonished. Zhang Yu had cheekily placed their barbecue gathering photos on the first page, followed by images of the goblin general battling the butcher. Zhang Yu, Wen Renkinjiu, Koing, Tao Chen, and Wu Zong all appeared in the frame, beaming with joy, surrounded by food and drink. Wu Zong's brother could not help but glance at Wu Zong. Did you all go on an outing? What he truly wished to ask was, after such a delightful experience, why did you choose to withdraw? Chapter 46, One Who Dares to Teach, One Who Dares to Learn. Fortunately, a discerning individual has recognized that this is merely a photograph of the simple level abyss, as Wenrun Xingyu had previously posted it on the forum. Zheng Yu shared it solely to incite jealousy and provoke those who had previously declined to team up with him. Following this, the discourse transitions into a comprehensive strategy for the nightmare level abyss, meticulously detailed and divided into 5 distinct stages. 1. The butcher's cold corpse, accompanied by the fishmonger's cold corpse. 2. The chef's cold corpse. 3. The human skin spider. 4. The corpse of the woman beneath the well. 5. The hollowed-out intestines of Little Chi. Each stage is adorned with videos and images, as Zhang Yu provides an elaborate interpretation, detailing how to thwart the human skin spider and manage Little Chi's 2 forms, the ordinary stage and the savage stage. This is a genuinely serious guide, however. The comments below reflect a more irreverent tone. Zhang Yu truly seeks to enlighten us. I initially perceived it as a display of ostentation. Yet it appears that Zhang Yu is earnestly crafting a strategy. Ah, how naive I was, this is merely Zhang Yu's attempt to boast. Have you considered that even if you followed his guide, could you truly evade the chef's flying knives? Or escape the pursuit of the human skin spider? Is the summoner truly that formidable? This summoned beast seems more powerful than the SS-level warrior I observed 2 days ago. In real life, I would commend him. But in the digital realm, I can only express skepticism. Young man, you have much to improve. Although this group engages in bravado online, they can discern from the videos and records in the post that this nightmare level abyss is genuinely formidable. Zhang Yu's summoned beast is indeed powerful. In the initial portion of the strategy, they witness Zhang Yu leisurely dining and drinking while battling monsters alongside Tao Qian and others. However, as they progress to the human skin spider, the difficulty escalates dramatically. The terrifying human skin spider, accompanied by a horde of cold corpses, engulfs nearly half a forest. Here, many who consider themselves somewhat capable, inspired by Zhang Yu's success as a summoner in conquering the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, believe they too can prevail. But the reality is far from it. In the video, the human skin spider devours a goblin shield soldier in a single bite, inflicting 6,000 damage with astonishing speed. Possessing control, defense, velocity, and damage, truly a nightmare for novice adventurers. Forget about slaying the human skin spider, they lack the strength merely to escape this forest. Is this truly a realm for humans? No wonder, after more than a decade, no one from Jiangshui City has successfully cleared the nightmare-level abyss. It is exceptionally challenging. I previously observed some forum members claiming that Zhang Yu merely relied on luck to navigate the nightmare-level abyss. Come forth and explain, this is luck? Luck? A goblin capable of inflicting over 10,000 damage is merely luck? One can only assert that Zhang Yu's summoned beast is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Yet, one cannot deny that the nightmare-level abyss is exceedingly cruel. The human skin spider appears to have no weaknesses, aside from an anomaly like Zhang Yu. How can any other profession contend? To the commenter above, your astonishment comes far too soon. This is merely the beginning. Are there truly experts? The bosses are even more grotesque. A whisper of anticipation fills the air as seasoned players, having perused the entire guide ahead of time, begin to unveil spoilers. To them, this post transcends a mere strategy guide. It morphs into a narrative steeped in the immersive first-person perspective of a profound abyssal tale. Through the lens of Zhang Yu, it transforms into a quintessential tale of exhilaration. Spoilers are, indeed, an essential element of such narratives. As the strategy unfolds, slaying the human skin spider and escaping the icy corpses, the true challenge is merely commencing. Zhang Yu characterizes Shao Qi as a formidable boss, one that even I would find daunting. Many echo the same sentiments once voiced by Wu Zong, who, indeed, is conquering the nightmare-level abyss. The emergence of the boss Shao Qi in the video, coupled with his attributes displayed in the images, alongside the brutal return of the human-skin spider, the resurrected female corpse from the well, and the relentless onslaught of the icy corpses from the woods, silences all who dared question Zhang Yu's prowess. As for the strategy to confront boss Shao Qi, Zhang Yu succinctly articulates, simply rely on brute strength, encapsulating the essence of the encounter. There exists no elaborate strategy, only raw power. Ah, dear brother. This is truly not your fault. Wu Zong's elder sibling, witnessing the brutal dominance of the Cold Street boss over Zhang Yu, as the entire Cold Street abyss becomes a perilous realm, finally comprehends his brother's actions. It is not that his brother lacks courage, rather, he has made a sensible and rational decision. Under similar circumstances, anyone would make the same choice. In the face of death, what does a minor penalty signify? As for Tao Qian, Wen Renqinjiu, and Kuang, he can only remark that these three are rather peculiar. Public sentiment regarding Wu Zong has shifted online. Well, how should I put it? If it were I would have retreated even more swiftly than Wu Zong. He has fared relatively well, even daring to counsel Tao Qian and the others against taking risks. It is only natural for anyone to choose to withdraw, it is the reckless who are truly abnormal. Is it not? Yet, the final outcome is that Tao Qian and his companions are rewarded, while Wu Zong, who made the judicious choice, gains nothing. How can that be justified? Is it reasonable for a summoner to traverse a nightmare-level abyss unscathed? Is it not justifiable for Tao Qian to plunge into battle for the sake of his comrades? Were I in Wu Zong's position, I would not retreat. Ah! The giants of the internet are but clowns in reality, and the fools reveling in the chaos are ever present. At this juncture, Zhang Yu peruses the forum comments. Observing that Wu Zong's reputation begins to improve, he feels a sense of relief. To be candid, he holds no ill will towards Wu Zong's decision to exit the team. In his view, such caution is entirely reasonable. When faced with danger, prioritizing one's safety is a rational course of action, is it not? Wu Zong is not a close acquaintance of his. While the fee of 300,000 is below market value, it was a price Zhang Yu himself proposed. Their relationship is ultimately that of mutual benefit, akin to the dynamic between a support and a side character. There exist no grievances. In other words, he may be criticized, as can Tao Qian. But what right do the onlookers, who thrive on chaos, have to cast judgment? The reasons for Zhang Yu's post are twofold: to respond to those who claim their success is merely due to luck or shortcuts, and to clarify the situation for Wu Zong. There exists no animosity between the two. Zhang Yu is indifferent to whether Wu Zong chooses to withdraw, for ultimately, it is Wu Zong who will regret his decision. Zhang Yu merely wishes to convey to the spectators of this spectacle that, had they been in Wu Zong's position, they might not have persevered for as long as he has. The most fervent part of the post is not during the boss battle phase, but rather in the concluding moments when Shao Qi reflects on his past. It is quite astonishing to learn that the seemingly terrifying Shao Qi has such a tragic backstory. No wonder he harbors such deep resentment. If I had the same vigor as Shao Qi, my grievances would surpass his. I have now learned the true purpose of the internal organ cake, something I shall endeavor to try in the future. Is it possible that some genuinely believe they will live to see the day they utilize an internal organ cake? While I am uncertain of Zhang Yu's sincerity in teaching, I know that some have genuinely taken his words to heart. It stirs my emotions. I am deeply moved. How I adore Zhang Yu's words. Wishing for those beasts to experience true suffering, capturing the essence of vengeance. When he boldly confronted Mayor Zhou Yun, I recognized his indomitable spirit, which I must admit I admire. Not only does he refrain from blaming Wu Zong for his hasty departure, but he also posts in defense of him. And I find myself becoming a fan. However, some may find themselves in discomfort. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun think upon reading this post. They are in positions of high authority. Can they truly influence these matters? Indeed. Chapter 47, The Objective, Phase 2 Nightmare Level Abyss. The post garnered immense attention, selling over 10,000 copies in a single night. Not only the practitioners from Jianshui City were interested, Those from Shangyu City were also intrigued upon hearing that their mayor had recruited an S-class genius. After all, S-class talent practitioners are regarded as treasures in every city, making them exceedingly difficult to recruit. Once they learned that Zheng Yu was a summoner, their curiosity piqued. News spread rapidly, igniting the interest of surrounding districts about the prowess of this summoner named Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was taken aback by the fact that a mere post had earned him over 1 million. After deducting the forum's share and paying some taxes, he netted more than 700,000. It's no wonder that practitioners can earn so handsomely. Even a simple post can yield hundreds of thousands. Zheng Yu joyfully withdrew his earnings. At school, tales of Zheng Yu's exploits circulated widely. He had been wronged by Li Feng, who seized his resources. And in a fit of rage, he had initiated a nightmare-level abyss challenge, confronting Li Nan with sheer strength, while rejecting Mayor Zhou Yun's apology and directly aligning himself with Shangyu City. This series of actions even garnered him a following. His departure from Jiangshui City to Shangyu City was not met with scorn but rather celebrated as an act of integrity. I have often placed myself in Zheng Yu's shoes. Had I been in his position, I would likely have succumbed to impotent rage after Li Feng's theft of resources. I would have reported the incident and unfurled banners, ensuring that every practitioner in Jiangshui City was aware of the situation. But wouldn't that be a display of impotent rage? Those lacking the ability to resolve issues resort to such antics, while capable individuals, like the resource minister from Shangyu City, come directly to recruit talent. Reports suggest that not only Shangyu City but also Qinan City and Xiahe City have dispatched their representatives. I am now curious whether Li Feng feels secure wielding the resources he has seized. What could he possibly have to worry about? I, for one, have seen a post detailing the subsidy list for S-class resources, and it made my blood boil with envy. A complete set of golden-level warrior equipment, were that to be mine, I could conquer a hard-level abyss with ease. But enough of that. Li Feng has arrived. What on earth brings him to the school? Today is the day for third-year practitioners to receive their vocational certificates. How enviable. The vocational certificate is not equivalent to a graduation certificate, rather, it signifies that the student is embarking on the path of a practitioner. However, this certificate is not awarded lightly. It requires the principal's endorsement, affirming that the student is qualified to pursue the practitioner's journey and can sustain themselves through abyss challenges. Additionally, an examination is necessary, the content of which includes political knowledge, akin to the civil service exams from Zheng Yu's previous life. This implies that practitioners holding this certificate may enter politics. After all, possessing strength alone is insufficient. If one lacks intellect, how could the populace possibly trust such individuals with leadership positions? Students who do not receive a vocational certificate must continue their studies. Ultimately, for 90% of professionals, upgrading merely serves as a more convenient means to secure employment. Schools will continue to train them for 3 months, encompassing combat training, archery, agility drills, and other physical conditioning. They will also cultivate specialized skills, such as potion crafting and equipment repairs, as secondary professions. During this 3-month period, if one lacks both talent and luck to conquer the abyss, they will shift to cultural classes and explore other disciplines. I have heard that this year, our prestigious institution has issued only 3 certificates. Just 3? That is hardly a significant number. Do you think acquiring a professional certificate is that simple? Once you possess that certificate, even without upgrading, you can still earn a base salary of 5,000 yuan each month, a secure job indeed. How enviable. If Shun Yu were here, that would make it 4. Alas! What a pity. Li Feng naturally overheard the discussions of this crowd, as these matters were the talk of the town. He could hear it in the restroom, during meals, and in every conceivable context. Everyone was using Zheng Yu to belittle him. Li Feng's gaze was complex, filled with anger and resentment, but predominantly a sense of injustice. He had thought that by following his father to Jiangshui City, he could escape the clutches of those monstrous prodigies within the factions and would no longer be the subject of idle gossip. In the central district, he had lived such a life. To his dismay, arriving in this remote, impoverished locale, he encountered yet another prodigy. He harbored hatred towards Zheng Yu, yet he also held a grudging respect. There was no denying it, he had read the guides. It was an absolute display of overwhelming strength. His only frustration lay in his own misfortune. Why was his luck so abysmally poor? Because of Zheng Yu, he had been reprimanded by his father the previous night. Despite his diligent efforts and having improved his time in the challenging abyss, it had all been for naught. He was deemed a failure in his father's eyes. He was the petty thief that others whispered about. He was merely a pawn for Zhou Yun to curry favor with his father. I had extended an invitation to him. Why did he refuse? Li Feng pondered, realizing that had Zheng Yu accepted his invitation back then, his own murderous intent could have led to a reversal, with Zheng Yu potentially turning the tables on him in the challenging abyss. In truth, he considered this the best outcome. Sigh. As noon approached, Zheng Yu was roused from his slumber by the bickering of Wen Qingyu and Kuing. The two were laden with a plethora of luggage. Are you two planning to move in? Do you harbor ulterior motives towards my brother Yu? Tao Qian, who was preparing lunch, remarked upon seeing the duo's excessive baggage. He then turned to Zheng Yu and said, "Brother Yu, I don't think these two ladies are up to any good. You ought to be cautious." Shut your mouth. No one considers you mute, Wen Qingyu retorted sharply. Brother Yu sent us a message, saying we're heading to Shangyu City tonight. And we should pack our bags to accompany him, Kuing clarified. Such urgency? Tao Qian glanced at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu remarked, relocating, completing the necessary procedures. Obtaining my professional certificate and settling in will undoubtedly take at least 2 days. This period is ample for my summoned beast to fully recuperate. I yearn to expedite my leveling up. The nightmare level abyss is incredibly draining. Even though my dual element fire dragon and goblin general have reset their energy after advancing to the 5th tier. However, they are not in peak condition. Rest and recovery are essential. 2 days will suffice. Moreover, I intend to venture into the nightmare level abyss next. So I must hasten to Shangyu City and make the necessary preparations. At that moment, Tao Qian set down his spatula and approached Zheng Yu with a serious expression. Nightmare level? He inquired. Indeed. The 2nd tier abyss? What else could it be? We are both level 10 now, and entering a 1st tier abyss is no longer an option. That's not what I meant. Are you confident? Tao Qian actually wished to express that the 2nd tier abyss is far more formidable than the 1st tier. Despite Zheng Yu having conquered the 1st tier nightmare abyss, to leap directly into the 2nd tier without any prior attempts seemed rather reckless. Yet, he refrained from voicing this concern. Primarily out of fear of being proven wrong. When Zheng Yu previously expressed his intent to compete for rankings, he had also doubted himself. Since then, he had ceased mentioning the matter. Questioning Zheng Yu's abilities would only invite a slap to his own face. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm uncertain. After all, this is my first time reaching level 10. Perhaps we should play it safe?" When Ren Qingyu suggested. Why not conquer a hard level abyss first to hone our skills? Kuing, overhearing this, couldn't help but scoff. A 2nd tier hard level abyss, is that really practice? Yet. Zheng Yu smiled and replied, although I am unsure of the strength of the 2nd tier nightmare abyss, my own power has improved significantly. I estimate a success probability of around 50. This time, I'll charge you 1 million to guide you through the nightmare level abyss. Are you in? Disregarding any dissent, Zheng Yu boldly stated his price. Tao Qian, who had just been worried and hesitant, immediately agreed without hesitation, it's a deal. When Ren Qingyu was even more decisive, promptly transferring the funds. Zheng Yu responded, "You're not worried at all?" Tao Qian replied, "You know me, brother, I'll always support you. If you say we should go, then we shall." When Ren Qingyu added, "Isn't there a 50 chance? Let us take the gamble." Only Kuing was entirely sincere. 1 million to risk it on a 2nd tier nightmare abyss, even a deity couldn't refuse that. Risky? Which abyss isn't perilous? With Zheng Yu leading us, the danger is halved. Is that even a real threat? Furthermore, the three of them clearly recognized that they could not dissuade Zheng Yu. So, if he was intent on pursuing this reckless adventure, they would join him in his folly. At that moment, Tao Qian recalled a thought and remarked, if you truly managed to guide us through the nightmare level abyss, you would undoubtedly claim the top spot in this year's newcomer level rankings. In previous years, it has always been newcomers from the Central District who received this accolade. I can already envision the astonishment on the faces of those arrogant geniuses from the Central District when the rankings are updated, revealing that the top position is held not by the Jiang River, but by a practitioner from Shangyu City, who is also a summoner. Chapter 48, The Blood of the Rooster Exorcises Evil. This I understand in Shangyu City. This house is truly grand, complete with a courtyard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, have you entered the life of a wealthy heir ahead of time? After Tao Qian and the others completed the formalities, they arrived at this villa. What wealthy heir? I built my fortune from the ground up. Indeed, indeed. Tao Qian directly retrieved a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and gulped down a sizable mouthful. There's nothing quite like this. Did you purchase this house? Zheng Yu reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at his phone without lifting his head, and replied, The Resources Department, under Chai Feng. Provided this for me, I'm just temporarily residing here. Tao Qian surveyed the villa's spaciousness, noting that the rent must exceed 10,000. A 3-story small Western-style building, with a vast yard, a lawn, and a swimming pool. By the way, have you received your S-Class resources? Zheng Yu shook his head, Not yet. Chai Feng mentioned that due to the expiration of the application period, and since I had previously submitted a request, the resources ended up with Li Feng, which is rather complicated. Tao Qian frowned. Is it impossible to apply now? Although it is not his own resource, it is still closely related to him, as Zheng Yu's resources would enhance his strength and increase the safety of traversing the abyss, which naturally made him anxious. It said that Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City personally went through the process in the provincial district. I'm uncertain if the application will be successful. Tao Qian, with his beer in hand, reclined on a lounge chair and remarked, If Shangyu City fails to secure your resources, wouldn't our trip here be in vain? It's all the same to me. Zheng Yu was indifferent. Regardless of whether Shangyu City secures this resource, I will not remain in Jiangshui City. I can apply again at level 20. Then wouldn't you be missing out on the resources from Phase 1? Tao Qian expressed indignation on Zheng Yu's behalf. Chai Feng stated that if the application fails, their resource department will personally cover the Phase 1 resources for me, equivalent to those issued by the provincial district. This was the condition agreed upon when Chai Feng first met Zheng Yu. It seems that Shangyu City genuinely values you. This is primarily because Shangyu City has performed poorly in recent years, not to mention S-Class. There are hardly any A-Class gifted professionals, and those few have not developed well. If this continues, there may not even be any newcomers to participate in the professional competition, which understandably worries Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng. Indeed. Tao Qian then inquired, What about when Ren Qinjiu and the others? Tao Qian, needing to handle his household registration, was the last to arrive in Shangyu City. They went shopping. I sent them to buy essential supplies for entering the abyss. The girls are generally better at bargaining, so we can save a bit. Having been accustomed to poverty, Zheng Yu habitually seeks to save. Tao Qian's eyes brightened. Have you decided which abyss to enter? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, we're going to the Shangyu Ancestral Hall. The most dreadful one? Although Tao Qian feigned shock, he was not surprised in the least. This is because the Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the only abyss with a nightmarish level strategy. However, it is also the abyss that when Ren Qinjiu, Koing, and even Tao Qian least wish to enter, because that place is truly haunted. Zheng Yu explained, there are 3 abyss phases in Shangyu City, the Shangyu Shrine, the Blood Red Film Factory, and the Dark Abyss. Among these 3, only the Shangyu Shrine has a record of successful completions, with a comprehensive strategy detailing the narrative branches, how to obtain rewards, and shortcuts. I understand that some of you may feel apprehensive about the shrine, but to enhance our chances of success, it is indeed the most suitable abyss for practice. Hence, I made a rather prudent decision. A prudent choice. Tao Qian felt that Zheng Yu was merely posturing. Yet he had no evidence. To practice in a nightmare-level abyss? Does he really believe that this level is stable? Such a notion is unheard of. Yet, Zheng Yu appeared genuinely concerned for their well-being. Zheng Yu elaborated, there is a complete strategy, one crafted by Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City during his youth, which lends it considerable credibility. So, are you all reassured now? Zheng Yu even considered himself quite thoughtful. Tao Qian. Of course. The initial reward for the Shanyu Shrine is no longer available, but there is still hope for the Blood Red Film Factory and the Dark Abyss. Do you plan to complete them all? Why not? Wouldn't it be a pity to leave such excellent rewards untapped? Very well then. Tao Qian chose to support Zhengyu. He had little say in the matter. After all, whatever abyss Zhengyu wished to tackle, they would embark on, he would merely play a supporting role, ensuring a pleasant atmosphere, capable of cooking and drinking. The shrine is a ghost-themed abyss. So I instructed Wenren Qinjiu and the others to prepare some tools to combat the supernatural. As such items are rather expensive in the temple's shop but can be found cheaply in the offline market. Additionally, the shrine is steeped in dark energy. So you should procure some chickens when you have the time. Tao Qian understood, chicken blood wards off evil, I get that. Zhengyu shook his head, questioning why you would ward off evil. The ghosts within the abyss possess health bars, what is there to fear? I suggested procuring chickens because I heard that the free-range chickens from Shanyu are a local specialty, we can roast them at the shrine. Tao Qian. In the afternoon, Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial district approved his resource application and is currently processing it. It is said that Zhang Zhan directly sought assistance from a bigwig in his faction to facilitate this. Such procedural matters are truly challenging without connections. Chai Fong complained over the phone. So, would you be interested in joining our faction? Seizing the opportunity, Chai Fong directly inquired. Zhengyu neither declined nor accepted. Merely asking, ISNT membership in a faction limited to practitioners at level 40 or above? A faction can be understood as an organization formed by powerful practitioners to monopolize certain resources strong and unbreakable due to intertwined interests. However, not just anyone can join. The simplest requirement bars 99 of practitioners. Only those at least level 40 may enter a faction, as those below this threshold cannot truly be considered strong. With a smile, Chai Fong remarked, this is merely an attempt to win over a talented individual like you. Conquering the nightmare level abyss is a certainty at level 40. By the way, have you decided which abyss to tackle in the second stage? He refrained from probing Zhang Yu's thoughts on joining a faction and posed a different question. The shrine. Quite a calm choice, Chai Fong mused. In his view, this selection was rather conservative. The Shangyu Shrine is the abyss that has been traversed most frequently by practitioners from Shangyu City, boasting an abundance of strategies that are simply too numerous to count. It is the favorite abyss for level 2 practitioners in Shangyu City. Chai Fong felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that Zhang Yu might venture into other abysses in Shangyu City to set some records. After all, the reception of Zhang Yu's invitation among practitioners in Shangyu City varied widely. Despite Zhang Yu's accomplishments in conquering the Nightmare Abyss, many still believed that the summoner profession held little promise for the future, and allocating resources to Zhang Yu was seen as a misguided decision. Thus, if he were to break a record and achieve notable results, that crowd would fall silent. However, from Zhang Yu's perspective, the shrine undoubtedly represented the best choice due to its inherent safety. Therefore, Chai Fong characterized it as a judicious decision, one that remained unaffected by external pressures and prioritized personal suitability. Such a choice seemed difficult to reconcile with the impulsive Zheng Yu, who had previously plunged into the nightmare-level abyss in a fit of anger. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial district, inquired, he didn't choose the Blood Red Film Factory? Chai Fong nodded. I too expected him to opt for the Film Factory Abyss, as refreshing its record seemed most probable. This kid appears rather reckless, yet is surprisingly composed. Reckless? I don't see Zhang Yu as reckless, Zhang Zhan chuckled. He simply prefers not to yield. That isn't necessarily a flaw. If the youth were as cautious as we are, fearful of this and that, they wouldn't embody the spirit of youth. Choosing the shrine is fine too. If he sets a historic record there, wouldn't that be even more commendable? Zhang Zhan maintained an optimistic outlook. However, Chai Fong decisively stated, I doubt that is likely. The Shanyu Shrine Abyss is the most familiar dungeon for the people of Shanyu, having seen its records shattered time and again by countless practitioners. It is not easily refreshed. Unless he intends to venture into the nightmare-level abyss. Moreover, from what I gather, It seems he plans to bring along Tao Qian and those two girls soloing to break a record? That is implausible, let alone entering the nightmare-level abyss. At this point, Chai Fong had a sudden thought. Wait, isn't his team currently missing a member? Zhang Zhan nodded, yes, they are short one, there are 4 of them now. As one young man forcefully withdrew from the nightmare-level abyss. Haha, he must be regretting his decision now. If they are short one. Chai Fong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What if I were to send someone to assist him? Perhaps I could have Zhang Wenchang join. He's an A-class talent warrior and is currently around level 18. To his surprise, Chai Fong outright rejected the suggestion. Who suggested that I should provide him with assistance? Given Zhang Yu's capabilities, adding a helper would be of little consequence. In our city's second phase, there isn't a single S-rank professional. What use would an A-rank be? Since Zhang Yu intends to tackle this solo, he would certainly refuse any aid. Zhang Zhan, perplexed, inquired. Then what do you intend to do? I have a distant cousin who transitioned to a profession last year, but due to some family matters, she was delayed for a year. I plan to have her join in on the action. Zhang Zhan remarked, you were just expressing doubts about Zhang Yu. Chai Fong chuckled softly, I may not believe he can break the record, but in this second phase, he is indeed a significant asset. I want my cousin to latch onto this opportunity, much like when I teamed up with you in the past. Zhang Zhan. Chapter 49, a teammate skilled in grilling kidneys is needed. In Shangyu City, within the depths of the Shinyu Ancestral Hall's Abyssal Hall, Zhang Yu and his companions, after 2 days of relentless endeavors, finally concluded all necessary affairs and could now focus on the pressing matters at hand. There's a noticeable lack of participants, Tao Qian observed, scanning the sparsely populated hall. A nearby staff member, seemingly idle, explained, the first batch of professionals is still engaged in the first stage of the abyss. The queue to enter the first stage is quite long. As for the seasoned professionals, they have either leveled up or completely given up. It is quite normal for there to be so few people. Tao Qian nodded in understanding, acknowledging his oversight. Having recently transitioned from Jiangshui City, he realized his earlier remarks had been somewhat ambiguous. Upon entering the hall, while the crowd was limited, some were indeed holding signs in search of teammates. When Ren Qinjiu remarked, we are in need of a teammate. Typically, 4 individuals can enter the abyss, but lacking one will diminish both experience and rewards proportionately. If you aim for the leaderboard, it is advisable to recruit an additional member. Finding a second-tier companion is relatively easy, and they are usually willing to compensate. Nearly 60 to 70% of professionals become stuck at this stage, some are unwilling to risk their lives further in the abyss, while others simply cannot compete and opt instead for employment, saving money while waiting for a seasoned player to guide them. Tao Qian inquired, puzzled. Is it true that no one is available to lead? That shouldn't be the case. In the first stage of the abyss, I observed many professionals, he replied. That was the first stage, where level restrictions permit even a simple or standard abyss to be easily navigated. Even so, it requires a balanced team of 2 warriors and a priest to escort others. Once you reach the second stage, capable professionals tend to form their own groups to level up. Who has the leisure to guide novices? Unless one is unwilling to progress to the third stage and prefers to convert their strength into currency, they might consider leading. Additionally, there are competitive professionals like Zhang Yu. However, in a small city like Shangyu, it is rare to find a prodigy vying for the leaderboard. I see, Tao Qian replied, his expression indicating he grasped the situation. He then gestured toward the group of professionals in the hall searching for teammates, suggesting they simply select one from among them. Tao Qian approached the staff member directly and requested a broadcast on the hall screen to find a teammate. Looking for a teammate, for needed one, requirements, obedient. No monster stealing, no item hoarding, must possess cooking and grilling skills, preferably skilled in grilling kidneys, not voluntary, price negotiable. Upon seeing this announcement, Zhang Yu gave Tao Qian a thumbs up, appreciating his understanding. He did not require a teammate with exceptional strength. He merely needed someone adept at grilling kidneys to fill the void left by Wu Zong. Once the announcement was made, several professionals began to privately message Zhang Yu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zhang Yu, summoner indeed. Anonymous, warrior wait, are you a summoner? Anonymous, warrior hold on. Who is the main damage dealer? The professional who took the initiative to contact Zheng Yu was bewildered. He had never encountered such an unusual group. A summoner as the captain, 2 assassins? Only the monk seemed somewhat credible. Without waiting for Zheng Yu's response, this anonymous warrior declared, "Let me speak with the monk, he must be your captain." Zheng Yu inquired, "Why him?" The anonymous warrior responded with an exasperated expression before continuing, "I need to negotiate the price." Zheng Yu replied straightforwardly, "You can discuss it with me." "Can you make decisions?" "Indeed. I possess B-level talents, my gift being fire, capable of suppressing the malevolent energy in the shrine. I am at level 18 and have successfully completed the simple level shrine abyss 5 times, and once at the normal level." After the self-introduction, he directly stated, "I demand 800. 000, it's not exorbitant, is it?" "What?" Zheng Yu responded with a large question mark. "No, are you truly authorized to make such decisions? Considering my strength, asking for 800. 000 is reasonable, although your team composition is rather average, with me and that monk, and if we replace one assassin with a priest. Completing a simple abyss would pose no challenge." Zheng Yu, the summoner, suggested, "Perhaps you should carefully review the announcement I posted?" He felt somewhat reluctant to explain. How could someone approach him for payment without even perusing the announcement content? The other party fell silent for a moment and then returned with a question mark expression. The anonymous warrior exclaimed, "Are you serious, brother? Have you all lost your minds, or am I blind? With your configuration and level, you intend to take people through the abyss?" He continued, "And you also need to know how to grill kidneys? I find it utterly absurd to be engaged in this with you." It was clear that he was quite frustrated. Zheng Yu found it strange that the other party had not recognized his profession as a summoner. Zheng Yu asked, "Don't you browse the forums?" The anonymous warrior replied, "Forums? It's just a place for a bunch of failed professionals to boast and banter. What's there to explore? You haven't stumbled upon any posts claiming shortcuts in the shrine, have you?" He added, "Let me advise you, don't believe them, doing so leads to a swift demise." The warrior concluded, "I'm out of here. A bunch of children are just toying with me. I thought I had finally encountered a business opportunity." With that, the warrior ceased all communication with Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu looked toward Tao Qian, who wore a grim expression, evidently having received private messages that were less than pleasant. "Well, it seems that finding a genuine bystander is quite a challenge," Zheng Yu remarked. When Ren Xingyu also expressed her surprise, saying, "I never anticipated it would turn out this way." She had assumed that finding a bystander would be relatively simple. Zheng Yu speculated, "It appears that the mayor has kept my arrival in Shangyu City under wraps, likely fearing I wouldn't make it." "There is another possibility," when Ren Xingyu interjected. "They never anticipated that the nightmare level abyss would yield such substantial experience, and they didn't expect you to be a stage 2 professional already." "So what shall we do now?" Tao Qian asked. "Several prospects have been found, however, they either demand monetary compensation outright or withdraw upon realizing your leadership status." One individual, quite amusingly, acknowledged your success in conquering the first stage of the nightmarish abyss yet still declined to join your team, perceiving the suggestion of roasting kidneys as an affront to his dignity. Nearby, Kuing chuckled, remarking that if Wu Zong were to hear this, he would be infuriated. Indeed. He currently lacks the opportunity to roast kidneys himself. The primary reason being, your reputation, Yu Gu, has yet to reach its zenith. Second-tier professionals still harbor a degree of arrogance. Perhaps I should seek individuals on the forum. Just as when Rin Changyu was poised to explore the forum for assistance, Zhang Yu received a call from Chai Fong. "Xiao Yu, I heard you intend to venture into the abyss today?" Chai Fong's tone was exceptionally polite. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I plan to enter and am currently seeking teammates." "Ah, you are in need of a companion?" Chai Fong feigned surprise. Zhang Yu clarified, "To be precise, I require someone skilled in roasting kidneys." Chai Fong inquired, "What? Skilled in roasting kidneys?" Chapter 50, Nightmarish Abyss, The Shrine. After considerable negotiation, we ultimately reached an agreement. Coincidentally, I have a sister skilled in grilling kidneys. The price was settled at 3 million per person. Although the Chai faction deemed Zhang Yu's asking price somewhat exorbitant, they did not hesitate. A talent they had cultivated must be adequately sustained. They believed this was likely due to Zhang Yu's dissatisfaction with their failure to allocate resources effectively thus far. It was reasonable to offer a bit more. With that settled, I shall transfer the funds shortly, please bear with me for a moment. Very well. After hanging up, Zhang Yu smiled and remarked, the soy sauce has been found. Who? Chai asked. My distant cousin. That resource department head? Indeed. She can grill kidneys? Tao Qian inquired. Chai replied that his cousin's family specialized in barbecuing. Presumably better than Wu Zongqiang. Then there should be no problem. When Ren Qinjiu interjected. Is it truly appropriate for you to discuss whether someone can grill kidneys so earnestly? Chai Yun, Ranger, requests to join the team. The captain has consented to Chai Yun, Ranger, joining the team. Chai Yun, Ranger greetings, Captain Zhang Yu, and everyone. My name is Chai Yun. And I am delighted to meet you all. Smile. Tao Qian, monk so cute Zhang Yu, summoner welcome. When Ren Qinjiu, assassin welcome, sister. Koing, assassin welcome, sister. Upon seeing the term sister, Chai Yun, en route to the Shangyu shrine in a taxi, clenched her teeth. She was indeed a year older than when Ren Qinjiu and the others. She was a professional from last year, stuck at level 12 and unable to progress. Lacking teammates and mentors, after over a month of effort, they finally formed a team, only to nearly perish in the shrine. Subsequently, due to family matters and her own inadequate talent, she chose to abandon this path. She had not intended to pursue this route any further until last night when her cousin Chai called, saying he had found a master to guide her through the abyss. There would be no risk, no need for her to exert herself, she simply needed to play the role of a bystander. To be regarded as a master by Chai meant there would be no issues. However, the thought that he was a year younger than her made her feel somewhat awkward. Upon arriving at the Shangyu City Shrine Abyss Hall, she quickly spotted her team, primarily due to Ren Qinjiu's eye-catching figure. It was quite difficult not to notice the group of four, who appeared quite youthful. Zhang Yu also recognized Chai Yun, a remarkably healthy-looking girl with sun-kissed skin, long legs, and a short, sharp hairstyle. Bandages were wrapped around her wrists, and the muscles in her forearms and calves were distinctly visible. Zhang Yu nodded at Chai Yun and said, "There's a file I sent in the chat group, please review it to avoid any mistakes." Understood. Chai Yun's initial impression of Zhang Yu was one of reliability. At the very least, he would not pretend to be something he was not and would not venture into the abyss without having studied the strategy. However, she had not taken the time to thoroughly examine Zhang Yu's information, deeming it somewhat redundant. After all, the abyss of the Ancestor Hall in Shangyu City was merely a subject taught in local schools, and every student was well acquainted with it. There was no need for a guide. Though Chai Yun harbored a disdainful attitude, she refrained from expressing it. Having learned from her brother that Zhang Yu was the prodigy who had come from Jiangxue City, it was entirely reasonable that someone from Jiangxue City might not be familiar with the intricacies of the Shangyu abyss. 1 hour, Zhang Yu declared, we will enter the abyss. He allowed Chai Yun time to review the materials. As Chai Yun had just joined the team, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. Her brother had previously advised her to speak less, as Zhang Yu preferred a more passive approach. Yet, the more she studied, the more she sensed something amiss. Why did the guide pertain to a nightmare-level abyss? She suspected Zhang Yu had found the wrong guide. Such guides were meant for casual enjoyment by ordinary practitioners and offered no real technical insights. To truly learn, one would need a guide for the challenging abyss. Unable to contain herself, Chai Yun cautiously suggested to Zhang Yu, is there an issue? Noticing her hesitance, Zhang Yu directly inquired about her concerns. Chai Yun decided to be forthright, did you perhaps find the wrong guide? The one circulating in the group pertains to the nightmare-level abyss. Zhang Yu nodded, confirming, indeed. That is the guide. Chai Yun was taken aback. Seeing her confusion, Zhang Yu elaborated, although you won't need to engage in combat. The abyss of the Ancestor Hall contains numerous mechanisms and traps, especially at the nightmare level, which significantly differs from the ordinary level you are accustomed to. The nightmare abyss is more realistic, thus the guide is crucial and will aid us in setting a new historical record. Ah! Chai Yun emitted a peculiar sound. Nightmare level. Your brother didn't inform you? Zhang Yu questioned. At this moment, Tao Qian chimed in, asking Zhang Yu. Did you mention to Chai Fong that you would be tackling the nightmare level hall? Zhang Yu paused, realizing, it seems I did not. It suddenly struck him why Chai Fong's tone had been slightly off when he had requested 3 million, it was likely because he found it exorbitant. Chai Yun stared at Zhang Yu in disbelief. Are you serious? Zhang Yu, somewhat exasperated, replied, You are the third practitioner to ask me this today. Let me clarify. It is indeed a communication issue on my part. My team and I intend to enter the nightmare level abyss of the Ancestor Hall in Shangyu City. If you perceive any risks, you are free to withdraw from the team. I will refund the money to Chai Fong. As for the passive team members, you can find others in the forum, there will always be brave souls willing to join. Chai Yun stood there, contemplating, her hesitation evident. It was only when Zhang Yu glanced at her calloused hands that he remarked, The calluses on your hands indicate that you have not abandoned training over the past year. As a ranger, strength is paramount. Would you care to take a chance and join us? This was an invitation from Zhang Yu himself. A professional who has taken a year's hiatus yet continues to exercise, developing thick calluses on her palms, signifies that she has never relinquished her path as a professional. Thus, Zhang Yu resolves to offer her an opportunity. Should she be willing to take the gamble, this professional journey could unfold for her. Chai Yun gazed earnestly at Zhang Yu. Her eyes reflecting doubt and confusion, but more prominently a sense of yearning. Do you have confidence? 50%. It's either life or a triumphant conclusion? An astute understanding. I might withdraw midway, Chai Yun stated candidly, without reservation. Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, no matter, I've been through such experiences. But the money cannot be refunded. Chai Yun replied. 3 million. If you truly can conquer the nightmarish level of the shrine, it would be a fortunate windfall for me. Chai Yun fell silent for an extended duration. I must be insane, she muttered. As reason reminded her that a summoner accompanied by 4 mere onlookers could not possibly prevail in the nightmarish abyss. Even if Zhang Yu had a history of glorious victories, it could not be achieved, for the difficulty of the first stage abyss and the second stage abyss were incomparable. Yet, a voice in her mind incessantly urged her to take the risk. Ultimately, she opted to dismiss her rational judgment. I will gamble. Zhang Yu smiled. Congratulations on boarding the pirate ship. Should I inform your brother? Chai Yun responded, I will let him know. She promptly sent a message to Chai Fong, I am entering the nightmarish abyss. If I do not return, please take care of my parents. Finished? Yes. Then let us depart. Zhang Yu opened the page, selecting the Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmarish level. Zhang Yu, summoner in. Tao Qian, monk to be honest. I'm a bit nervous this time. Kuang, assassin good luck. Wen Renqingyu, assassin don't be anxious. It's either we emerge prosperous or perish in the nightmarish abyss, which isn't a cowardly demise. Tao Qian, monk don't tempt fate. Chai Yun, ranger. Entering Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmarish level, please wait. Meanwhile, during a meeting, Chai Fong received Chai Yun's message. At first glance, he did not discern its significance, merely chuckling, this girl is still trying to play the sentimental card with me. However, upon a second look. What the hell? He leapt from his chair. The speaker, Zhang Zhan, expressed dissatisfaction, we are in a meeting. What kind of behavior is this? Yet, Chai Fong paid no heed to Zhang Zhan, for he had noticed the pivotal keywords, nightmarish level. Zhang Yu was venturing into the nightmarish shrine abyss. No wonder he audaciously demanded 3 million from me. Zhang Zhan, taken aback by Chai Fong's words, asked. Are you saying that the summoner we unearthed has entered the nightmarish abyss? Chai Fong nodded, my cousin Chai Yun just sent me that message. And she even left a farewell note. Zhang Zhan questioned, do you remember at what level we entered the nightmarish abyss? Chai Fong replied, level 19. Zhang Yu was merely a 13th level and had brought along 4 bottles of soy sauce. Was he out of his mind? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong were contemplating Zhang Yu's sanity, the 5 of them had already ventured into the depths of the ancestral hall. Before Zhang Yu lay an expanse of darkness, and in his ears echoed the voice of an elderly man. The ancestral hall serves primarily for sacrificial rites. Weddings, funerals, birthdays, celebrations, these are all occasions to honor ancestors and sages. They offer prayers and express gratitude, believing that their forebears and deities will bestow blessings upon them. In Shanyu village, it is no different. Their ancestors have protected them through generations, ensuring their prosperity, shielding them from famine, and guarding against wars and disasters. They express their gratitude towards their ancestors, venerating the ancestral hall, until one day, the ancestors themselves begin to have desires of their own. I guarantee your safety. But you must offer sacrifices for your life. Will the ancestors you revere truly safeguard you? Or, one might ponder, are the ones you worship indeed your ancestors? The voice was deep and resonant, weaving the tale of the ancestral hall's abyss as if narrating a ghost story. Chapter 51. It seems I have grasped a true lifeline. You have entered the abyss of the Ancestor Hall in Shangyu City at a nightmarish difficulty level. This level restores the true visage of the Abyss 100 and reconstructs the entire historical narrative of the Abyss, presenting an immense challenge with a significantly high mortality rate. Please exercise caution. A chilling wind swept through the air, accompanied by an elusive sensation of being pushed and pulled. Zhang Yu and his companions found themselves on a dimly lit forest path. An inexplicable shiver ran down Zhang Yu's spine. The wind here was far from the bone-chilling gusts of the cold street abyss, yet it sent an unsettling chill along his back. As if something malignantly fixated its gaze upon him, imbued with resentment and greed. Whom? Fixated? No, who dares to stare at me? Zhang Yu glanced towards the pitch-black shadows by the roadside, expressing his discontent. So, silence is your answer? Without further ado, Zhang Yu summoned the Goblin General. Goblin, charge! The Goblin General, without hesitation, urged his massive wolf mount forward, launching a charge towards the right side of the forest path. A piercing wail echoed through the air. You have slain the blocking ghost LV-15, gaining 2094 experience points. Ah, tranquility restored. That bothersome sensation of being watched vanished immediately. Trying to intimidate me? Who gave you the audacity? Tao Qian remarked, Big brother. You've just shattered the atmosphere the Ancestor Hall Abyss had carefully crafted. It was just beginning to evoke a sense of traditional horror, and you disrupted it entirely. Zhang Yu approached the spot where the blocking ghost had fallen, observing the pile of white ash on the ground, with his hands clasped behind his back. Ultimately, this is merely an abyss. As long as there is health, I am Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian hastened to him, Brother Yu, you're incredible. By the way, who is Lin Zhengying? Zhang Yu replied. At that moment, the rustling of leaves filled the air, faint sounds of children's laughter mingling with the wind. How dare you mock me, you audacious little demons? Zhang Yu fumed, scolding them directly. He. The children's laughter gradually faded into the swirling winds. In truth, Zhang Yu was merely indulging in the moment, for having perused the strategy guide, he was well aware that upon entering the Ancestor Hall Abyss, this forest path leading to Shangyu village posed no real danger. It was merely a theatrical device to enhance the atmosphere. The blocking ghost could lead players to experience an illusion of being trapped, causing no harm but delaying their entrance into Shangyu village. The laughter of children served merely as a warning, reminiscent of the chilling figure of the butcher from the cold street abyss, designed to frighten. While Zhang Yu immersed himself in the role of Lin Zhengying, when Ren Qinjiu and Kuang had already produced the copper coin strings and talismans they had prepared in advance. According to the strategy penned by Zhang Zhan, the malevolent aura of the nightmare level abyss gradually erodes our mental faculties. Translated. This means that the aura affects the recovery of mental strength. The longer one remains in the Ancestor Hall Abyss, the greater the impact. When Ren Qinjiu distributed 5 copper coin strings, Zhang Yu accepted the string, noting its slightly sticky texture. The copper coin string is crafted from copper coins of the Ancestral Hall. Soaked in the blood of a dog for 49 days, intertwined with the hair ties of newlywed women from Shangyu village, and coated with the sticky rice paste used in grave offerings. This talisman serves to ward off the encroachment of malevolent spirits. Beside them, when Ren Qinjiu elucidated that the copper coins, dog blood, hair ties, and glutinous rice are all materials derived from the depths of the Ancestral Hall, exclusively available in Shangyu City. Zhang Yu inquired about the cost, as he was unaware of the price, given that when Ren Qinjiu and Kuang had financed it. 3,000 for 5 strings. Came the reply. Is it truly so inexpensive? Chimed in Chai Yun, a local of Shanyu City. Such items are only useful in nightmarish level abysses. To be frank, if it weren't for you, nobody would purchase them. Aha, it all makes sense now. Subsequently, when Ren Qinjia handed all the talismans to Zhang Yu, he glanced at them, recognizing the items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. As he stowed them away, he remarked, "You have all perused the guide." According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical completion time for the Ancestral Hall cannot be less than 3 days. Upon entering Shangyu village, one must engage with the storyline, remaining for at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, which corresponds to the ancestor of Shangyu village, now under the control of a malevolent spirit. The first day is for the sacrificial rites, the second for ghostly marriages, and the third for the procession of 100 demons. After the 100 demons procession, one can confront the boss of the Ancestral Hall. Thus, to break records, we must strive to save time during the boss fight. Following Zhang Zhan's strategy would only allow us to rely on our speed in defeating the boss, which could lead to errors and prevent us from breaking records. Therefore, we should explore ways to activate the boss early, perhaps by enraging the false ancestor behind the Ancestral Hall. However, I currently lack any leads, so we shall proceed step by step. As Zhang Yu articulated his plan, he effortlessly summoned the twin fiery serpents. Their emergence instantly dispelled the surrounding malevolence, restoring warmth to their bodies. Let us go, we shall advance into the village. The goblin general led the way, with the twin fiery serpents securing the rear. A group of them traversed the dark forest path towards Shanyu village, the last to depart. Chaiyan cast a profound gaze at the spot where the blocking specter had perished, her expression laden with astonishment. She harbored no objections to Zhang Yu's plan. Even if any professional from Shangyu City had heard Zhang Yu's notion of provoking the false ancestor to hasten their progress, they would have laughed at his fanciful ideas. Yet, Chai Yun did not. She had witnessed firsthand the goblin general's charge, which had instantly vanquished the blocking specter. Although the specter was only level 15. Such an instantaneous kill seemed somewhat outrageous. The damage exceeding 50,000 points left her in disbelief. Was this the damage dealt by a summoned creature? 50,000. She suddenly felt that her so-called gamble was entirely unfounded in Zhang Yu's case, for to him, entering the nightmarish abyss was not a gamble at all, but rather a testament to his confidence and prowess. The notion that he might truly shatter the historical records of the Ancestral Hall incessantly lingered in Chai Yun's mind. It seemed this time he had genuinely grasped a monumental opportunity. Chapter 52, Brother, are you shopping at the cemetery? To enter Shangyu village, one must traverse this wooded path. Occasionally, a few road-blocking spirits emerge, posing little danger, yet persistently reminding adventurers that there are indeed ghosts present. Whoosh! An arrow is released, striking the spirit squarely in the face. These roadside spirits are remarkably easy to dispatch. According to other guides, they are merely unfortunate travelers passing through Shangyu village, just unfortunate souls. Minus 10,745. With a single arrow, a damage of 10,000 is inflicted. The 5th-tier goblin general possesses an attack power exceeding 3,000. And with a mastery of archery that multiplies damage by 7 times, it typically inflicts over 20,000 damage. However, spectral beings do not adhere to normal parameters. In a basic shrine, spirits can ignore 10 of damage. In an ordinary shrine, this rises to 15. In a challenging shrine, it reaches 25. Upon entering a nightmare-level shrine, this figure skyrockets to 60. With such an astounding reduction in damage, compounded by factors like accuracy, evasion, and attribute advantages, the spirits within nightmare-level shrines become exceedingly formidable. This is a significant deterrent for many adventurers in Shangyu City seeking to challenge the abyss at nightmare levels. Fortunately, the health points of spectral entities are not particularly high. A level 15 human skin spider boasts 60,000 health points, whereas a standard road-blocking spirit has merely 20,000, essentially requiring only 2 arrows to vanquish. Whoosh! The goblin general knocks another arrow, dispatching the spirit at the end of the path with a blow that sends its soul into disarray. Kill road-blocking spirit LV 15. Earn 2244 experience points. The goblin general continues to rain arrows upon the fragile spirits, while Zhang Yu, intrigued, Inquires of Tao Qian and the others, would you care for an orange? Oranges? Tao Qian did not recall purchasing any during their gathering of supplies. Zheng Yu hands him an orange, and without a second thought, Tao Qian consumes it. After a brief moment, Zheng Yu asks again, how about some biscuits? He offers Tao Qian several pieces. Tao Qian responds, wait, where did you get these? Just as he finishes speaking, Tao Qian realizes that, unbeknownst to them, they have wandered into a graveyard. The orange and biscuits in Zheng Yu's hands were taken from the graves. Tao Qian hastily discards the biscuits and looks up to see Zheng Yu approaching another grave, selecting offerings. No, brother, are you shopping here in the cemetery? Zheng Yu replies. This is a graveyard? Chai Yun immediately recognizes the place. The graveyard is the first challenging location within the shrine abyss. Where a high-level wraith is summoned, the spirit of the former village chief of Shangyu, a formidable adversary that is exceedingly difficult to confront. Chai Yun, anxious, exclaims, to deal with the village chief's wraith, we must attract its attention outside the graveyard, otherwise, entering directly will provoke an assault from all the spirits within. Wait. We shouldn't have arrived at the graveyard so soon. Chai Yun quickly retreats, only to find that neither Zheng Yu nor Tao Qian has moved. Only when Ren Qingjiu cast a fleeting glance at Chai Yun. You haven't reviewed the strategy Captain Zheng Yu sent you, have you? Chai Yun remains silent. Indeed. She had scarcely perused it, primarily because she was unaware that Zheng Yu intended to enter the nightmare level abyss at that time, and thus didn't take it to heart. Zheng Yu patiently elucidated, Zhang Zhan's strategy for the nightmare level abyss noted that in other difficulty levels of the shrine abyss, graveyards had fixed locations. Easily discoverable with a modicum of caution. However, in the nightmare level abyss, graveyards appear randomly, with early emergence correlating to heightened danger. Fortunately, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes. A full half-hour earlier than Zhang Zhan. Chai Yun responded. Are you certain this is fortunate? Isn't this more perilous? Zheng Yu replied with a smile, it is indeed fortunate, for encountering the graveyard earlier allows us to unlock the main storyline of the shrine more swiftly, facilitating a quicker completion of the abyss. Although the outcome remains uncertain, eliminating every obstructive specter ensures we encounter the graveyard ahead of time. It seems my hypothesis was correct. Chai Yun gazed at Zheng Yu in astonishment. She had previously wondered why he was so insistent on vanquishing every obstructive specter, even those distantly lurking in the woods. She had assumed he merely coveted the scant experience, unaware he had ulterior motives. Observing Zheng Yu, she felt an intriguing juxtaposition of madness and reliability. But the pressing question remained, how would he contend with them? At that moment, Chai Yun discerned the faint silhouettes of vengeful spirits materializing within the graveyard. And there were many. Zheng Yu, with a smile, remarked, after we pass this challenge, you must thoroughly examine the strategy one provided, lest you become a hindrance later on. Additionally, allow me to correct you, within the nightmare level abyss, it is not merely a single advanced vengeful spirit we face, but rather an elite high-tier monster. As for how to tackle them, Zheng Yu snapped his fingers. The twin demonic fire serpents behind him abruptly unleashed flames, engulfing the entire graveyard. Of course, the approach is to confront them head-on. Zheng Yu had conducted extensive research on the shrine abyss, possessing a firm grasp of the graveyard's challenges, which he believed could be swept aside. To expedite the dungeon's progress, one must not rigidly adhere to Zhang Zhan's strategy. The plot of the shrine abyss is quite straightforward. There is no need for exploration or problem-solving, merely the fortitude to withstand for 3 days. Disrupting a sacrificial ceremony and inciting the foe ancestors lurking behind the shrine is sufficient. Thus, from the outset, one must be bold and decisive. Strike with unrestrained ferocity. Provoking the tainted foe ancestor early on could yield the potential to break records. Incinerating the entire graveyard is Zheng Yu's primary objective. Upon activating the fire aura of the twin demonic fire serpents, the entire graveyard was enveloped, eliciting piercing screams from the specters, who quaked in fear of the flames. Upgraded to the 5th tier, the fire aura's radius of the twin demonic fire serpents expanded to an impressive 50 meters. Covering a relatively modest graveyard is not a daunting task. Furthermore, the searing effect of dual fire attribute damage renders the souls here utterly tormented. In combating the cold corpses, the twin flame serpent proves to be their nemesis. When dealing with the restless spirits, the twin flame serpent stands as their progenitor. With a thunderous roar, the graveyard ignites in flames. The twin effect amplifies the fiery aura damage, directly nullifying 50% of their damage immunity. Coupled with the inherent advantage of fire damage against them, the entire cemetery is engulfed in a sea of flames. The anguished wails of the spirits echo incessantly. This place, once a hell for adventurers, has now transformed into a purgatory for the souls. Damage numbers erupt throughout the graveyard, minus 5,741. Minus 5,329. Minus 587. Minus 698. Burn damage, minus 5,339. Minus 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Observing such damage output, Chaiyun often feels a sense of unreality. Is this not more ferocious than a sorcerer? Beside her, Tao Qian. When Ren Qingjiu and Kuling watch with satisfaction as they behold Chaiyun's astonished expression. Indeed, that half-open mouth, the dazed gaze, and the trembling pinky finger all resonate perfectly with the desired state of shock. Chapter 53. The most exquisite ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. It tastes delightful, Tao Qian exclaimed with a playful grin. Initially, when they witnessed Zhang Yu's devastating attack, they found themselves in a similar state of astonishment. No mechanisms, no dangers existed within the explosive damage caused by Zhang Yu's summoned beast. It was not merely a swift kill, it was a sweeping annihilation. The flames continued to burn. The ordinary specters that appeared in the graveyard this time were all of level 20, with their health tripled, making it unlikely to incinerate them in one fell swoop. Moreover, the most crucial dish of this ghostly feast had yet to be served. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by mournful wails. An ethereal melody resonated faintly around them. From the largest grave in the cemetery, an elderly figure, with a visage ashen and enveloped in black smoke, emerged from the earth. Like the other specters, his form was semi-transparent, yet the black smoke that trailed behind him vaguely resembled a peculiar creature. Spectre, village chief of Shangyu, the first to offer a soul sacrifice to the ancestors, level 20, rank, elite, health 150, 000, attack power 2. 500, skill I, shadow cloak, skill 2, shadow poison, skill 3, possession, skill 4. A level 20 elite creature. Zhang Yu's expression grew solemn. This elite monster could nearly rival the boss Shao Qi from the nightmarish depths of the Cold Street Abyss. It is essential to note that this was merely the first stage of the ancestral Hall Abyss. Distant traveler, what grievance do we of Shanyu village hold against you? The specter of the village chief inquired ominously, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu pointed towards the surrounding wailing spirits and replied. I perceive a rather ominous atmosphere here, with an excess of filth. Allow me to cleanse it for you. The village chief's specter erupted in fury. The black mist billowed forth, enveloping the entire cemetery in a suffocating shroud of shadow, momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin demon fire serpent. The surrounding spirits finally seized the opportunity to rush towards Zhang Yu and his companions. Watching this unfold, Chaiyun felt her legs weaken. She could hardly fathom how Zhang Yu would contend with this throng of spirits. You, old man, I extend my goodwill to cleanse your impurities. And yet you show no gratitude. Very well, if you refuse my assistance, then you shall be consumed in the flames alongside them. Twin demon fire serpent. Zhang Yu commanded the creature behind him, burn with abandon. With a resonant roar that echoed like a half-serpent, half-dragon, the inferno descended upon the graveyard. But this time, it was not merely a fire serpent, it was an even mightier fire dragon. Boom! The flames ignited. With the village chief specter now present, it was time for the twin demon fire serpent to conclude its fiery feast. Double flame aura. Double fire serpent hell. Double fire attribute incineration. Regardless of their health, this onslaught would turn the spirits into mere charcoal. Defeated Spectre LV-20, gained experience 3,786. Defeated Spectre LV-20, gained experience 3,587. Killing the level 20 Spectre awarded a bounty of 3,444 experience points. As the flames engulfed the foes, the experience surged delightfully. No one shared the spoils, and the experience soared exponentially. Before vanquishing them all, his level ascended directly to 14. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV13 LV. 14, 59600, 56,500 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 9,400 9,970, with 7,950 equipment attributes. Mana, 870 880 intelligence, 451 469 strength, 126 130 agility, 2930 remaining free attribute points. 5. The pace of leveling was astonishingly rapid. This is precisely why bringing along 4 support players is essential for leaderboard competition. With 5 entering the abyss, the overall difficulty escalates, thus amplifying the collective experience gained. However, if others refrain from engaging in combat, the dominant player vying for the leaderboard will reap even greater rewards. Soloing the nightmare level abyss yields a leveling speed beyond the imagination of others. Merely one wave of specters resulted in an immediate level increase. A piercing scream abruptly shattered Zhang Yu's immersion in the joy of leveling up. The village chief, a specter, gazed furiously at the other specters being incinerated, unleashing a dark aura that enveloped the entire graveyard, attempting to contend with the fiery manifestation of the dual fire serpents. Yet, the innate attributes of the dual fire serpents, which inherently counteract the dark energy, could not be subdued. Instead, the flames blazed even brighter. Realizing the flames could not be suppressed and suffering immense discomfort from the heat, the village chief transformed into a cloud of black smoke and lunged toward Zhang Yu with astonishing speed. However, the goblin general, tasked with safeguarding Zhang Yu, was not idle. In such a chaotic melee involving a summoner, one must always be prepared with a protective creature. The goblin general hefted his heavy hammer and struck the cloud of black smoke with great force. Whoosh! The hammer collided directly with the specter chief's form. Minus 8,742. An astounding damage of 8,000 was dealt. Yet, the specter did not relent. The spectral village chief, now a formless cloud of smoke, disregarded the hammer and surged directly towards Zhang Yu. Professionals can inflict direct damage on specters within the abyss. However, fundamentally, specters remain specters, and physical methods are often ineffective against them. Zhang Yu. Seeing the specter charging at him, Tao Qian and the others shouted anxiously, for it was their first encounter witnessing Zhang Yu face direct harm. Summoners possess a critical vulnerability. All their strength is concentrated in their summoned creatures, rendering their own health and defenses exceedingly frail. Yet, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their concerns were unwarranted. The summoner may be weak, but they had completely overlooked that Zhang Yu was adorned with 3 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The attack from the Spectre Chief struck directly against the shield of the Grievance Ring. Engagement Ring Radiating Grievance, Equipment Effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield manifested from Grievance, capable of withstanding 10,000 points of magical damage. Equipment Effect 2, Shield Break. Upon breaking the shield, it inflicts a fixed damage of 2,500 to surrounding enemies. A shield of 10,000. The Soul Village Chief cannot possibly breach it. Even if the shield is shattered, there remains the defensive capabilities of the human skin spider set, along with the taunting defense of the training dummies. To reach Zhang Yu, one must first overcome these layers of defense. Minus 6,458. A white damage number appeared above Zhang Yu's head. White damage signifies a reduction in shield value. 6,000, to be frank, that is quite substantial. The Soul Village Chief utilized possession, but failed to breach the shield provided by the Grievance Ring, causing him to become suspended in midair. Just at that moment, the twin demon fire dragon had readied its most intense breath attack. Dragon Breath. Zhang Yu observed the Soul Village Chief, ensnared in the searing embrace of the Crimson Dragon Breath, crying out in agony, and remarked, "The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Charred Soul. It merely necessitates the addition of a breath capable of melting iron." Defeated the Soul Village Chief of Shangyu Village, level 20, gained 7,848 experience. Chapter 54, a thought that sends chills down one's spine, the perfect method of clearing. The entire graveyard was enveloped in the crackling sound of flames. The vengeful spirits, who once threatened to bring harm to Zhang Yu, were now utterly dispelled. Following the demise of the spectral village chief, the dark smoke that clung to him spiraled upwards, performing 2 loops in the air, as if etching Zhang Yu's visage into memory, before vanishing into the void. Congratulations! You have obtained the decorative item, Village Chief's Pipe, LV0, Silver Tier. Congratulations! You have acquired the armor, Cloak of the Deceased, LV. 20, silver tier. 2 pieces of equipment had dropped, a decorative item, an antiquated pipe that was evidently not intended for the use of practitioners, as the mouthpiece was caked with grime, making it hardly suitable for use. Decorative item, village chief's pipe, equipping level, none, equipping requirements, none, tier, silver, attributes, none, equipment effect. When holding this pipe, you shall be granted the privileges akin to that of the village chief in Shanyu village. Is it truly meant to be used? Zhang Yu gazed disdainfully at the filthy mouthpiece. It was patently a quest item. Despite its uncleanliness, it could prove invaluable in a dire moment. Though he harbored feelings of aversion, this item was not mentioned in the strategy guide penned by Zhang Zhan and his group, for they had never vanquished the spectral village chief. The village chief would unleash his final skill, an ability not visible on the attribute panel, when his health dwindled to 5. The skill was known as separation of yin and yang, rendering him untouchable, forcing one to watch his experience and loot slipped away. Thus, Zhang Yu had initially instructed his 2 summoned beasts to hold back, using the flame halo to slowly whittle away the chief's health, and ultimately employing the dragon's breath, a high damage skill, to obliterate the village chief before he could react. This exemplifies the advantages of having a strategy. As Zhang Yu contemplated the pipe in his hand, a plan began to form in his mind, one that aimed to shatter Zhang Zhan's record. This village chief's pipe was a crucial item. As for the cloak of the deceased, he promptly stashed it in his inventory, categorizing it as an item for sale. A level 20 silver piece of equipment, he could not equip it. Having concluded his gains, Zhang Yu observed that Chai Yun was still in a state of disbelief. Was it truly over? The spectral village chief, dubbed the nightmare level abyss's most formidable obstacle, had been vanquished in flames by Zhang Yu? She stared, bewildered, at the 2 summoned creatures beside Zhang Yu, the robust goblin general and the 2-headed dragon engulfed in flames. These summoned beasts utterly shattered her preconceptions of summoners. So it turns out, summoners are this powerful. At that moment, Tao Qian overheard Chai Yun muttering to herself and immediately reiterated a phrase he had uttered countless times: "It is not the summoner who is strong, it is Zhang Yu. Moreover, you are far too early in your astonishment. If my brother Yu were only of this caliber, how could he possess the confidence to challenge the nightmare level abyss?" As a master of boasting, Tao Qian is utterly unreserved in his praise for Zhang Yu. Moreover, his assertions are not baseless, they are substantiated with evidence. In the confrontation against the village chief of Yinhan, only the dual fire serpents exerted their power, while the goblin general's death squad remained absent. The summoning beast's frenzy skill was not activated. Zhang Yu has certainly held back more than one card. Additionally, the 3rd summoning beast, which has reached level 10, has yet to be unleashed. Just wait, the true battle lies ahead. Tao Qian wore an expression that seemed to say, "Just watch." Let us move on, enough boasting, Zhang Yu interrupted Tao Qian. After the village chief of Yinhan vanished, through the trees of the graveyard, the dim lights of Shanyu village flickered in the valley below. Shanyu village has appeared, the main quest has commenced. Let us hasten our pace. Understood. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's prompt, Tao Qian immediately fell in line. Chai Yun reflected on Tao Qian's earlier remarks, although she sensed an element of exaggeration. The composed demeanor of Tao Qian, when Renkinjiu and Kuing instilled confidence in Zhang Yu's capabilities. The apprehension that had previously gripped Chai Yun began to transform into a subtle excitement. If Zhang Yu could truly conquer the nightmare level abyss, it would be a tremendous gain. Although the challenge is formidable and this is merely the first checkpoint, what if? In the early hours, Shanyu village was aglow. Yet the lights were the eerie yellow of ghostly lanterns. The streets were devoid of life, doors barred tightly, and a chilling breeze swept through. After over an hour of trekking, Zhang Yu and the others finally descended from the graveyard's heights into Shanyu village. Before entering, Zhang Yu recalled the dual fire serpents, leaving only the goblin general. The fire attribute of the dual fire serpents would dispel the malevolent aura, which would hinder his search for the ancestral hall. To locate the ancestral hall, one must first find the paper effigies. You have entered Shanyu village, exercise caution, for everything you encounter may pose a threat to your life. Upon stepping into Shanyu village, a considerate system prompt echoed. We should seek the ancestral hall, Chai Yun quickly suggested, eager to demonstrate her diligence in reviewing Zhang Yu's guide during their journey. A last-minute grasp at knowledge, no, rather, a last-minute reliance on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded, encouraging Chai Yun to continue. Due to the unervingly desolate streets, her voice lowered, hesitant to speak too loudly, according to Zhang Zhan's guide. The first task upon entering Shangyu village is to locate the ancestral hall. Once found, hiding within will trigger a sequence of events, revealing the entire sacrificial ceremony of the villagers. However, the challenge lies in that the ancestral hall's architecture is not conspicuous, lacking a fixed location, necessitating a stroke of luck in its discovery. If one enters the wrong building, entrapment ensues. This is the second difficulty of the Shangyu ancestral hall abyss. Each household here harbors danger. Just as the system's warning indicated, everything is perilous. The swiftest and most convenient method is to employ talismans, which will ignite based on the intensity of the spectral energy within the room. The more fervently they burn, the more potent the malevolent spirits present. The strongest spectral energy likely emanates from the ancestral hall. At this juncture, Chai Yun remarked, and Zhang Yu continued, indeed. This was originally mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, locate the ancestral hall, concealed within which is a wooden coffin, and then proceed with the narrative. However, our objective is to transcend the records left by Zhang Zhan. We cannot merely replicate the guide but must effectuate alterations. Chai Yun inquired, how shall we alter it? Zhang Yu noted that to truly break the record and obtain the rewards, changes must be made. The most effective alteration lies within the narrative as progression. Zhang Yu articulated. In my perspective, Zhang Zhan's completion of the task was a rather cunning approach, viewing the entire tale of misfortune in Shangyu village from a third-party perspective. Yet, the guide fails to elucidate why the ancestral tomb was incorrectly honored, who was being revered, and what led Shangyu village to its current ghostly state. Along with why the spectral village chief obstructs our path in the cemetery. These elements are lacking in Zhang Zhan's strategy, rendering it incomplete. One might say it allows passage through the abyss, but it remains imperfect. As Chai Yun absorbed Zhang Yu's words, she inexplicably began to trust his insights. Yet she recognized that such sentiments, if cast upon the Shangyu City Forum, would likely incite vehement backlash. After all, Zhang Zhan's completion record for the Shangyu Ancestral Hall is revered as scripture among the practitioners of Shangyu City. Who is a mere summoner to challenge it? However, having witnessed Zhang Yu's prowess and his uniquely divergent thought process, even this native practitioner of Shangyu City began to question whether Zhang Zhan's guide was truly as flawless as believed. So, what do you propose? Chai Yun asked. Zhang Yu replied, from Zhang Zhan's perspective. Every action he undertook is deemed correct, yet it still fails to clarify the entire narrative. This suggests a misalignment in perspective. A misalignment in perspective? She echoed. Indeed. Zhang Zhan's viewpoint observes the entire tripartite process of Shangyu village, the rites, the ghostly weddings, and the procession of 100 demons. But what if we were to shift our perspective and engage in this game from the viewpoint of the worshippers? Upon hearing this, not only was Chai Yun taken aback, but Tao Qian and Wen Renqing were equally at a loss for words. Before they could voice their objections, Zhang Yu's subsequent revelation sent shivers down their spines. Or rather, what if we were to directly become the sacrificial offerings? Would that not allow us to confront the false ancestor directly? Chapter 55, The Goblin Combat Team More Terrifying Than Ghosts. What expressions are you all wearing? Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Yu realized no one responded. Chai Yun opened her mouth but remained silent. Only Tao Qian, who had a close relationship with Zhang Yu, remarked, this seems to deviate from the plan, doesn't it? Wasn't it previously agreed that we would use the burning intensity of the talismans to locate the shrine? You're treating yourself as a sacrificial offering. Isn't that too perilous? Such words could only be uttered by Tao Qian. Through their interactions, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing had discerned Zhang Yu's unyielding nature. Once he made a decision, it was challenging to alter it. Observing the expressions on their faces, Zhang Yu chuckled, fear not, I am not insane. I will not engage in actions that jeopardize your lives. Tao Qian, are you certain? The four individuals present harbored doubts about Zhang Yu's sanity. Yet they dared not voice them. Zhang Yu smiled and elucidated, this plan indeed emerged from a moment of inspiration. But it is grounded in rationale and should represent the sole correct approach to solving this dilemma. He produced a filthy pipe and tossed it to Tao Qian. This is for you. What is this?
Tao Qian regarded the pipe with distaste, but upon seeing its attributes, his eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement.
This is, indeed.
It is the most crucial item that Zhang Zhan overlooked.
It is the only tool that allows us to participate in the ritual. At a later time, I will have you hold it. Me? Tao Qian was momentarily taken aback.
Yes, this is a pivotal item, do you not want it? Hearing this, Tao Qian immediately exclaimed.
I do. I do.
This implied that he would contribute to the quest, ensuring that the rewards he received would not be entirely negligible.
Although the pipe was rather unappealing,
one could not deny that when Zhang Yu made this declaration, the young women nearby gazed enviously at the pipe.
Dirty? A reward is sufficient. Who fears a bit of filth? Besides, it is merely a pipe.
To hold a pipe for increased rewards is far less daunting than some of the lengths female adventurers might go to in order to join a party.
Unfortunately, there was only one pipe. So, what shall we do next?
When Ren Qingyu and the others had also observed the pipe's attributes,
with the identity of the village chief, it could indeed allow them to partake in the ritual.
Zhang Yu stated, like Zhang Zhan, we must seek the shrine. However, our objectives differ. He searches for the shrine to hide, while we seek it to cause a commotion.
The louder, the better.
According to Zhang Yu's plan, they needed to find the shrine, but must not truly locate it. The 5 of them, each bearing a talisman, stood before different villagers' homes.
As long as it was not the time for the ritual, the frenzied villagers would not emerge. Approaching the door, the talismans would ignite.
Zhang Yu cast a glance at the talisman in his hand, which flickered with a few sparks, indicating the presence of very few, if any, malevolent spirits. Only the villagers remained. The villagers were the weakest entities within the depths of the ancestral hall, practically perishing upon the slightest contact. And there was no punitive mechanism in place, much like the innocent bystanders in a GTA game. Naturally, there was no profit to be had. The 5 individuals maintained a considerable distance from each other, and the village was eerily quiet, making vocal communication impractical. Therefore, they opted to converse through their chat group. Tao Qian, monk, my talisman has burned a quarter, there must be something in this courtyard.
Kuling, assassin, mine has burned a third.
When Ren Qingyu, assassin, my talisman remains dormant.
Chai Yun, ranger, my talisman has completely burned out. Zhang Yu, summoner Chai Yun, remember your house number. It is most likely the ancestral hall. Chai Yun, ranger, understood.
Zhang Yu, summoner, let us gather at the entrance of Kuing's house. Tao Qian, monk, okay, they congregated before the house where Kuing resided.
The talisman's burning indicated the presence of malevolent spirits within. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism,
causing the spirits to attack the professionals. The fiercer the flames, the stronger the spirits.
The most potent would be found in the ancestral hall,
though this was not a certainty. Powerful spirits could also consume a talisman, suggesting the possibility of it being the ancestral hall or a level 20 elite monster.
Fortune would play a significant role in this endeavor.
Zhang Yu's objective was to stir up commotion, thus,
he aimed to eliminate the room most likely to be the ancestral hall. First, they would vanquish the spirits. Bang!
The goblin general forged ahead, kicking the door open. A gust of sinister wind rushed forth, accompanied by a foul odor, prompting Zhang Yu and the others to quickly cover their noses.
Crack!
A copper coin from the string in Zhang Yu's arms shattered.
The string contained 18 coins. Each time they resisted a mental attack, one would break,
allowing for a total of 18 defenses.
After the wind subsided, Zhang Yu and the others finally discerned the layout of the room.
Before them lay a spacious courtyard,
dominated by a wealth tree, indicating the household's affluence.
The door directly facing the courtyard was ajar, revealing an elderly woman in a gray cotton shirt, seated in the hall,
glaring at them.
Most disturbingly, blood tears streamed from her eyes.
The scene was undeniably eerie.
Zhang Yu felt neither fear nor concern. Not solely because he could see the health bar above the old woman's head, but also because he had no intention of entering the courtyard.
What is the strongest attribute of a summoner? Answer: there is no need to personally engage in battle. Goblin General, charge.
Fearless, the Goblin General surged forward.
What fiends and phantoms?
All were prepared to meet their demise. Mounted upon his wolf, the goblin general charged directly at the strange old woman seated in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back, entirely disinterested in the unfolding battle, and addressed Tao Qian and the others. "We shall wait here. You may frighten yourselves with your tricks. Should I feel even the slightest fear, I shall share your surname." The ancestral hall of Shanyu possesses a unique characteristic known as the face-to-face kill. Much like how the village chief of the ghostly realm can evade the goblin general's obstruction and rush directly towards Zheng Yu, such scenes are frequently depicted in horror films. You are acutely aware that a terrifying moment is imminent, yet when the ghastly visage suddenly appears, you are still startled. Tao Qian and his companions harbor an aversion to entering the ancestral hall for this very reason. Many second-stage martial artists who have traversed the hall, despite having strategies in place, remain haunted by the experience.
This is far more immersive than merely playing a horror video game. However, Zheng Yu is a summoner,
which implies that as long as he possesses overwhelming strength, he need not observe the battle to direct it.
Bang!
Zheng Yu even thoughtfully closed the door behind the goblin general and the elderly lady. "You may continue, I shall not disturb you,"
Tao Qian remarked. "Is it possible to play in this manner?" Ko Ing inquired. "Shall we wait here?"
When Ren Qingyu noted, "There is not just one ghost in this house.
There is another by the money tree, and one is even hanging from the rafters. It may take a while." Zheng Yu asked, "Who wishes to eat oranges?" Tao Qian replied, "I do not." When Ren Qingyu suggested, "Perhaps a cup of tea?" Zheng Yu responded, "That would be splendid."
As he observed when Ren Qingyu setting up the tea table, Ko-ing produced some pastries, while Chaiyan felt an unsettling sense of unreality.
Within the courtyard,
the piercing wails of the ghosts echoed. Outside, however, Zheng Yu and his companions appeared to be enjoying tea.
Is this truly a deep abyss? Is this a nightmare-level abyss? How has a perfectly terrifying abyss transformed into this?
Suddenly, Chaiyan felt that being a summoner might indeed confer certain advantages, at least in this horror-themed abyss, as the summoner need not confront the terrifying scenes directly. Inside the courtyard, the ghosts wailed and howled. Yet within the hall, there was a profound tranquility. After approximately 10 minutes, Zheng Yu had only just sipped his tea when he received a notification from the system regarding his kills.
Kill LV-20 Blood Tier Ghost. Gain 5,744 experience. Kill LV-20 Hang Ghost. Gain 5,871 experience. Kill LV-20 Wealth Guardian. Gain 6,022 experience.
Creak, the door swung open in response.
Chaiyan peered inside, and aside from the robust goblin general, there were also deathly goblins cloaked in black rags, their eyes resembling those of savage beasts.
A group of goblin cavalrymen riding fierce, tusked wolves, and a war troll, standing over 3 meters tall and bearing a grotesque countenance, were also present. This was an evolved goblin combat squad. Observing this assembly of goblins that seemed more fearsome than the ghosts themselves, Chaiyan felt that perhaps the ghosts were not as terrifying as they once seemed. Chapter 56, The Twin Ghosts Knock, but it is the twin ghosts that fall. The ensuing scene unfolds as the goblin general, accompanied by a cadre of ruffian subordinates, methodically knocks on doors, searching each household. Based on the state of the burning sigils, they identify 3 residences engulfed in flames, each harboring a multitude of spectral souls, while others are merely swept through. Just as the system had described.
Danger lurks at every corner.
Withered branches in the shadows, dolls upon the beds, crimson lanterns adorning the trees, children submerged in jars resembling giants, and half-formed female specters embedded in the walls. Various manifestations of the dead abound, those who hung, drowned, perished violently, succumbed to illness, or lingered in vengeful spirits. According to the accounts of seasoned adventurers who have traversed the challenging depths of the shrine abyss, even the knowledge of these phantoms does little to assuage the terror.
For everything that ought to exist, and that which ought not, resides here. Fear is indeed the prevailing theme of the shrine abyss. Yet, when confronted by a horde of more ferocious goblins, the ghosts lose their menace.
The goblins possess no comprehension of the supernatural, they heed only the measure of health points,
disregarding the spectral beings entirely. In the context of traditional Chinese ghosts, the emphasis lies upon the ambience, the enclosed environment, and the tales of death,
all accentuated by their grotesque appearance. However, Zheng Yu finds the trolls to be far more terrifying. This is primarily due to the troll's ability to shatter half the health points of a violent spirit with a single blow. Now that is true horror. This particular troll had once encountered the twin ghosts knocking at the door, yet it was the twin ghosts that succumbed.
What significance do health points hold against true specters?
Zhenya muses, outright refusing to observe the child resembling a giant, pulled from the jar, or the bloodstained doll that suddenly rose from the bed. Their startles and frights are rather bothersome. Zhenya declines to partake in such sights and turns to leave.
The spirits that have taken residence in the villagers' homes are feeble. A single goblin general, accompanied by a combat squad, could easily dispatch them. These spirits revel in startling unsuspecting souls. As one enters the courtyard,
they often spring forth from the shadows to deliver a frightful scare. There exists a peculiar trait among ghostly beings: they collect the fright points of adventurers. And upon reaching a certain threshold, they too may evolve.
Consequently, these spectral entities take delight in their harrowing antics.
Yet, Zhenya remains impervious to such torments, choosing to avert his gaze. If one could instill fear in the goblin general, that would be a feat indeed. Zhenya boldly knocks on the door of a house devoid of spectral presences, only to find villagers quaking in fear. As an elderly man and a child watch him with trepidation, he sets about constructing a barbecue pit, ready to commence the evening's repast. The aroma of grilling wafts through the air.
Zhenya inhales deeply and remarks, "Is it burnt?"
Chai Yun, flustered, hurriedly flips the skewers.
Moments later,
Zhenya receives the grilled kidney from Chai Yun, takes a bite, and quietly sets it aside.
"Isn't your family supposed to run a barbecue shop?" Zhenya cannot help but inquire.
Chai Yun, taken aback, responds, "Who said that?" Zhenya retorts, "Chai Fong, the deceiver."
It is evident that Chai Fong has spun a tale. Chai Yun is utterly unskilled at grilling kidneys.
She finds herself bemused, for upon their first meeting, she was asked about her ability to grill kidneys, a query she had dismissed at the time.
After all, who would roast kidneys in the abyss? Well, it appears one can. Moreover, time is plentiful. I can learn. Chai Yun's demeanor is earnest, her posture in seeking assistance quite appropriate.
Let us entrust this task to Tao Qian first, for roasting meat is indeed an art.
To prevent Chai Yun from wasting the exquisite meat they had procured,
Zhenya hastily passed the responsibility to Tao Qian.
Moments later, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the courtyard. A distinct rumble echoed from the corner. A sound unmistakably belonging to a hungry stomach.
Zhenya turned to see the source, the children of this courtyard. Within this space, devoid of malevolent spirits, were only an elderly man and a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The elder cradled the girl in his arms, retreating into the corner,
striving not to disturb Zhenya and his companions.
Yet, no one can resist the allure of roasted meat, especially not a child who has been famished for days.
The little girl gazed longingly at Zhenya, at the skewers of meat beside him. "Would you like a piece?" Zhenya inquired.
The girl did not respond.
Instead, startled by his sudden question, she shrank back into the elder's embrace.
Zhenya then turned his attention to the old man. "I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. I can trade roasted meat for your insights." The elder stared blankly at the ground, seemingly oblivious to Zhenya's words. Zhenya smiled and continued, "Surely you have no reason to decline. Nor would you wish to contemplate the consequences of rejecting my offer." His tone was unabashedly direct. He harbored no intention of forging a bond with the villagers. It is often depicted in tales how protagonists establish rapport with local inhabitants to extract valuable information, yet Zhenya deemed this unnecessary. Firstly, he understood all too well the extreme and insular mindset prevalent in such secluded villages. To put it bluntly, the villagers' mentality could be described as terrifying.
Genuine connection? If one were to truly connect, they might as well prepare for betrayal.
Secondly, he did not believe he possessed the protagonist's charm, capable of coaxing information through mere words or charisma. The most effective approach, in his view, was to wield force,
swift and efficient.
Thus, Zhenya presented the elder with two options: either bring the child to partake in the roasted meat and divulge the village's circumstances, or meet a fate akin to the wretched souls outside, torn apart by goblins. Only then did the elder lift his gaze, meeting the beaming smile of the youth before him, as if he were reminded of a child from the village long ago. He embraced the little girl and approached Zhenya.
A commendable choice.
Zhenya extended a skewer of perfectly roasted meat to the girl. She looked up, eager to express her gratitude, but only managed a soft, incoherent sound.
Zhang Yu observed that the child had no tongue. What has happened to her? Zhang Yu asked. The elder, understanding the inquiry,
gently stroked the child's head and replied, for speaking too freely, she was stripped of her right to voice.
By whom? The elder remained silent.
At this juncture,
Wen Renqingyu interjected, asking, was it your ancestors?
The elder lifted his gaze to a few individuals and then let out a bitter smile. No.
He is not our ancestor. Then who is he?
Wen Renqingyu felt that the answer was within reach and promptly inquired. The elder, however, pointed to the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident, he could not speak, for uttering the truth would cost him his tongue.
Zhang Yu glanced down to see that the child had finished the skewer of meat, and he picked up another skewer to offer to the little girl.
Yet,
she shook her head.
The elder explained, she has no tongue and cannot savor the flavor, she relies solely on her muscles to chew.
Moreover, we do not require food. Wen Renqingyu frowned and questioned, but I heard the sounds of the child's stomach just now, is she still being stubborn? The elder shook his head and replied. We do feel hunger, yet we can never truly be satisfied. Is it because of your false ancestor? Wen Renqingyu asked.
The elder hesitated for a considerable time before speaking. I do not know the purpose of your visit here.
Nor do I understand why you must come on the day of the ritual.
However, I advise you, do not participate in the upcoming ceremony.
Find a place to hide.
I know of a location, within the ancestral hall, where 3 wooden coffins reside.
If you lie within them, they will not see you.
Zhang Yu and Wen Renqingyu exchanged glances, finally grasping why Zhang Zhan sought refuge inside a coffin.
It was evident that someone had been lured. Chapter 57, Sacrifice. Plague, Interests, and the Haunted Village. What if we do not hide? Zhang Yu inquired directly.
The elder, with bloodshot eyes,
glared at Zhang Yu and replied. If you do not hide, you will perish. At whose hands will I meet my demise? Zhang Yu pressed on. I cannot disclose that information. Observing the elderly man,
who appeared to be in his 70s, clad in a dark blue homespun cotton coat, Zhang noticed his fingers trembled slightly, as if he were gripped by an unseen fear. Zhang Zhan's strategy had explicitly stated that in the nightmarish abyss, one must seek refuge within a wooden coffin. Yet, the consequences of not doing so remained shrouded in mystery. It was evident that Zhang Zhan had inquired about this matter from a villager here. They all seemed intent on leading outsiders to the coffins. Whether this was an act of kindness or malice was indeterminate. Please elucidate why your village has descended into such a state, Zhang Yu stated.
Not as a question but a demand.
The elder lifted his gaze, and upon noticing Zhang Yu's smiling countenance, as well as the 2 beautiful young women behind him who had drawn their daggers, his heart quivered, prompting him to hastily say, 10 years ago, the village was not like this. Due to years of drought, our harvests dwindled, and we were on the brink of starvation. So we ascended the mountain and unearthed our ancestors' coffins.
Wait, Zhang Yu interjected. If you were so impoverished, why disturb the ancestral graves? Is that not a grave taboo?
The elder shook his head and replied, this is a tradition passed down through generations in our village.
Whenever we face insurmountable difficulties, we unearth the coffin of the oldest ancestor and bring it, along with the remains, into the ancestral hall. Sacrifice? Wen Renqingyu pondered.
Indeed, sacrifice, the elder continued. It was a desperate measure. Had we not truly been at our wits' end, such thoughts would never have crossed our minds.
And then what happened? Zhang Yu asked. The elder coughed violently twice, clearly unwell.
After regaining his composure, he continued, the sacrifice was remarkably successful. On the southern mountainside, purple tea leaves sprouted overnight, their fragrance unforgettable. Once harvested and sold, they not only procured food but also allowed every inhabitant of Shangyu village to lead a prosperous life.
A smile graced the elder's face as he recounted these events.
Zhang Yu nodded. It is evident that in such an isolated village, every household could afford to build such grand courtyards. Indeed, you have known prosperity.
Prospered, but not for long, the elder continued, echoing Zhang Yu's sentiment.
The tea trade attracted numerous calamities, such as unequal distribution of profits, plundering by outsiders, and to safeguard our hard-won livelihoods, you did not resort to another sacrifice.
Did you? Zhang Yu surmised. The elder sighed, yes. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and those within the village who sought to monopolize the tea. The village chief secretly convened us elders for a second sacrifice. We unearthed another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague descended upon our village. With the protection of our ancestors, any villager who remained loyal to Shangyu village and had no treacherous intentions would be spared from the disease. However, outsiders and those with ill intentions would succumb to illness. Zhengyu pondered aloud, does this mean your current state of isolation is connected to the plague? Indeed, the seclusion of Shangyu village has led to greater prosperity, as the tea trade became a monopoly. Will there still be buyers for your tea? Are they not afraid of contracting the plague? When Ren Qingjiu inquired. They are afraid. Yet they cannot resist the allure of our tea. No one can refuse the exquisite flavor of Shangyu village's tea. And with the plague making it even scarcer and more precious, unscrupulous merchants are willing to take risks for profit. Zhang Yu nodded. A profit exceeding 100 is sufficient to tempt individuals to hazard their lives, it is quite reasonable. Thus, even in isolation due to the plague, we continue to live abundantly. For these merchants provide us with everything we need. Everything, including people? Zheng Yu fixed his gaze on the elder, seeking to discern any deceit in his eyes. The elder hesitated before nodding slightly. A village tainted by the plague is not one they wish to isolate, rather, the outside world has severed their connections. For a village to thrive, it must either resort to consanguinity or seek individuals beyond its borders. Who would come? No one returns. Yet there are unscrupulous merchants. Faced with high profits, abducting a few women into the village is not a formidable task. It was evident that this village resembled the most sinister of places Zheng Yu had envisioned. Human trafficking, isolation, consanguinity, and... Zheng Yu's gaze hardened as he recalled the little girl who had disappeared. Continue. Zheng Yu concealed his thoughts and urged the elder to proceed. The elder fell silent. Zheng Yu let out a cold laugh and said, "You just mentioned that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, indicating that you have conducted 3 sacrifices prior to this. When was the last one, and what was the reason for the sacrifice?" Confronted by Zheng Yu's aggressive demeanor, along with Wen Ren Qingjiu brandishing a dagger before him, the elder sighed in resignation and replied, "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. After the onset of the plague, Shangyu village has remained isolated for 3 years. Everyone in Shangyu village has lived in happiness, we have thrived by relying on the mountains. And whatever we desire, the merchants fulfill for us, including the people you mentioned. However, there are always those who are discontent with the blessings of our ancestors, choosing to remain in this sanctified village. Blessings." When Ren Qingjiu could scarcely bear to listen any longer, her brow furrowed. A plague that severed the village's ties to the outside world, forcing them to rely on the trafficking of individuals for survival, was, in the elder's perspective, a blessing and a grace. She was profoundly shocked and expressed her confusion. Zheng Yu, on the other hand, found the elder's statement to be heartfelt. Devoid of knowledge and unfamiliar with the outside world, the impoverished villagers have long existed in this place where desires are effortlessly fulfilled. In this context, one might ponder whether it is not a divine gift. To put it another way, setting aside the matter of the plague, for the elder, this village resembles a paradise untouched by the chaos of the world. It is the youth who yearn to escape, Zheng Yu surmised. A group of young ones, at the age when they ought to be marrying, have violated the village's customs in their quest for freedom. What then? Zheng Yu was curious about how they managed to curtail this band of spirited rebels. The elder replied, "The village chief, adhering to the village rules, broke their legs." Well, that was even more direct than Zheng Yu had envisioned. Much like himself, it was a straightforward assertion of power. However, it was from that day forward that the purple tea leaves ceased to flourish. Subsequently, the 3rd sacrificial ceremony ensued. From the elder's trembling hands and quaking voice, Zheng Yu discerned that the village had irrevocably transformed into a ghost town, a fate precipitated by that 3rd ritual. It is highly probable that those young individuals, whose legs had been shattered, disrupted the sanctity of the ceremony. Chapter 58, Breaking the Stalemate. The True Truth of the Ghost Village. After the elder finished speaking, he fell silent, adopting an expression that conveyed a resolute refusal to continue, even at the cost of his own life.
Zheng Yu did not press him or the child further. The elder sighed in relief and retreated with the child back to the corner of the wall, seeking refuge on the stool. Thus, today marked the fourth sacrificial ceremony. After the elder's departure, when Ren Qingjiu analyzed the situation. According to the villagers' account, the transformation of the village was precipitated by the third sacrificial ceremony, likely due to its disruption. This disruption could have been caused by the resentful youths who had suffered broken legs. To restore the village to its former state, today's sacrificial ceremony was deemed necessary. When Ren Qingjiu's insights aligned almost perfectly with Zhang Yu's earlier conjectures, Zhang Yu concurred with her assessment, affirming that the villagers would undoubtedly not permit outsiders to jeopardize the ceremony. This indicated that the 3 wooden coffins mentioned by the elder were indeed sanctuaries. Zhang Zhan had likely deduced this information as well and ultimately chose to trust the villagers' words, avoiding conflict to allow the ceremony to proceed. When Ren Qingjiu remarked, "I believe Zhang Zhan thinks that as long as the ceremony is completed, the village will revert to its original state, thereby fulfilling the potential for success." Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging that this reasoning could not be dismissed. However, they were aware of the outcome. Even if the ceremony succeeded, Shangyu village would still remain a ghost village, bound to endure the second day's ghostly marriage and the third day's procession of spirits. Their analyses pointed directly toward the direction Zhang Yu had previously suggested, the disruption of the sacrificial ceremony. When Ren Qingjiu pondered for a moment and posited, "The ancestor capable of realizing Shangyu village's wishes must be that specter, right? Much like the god of the cold prison who cursed Shaoqi in the depths of Han Street." Zhang Yu, however, presented a contrasting perspective. Perhaps, initially, there existed no such specter at all. When Ren Qingjiu, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you say that?" Zhang Yu smiled and replied, "Do you not find that purple tea, which is so addictive that people would risk their lives for it, bears a striking resemblance to something else?" When Ren Qingjiu was momentarily taken aback, it was Kuing, who had been quietly listening to their analysis, that interjected, "Opium." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. It must be a similar substance, as only such things could yield such enormous profits. The so-called grave-digging sacrificial ceremonies were merely concocted by the village chief or a select group under his leadership, akin to superstitions. Any inexplicable phenomenon must have its origins, and utilizing a sacrificial ceremony was the most effective way to deceive these uneducated villagers. They would willingly cultivate these illicit substances, only to be ensnared during the second sacrificial ceremony. You see, once entangled with such elements, escaping becomes far from simple. The purpose of the third sacrificial ceremony is rather straightforward, to find a pretext for dealing with those who wish to depart. Through Zhang Yu's analysis, when Ren Qingyu gradually unraveled the historical tapestry of Shangyu village, finding it to be quite logical. Indeed, it must be so. When Ren Qingyu relished this process of uncovering mysteries, even in the depths of the previous winter's abyss, she had engaged in constant analysis. Yet she had not anticipated the purpose of the visceral cake. This abyss, it seemed, could not outpace Zhang Yu's ingenuity. She looked at Zhang Yu and realized that not only was he formidable, but his keen perception of the abyss's intricacies was also exceptional. Tao Qian, on the other hand, appeared perplexed. "What use is this knowledge to us?" Zheng Yu explained, "This signifies that, from the very beginning, there has been no ancestor capable of fulfilling wishes. It is most likely that the entire village perished due to certain events, ultimately transforming into a ghost village. You must understand one thing, in the configuration of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for the god's curse to take effect. For instance, Shaoqi had his innards extracted, his mother was pushed into a well, resentment, fury, hatred, all combined with the curse of the god of the cold prison, gave rise to the cold street. Shangyu village follows the same pattern. The Yin spirit can only manifest in places teeming with vengeful souls. Do you grasp my meaning now?" Zhang Yu's gaze drifted towards the elderly man and the child as he spoke slowly. "It is not that the Yin spirit existed first, followed by Shangyu village. Rather, it was the emergence of the Shangyu ghost village, a locale conducive to the survival of the Yin spirit's curse, that led to the formation of the Shangyu shrine abyss. The causality is inverted." Tao Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating Zhang Yu's words. "So, do you mean to say they are also ghosts? But if they are ghosts, why do the talismans not ignite, and why is there no bloodline?" It was not Zheng Yu nor Wen Ren Qingyu who provided the explanation, but rather the silent Chai Yun. She stated, there is a theory proposed in a forum suggesting that ghostly beings, if unaware of their spectral nature,
may appear in human form. Therefore, Zhang Yu's hypothesis is indeed plausible.
This time, Tao Qian began to comprehend certain truths. This implies that regardless of their sacrificial rites, they are ultimately ineffective, much like in the Cold Street Abyss, where it is actually an individual wielding the power of the Yin spirit who punishes these villagers.
You have finally grasped the essence, Zheng Yu remarked with a smile. Thus, the objective is quite clear.
The sacrifices serve no purpose whatsoever. It is merely the obsession of these villagers, who believe they are still alive, hoping to attain peace and return to their former lives through these rituals. This explains why the village chief is not within the village but rather in the graveyard. It is that individual possessing the powers of the Yin spirit who has confined the ghostly village chief to the graveyard, preventing him from revealing the truth to the villagers. Here, the villagers repeat this sacrificial act day after day, year after year. What is required for a sacrifice? To dig up graves? Indeed, excavating the village chief's grave. Tao Qian inhaled sharply. The logic became clear. The act of exhumation and ritualistic worship, performed daily, would ensure that the instigator, the village chief, would be repeatedly unearthed and subjected to torment within the ancestral hall. The villagers, in turn, would remain forever ensnared in the terror of a ghostly village. The most agonizing aspect would be their unwavering belief that the fourth ritual would yield results. Often, it is this distant hope that breeds the deepest despair. Tao Qian slapped his forehead, enlightenment dawning upon him. Therefore, the nuptial rites on the following day and the procession of 100 ghosts on the third day are not intended for US outsiders at all. Rather, they serve to torment these villagers? Zheng Yu bestowed upon Tao Qian an expression of mentorship. Then let me inquire. Who within the village harbors such profound resentment towards Shanyu village? Tao Qian pondered, those young men who broke their legs? Zheng Yu shook his head. Do you believe they possess the animosity necessary to transform the entire village into a ghostly realm? These young men are merely obstinate youths reluctant to continue their involvement in drug production, wishing instead to establish their own independence. Suddenly, Tao Qian recalled Zheng Yu's earlier question posed to the elder. They purchased individuals. Tao Qian murmured. So, are they the ones who were trafficked here? Zheng Yu nodded. Tao Qian, you have uncovered a blind spot. Zhang Zhan has always believed that the true boss he must confront is that false ancestor, when in fact, the false ancestor is the village chief, already dealt with in the graveyard. The real mastermind behind the transformation of Shangyu village into a ghostly domain is someone who harbors a deep-seated hatred for it. Once we identify her, we will not require 3 days, we shall traverse this abyss of the ancestral hall with ease. Chapter 59. Come, let me see what is happening. The old man has vanished? Kuing reminded. The crowd turned their gaze to the corner of the wall where the elder had been, only to find the unfortunate little girl, devoid of a tongue, cowering in solitude, while the old man had mysteriously disappeared. Tao Qian, with a hint of excitement, remarked. Could it be that he overheard our conversation and has gone to inform others? Zheng Yu chuckled. He wouldn't have been able to hear us. After all, the curse of the shadow deity has been observing us closely. How could she allow the old man to discover the truth? However, your latter point holds merit. He has indeed gone to alert others. From the elder's perspective, our presence is a threat to their sacrificial rites. Wen Ren Qingyu interjected. These simple folk genuinely believe in the fabrications spun by their village chief, convinced that the sacrifices yield results. They would never permit outsiders like us to disrupt their traditions. Initially, the elder's suggestion for us to hide in the coffin stemmed from good intentions, not to evade spirits, but to shield us from other villagers. As no one would suspect that someone might be concealed within a sacrificial coffin. Yet, my and Zhang Yu's demeanor earlier was a clear rejection of the elders' benevolence, signifying our willingness to partake in the sacrifice. This must have crossed a line for him. By now, he should have already informed the other villagers. Upon finishing her analysis, when Ren Qingyu looked at Zheng Yu, her expression inquiring if her deductions were correct. Zheng Yu nodded in approval. Among the group, only Wen Ren Qingyu could assist him in untangling the abyssal logic at play. After finishing the last bite of his meal, Zheng Yu rose and declared, "Let us proceed. Having feasted, it is time to create a disturbance." The elder had been intentionally released. Someone needed to relay the message to hasten the sacrificial proceedings. The goblin general and the trolls had caused chaos in Shangyu village for quite some time, yet the villagers remained inactive, indicating their utter lack of capability. They would tolerate anything as long as the sacrifices were completed. However, should anyone seek to disrupt the rituals, they would undoubtedly take action. Zheng Yu desired exactly that. A mobilization of the villagers would be far more manageable than their current cowardice.
Ah, do bring her along. Before departing, Zheng Yu pointed to the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered to carry the girl, following Zheng Yu out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, the streets lay in disarray.
Without the goblin general's restraint, the goblin combat squad, led by trolls, had descended into madness.
Spirits?
To the trolls, they were mere playthings. Aside from the goblin sorcerer, the rest of the combat squad exhibited a bloodthirsty nature, particularly the death warriors, whose eyes turned crimson upon sighting a ghost.
Although the spirits in Shangyu village were level 20, their limited numbers and primarily fright-inducing nature rendered them weak in combat. They were easily overwhelmed by the goblin squad, typically facing 10 or more goblins to one spirit. The goblin combat squad comprises ranged attackers, close combatants, fearless warriors, spellcasters, and a formidable troll serving as a bulwark to draw aggro. Regardless of whether they confront the hanged spirits, the dying specters, or the seemingly powerful vengeful ghosts, none stand a chance against the goblin squad. The spirits are mere prey, and chaos ensues on the streets. Witnessing this scene, when Ren Qingjiu remarked,
"The mastermind behind this Shangyu village truly remains unfazed." Their original plan was to create a ruckus in hopes of unsettling certain entities and hastening the conclusion of the narrative. However, it appears that as the tumult continues, the shadowy deity behind the scenes, the curse-wielding boss, remains indifferent, for it is only the weak spirits that perish. She is unconcerned with the level of disarray, as this Shangyu village is merely a cyclical torment for the villagers, repeating every 3 days.
The sacrifices are illusory.
The ghost marriages are fabricated, and the Night of 100 Ghosts serves solely as a method of punishing the villagers.
Letting Zheng Yu wreak havoc holds no consequence.
Zheng Yu chuckled. Her remarkable restraint stems from her indifference. After all, the sacrifices themselves are a sham. Even if we disrupt them, she can still proceed with ghost marriages and the Night of 100 Ghosts.
When Ren Qingjiu grasped Zheng Yu's implication, so, our current objective is to sabotage the sacrifices? Indeed. By force?
Tao Qian inquired, brandishing a golden-level monk's staff. Since becoming a professional, he had yet to engage in combat.
As an observer, he was acutely aware of his role. Against level 20 ghostly foes, he considered himself outmatched. However, he felt confident in administering a few strikes to the villagers without encroaching on Zheng Yu's experience. Zheng Yu retorted, "Do you truly believe that force will yield results? Is it not effective?"
Tao Qian hesitated, recalling how Zheng Yu had employed force to extract information from an elder.
Zheng Yu challenged.
"In a village teeming with spirits and a ritual repeated countless times, not a single villager has glimpsed the truth."
"Do you think your staff is more effective than the shadow deity?"
Tao Qian responded, "It's not just these villagers, who have been sheltered from the world. Even those in the city can willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of so-called faith.
They remain unawakened." Zheng Yu shook his head.
He had witnessed relatives stray from the path, impervious to counsel, even from their children and parents.
Tao Qian wished to argue further.
But when he beheld the villagers emerging from the mist, their expressions twisted in madness, their eyes brimming with a terrifying hunger as if they would devour him.
He shuddered and asked, "What if we resort to lethal force?"
"I refuse to believe they fear death." Tao Qian contemplated employing an example to frighten the rest.
Yet, he realized, unless every last one was eradicated, it would serve no purpose.
They are spirits, killing them would only deepen their fear,
leading them to place their final hopes on the very sacrifices that once aided them. However, annihilating them entirely presents its own dilemma.
Because you have avenged the puppet master, everything will reset, and the rituals, ghost marriages, and nocturnal processions will commence anew. We not only fail to locate the mastermind, but this will also cause further delays."
Tao Qian was bewildered. "What shall we do?"
"A pipe, how foolish of me." Beside him, when Ren Qingyu remarked silently, "Your memory is rather poor." They placed their trust in neither kin nor offspring, neither parents nor the police, yet, they unwaveringly believed the words of one individual.
The village chief who led them astray.
The village chief's role is not dissimilar to that of a cult leader. It was only upon one Ren Qingyu's reminder that Tao Qian recalled the chief's pipe.
Ah!
He hurriedly produced the pipe and turned to Zhang Yu, inquiring.
Did I bring it with me?
Zhang Yu nodded, cautioning, once you have it, refrain from speaking too much, find someone to guide us to the ancestral hall.
We must engage in battle there. Understood.
Just as Tao Qian prepared to clench the pipe between his teeth, a familiar voice echoed, it's them.
They seek to disrupt the ritual.
They must be the black market traders from outside, intent on stealing our tea leaves.
The speaker was the elderly man. Zhang Yu's attention,
however, was not fixed on the old man, but rather on the mute little girl.
Upon seeing the elder again, the girl displayed neither reliance nor excitement. Instead,
she took a step back. A flicker of understanding passed through Zhang Yu's eyes.
Just as the villagers, brimming with anger,
approached Zhang Yu and his companions to question their identities, Tao Qian emerged with the pipe in his mouth, shaking his head.
Let me see what is going on. Chapter 60, He is not a man, but a ghost. Zhang Yu, you were asked to play the village chief, not a rogue.
Tao Qian now embodied the very essence of an old scoundrel, cleaning his teeth, tousling his hair, and shaking his head. The young ruffians loitering by the school gate exhibited similar traits. When Ren Qingyu, Koing, and Chai Yun instinctively took a step back.
This person
was not to be trifled with. Even if faced with a group of ghosts, they felt the weight of his presence.
Yet, despite his abysmal acting skills,
under the guise of the village chief's pipe ornament, the villagers remained oblivious to the deception. They expressed their excitement, exclaiming, "Village chief!
You have finally returned." Many elderly villagers even shed tears. The village chief was back. Prosperous days were upon them.
Village chief, you have returned at last. I feared that those unscrupulous merchants had the villagers surrounded Tao Qian. Only an elder, who had seen Tao Qian's true face before he donned the pipe, gazed at him with a hint of hesitation, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the elder's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere,
shocking the previously jovial villagers into silence.
Upon witnessing this scene, Tao Qian immediately grasped Zhang Yu's intention. The village chief's pipe had a flaw. Those villagers who had seen Tao Qian before he took on this guise would recognize him.
The solution was simple: eliminate them. Tao Qian stepped forward and proclaimed, "Everyone, do not panic."
He pointed at the lifeless body of the elder, who had been struck down by a goblin archer,
and declared loudly, "This is a traitor." A traitor?
Yes, a traitor.
Tao Qian had fully embraced his role.
These individuals are the true masters I summoned to carry out the genuine sacrificial rites, not the unscrupulous merchants he claimed were disrupting the rituals. Doubts arose among the villagers, but we cannot just kill him.
Tao Qian retorted angrily, "Are you questioning me?" The man recoiled, silenced by fear. At that moment,
Zhang Yu stepped forth and pointed at the deceased elder's body, stating, "He is not a man, but a ghost."
As he spoke,
the villagers watched in awe as the elder's body transformed into a wraith, dissipating into the ether. Of course, this was not the doing of Zhang Yu. He merely appeared at a fortuitous moment. For in this place, all were specters.
This subtly confirmed Zhang Yu's earlier conjecture.
In this ghostly village, there were no living souls.
Where there are living beings, how could one simultaneously encounter the spirits of those who had hanged, starved, or succumbed to illness? Truly, they were ghosts. As the body vanished,
the villagers promptly accepted Tao Qian's words and began to regard Zhang Yu with newfound respect. At this juncture, Zhang Yu typed in the chat group, "Loose lips sink ships."
We must hurry to the ancestral hall. Tao Qian, monk, understood.
Zhang Yu sensed the oppressive aura intensifying around them. Clearly, the unseen master behind it all was becoming restless. She could witness the villagers' demise, see the sacrificial rites failing, yet she could not allow an outsider who was not a villager to lead them astray. Nor could she let the villagers uncover the truth. This was the reason behind the disappearance of the little girl's tongue. The young girl once uttered the truth: the deity requires the curse-bearer to fulfill a mission and, in return, bestows power upon them to help realize their desires.
However, should the curse-bearer fail in their task, they will forfeit their strength and may even face punishment.
This statement is recited by all practitioners, encapsulating the very essence of the abyss's existence and serving as the fundamental condition for practitioners to navigate its depths. Within the frigid expanse of the abyss, Shaoqi's task is to create cold corpses while maintaining the chilling temperature of the Han Street. The same holds true for the curse-bearer of the Yin god from Shanyu village. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he mentioned that the Yin god curse-bearer might need to ensure the village's existence to receive the Yin god's curse. If the villagers were to learn the truth, Shanyu Ghost Village would cease to be what it is. She would undoubtedly obstruct the revelation of this truth. Nonetheless, throughout the entirety of the ordeal, no practitioner has dared to confront the nightmarish depths of the abyss, following Zhang Yu's strategy path. They all dutifully retreated into their coffins, adhering to the 3-day timeframe, thereby eliminating the possibility of disclosing the truth. More critically, no one has ever proposed the conjecture that the villagers might be specters. However, the truth cannot be revealed to the villagers. First, they are unlikely to believe it. Second, the entirety of Shangyu village serves as the primary battleground for the Yin god curse-bearers, with only the ancestral hall being an exception. At this juncture, Zhang Zhan's strategy proves invaluable. The ancestral hall is indeed a suitable place for combat. Tao Qian intentionally walked among the villagers, allowing them to lead the way to the ancestral hall, unaware of its location. The villagers were all abuzz with excitement. In previous ceremonies, the presence of the village chief ensured success. In their hearts, the chief was the crucial figure capable of communicating with their ancestors. The ancestral hall is the largest structure in Shanyu village. From the outside, it is nearly indistinguishable from the other houses. Yet, the interior space is far more expansive than one might imagine. At the center rests a copper vat over 2 meters wide, with pale blue flames flickering within. The main hall is adorned with 3 coffins, those of their ancestors used in prior rituals. Curiously, the coffins remain uncorrupted to this day. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zhang Yu distinctly sensed the negative energy being kept at bay outside. This courtyard harbors something peculiar, he murmured to himself. The malevolent energy pervades Shanyu village. Which is why Zhang Yu stated that the Yin god curse-bearer has been watching them. This energy signifies the power of the Yin god curse-bearer. However, upon entering the ritual hall, the malevolence diminished significantly, indicating the presence of something within. No wonder Zhang Zhan insisted that combat must occur here, it makes sense. As they spoke, Tao Qian found himself surrounded by eager villagers in the hall. Zhang Yu and the others traversed past the coffins and entered the hall. The space had been transformed into a shrine, adorned with various ancestral altars and inscriptions, yet at the center stood a clay sculpture. The sculpture was half white and half black. The black side glared fiercely, while the white side was devoid of eyes and mouth, hands clasped together. Yet, within the palms, a knife blade was distinctly visible. Chapter 61, The Most Formidable Elite Monster. The ghost bride in Reddit is indeed perplexing that some would worship such a bizarre entity, remarked Wen Renkinjiu. This is the sculpture referred to as the two-faced Yin god by professionals in the forum. Speculations abound that this represents the true visage of the Yin god, however. Such notions remain mere conjecture, for the practitioners have yet to earn the right to confront a deity within this second-tier abyss. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zhang Yu instructed the goblin general to stand guard outside. Approaching Tao Qian, he stated, "Before we commence the ritual, I have a question for you. Answer me truthfully, and I shall assist you in completing the ceremony, granting you peace." As the village chief, Tao Qian felt compelled to respond affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured in your answers. This is part of enhancing the success rate of the ritual." With the village chief's assurance, the villagers relaxed their guarded demeanor. Zheng Yu then posed a critical inquiry: "How many of the women you purchased are still alive?" A chilling wind battered against the doors of the ancestral hall. Even before receiving a reply, Zheng Yu sensed from the tumult outside that he had indeed posed the right question. The mastermind behind this must have been the women who had been abducted. "Are you referring to the piglets?" a villager inquired. Piglets? The near derogatory term incited a surge of anger in Wen Renkinjiu, though she was promptly silenced by a stern glance from Zhang Yu. Pigs. Zhang Yu maintained a calm demeanor. He recalled having read newspieces where women abducted in such villages were indeed referred to as piglets, reduced to mere vessels for reproduction. I do not comprehend what you mean by piglets, Zhang Yu feigned ignorance.
A peasant woman explained, they are the women procured from merchants, capable of bearing children.
The village chief declared that such women are unworthy of living among us, so they were collectively placed in the pigsty at the eastern edge of the village.
Zhang Yu's eyes grew vacant. A pigsty.
Ah, it is merely named a pigsty, it is not an actual pigsty. The women brought in are housed there. And anyone wishing to take one may simply go and claim one for procreation.
If they no longer desire her, they can return her.
Zhang Yu's breath hitched slightly. Unable to contain herself, when Ren Qingjiu vented her frustration in the chat group, these beasts are even more atrocious than I imagined.
Ku Ying added.
I no longer wish to proceed, let these wretched creatures suffer here, just like those cold corpses. Zhang Yu and his companions were on the brink of fury. Yet the villagers perceived these matters as entirely normal. They exhibited no resistance to Zhang Yu's inquiries. However, the entity outside felt differently.
Boom!
Just as Zhang Yu broached the subject of the pigsty, a tremendous roar erupted from outside.
She was agitated.
Zhang Yu gazed at the rampaging wind outside, resolutely convinced that her hiding place lay within the pigsty.
The wails of the vengeful spirits echoed outside the ancestral hall.
Zhang Yu instructed the goblin general to remain vigilant at the door, as he had another question to pose.
Where is the pigsty?
He inquired, his tone growing increasingly detached. At the eastern end of the village, came the response.
Is there anyone still alive inside? Surely not, since you, the village chief, vanished.
The pig pen has become the most haunted place in the village, and no one dares to approach it.
How many were still alive the last time you visited? 2.
Perhaps.
Boom! The commotion outside grew increasingly intense.
Your goblin wolf cavalry has perished. Your goblin death squad has perished.
2 system notifications arrived,
indicating that the external assault was becoming more ferocious.
Zhang Yu had essentially inquired about all pertinent matters.
It was evident that she no longer wished to continue this sacrificial rite. Concealing the truth had now become her imperative.
It was nearly time.
Zhang Yu received several more death notifications, all from the goblin combat squad. Having garnered some crucial information, she promptly commanded the goblin general, let them in.
The battle outside remains overly passive. Boom! With a deafening crash, a troll's body was sent hurtling into the courtyard of the shrine. Standing outside the shrine was an amorphous figure, shrouded in darkness, grotesquely large. Within the black mist, various ghostly apparitions could be discerned, resembling a fusion of supernatural entities.
Gathered souls, level, LV20, rank, elite, health, 280, 000, attack power, 3. 000, skill I, Hang Ghost, skill 2, Drown Ghost, skill 3, Frozen Ghost, skill 4, Burn Ghost, skill V, Wrong Ghost, skill 6, Vengeful Spirit, an elite creature.
This was the second elite monster they encountered, aside from the ghostly village chief. Moreover, this elite entity, known as the Gathered Souls,
had not been documented in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The silver lining was the emergence of a new plotline, indicating that they were on the right path. The downside was that this elite creature appeared quite formidable. Zhang Yu immediately summoned the twin fire serpents. At this juncture, it could be deemed a success. Not only had they pinpointed the true boss's location, but they had also successfully provoked the adversary, thereby bypassing the so-called sacrificial narrative.
All of it was a facade. Engaging in combat was the only course of action.
Now was the moment to truly showcase their prowess, the stage Zhang Yu cherished most.
Whoosh! Upon their emergence,
the twin fire serpents unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the gathered souls.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Flames erupted violently upon the gathered souls.
Ah!
The spirits entwined around the gathered souls emitted continuous wails of agony. The shrieks of the spirits were damaging and inflicted area of effect harm.
When Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying,
and Chai Yun were all affected by the ghostly cries, sustaining damage. Fortunately, when Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying were equipped with golden grade armor, mitigating some of the damage. But Chai Yun was not so fortunate, nearly a single ghostly whale's area attack drained a third of her health.
You all take cover, Zhang Yu instructed immediately.
At this moment, Chai Yun finally realized that this was a battle beyond her capacity to intervene.
Previously,
Witnessing Zhang Yu cause upheaval in the entire Shangyu village with merely a goblin general, she instinctively let her guard down.
Even entertaining the notion that the nightmare-level abyss might not be as formidable as it seemed. However, the harsh reality struck her now: she was merely a bystander, lacking the audacity to relax her vigilance. Perhaps sensing her as the weakest link, a mass of malevolent spirits suddenly directed their assault towards her. With a swift motion, a rope shot forth from the entity of spirits, ensnaring itself around Chai-Yun's neck. Instantly, she felt the constriction, her face turning a deep shade of purple as her health plummeted. It was the skill of a hanging ghost. Just then, a glimmering cold light flashed by. It was Wen Rinxingyu who saved her, moving with extraordinary speed upon a whirlwind, deftly slicing through the rope with her dagger. "Thank you.
I nearly met my end." Chai-Yun expressed her gratitude, her health reduced to a mere sliver.
Had Wen Rinxingyu arrived even a moment later,
she would have been forced to expend a resurrection cross worth 5 million. In comparison to life, money truly seemed trivial. The crux of the matter was that the resurrection cross could only be utilized once within the abyss. Once spent, peril would become a grim reality. When Rinxingyu spoke coldly, "You didn't just nearly die, you almost jeopardized everyone else.
Do not be a hindrance to Zhang Yu."
Her tone was almost a reprimand.
"Can't you even manage to be a bystander? Did you not realize the need to take cover?" Chai-Yun opened her mouth to retort, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a mournful melody that echoed from the farthest reaches of the street. The sound was piercing, the wail of the Swana causing the very essence of Shangyu village to tremble. She has arrived.
Within the depths of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall's abyss resides the most formidable elite monster, the Spirit Bride, the Lady in Red.
Chapter 62, The Red-Clad Female Ghost, the Yellow Weasel, and the Death Warriors.
The gathering of malevolent spirits and the ghostly marriage ceremony featuring the red-clad ghost have emerged simultaneously, a day earlier than anticipated. Zhang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. The early appearance of the red-clad ghost indicated that he would undoubtedly surpass the record left by Zhang Zhan.
However,
the immediate priority was to eliminate the red-clad ghost.
The mournful music drew nearer, and the oppressive aura thickened.
A chilling wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, the distant red sedan chair appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall.
4 yellow weasels bore a coffin,
and within the sedan chair resided the ghostly bride, the red-clad spirit. Among ghostly entities, the red-clad spirit held a significant rank, far surpassing the village chief of malevolent spirits and the gathering of souls. Zhang Zhan's strategy had mentioned the red-clad ghost,
advising one to evade it and utilize the sanctuary of the ancestral hall during combat.
A peculiar sound, reminiscent of chimes, emanated from within the sedan chair. Unable to discern the attributes of the red-clad ghost, Zhang Yu decided to engage directly.
Summoning Beast Frenzy.
Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu unleashed the Summoning Beast Frenzy skill.
Boom!
The flames enveloping the twin demonic fire flood dragon transformed into a vibrant purple, instantly dispersing the surrounding malevolent energy. The fiery halo radiated outward, igniting the walls, floor,
and beams of the ancestral hall.
Zhang Yu commanded, "Goblin archers, fire at the sedan chair," forced the red-clad ghost to reveal herself.
"Shield soldiers, hold back the yellow weasels. Goblin general and twin demonic fire flood dragon, eliminate the gathering of malevolent spirits."
Typically, Zhang Yu's command was unnecessary, as they would sweep through effortlessly.
However,
facing 2 level 20 elite monsters required a tactical approach. By eliminating the gathering of malevolent spirits first, he could then focus his efforts on the red-clad ghost.
Roar! Surprisingly, it was the 4 yellow weasels carrying the sedan chair that struck first.
The yellow weasel, an upright weasel-like creature, had one eye of a dark green hue, while the other 3 exhibited a black-red coloration. Each bore a prominent scar across their brow, and their claws were long, enabling swift movements.
Yellow Weasel, level, 20, rank, elite, health, 140, 000, attack power, 2, 000, skill I, spirit communication, skill 2, possession, skill 3, ghost transformation, to Zhang Yu's dismay. They too were elite monsters. He furrowed his brow. Now he faced 6 level 20 elite foes simultaneously when including the 4 yellow weasels. Fortunately, these 4 weasels possessed only 3 skills. Even among elite monsters, there existed degrees of strength and weakness. These 4 yellow weasels were the weakest of the elite category. Bang!
In response to the lightning-fast assault of the yellow weasel, 8 shield soldiers raised their shields, forming a wall to block the first weasel's attack.
-0. The weasel's strike against the goblin's shield yielded 0 damage.
After the goblin general advanced to level 5, his goblin combat squad had also evolved. The goblin shield soldiers could absorb a fixed amount of damage, proving to be a formidable frontline defensive unit.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The coordination among the combat squad was remarkably harmonious. The shield bearers positioned their shields, while the archers swiftly loosed their arrows.
The goblin wolf cavalry executed a pincer movement. For elite monsters? What you are confronting is an entire combat unit.
Moreover, it is a meticulously trained summoner battalion led by a general, stronger than a conventional army. For they exhibit unwavering obedience, devoid of fear, unafraid of death.
This is evidenced by the goblin Death Knights. With a swift motion, the Death Knights activated their blinking skill,
instantly appearing around the red palanquin housing the red-clad female ghost. As the Death Knights attempted to infiltrate, the 4 yellow weasels hurriedly turned around.
But the goblin wolf cavalry would not allow them the chance to retreat. Charge! Seasoned goblin warriors, accompanied by colossal wolves exceeding 3 meters in length, launched their assault. They sent the 4 yellow weasels flying. -24,158. -26,584. -19,854. -21,147.
The high damage figures erupted forth, leaving one of the yellow weasels severely wounded.
However, to everyone's astonishment,
the critically injured yellow weasel suddenly swelled in size, dropping to all fours as a torrent of malevolent energy surged into its body.
In an instant,
it transformed into a gigantic yellow weasel, comparable in size to a giant wolf, exuding a foul aura as it entered a ghostly state. Yet simultaneously, a colossal roar erupted,
overshadowing the yellow weasel's transformation. It was the ogre.
Zheng Yu had initially withheld its participation, waiting for this precise moment.
Among the goblin combat squad,
the ogre possessed the strongest combat capabilities. With its massive physique, unparalleled damage output, and substantial health pool, it could even serve as a trump card in Zhang Yu's arsenal. The yellow weasel had entered its ghostly form but also reached a critically low health state. To minimize casualties, the ogre needed to enter the fray and commence its harvest.
Boom!
The ogre leapt high, crashing down upon the ghostly yellow weasel.
With another mighty blow. Bang! The ghostly yellow weasel was obliterated in an instant, given no opportunity to retaliate. Eliminated elite monster yellow weasel LV20, gained experience 9,417. Congratulations! Acquired armor top yellow weasel coat, LV 20, golden tier, 9,000 experience points secured.
The experience gained from defeating the spectral village chief was comparable, suggesting their strengths were similar, and rewards would reflect that. Zheng Yu had no time to examine the attributes of the equipment. However, a level 20 golden tier item would surely fetch a modest sum of 1 million. With the demise of the yellow weasel, a plume of black smoke erupted from its corpse, soaring into the red palanquin. As the Death Knights advanced, the archers harried. And following the yellow weasel's demise, the red-clad female ghost within the palanquin finally made her move. Suddenly, several strands of red silk emerged from the palanquin, ensnaring the goblin Death Knights that had approached. With an eerie force, they were yanked into the sky, only to be violently cast down.
Simultaneously,
the malevolent energy emanating from within the palanquin surged outward, taking on a tangible form. The shield wall of the shield bearers was unexpectedly shattered. Gazing at the multitude of damage values that appeared, along with the 3 fallen death warriors, Zheng Yu could not help but exclaim that Zhang Zhan was not exaggerating. The woman in red was indeed formidable. Yet, no matter how powerful she may be, she could not foresee that it was not she who had slain the death warriors, but rather, the death warriors had willingly embraced their demise.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 3 deceased goblin death warriors erupted in succession.
Flesh, toxins,
and black smoke enveloped the red palanquin. The evolved death warriors possessed an even greater explosive power upon death, their bloodied venom more repulsive and ghastly. The highly corrosive blood managed to erode the red silk, splattering it across the palanquin.
minus 2,548.
Remarkably, damage had been dealt.
At that moment,
Zheng Yu finally comprehended that this red palanquin was indeed an elite monster.
Chapter 63, The Frost Prison Staff and the Explosive Damage Goblin General. Red Palanquin, Level, LV. 20, Tier, Elite, Health, 300, 000, Attack Power, 3000, Skill I, Sanctuary, Skill 2, Lamentation, Skill 3, Crimson Thread, Skill 4, Palanquin Bearer, Goodness. It truly is an elite monster. This is quite something.
Zheng Yu immediately urged the dual magic fire serpent and the goblin general, hurry up.
The troll cannot hold out much longer.
Meanwhile, the dual magic fire serpent and the goblin general were not at ease either. For this spectral conglomerate displayed a myriad of tricks. One moment, a drowned ghost emerged, pulling the dual magic fire serpent into the water.
The next, a frozen ghost appeared, encasing the goblin general in ice.
Shortly thereafter, a wronged ghost manifested, bewildering the two and causing them to misdirect their attacks.
Though the spectral conglomerate appeared feeble,
the endless array of spectral skills was not easily vanquished. Fortunately, the flames of the dual magic fire serpent had been enhanced through the summoner's frenzy evolution, allowing it to withstand the water-based skills of the drowned ghost.
The spectral conglomerate was continuously scorched by the fiery aura and hellfire serpents, its health rapidly diminishing.
When the goblin general became encased in ice, the icy crystal pendant worn by Zheng Yu activated just in time to free him from the freezing grip. The only formidable foes were the wronged ghost and the hanged ghost.
One was responsible for control, while the other inflicted damage with its noose.
Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urging,
the goblin general brandished a fish-slicing knife.
Earlier, Zheng Yu had exchanged the equipment of the goblin general and the dual magic fire serpent,
making the goblin general more suited for this knife.
With a voice awkward and unclear, the goblin general proclaimed, after 30 years of fish slicing,
"My heart is as cold as my blade." To be candid, the general's stature and demeanor imbued even such a statement with gravitas.
With a sudden surge, the muscles in the goblin general's arm bulged, and the fish-slicing knife gleamed with a silver light. The knife's effect activated by uttering this phrase. The next 3 attacks would have their attack speed increased by 100. The goblin general charged forth.
Boom! The dual magic fire serpent, in perfect synchrony,
launched a fireball to clear the way, obliterating the wronged ghost that attempted to confuse the goblin general once more.
The mighty wolf retreated and sprang high into the air. The goblin general leaped down from the wolf, attacking from above while the wolf struck from below. The first strike, infused with the weight of the leap, inflicted 18,741 damage. The second strike activated the 3-piece suit effect of the human skin spider. Set effect, Hatred. Hatred will mark your enemy. Your next attack will inflict a hatred strike on the target, dealing damage equivalent to a critical hit but without the critical bonus.
Critical hit.
25,417.
Splutter. The second blow shattered the skull of the wronged ghost, which had just revealed itself, attempting to thwart the goblin general. The figure dissipated into a plume of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. With the veil of deception from the vengeful spirits lifted, the goblin general's third strike descended almost instantaneously. Though it dealt standard damage, it still inflicted over 10,000 points of harm. Simultaneously, the charging skill of the colossal wolf struck the mass of restless souls. A thunderous explosion resounded as a staggering damage value of -45,488 materialized above the assembly of spirits. Had it not been for the damage reduction from the ghostly entities, this charge would have unleashed a staggering 80,000 to 90,000 in damage. Under the acceleration provided by the killing fish blade, 3 strikes were executed with remarkable swiftness. The combination of the charge and a series of minor skills swiftly depleted the mass of souls by 100,000 health points, with an impressive array of skills utilized.
Yet only a few seconds had elapsed.
Coupled with the continuous fiery onslaught from the twin demon fire serpents, the health of the restless spirits plummeted dramatically.
From a distance,
Tao Qian and his companions gasped in astonishment, their admiration palpable.
Although accustomed to such brutality, it remained their duty to observe. Chaos reigned,
with Zheng Yu responsible for the mayhem while they merely watched in awe.
Anyone who failed to exclaim 666 was deemed an inadequate onlooker.
The only one visibly shocked was Chai Yun, whose naive demeanor brought a sense of amusement to Tao Qian and the others.
Simultaneously, the effect of the Frost Prison staff activated. Every 3 skills released triggered an automatic Frost Prison skill, harnessing formidable ice abilities to ensnare enemies, inflicting a fixed damage of 3,000 ice damage and freezing them. The simultaneous release of 2 Frost Prison skills from the staff, due to the overlap of the Goblin Generals and the Twin Demon Fire Serpent skills, caught Zheng Yue's attention. He realized that fixed damage skills could bypass all forms of defense and damage mitigation. Although 3,000 damage was modest, the freezing effect was reliably effective, immobilizing the massive souls that possessed no resistance. Seizing this opportunity, the Goblin General wasted no time in channeling his power. With a resounding impact, the warriors charged strike, amplified by a coefficient of 13 and the Berserk enhancement from his summoned beast, along with the critical effect of vengeful spirits, struck heavily upon the massive souls. The blow sent the assembly flying over 10 meters, crashing into the enormous copper basin at the center of the courtyard, with a damage output of -41,478. The Twin Demon Fire Serpents, witnessing the massive souls being flung, seized the moment to strike decisively. They charged forward, flipping the basin onto the massive souls, pinning themselves atop it, and then ignited. The anguished cries of several spirits echoed as they found themselves trapped beneath the 2-meter diameter copper basin. Flames engulfed the basin, dealing damage of -7, 415, -1, 475, and -9, 874 in rapid succession. The massive copper basin blazed a fiery crimson, while the restless souls within simmered like ducks roasting in an oven, their vitality swiftly extinguishing. This was rather ruthless. Even Zhang Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of the copper bull torture." Ah! From within the copper basin, anguished cries echoed forth. Astonishingly, it managed to break free from the confines of the copper basin. The wretched soul, its entire being ablaze and reduced to but a thin layer of blood-soaked skin, unleashed a ferocity akin to that of a vengeful spirit. A malevolent ghost. Chapter 64, The Female Ghost, Are You Sweating Profusely? The malevolent spirit emerges. A chilling wind rises. The ominous energy swirling in the sky transforms into vengeful souls, descending into the ancestral hall. The courtyard is filled with these spectral entities. Accompanied by the harrowing cries of the malevolent spirit, they surge towards the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Serpents. Zheng Yue's gaze darkens. Just as he prepares to reveal his trump card, a clear and resonant bell tolls from within the spirit hall. As the sound reverberates throughout the ancestral hall, it instantly immobilizes all the vengeful souls, including the collective of malevolent spirits and the yellow weasels engaged in battle with the trolls. Only the red-clad female ghost in the red palanquin remains unaffected. Indeed. Zheng Yu turns his attention to the ancestral hall. Not to the clay sculpture of the dual-faced deity, but to the dust-covered black and white photograph beside the spirit hall. Ha, your descendants are in such disarray. Yet you still protect them, truly a devoted guardian. Zheng Yu scoffs. He then urges the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Serpents, why are you still hesitating? This is a rare opportunity. The immobilized collective of malevolent spirits is in its most savage phase, being frozen in place makes them prime targets. Moreover, there's a host of spectral entities gifted to us. Kill Spectre LV-20, gain 5,879 experience. Kill Spectre LV-20, gain 5,547 experience. Kill Spectre LV-20, gain 5,802 experience. Kill. The Twin Fire Serpents unleash their fiery aura and Hellfire Serpents at full capacity, swiftly harvesting experience points. Zheng Yu notices that the ancestors within the ancestral hall are quite formidable, their immobilizing effect lasts significantly longer than expected. They even manage to restrain the elite red palanquin, limiting the reluctant red-clad female ghost from emerging. This grants Zheng Yu the precious time to gather experience rapidly. To advance from level 14 to 15, 59,000 experience points are required. He initially feared this would be a daunting task, yet this wave of encounters nearly fills his experience bar to the brim. Ultimately, as the Goblin General delivers a powerful blow, vanquishing the collective of malevolent spirits, Zheng Yu receives a notification from the system. Kill elite creature, malevolent spirit collective LV-20. Gain 14,452 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained the Soul Bracelet, LV20, Platinum level. Congratulations! You have acquired Soul Pearl. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV14 LV15, 73, 600, distance to upgrade, 56, 500 experience points, health, 9, 970 10, 610, 7. 950 from equipment attributes, magic, 880 890, intelligence, 469 485, strength, 130 134, agility, 30 31, remaining free attribute points, 12, level has risen to 15. Activating the fourth summon space. The level has risen to 15, granting 2 Hex-Tech enhancement runes. Zhang Yu's heart surged with joy. The gathering of malevolent spirits bestowed a remarkable 14,000 experience points. Previously, slaying a ghost from a village had provided ample experience. Yet this particular entity propelled Zhang Yu's level to 15. For a practitioner, each increase of 5 levels heralds a significant advancement. For a summoner, it signifies the acquisition of an additional summoning slot, allowing the summoning of a fourth familiar. However, this new addition would not greatly benefit him at present, for he lacked the necessary resources for cultivation. Zhang Yu finally grasped why summoners often abandon their paths around level 15. The burden of nurturing multiple familiars became unbearable. If he struggled to manage the training of 4 familiars, how could those with inadequate talents and resources, incapable of overcoming the nightmarish abyss, persevere? Moreover, he had not prepared his 4th familiar in advance. The resource department of Shangyu City had promised to procure a level 15 familiar from the National Treasury for him. Should he find one with superior talent, it would alleviate much of his burden concerning talent points. Zhang Yu had no time to inspect his equipment. He placed the platinum-grade bracelet into his storage and secured it, wary of inadvertently selling it in the temple. A level 20 platinum-grade item was indeed top tier. After vanquishing the gathering of malevolent spirits, the Goblin General and the twin fire serpents could finally join the fray against the red-clad ghost. The battlefield was now a scene of devastation. 6 death warriors had perished, 3 goblin shield-bearers were lost, and nearly all of the wolf-riding goblins had fallen, leaving only one to exchange blows with the ghostly yellow weasel. The troll was battered from the relentless onslaught of the crimson silks emerging from the palanquin. To be frank, had it not been for the assistance in the ancestral hall moments ago, the troll would have met its demise. However, the tide had shifted. The Goblin General, the twin fire serpents, the troll, and the goblin sorcerer, prepared to cast spells and ready to sacrifice themselves, were poised to counterattack. Suddenly, a billow of black mist erupted from the palanquin, forcing back all goblin combat squads encircling it. For the first time, the red-clad ghost within the palanquin spoke, letting out a melodious yet mocking laughter that resonated in Zhang Yu's ears as a taunt. It was evident that the red-clad ghost dismissed the Goblin General and the twin fire serpents as inconsequential. Despite their strength, they were drained from the preceding battle. Perhaps sensing this, the red-clad ghost ceased its assault and addressed Zhang Yu, saying, "Such a handsome young man, would you care to spend a delightful evening with me?" The voice was laced with seduction. Zhang Yu recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy, which mentioned that the red-clad ghost would employ temptation to lure practitioners from the ancestral hall before striking them down. He suddenly realized that throughout this encounter, the palanquin had never set foot inside the hall. Instead, it remained steadfast at the entrance of the ancestral hall, launching its assault by extending a crimson silk ribbon. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before summoning the giant winged spirit butterfly. Initially, he intended to reserve it for the boss, but circumstances dictated otherwise, however. "Once I eliminate you, it may very well conclude here." An ethereal cry resonated throughout the entirety of Shangyu village. A magnificent and imposing butterfly, towering over 4 meters, materialized behind Zhang Yu. The seasoned Tao Qian and his companions, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress their astonishment. After all, anyone who laid eyes upon such a colossal butterfly would be awestruck. Its sheer size was indeed spectacular, but its beauty transcended mere dimensions. With the emergence of the giant winged spirit butterfly, a harmonious melody filled the air as it unleashed a series of restorative spells. Guardian of the spirit butterfly. A protective bond formed with the ogre. Surprisingly, among all of Zhang Yu's summoned beasts,
the most resilient was the ogre, a creature summoned from another realm.
A thick shield enveloped the ogre, restoring its vitality. The butterfly's song.
The giant winged spirit butterfly began to chant, enhancing all summoned creatures with an impressive boost of 260 points in agility and movement speed. To put this into perspective, Zhang Yu's own agility was merely 30 points,
resulting in an almost tenfold increase for all. Finally, the spirit technique nourishment. It revitalized the energy of the summoned beasts. With this array of support skills, the ogre regained its health, the two fire dragons restored their energy, and thanks to the life sacrifice of the goblin wizard, the goblin general was also rejuvenated to full vitality and vigor. Now, the crimson-clad female spectre was confronted by an army of summoned beasts in peak condition, brimming with energy, and still in the frenzy of summoning. Zhang Yu gazed at the red-clad spectre within her palanquin and remarked, "If you wish to invite me to share a delightful evening, you must possess the capability to do so. How does it feel, Spectre? Are you drenched in sweat?" Chapter 65. Dealing with Zhang Yu's directness requires a forthright approach. The immense and majestic giant-winged spirit butterfly dramatically altered the course of battle. The ghostly woman in red ceased her amusement. The remaining 3 living yellow weasels instantly transformed into their ghostly forms to confront the impending skirmish. The crimson palanquin, having lost a third of its vitality due to the toxic blood of the Death Warriors, emitted a creaking sound, indicating the tremendous pressure exerted upon it by the giant. The Goblin General, the twin fire serpents, and the giant-winged spirit butterfly in their prime. "Did you not request my assistance? I am on my way,"
Zhang Yu remarked with a smile, gently gesturing his hand.
The summoned beasts surged forth. Roar! The giant charged ahead, its colossal form shielding the palanquin,
brandishing a massive hammer that it brought down with great force upon the crimson vehicle.
"Begone!"
came a melodious yet chilling voice from within the palanquin,
imbued with a palpable aura of ghostly energy. Boom! A powerful wave of dark energy enveloped the giant. -9,871.
The crimson damage appeared above the giant's head. Although 9,000 seemed substantial, it failed to breach even the shield bestowed upon the giant by the giant-winged spirit butterfly. The protective barrier absorbed the assault,
allowing the giant to press forward unimpeded by the red-clad ghost's spectral attack. Bang! The giant's hammer struck the palanquin with relentless force. -5,587.
The damage remained relatively minor. Upon impact, a layer of gray shield materialized, a skill known as protection possessed by the elite creature, the Crimson Palanquin. The damage was anticipated, after all.
The palanquin was also a ghostly entity.
Like the red shoes and the doll, it bore the ability to mitigate damage, and the protection skill further reduced incoming harm. Inflicting 5,000 damage in a single blow was commendable, considering it was merely one strike. Zhang Yu had an abundance of summoned beasts at his disposal. Swish! 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 The second wave of assault commenced, initiated by the goblin archers.
-1,054. -1,112. -1,058. The damage was even lower, yet relentless in its frequency. Following this, the twin fire serpents unleashed their fiery auras, the hellfire serpents, the goblin general charged forth, and the death warriors executed their ambush. Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat resonated around the crimson palanquin. A band clad in mourning attire emerged from the white mist. The mournful music was yet another skill of the palanquin. Zhang Yu mentally reviewed the 4 abilities of the crimson palanquin. The palanquin bearers must refer to the 4 yellow weasels. Protection was represented by the gray shield. And the mournful melody, currently manifesting as the spectral figures in mourning garb, diminished the desire of the summoned beasts to attack, categorizing it as a status-altering skill. The red string. Zhang Yu deduced that the red silk he had previously encountered was indeed linked to the red string skill. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes. This indicated that the ghostly woman within the palanquin had not employed any skills, relying solely on her spectral energy. He glanced down at the mute little girl beside him, and upon noticing her anxious gaze fixed upon the crimson palanquin, he found clarity in his thoughts. So it is. No wonder you do not enter this ancestral hall. It turns out you are the one behind the scenes.
Zheng Yu has long harbored a question regarding Zhang Zhan's strategy. The description of the skills of the red-clad female ghost is, in fact, entirely reflective of the skills of the red sedan. In other words, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the red sedan embodies the essence of the red-clad ghost. Hence, they are both referred to as Minghan or ghost marriage. However, the red sedan manipulates the red silk, while the individual within the sedan is the true orchestrator of the malevolent energy encompassing the entire Shangyu village. As Zheng Yu pondered this, he swiftly turned to Ren Qingjiu and Tao Qian, instructing them to guard this area and prevent any villagers from leaving. Tao Qian immediately inquired, "Where are you going?" Zheng Yu replied, "I am going to check whether the mastermind still lingers in the pigsty." "Lingdai, accompany me." He took a spirit butterfly with him, leading the little girl by the hand as he strode confidently towards the entrance of the ancestral hall. A surge of malevolent energy swept towards Zheng Yu. Whoosh! Crack! The shield of the vengeful ring shattered. Observing the ground where the malevolent energy had exploded, it was evident that it had deliberately avoided the little girl. Zheng Yu smiled and cradled her in his arms, saying, "This way, she won't dare to harm me." The little girl gazed at Zheng Yu with a complex expression. He chuckled, "Don't look at me like that. To be honest, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely need to resolve a few matters. For you, it will simply be a repetition of 3 days. Perhaps I can help alleviate some of the resentment during this cycle. A former curse-bearer I served held me in high regard, if you ever get the chance to meet him." Zheng Yu rambled on, inadvertently passing right by the red sedan without incurring any attack or being enveloped by the malevolent energy. It was as if he were invisible to the spirits that filled the street, strolling naturally towards the eastern end of the village with the little girl in his arms. Tao Qian, perplexed, asked, "What just happened?" When Ren Qingjiu gazed thoughtfully at Zheng Yu's retreating figure, pondering at this stage. Both sides seemed to have laid their cards on the table. Laid their cards on the table? When Ren Qingjiu nodded, the red-clad ghost within the sedan has never revealed her true form to Zhang Zhan, indicating she is most likely the mastermind. This explains why Zhang Zhan's strategy includes only the rituals, ghost marriage, and the night parade of 100 ghosts, with no mention of a final boss battle. Because the rituals are fade, as is the ghost marriage. The red sedan is the true ghost marriage. Having reached this point, Zheng Yu's summoned beast has subdued the red sedan, effectively bringing the matter to a close, with only the final step remaining, heading to the pigsty. Tao Qian inquired, "What about the night parade of 100 ghosts?" When Ren Qingjiu's expression turned peculiar as she replied, "The rituals and ghost marriage are false. The night parade of 100 ghosts is likely not genuine either. The pigsty, the so-called night parade of 100 ghosts, should be a massacre of villagers orchestrated by those women and children who were sold." Tao Qian feigned understanding, nodding slightly, "Indeed, your conjecture aligns closely with my own." When Ren Qingyu rolled her eyes, disregarding Tao Qian, she glanced at the time. 7 hours had elapsed from the moment they entered the ancestral hall of Shangyu village until now. A mere 7 hours had passed. The abyss of nightmares spanning over a decade remained unbroken by Zhang Zhan's record. And now, after just 7 hours, when Ren Qingyu recalled the first time she was persuaded by Kuing to join Zheng Yu's team. Initially, she held a slight disdain for Zheng Yu, even expressing her distrust of him. In retrospect, her dear friend truly possessed extraordinary fortune, capable of securing such a formidable ally. When Ren Qingyu regarded Kuing earnestly, causing her to feel awkward, and inquired, "What troubles you?" When Ren Qingyu continued, "I am contemplating how to firmly bind you and Tao Qian together." Kuing responded with confusion. Tao Qian immediately grasped Ren Qingyu's intent and pointed to the red satin protruding from the red sedan. Perhaps they should simply tie them together. When Ren Qingyu nodded in agreement, "You are right, dealing with a straightforward man like Zheng Yu requires a direct approach." Kuing, meow meow meow. Chapter 66, They are unworthy of the ancestors' protection. Zheng Yu made his way unimpeded to the pigsty. The malevolence here was far denser than that of the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, the little girl unexpectedly inquired of Zheng Yu, "How did you know I hail from here as well?" Her voice was a dissonant echo, not emanating from her throat. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the girl in his arms, Zheng Yu felt no fear, rather, he was intrigued and replied, "Because you are a ghost." The little girl did not comprehend. Zhang Yu gestured towards the group of spirits trailing behind him, saying, "Look.
The hanged ghost has its tongue protruding because it could not retract it at the moment of its demise. That limping ghost perished due to an illness. Its legs were already feeble before death. The elder claimed you had your tongue severed as punishment. But how could a ghost have its tongue cut out? The ability to chew food adeptly without a tongue implies that it had been removed in life. To inflict such cruelty upon a child like you indicates that you do not belong to the ancestral hall."
In truth, the little girl had shown signs of abnormality long before. The elder had gone to send a warning, neglecting to take her along, leaving her by Zhang Yu's side. Her lack of panic upon encountering the gathering of spirits and the bride in red confirmed Zhang Yu's suspicion that she was not one of the villagers.
Yet, she was not a boss either.
In other words, there was no true boss within the depths of the ancestral hall. The procession of 100 ghosts was merely the final stage. The little girl pouted, conceding, "You're clever. The previous outsiders were quite foolish, they hid in coffins. Thinking it a refuge, but I had them conceal themselves there just to relish their folly." As she spoke, a peculiar glint flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes.
He asked, "Why do you wish to see them suffer?"
The little girl replied with indignation, "Who told them to assist those wretched villagers?"
Zhang Yu understood clearly now.
Zhang Zhan and the others had failed to grasp the true nature of the ancestral hall steps. They naively presumed it was merely a haunted village. Misled by the initial prompt upon entering the abyss, believing the disturbances were a result of their improper veneration of the ancestors.
From the outset,
Zhang Zhan's reasoning had been flawed.
Zhang Yu casually inquired, "Have many other outsiders ventured here?"
The little girl shook her head, "Not many, they come around periodically.
You are the second wave of outsiders to arrive recently.
The previous wave was quite amusing, we chased them around, and they fled in a panic." Rarely did the girl exhibit the traits of a child, chattering on. The most memorable instance was when a formidable group of outsiders successfully survived the Night of Vengeance and expelled the villagers before the reset of Shangyu village.
Zhang Yu pondered, piecing together the revelations.
For over a decade, only Zhang Zhan and his companions have navigated the depths of the ancestral hall.
Throughout this time,
practitioners in Shangyu City have believed that the nightmare-level ancestral hall could only be traversed in such a manner, yet they were all deceived by the little girl's tricks. It can only be said that Zhang Zhan accomplished this feat through the most arduous means. Dragging it out for 3 days, until the ghostly wedding concluded and the night of vengeful spirits ceased. No, it ought to be referred to as the night of retribution.
However,
these are mere trifles. What astonished Zhang Yu even more was the revelation that they possessed the memories of outsiders. The outsider who successfully survived the night of retribution must have been Zhang Zhan and his comrades, later dubbed the foolish outsiders by the little girl, who were merely following Zhang Zhan's strategy. As the first practitioner to conquer the hall in this fashion, he received astonishing news from the little girl.
At the entrance of the pigsty, Zhang Yu could perceive the overwhelming resentment within.
The so-called Night of 100 Ghosts refers to those who were once imprisoned here and ultimately perished after being trafficked. Zhang Yu sensed the vengeful spirits within the pigsty scrutinizing him, as if awaiting his decision. This was the reason Zhang Yu ventured to the pigsty.
The ancestral hall presents two potential conclusions, two choices. The first choice is that of Zhang Zhan,
to trust the villagers and endure within the hall for 3 days until the end. The second choice is to join the vengeful ranks.
Confronted by the multitude of spirits, Zhang Yu pondered briefly before directly inquiring of the little girl, whose tongue was severed.
The little girl tilted her head and replied,
"Take a guess. Is it that old man beside you? How dull."
Upon Zhang Yu's accurate guess, her expression shifted to one of dissatisfaction.
"In a moment, I shall aid you in slaying him."
"There is no need," she stated, disinterested in his assistance.
Yet Zhang Yu added, "Not only will I slay him, but I will also help you retrieve the items from the ancestral hall."
The little girl paused, then turned her gaze towards Zhang Yu and asked,
"What else is it that you are unaware of?" Zhang Yu smiled and replied, "It was merely a guess.
However, your demeanor and their attitudes indicated that I was correct." He gestured towards the spirits in the pigsty, who no longer directed their malevolent energy towards him.
One must ultimately choose a side.
Zhang Yu chose what he believed to be the righteous path. Whether you are the cursed of the underworld or the instigators of this Shanyu ghost village, you are all victims. The wicked deserve punishment, they are unworthy of ancestral protection. The depths of the ancestral hall demand resolute choices from practitioners.
Which is why he made his way to the pigsty unimpeded by spirits. They were all awaiting Zheng Yu's decision. Chapter 67, The Title of the Living King of Hell. Truly not in vain.
Having made a decisive resolution, Zheng Yu garnered the support of the 100 spirits. The oppressive aura that had long haunted him dissipated entirely. The young girl looked at Zheng Yu, beaming with delight, and said, "Congratulations, you have gained the approval of my elder sisters."
"It is my honor."
Zheng Yu gently nodded at the spirits within the pigsty. The girl turned her gaze toward the ancestral hall and remarked, "Although we have received the compassion of the Yin God, granting us the power to summon restless souls and transform the entire village into a ghostly realm, the presence of our ancestors in the ancestral hall prevents us from truly punishing those wretched creatures."
Zheng Yu inquired, "What if there were no ancestors?"
The girl sweetly chuckled.
"That would be splendid.
I shall plunge them into despair from the very roots and tear them to shreds within the ancestral hall. I will make them dwell in the pigsty while we enter the hall. I shall compel them to worship me, the one they deem most despicable. I will ensure they truly become pigs, living the lives we once endured." The girl chattered on, her adorable voice uttering the most ruthless of sentiments. It was evident that this plan for vengeance had been meticulously crafted in her mind for quite some time, yet no professional had previously opted for this route. Aside from the girl, who had been taken in by the elder and silenced, the other spirits within the pigsty were unable to enter the ancestral hall.
To realize this ambition, the assistance of outsiders was imperative. Listening to the girl's cruel words, Zheng Yu could not help but express his admiration. "Now, this is more like it.
Revenge should be thorough, not convoluted. Your previous methods of retribution left them oblivious to their faults, unaware of who exacted the vengeance.
They were merely engulfed in fear, devoid of remorse."
As an expert in vindictiveness, Zheng Yu criticized their earlier approach as being overly superficial.
"You must instill genuine regret within them,"
Zheng Yu declared, "Leave this matter to me." The girl glanced at Zheng Yu and then at the now shattered red palanquin, asking, "But how will you deal with their ancestors?
"They are far more formidable than my sisters." With confidence, Zheng Yu replied, "That is quite simple."
He embraced the girl and returned to the ancestral hall once more. At this moment, the red palanquin lay in ruins.
Nearly
20,000 experience points and a piece of platinum-grade equipment had already been accrued during his conversation with the girl. The female ghost in red emerged from the remnants of the palanquin, floating in midair, yet refrained from launching any attacks, instead fixating her gaze upon Zheng Yu as he approached. At Zheng Yu's behest, the summoned beasts ceased their assault.
Everyone, including the villagers hidden within, looked on with curiosity at Zheng Yu.
He entered the ancestral hall with the girl in his arms.
When Ren Qingjiu hurriedly asked, "What is the situation?"
Zheng Yu smiled and replied, "It is essentially resolved. Now, we simply need to allow these villagers to make their own choices, and then we can depart from this place."
"Choices?" When Ren Qingyu was perplexed,
Zheng Yu signaled for her to observe quietly.
"Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry." "Yes."
A resounding sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as 30 heavily armored goblin cavalry emerged behind the goblin general. Clad in formidable armor, the massive wolves marched in unison,
standing resolute in the center of the shrine.
In the sky, the red-clad female specter furrowed her brow at the imposing heavy cavalry. She had not anticipated that this outsider still possessed an untapped trump card. The only reason she had permitted Zheng Yu to lead the young girl directly to the pigsty was her acknowledgement of Zheng Yu's prowess. As the ghostly sovereign of Shangyu village, any decision necessitated her consent. She recognized the outsider's strength, yet she found him to be even more formidable than she had imagined. She discreetly pondered whether the 100 ghosts could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu addressed the villagers, "You must remove everything from the shrine." The villagers were taken aback, frozen in place.
"Move the shrine? That is impossible. The shrine is our sole protector, how could we possibly relocate it?" The young girl beside him chuckled, "They cannot move it. Do you expect them to remove the shrine themselves? That's absurd." Zheng Yu whispered, "You are mistaken." The young girl, puzzled, asked, "Are you going to threaten them with force?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Force would be futile,
they would rather sacrifice than be coerced.
The young girl pointed confusedly at the goblin-heavy cavalry behind Zhang Yu.
He smiled and replied, they were originally intended to confront the 100 ghosts. Your sister's trump card, which I have held in reserve until now.
Regrettably, it remains unused.
I summoned them merely to demonstrate that, regardless of my choice, I could prevail.
Yet I have chosen to support you.
As Zhang Yu stepped into the shrine's hall, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him.
He could sense that should he engage directly, he would surely perish. The ancestors here were formidable. He surveyed the villagers and pointed to the dual-faced spirit sculpture, asking, "Do you know why your sacrifices consistently fail? It is because your offerings are too diverse. Reflect upon it. Can your ancestors truly accomplish the great deeds of the past? The inescapable tea leaves? The plague that barred entry to all? Your ancestors cannot, but he can." Zhang Yu proclaimed with fervor, "Look at this shrine, the spirit that aids you resides here. Yet you allow other entities to exist within it. Is this not profoundly disrespectful?"
The villagers seemed to be swayed.
"Now you must make a choice.
Either remove the chaotic offerings from the shrine, or I shall grant you a swift resolution, freeing you from your suffering.
The choice is yours." After Zhang Yu finished speaking,
he made a gesture inviting them deeper into the ancestral hall, directly pointing towards the dusty spirit altar nestled in the farthest corner.
Zhang Yu could sense that the aura within the altar had become chaotic. He felt a surge of urgency because it was evident to all that the villagers had genuinely come to believe his words, and some were beginning to stir restlessly. Koeng, who was watching the scene unfold, exclaimed in astonishment, "They can't truly be unaware of who has been protecting them, can they?"
When Ren Qingyu replied affirmatively.
"They indeed do not know."
Sighing, she lamented, "Poor ancestors, who have silently shielded them, only to be forsaken by their own kin."
Zhang Yu, however, chuckled and remarked,
"I believe this is the retribution they deserve.
An ancestor who aids demons is hardly a virtuous being." Indeed. Amidst their discourse,
the villagers astonishingly began to carry the spirit altar outside.
The revered ancestor, feared even by formidable beings like Zhang Yu and the Ghost in Red, was effortlessly discarded by its own descendants as if it were mere refuse.
One village woman even spat upon the altar, resentfully declaring, "It's all your fault. If not for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago."
She then turned to Tao Qian, the village chief, and asked, "Isn't that right?" With his pipe still dangling from his lips, Tao Qian gave a thumbs up, affirming, "You did well." Crack! The altar shattered. Not only that altar but also, aside from the dual-faced deity and 3 utterly useless broken coffins, nothing else remained in the shrine. Zhang Yu approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, gazing at the altars piled at the threshold like refuse, and smiled, saying, "You were tasked with protecting trash, and now you've become it. Nonetheless, you've received your just deserts. After all, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. You were never virtuous either." Unfazed by the fragmented hatred emanating from the altar, Zhang Yu turned to the Ghost in Red and said, "They are now your responsibility. I wish you all a delightful time." With that, he felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. It turned out they had been eagerly awaiting this moment. One by one, they transformed back to their original forms and rushed into the shrine. The wails of anguish began. Observing the horrific scene within, Zhang Yu laughed joyfully. Though it was brutal, when Ren Qingyu still expressed her indignation, saying, "They truly deserve this. For such human traffickers, they should face the death penalty." Speaking of the death penalty, Zhang Yu posed a philosophically rich question: if it is indeed a death sentence, and cremation follows, why not simply proceed with cremation? It would save costs. Tao Qian. When Ren Qingyu, the title of the living Yama truly suits you well. Chapter 68, a deep curiosity for Zhou Yun's expression. This is Zhang Zhan's delight in Shaoxing City. Chai Fong was smoking one cigarette after another, occasionally sighing. Zhang Zhan offered comfort, "Do not worry too much, with Chai Yun possessing the resurrection cross, everything will be fine." Chai Fong extinguished his cigarette, frowning as he replied, "Have you forgotten? To pass through the temple abyss, one must remain within the temple for 3 full days. During these 3 days, aside from the first day of offering, which poses no danger, the second day brings the peril of the ghostly wedding, and the third day is the night of 100 ghosts. Which of these can one casually escape from? I can only hope they manage to exit the nightmare-level temple on the first day, otherwise, on the second day. That red-dressed ghost could ensnare them. Chai Fang's agitation grew. How could I have thought to push Chai Yun towards that madman Zheng Yu? Had I known he was insane, I would have.
As Chai Fang spoke passionately, he suddenly sighed. It was too late for regrets now.
Zhang Zhan added, I, too, did not foresee Zheng Yu's madness. A level 13 practitioner, accompanied by 4 mere bystanders, dares to enter the nightmare level abyss. Indeed.
Zhang Zhan chuckled at the thought.
You find this amusing?
Chai Fang glared at him, and Zhang Zhan could not help but say, it reminds me of that captain I met during my training in the Central District, equally as reckless as Zheng Yu. Yet Zhang Zhan's demeanor contrasted sharply with Chai Fang's concern. He appeared almost eager.
Isn't that what defines a genius? Where would we find a genius who adheres strictly to convention? Nan Muyun shattered numerous records, how many once doubted him? And what of the sword god from the Central District, my former captain, and even that Li Chenggong, whom you and I both despise? They are all madmen.
In this world, only the insane can achieve success. Listening to Zhang Zhan, Chai Fang lit another cigarette, his expression stoic as he remarked. To be successful is to be a madman, to fail is to become a corpse. I believe in Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan declared boldly.
Chai Fang, realizing he could not sway Zhang Zhan's opinion, shifted the topic. Have you secured the resources from Zheng Yu? Zhang Zhan laughed. Weren't you just fretting over whether Zheng Yu and the others would make it out alive? Now you are concerned about what will happen once he does? Chai Fang replied tersely, can I wish for their demise? I'm merely worried.
He continued, to be honest, I harbor a sliver of hope.
If it were anyone else,
I'd have already condemned them to death, but Zheng Yu. I've seen him, and he does not strike me as one who disregards his life.
Naturally.
I wish for their success. If they succeed, Chai Yun will also benefit.
So, did you manage to obtain the resources or not?
I promised Zheng Yu that once he emerged from the abyss, the resources would be ready.
Zhang Zhan, exuding impatience, responded, when have I ever failed to accomplish my tasks?
Chai Fang gazed at Zhang Zhan with a look of skepticism, prompting Zhang Zhan to clarify, I sought assistance from the leader of our faction.
Chai Fang, surprised, inquired. You consulted the leader for such a trivial matter? Zhang Zhan shook his head, asserting, this is far from trivial. Our leader has long been at odds with Li Chenggong.
And now, the matter concerning Zheng Yu is directly entangled with the Li family's faction. Seizing resources intended for an orphan, especially one with S-grade talent, particularly one from our city of Shanyu, is a serious issue.
Our leader is eager to help.
He never shies away from anything that can annoy Li Chenggong.
Chai Fang responded, so, the resources are secure?
Zhang Zhan proudly declared, more secure than ever. We are merely awaiting Zheng Yu's emergence to bring us even better news. Chai Fang lit another cigarette, remarking, it's already fortunate if he can emerge at all, let alone with good news.
Observing Chai Fang's demeanor, Zhang Zhan stood up, pulling Chai Fang along. Come, let's go drink. No mood for it. Precisely because you lack mood, we ought to drink. The ancestral hall's abyss will last at least 3 days, can you remain sorrowful for that long?
Let's indulge ourselves, get intoxicated, and make time pass more swiftly.
Chai Fang,
realizing the wisdom in Zhang Zhan's words, complied and followed him out.
Meanwhile, a post appeared on the forum, shocking. Zheng Yu has entered the nightmare level ancestral hall abyss.
The post quickly gained traction, as discussions surrounding the ancestral hall had always been vibrant in the Shangyu forum, given its distinctive nature. Accompanying the post was an image indicating a friendship with Zheng Yu.
Practitioners could add one another as friends through the sanctuary and observe each other's status within the abyss.
The image revealed that Zheng Yu was indeed located in the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss of Shangyu City.
A timid inquiry arose, who is Zheng Yu? Are you unaware of Zheng Yu?
Just days ago, he cleared the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss in Jiangshui City.
Is he truly that formidable? The Cold Street abyss.
I recall it being a level 1 abyss, yet he aspires to conquer the nightmare-level abyss of the second stage so swiftly?
Your use of yet is quite apt.
What makes you think Zheng Yu can conquer the second stage of the nightmare-level abyss?
I believe Zheng Yu is only at level 13, is he not?
Level 13 is not the issue, the true concern lies in the fact that Zheng Yu is accompanied by Tao Qian and others.
Clearing a level 1 abyss has inflated his ego to the point where he believes he can tackle the second stage alone? Why are there so many comments from Jianshui City's IP addresses? Jealousy, of course. Zhang Yu was poached by our mayor, and they have come to revel in our misfortune. You are correct, there is no ulterior motive, merely a notification that even if Zhang Yu reaches Shangyu City, you shall gain nothing, for he is on the brink of demise. Those revelers can perish. From this juncture, the post evolved beyond a mere discussion about Zhang Yu, transforming into a fiery exchange between practitioners from Shangyu City and Jianshui City. Some even initiated a guessing thread to speculate whether Zhang Yu could conquer the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. In an instant, thousands of individuals engaged in the discourse. Among them, 92 of professionals believed that Zhang Yu would meet his demise in the depths of the shrine abyss. A mere 7 held the opinion that Zhang Yu could emerge unscathed, while a scant 1 dared to assert that he would conquer the nightmare-level abyss. As the online debate escalated into a fervent uproar, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong, thoroughly inebriated, were suddenly confronted with an unexpected announcement. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team of Summoner Squad for breaking the historical completion time of the Shrine Abyss, Nightmare Level. Completion time, 8 hours, 44 minutes. 21 seconds, Captain, Zhang Yu, Summoner, team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenren Chengyu, Assassin, Chai Yun, Ranger, remaining team members receive rewards, Professional Experience 100. 000, Historical Record Gift Pack, Nightmare Level Shrine Abyss, Title of Historical Recorder, Nightmare Level Shrine Abyss, 1, this was a notification intended solely for the professionals of Shangyu City. Information privy only to them. Thus, as the professionals of Shangyu observed their counterparts from Jianshui City still boasting online, their faces revealed an odd semblance of amusement. The sensation of watching jesters was truly delightful. Continue your clamor, I am listening, my dear fellows. Just a minute ago, I was unfamiliar with Zhang Yu. Yet in the span of a heartbeat, he has become my adoptive father. The lottery post, yet to be closed, wherein the one option of successfully clearing the challenge instantaneously transformed to 15. Had it not been for the original poster's timely intervention, even more would have sought to exploit this opportunity. The crux of the matter was that no one anticipated Zhang Yu would triumph over the nightmare level abyss at this juncture. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong, akin to patients experiencing a miraculous revival, had initially been inebriated to the point of oblivion, yet now found themselves utterly sober. Eyes wide with astonishment at the notification before them, Chai Fong rubbed his temples, incredulity etched upon his face as he queried, "How many days have we been asleep?" Zhang Zhan retorted, somewhat irritated, "Professionals cannot truly become intoxicated, one can awaken at will." Face the reality, Zhang Yu has succeeded. Not only has he completed the challenge, but he has also shattered the record. Chai Fong mused, "This seems to transcend mere record-breaking, does it not? 8 hours, is that not rather outrageous?" Zhang Zhan replied with a smile, "He has likely discovered an alternative method to navigate the shrine abyss, one swifter than my own. Despite the record being broken, I am elated." He spoke proudly to Chai Fong, "What do you think of my foresight?" This time, Chai Fong did not oppose Zhang Zhan, instead conceding, "Indeed, you have stumbled upon a treasure. The first stage of the nightmare level abyss. The second stage of the nightmare level abyss, such prowess is typically reserved for the few anomalies in the central district. It is astonishing that an orphan from Jianshui City has attained such heights." Zhang Zhan remarked, "I am immensely curious about Zhou Yun's reaction. Ha ha ha, it must be quite entertaining." Zhang Yu's success in clearing the first stage of the nightmare level abyss leaves him with no cause for regret. I refuse to believe he can remain unfazed by this. The mere thought that Zhang Yu is the prodigy he snatched from Jianshu City brings an uncontainable smile to Zhang Zhan's face. As long as Zhou Yun is in distress, his joy surpasses that of anyone else. Chapter 69, Conquering the Abyss of the Ancestral Hall. Another record broken. The nightmarish abyss of the Ancestral Hall. Within the hall, vengeful spirits wreak havoc, mercilessly tearing the souls of the villagers to shreds. The ghost in red even explained to Zhang Yu, "The agony of a soul being shredded is beyond verbal description, it is 100-fold more tormenting than physical pain." Zhang Yu could not discern the expression of the ghost in red, as her face remained obscured by a crimson veil. "Once all the villagers' souls are fragmented,
the abyss of Shangyu village will reset, allowing you to depart from this place prematurely. Zheng Yu had many inquiries regarding the ghost's words, particularly her conscious awareness of this being the abyss. He recalled the textbook's description of the abyss as a history confined in time, suggesting that entities within it should lack self-awareness. However, before Zheng Yu could voice his questions, the ghost in red preemptively stated, "I know what you wish to ask. I can only tell you that I possess knowledge beyond your imagination. Part of it comes from the Yin spirits, while another part arises from the peculiarities of ghostly beings."
From Yin spirits?
Zheng Yu pondered this statement as the villagers' wails gradually diminished. A system prompt then appeared. You have completed Stage 2 of the Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare level, receiving rewards, Ancestral Hall Abyss chest, Nightmare level, Occupational Experience 100,000. Regrettably, there were no first completion rewards. The experience gained from conquering the Nightmare level Abyss was an astounding 100,000.
Sufficient to elevate him by a level. It is worth noting that after reaching level 15, advancement becomes exceedingly arduous for practitioners. The Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare level, has concluded. You will exit the dungeon in 5 minutes.
It is time for me to depart, Zheng Yu said deliberately to the ghost in red. He sensed that she was the master of all the malevolent energy within Shangyu village. In other words, the true curse caster was the ghost in red. The other spirits in the pigsty were merely manifestations of her divided power. If it came down to a confrontation, he would likely stand no chance against her. The ghost in red cast a glance at Zheng Yu and remarked, "When you return, be sure to bring the village chief's coffin as well.
For coffins can compel the ancestors' true forms to surface.
Furthermore, eliminate that green-eyed weasel.
Do not extinguish the fire in the copper basin." After uttering these 3 statements,
the ghost in red extended her hand, summoning a wave of malevolent energy that enveloped the shattered red palanquin on the ground.
In the next moment, the fragmented palanquin appeared to come alive, reassembling itself into its original form.
Squeak, the weasel emitted an eerie squeak, emerging from the ground in a cloud of black mist. The mournful music resumed. 4 resurrected weasels lifted the red palanquin, respectfully approaching the ghost in red, bowing slightly to tilt the palanquin, facilitating her entrance. The green-eyed weasel stepped forward, drawing back the curtain of the palanquin. The ghost in red gracefully stepped into the palanquin.
Upon entering the sedan chair, the oppressive aura emanating from the red-clad specter vanished entirely.
Zheng Yu then comprehended that the crimson palanquin was, in fact, a guise employed by the ghost to conceal her otherworldly essence.
Creaking sounds echoed as 4 yellow-furred creatures lifted the sedan. At that moment, the voice of the red-dressed ghost emerged from within, inquiring, "When shall we meet again?" Zheng Yu pondered for a moment. "Will you let me go?"
"No," she replied.
"Then I'll return in 3 days."
"Very well, I shall await your return." The phrase "I shall await your return" momentarily stunned Zheng Yu.
Beside him, Wen Yu immediately turned to Kuing, urging, "Remember your rival."
Kuing rolled her eyes, feeling utterly helpless against her boisterous friend.
Tao Qian, ever the gossip,
chimed in, "But she is a ghost."
"And what of it? Perhaps Zheng Yu has a unique taste," Kuing retorted. Zheng Yu interrupted with irritation, "Keep talking.
And I'll have the ghost leave you here."
Wen Yu promptly fell silent. Zheng Yu glanced at the time and declared, "Let us depart. We shall return in 3 days." Agreed.
Regardless, whatever depths Zheng Yu ventured into, they would follow, as they had no choice in the matter. They cherished every opportunity to enter the abyss, for each entry diminished the chances of future encounters.
Zheng Yu had now reached level 15,
while they had only just ascended to level 11. With the rewards from the nightmarish abyss, Zheng Yu would widen the gap in their levels. And by the time he entered the 3rd stage of the abyss, they would scarcely have any chance to remain in the same team due to the vast disparity in their levels. If one were to ask Tao Qian when he believed he reached the pinnacle of his life, he would respond, "Right now." As for Zhang Yu's motivation to re-enter the Ancestral Hall Abyss, it was quite straightforward, a hidden quest. The 3 items the red-dressed ghost mentioned, green-eyed yellow fur, for coffins, and a copper basin with flames, were likely the keys to what he had overlooked. The fact that these points were emphasized by the ghost warranted another attempt. In the hall of the ancestral abyss, Zhao Ning, as customary, had breakfast before taking his position to await prey.
The previous night,
he had believed he stumbled upon an opportunity, only to find a group of children who inexplicably managed to level up to 10.
After half a year of waiting, he was astonished to finally encounter a summoner leading a team of professionals. Ha!
Upon pushing the door open, Zhao Ning momentarily thought he had entered the wrong place.
Why were there so many people? The ancestral abyss was unusually crowded.
This was peculiar, although this month marked the awakening season.
How could so many individuals reach level 10 so swiftly? Accustomed to the usual desolation of the ancestral abyss hall, Zhao Ning felt a bit disoriented amidst the sudden influx of people.
The staff in the hall were familiar with Zhao Ning and, upon seeing him, directly inquired.
Did you not hear? Hear what? Zhao Ning responded, perplexed. Did you not receive the notification from Shangyu City?
Zhao Ning shook his head. I turned off notifications.
They are far too bothersome.
Someone cleared the nightmarish abyss.
The ancestral hall? Indeed. It is hard to believe that so many people have gathered here. I recall that ever since Mayor Zhang Zhan released his strategy, several groups of professionals have successfully navigated the Hall of Abyss.
A staff member interrupted Zhao Ning's musings, inquiring.
Have they broken any records?
Zhao Ning suddenly turned his gaze towards the central screen of the Hall of Abyss, which displayed the historical records of the hall projected by the temple. To his astonishment, the record holder for the nightmare level abyss, Zhang Zhan, had now become
Zhang Yu.
Hall of Abyss, nightmare level, completion record, 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 21 seconds, completion team members, Tao Qian, monk, Koing, assassin, Wen Renkinjiu, assassin. Chai Yun, ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
What? 8 hours?
He rubbed again, still incredulous. The staff member chuckled. Stop rubbing your eyes, you're not mistaken.
It indeed says 8 hours.
You must not follow the forums, as they have erupted with excitement.
Now you understand why they have congregated here, right? There are onlookers, media, and reporters.
More importantly, many professionals and companies wish to meet Zheng Yu and befriend him. You wouldn't believe that even Mayor Zhang Zhan and Minister Chai Feng arrived early.
How enviable.
At such a young age, he has garnered such attention that even the mayor and the Minister of Resources have come to personally welcome him.
His future is boundless.
If only I could know Zheng Yu, he is destined to be a figure of mayoral stature.
Damn, I should have spoken more with him yesterday.
The staff member rambled on, while Zhao Ning stood beside him, utterly bewildered.
It was them, the summoner, the monk,
and the two assassins, an utterly implausible combination that Zhao Ning could never forget. He had never anticipated that the summoner he had directly turned down was, in fact,
a significant asset.
The staff member lamented his missed opportunity to converse more with Zheng Yu. Recalling a previous occasion where one could join the nightmare level abyss team simply by being able to roast kidneys, he regretted not seizing that chance. Not only did he miss it, but he seemed to have also ridiculed the other party.
Damn.
Zhao Ning now felt as if he had guessed the winning numbers for $1 million lottery, only to realize he hadn't even bought a ticket, merely scribbled the numbers down.
This feeling was utterly infuriating.
Chapter 70, delivering coal and snow and adding flowers to the brocade in the mayor's office of Jiangshui City, an oppressive silence lingered. Although it was not entirely quiet, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as officials held their breath, reluctant to utter a word. Mayor Zhou Yun had remained silent throughout the meeting, his demeanor unyielding. Solely due to the unsettling news delivered by his secretary, Zheng Yu had conquered another nightmarish abyss and shattered a record that had stood for nearly 8 years. Had this record been broken by a practitioner from their own city, Zhou Yun might have begrudgingly offered congratulations, harboring a quiet envy that this fortunate individual had emerged as a prodigy for their faction.
However,
the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this record-breaking practitioner was originally from Jiangshui City. Gazing at the notification of Zheng Yu's achievement,
Zhou Yun eventually managed to smile and remarked, "Why does everyone look at me?
It is merely a trivial matter." His expression remained composed, as if nothing of significance had transpired. To Zhou Yun, the incident had passed the point of no return. He chose to let events unfold naturally.
After all, what could a practitioner at the second stage achieve?
It was hardly worth consideration. Yet, what Zhou Yun deemed insignificant ignited a fervor in the forums, particularly among the practitioners of Jiangshui City, who had not immediately grasped the implications of Zheng Yu's triumph. Many indulged in ridicule and venting.
Numerous supporters of Zhou Yun argued that resources should be allocated to Li Feng.
Initial analyses suggested that if Zhou Yun aligned himself with the Li faction, Jiangshui City would effectively become an extension of their influence, potentially offering opportunities to join the Li faction or even team up with its members for abyssal expeditions.
As for Zheng Yu, he was merely a summoner.
However, as the news gradually reached Jiangshui City, the derision quickly turned to embarrassment.
Zheng Yu's departure,
coupled with Zhou Yun's maneuvering, had bred resentment among the practitioners towards Zheng Yu. Many in Shangyu City also believed that Zheng Yu would not achieve significant development.
Yet,
just 4 days after entering Shangyu City, he once again conquered the nightmarish abyss, shattering records with an astonishing performance.
Was this truly a lack of development? Was this to be dismissed as insignificant? What practitioner could simultaneously conquer 2 nightmarish abysses, both in record-breaking fashion? Gradually, critical posts targeting Zhou Yun began to emerge on the forums. Delivering coal and snow and adding flowers to the brocade, who suffers and who profits? The original poster argued, by providing resources to Li Feng and fostering ties with the Li faction, Zhou Yun not only expressed loyalty to the Li family but also smoothly integrated into their ranks. This is akin to adding flowers to the brocade. However, the question remains, does Zhou Yun's alignment with the Li faction truly benefit us?
In contrast to Zheng Yu, an orphan who found himself in Jiangshui City,
nurturing him would be like delivering coal in the snow. The distinction between such a level of genius paired with acts of kindness is unmistakable. This post swiftly ascended to prominence, resonating with the sentiments of many.
In the city of Jiangshui, professionals engage in rational analysis regarding the future prospects of Zheng Yu, citing examples such as the practitioners who have successfully conquered the nightmarish abyss in stages 1 and 2.
Although Zheng Yu is a summoner,
his 2 remarkable achievements serve as ample evidence of his prowess. Conversely, the professionals from Shangyu view the situation purely for amusement.
Regardless,
Zheng Yu has become one of their own, and his future endeavors, whether in the youth professional competition or the citywide rewards following Stage 4, will undoubtedly concern them. As the analysis continues, it is evident that the practitioners of Jiangshui have redirected their focus towards Zhou Yun, with some criticizing his decisions and others openly disparaging him.
However,
these posts mysteriously vanish moments after being published, as the forum operates outside the jurisdiction of the sanctuary.
Zhou Yun, dismissing the matter, discreetly instructs the administrators to delete any posts that may cast him in a negative light.
The forum becomes a chaotic mix,
with nearly all first and second tier professionals from both Shangyu and Jiangshui participating. Zhang Zhan, observing the forum, cannot contain his amusement.
He finds the posts penned by the youngsters to be quite clever. This insult directed at Zhou Yun is rather witty. I must give it a thumbs up,
he exclaims.
Hey, who deleted the post?
I wasn't finished liking it yet.
Zhou Yun, that old dog, dares to act but not to face the consequences. It's simply ridiculous. Zhang Zhan's demeanor starkly contrasts with the image expected of a mayor as he casually lounges in his chair, engrossed in the forum. Chai Feng can only shake his head in disbelief, for Zhang Zhan has indeed toned down his antics. In his youth, Zhang Zhan was notorious in Shangyu, earning the title of a madman, which is no surprise considering he was the first to conquer the ancestral hall abyss, a place once deemed taboo due to the presence of the red-clad ghost that deterred all from entering. A resonating sound echoes from the depths of the ancestral hall abyss.
Chai Feng warns, stop browsing the forum, Zheng Yu and the others are emerging. Emerging?
Zhang Zhan rises hastily.
Let us welcome our future star.
The first to exit is Tao Qian, who, upon seeing the throne before him, cannot help but exclaim, being a celebrity feels wonderful. When Ren Qinjie rolls her eyes, retorting,
You're no celebrity, they're here for Zheng Yu. Cooling adds, let us not speak the truth. We could have enjoyed a few more seconds before Zheng Yu steps out. One Ren Qinjie. Next came Chai Yun.
Someone recognized her.
Yun Yun. It's me. Yun Yun.
Chai Yun located the girl who called her name, and it turned out to be a former classmate.
I was just curious. How could there be a familiar name among the record-breaking team? It truly is you.
Chai-yun looked up at the sacred record and indeed found her name displayed. A surge of inexplicable pride washed over her. Previously, the names atop the list were dominated by Zhang Zhan and her cousin, Chai Feng. She had never imagined that one day her name would grace that prestigious spot. It felt surreal. I truly envy you for conquering the nightmare abyss and breaking the record.
Ever since I heard from you that day, I thought you would never return to become a professional again. To her astonishment, upon her return,
she had stirred such a remarkable commotion.
How enviable! Her classmates continuously expressed their admiration, yet their eyes brimmed with jealousy. Why was it not themselves riding this wave of opportunity? Why was it Chai-yun? This flame of jealousy could not be suppressed, manifesting through their gazes. Yet,
the more they envied her, the happier Chai-yun became. She did not feel inferior due to their perception that she merely rode on the coattails of others to traverse the nightmare abyss.
After all,
being able to cling to such support was a skill in itself.
Thank you, cousin, Chai-yun sincerely thought. For the first time, she realized how delightful it was to possess privileges. Zhengyu lacked any need for mere supporters.
The only reason she found her place within the team was due to her cousin, the minister of the resource department in Shangyu City. Chai-yun contemplated sending Chai Feng a token of her appreciation.
Something precious. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chai Feng. At that moment, Chai Feng and Zhang Zhan were waiting for Zheng Yu's arrival. He received Chai-yun's message. Brother, thank you. You truly helped me immensely this time.
I had my mother send you some resources, rest assured, they are all valuable items, enough to secure you a commutation.
Chai Feng. What kind of madness is she on now?
Zhang Zhan also saw the message and analyzed, she probably wants to express her gratitude to you.
A commutation.
That indeed is quite valuable.
Chai Feng.
Chapter 71, Regrettably, my character is not exemplary. Zhang Yu was the last to emerge.
The moment he was transported,
a throng of individuals rushed towards him.
Greetings, Zheng Yu.
I am the general manager of Angel Pharmaceuticals.
And I would like to invite you to become our company's representative professional. Master, do you recognize me? Please take me into the abyss next time. I am willing to pay. Hello, I am from the equipment recycling company in Shangyu City. Zheng Yu, do you lack a girlfriend? Who is this brazen individual? Have you not noticed the three beautiful women standing beside Zheng Yu? Does it concern you? Would you mind if I became your fourth wife? Zheng Yu. Could you sell me the strategy for clearing the abyss separately? I am willing to pay a handsome price for exclusivity. Monopoly seeker, leave the 9 provinces. Amidst the cacophony,
Zheng Yu had never witnessed such a spectacle before. It reminded him of the entertainment stars from his previous life, who likely experienced similar adulation. Just as he contemplated how to navigate through the crowd and slip away from the abyss, a voice resonated.
Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City.
The voice emanated from the loudspeaker, instantly quieting the exuberant crowd.
I need to discuss a few matters with Zheng Yu. May I have him for a moment?
The request was made with an air of authority, and no one dared to refuse. After all, Zhang Zhan was the most formidable professional in Shangyu City. The principle of might prevails was vividly illustrated in this world. To Zhang Yu's surprise, the Abyss Hall contained such an upscale lounge.
He gazed at the exquisite surroundings and the fine tea laid out on the table, casually remarking, I have only been here twice myself. Zhang Zhan,
as he settled down at the tea table, expertly began to brew the tea. Once was this time, in my capacity as mayor, to discuss your future. The other time was 8 years ago when I sat in your position and conversed with the former mayor about my own future.
Zheng Yu accepted the tea that Zhang Zhan offered and smiled. So, I have earned your recognition?
Zhang Zhan was straightforward, eschewing any bureaucratic niceties, and nodded affirmatively.
Indeed. My intention in bringing you to Shangyu City is primarily a gamble.
I will not indulge in frivolous pleasantries. My rivalry with Zhou Yun means that the stronger you become, the more discontented he will be, and the more his displeasure delights me. However, your capabilities have exceeded my expectations, and as mayor, I must engage in a serious discussion with you.
Zheng Yu surmised what Zhang Zhan was about to convey. Factions? Zhang Zhan was not surprised by Zheng Yu's deduction.
For Chai Fong had previously informed him about the factional dynamics.
Yes.
Given your current display of strength, barring unforeseen circumstances, reaching level 40 is merely a matter of time.
The faction I belong to, alongside Chai Fong, is an alliance led by Lu Nanyan as the chieftain and Zhuge Wuan as the deputy chieftain. There are 2 ways to join a faction.
The first method involves reaching level 40 to showcase one's prowess, which may lead to factions extending invitations or, like Zhou Yun,
proactively contacting the Li family faction.
The second method pertains to cultivation. In other words, individuals of your caliber will receive focused nurturing from the factions.
Zheng Yu inquired, so? What I can obtain are the resources of the faction? Zhang Zhan replied, it's not merely resources. Are you familiar with how to navigate the abyss of the 3rd stage? Zheng Yu shook his head, genuinely unaware. On one hand, the textbooks in school do not mention matters concerning the 3rd stage, as entering level 20 is already a rarity among professionals. On the other hand, prior to acquiring the Hex Tech enhanced runic talents, he had never envisioned himself venturing into this realm so swiftly. It has only been a matter of days, Zhang Zhan elucidated.
The 3rd stage of the Abyss spans levels 20 to 30, and due to a pivotal point at level 25 for the 2nd class transition, the Abyss undergoes alterations. The 3rd stage Abyss is not permanently accessible, it requires a reservation.
A reservation? Zheng Yu queried.
Indeed, Zhang Zhan affirmed, glancing at Zheng Yu, to be blunt.
The Abyss is regarded as a resource by the factions. The timing of its opening and who enters first are all determined by the faction. Zheng Yu pondered. It makes sense now.
He had long contemplated that in this world, strength reigns supreme, a powerful individual can monopolize resources. And factions composed of such individuals certainly do the same.
Zheng Yu then asked, does this mean that the composition of my team must consist of faction members?
Zhang Zhan nodded but added, you need not worry about your current companions, whether it be Tao Qian or Wen Ren Qinjiu, after completing a few Abyss instances.
Their resources will far exceed those of ordinary professionals.
As your level advances more swiftly, you may no longer team up with them in the future.
I understand. Zheng Yu acknowledged.
I merely wish to inquire if the faction can arrange for me to enter the Abyss alone.
Zhang Zhan frowned, you prefer not to team up? Indeed.
As he began to elaborate on the 3rd stage Abyss, Zheng Yu interrupted, I am well aware of the challenges posed by the 3rd stage Abyss, just as I understand the difficulty of the nightmare level Abyss of the 2nd stage.
I agree to join the faction. But I have but one request, prioritize my arrangement for the Abyss. Do not assign me any teammates.
Of course. If the faction requires me to guide someone as child or daughter through the Abyss, I can oblige for the sake of compensation and privilege.
Zhang Zhan chuckled, such confidence?
Zheng Yu shook his head, it is not confidence, but rather a matter of time.
Time?
Zheng Yu continued, within the sanctum,
one can ascertain the reservations made by professionals above level 40 for the Abyss.
I noticed that Zhou Yun has scheduled a 5-stage Abyss for 6 months hence.
Zhang Zhan stared blankly at Zheng Yu, his expression tinged with surprise as he spoke, you can't possibly be.
Before Zhang Zhan could finish his thought, Zheng Yu interjected, I will not forget the unpleasantness in Jiangshui City simply because you assisted me in obtaining resources.
To this day,
he has yet to utter a single apology.
Zhang Zhan inquired, what if he were to apologize?
Zheng Yu replied, whether he apologizes is a matter of his character. Accepting his apology or choosing to forgive him is a reflection of my own character. At this point, Zheng Yu offered a brief smile. Regrettably, my character
is not commendable. Chapter 72, 200,000 Experience. A continuous upgrade.
As Zheng Yu departed, Zhang Zhan was filled with reflections of his former self, youthful, confident, and audacious.
Unafraid of anything. Alas, age has taken its toll. Zhang Zhan sighed. Despite being merely 30, why does it feel as though everything is beyond reach? One fears the wolf before them and the tiger behind them. Chai Fong chuckled, remarking, it is primarily due to the increased responsibilities. Zheng Yu has yet to reach the 5th stage and remains oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead for professionals. When you informed him that factions monopolize the Abyss, his displeasure was palpable. As Chai Fong lit a cigarette and took a drag, his expression mirrored that of Captain Zhuge Wuhan from days gone by.
Zhang Zhan rose and opened the window to dispel the smoky air, smiling as he said, "Yet, after 7 or 8 years, hasn't he become just like us?"
Everyone has their youthful days.
Young professionals believe that the abyss is merely a path to upgrading, gaining strength, and acquiring social standing.
However,
they fail to ponder why the government grants such high status to professionals and permits factions to monopolize the abyss beyond the 3rd stage.
Nonetheless,
it is a positive thing that Zhang Yu possesses such confidence. It holds meaningful significance at this stage. Zhang Zhan gazed down from the window. Zhang Yu and Tao Qian were departing the ancestral hall of the Abyss Hall, laughing and chatting, followed by a group of young professionals. "I once enjoyed such glory,"
Zhang Zhan reminisced.
Beside him, Chai Fong showed no mercy, bluntly retorting, "That was in Shangyu City."
"I recall you being utterly humiliated during your Central Region training."
Zhang Zhan scoffed, "Ha, and you were no different." He then disregarded Chai Fong, continuing, "I wonder how those 2 individuals who went to Central Region training this year are faring." Chai Fong, exhaling smoke, replied, "It has been over 6 months since they left."
"And they have yet to return. Most likely, they passed the assessment."
"Instead of worrying about the young ones, you should focus on yourself. Zhou Yun has already scheduled a spot in the abyss for 6 months from now."
"Are you planning to remain stagnant at level 45? The topic of upgrading weighed heavily on Zhang Zhan.
"Unfortunately, the 2 newly opened 5th stage abysses, one being the 5-star abyss, for which I lack qualification, and the other a 2-star abyss, which is already full, left him feeling despondent. Oh, by the way, there is a 6-star abyss currently in need of a main character."
"Do you think I should go?" Zhang Zhan asked with a grin, only to receive a disdainful glance from Chai Fong. "You are not even qualified to be a team member in the 5-star abyss, yet you aspire to be the main character in the 6-star abyss?" Chai Fong questioned incredulously.
"Wait, is there a possibility?" Zhang Zhan suddenly recalled Zhang Yu's earlier words. Given Zhang Yu's current rate of advancement, with another 6 months, he might very well elevate me to the 6-star, perhaps even the 7-star difficulty of the abyss. Chai Fong was left speechless.
"Are you serious? Greetings. You are indeed the most formidable professional to emerge from Shangyu City in the past decade.
Are you truly awaiting a child, a full generation younger than yourself,
to guide you through the abyss?
Where is your pride?"
Zhang Zhan nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not.
If Zhang Yu can sustain this pace of advancement without encountering any obstacles,
it is indeed plausible. After all, one's profession does not correlate with seniority, who decrees that age guarantees strength? Zhuge Wuhan is even 2 years younger than us. Yet he is currently a vice leader. What if right? What if?"
Chai Fong chuckled in response, "The probability of that what if is exceedingly slim.
Nonetheless,
it is truly worth anticipating." Upon Zhang Yu's return to the villa, it was already midday.
In a gesture of gratitude,
Chai Yun had engaged a professional culinary team to host a celebratory feast within the villa. She even sought the chef's counsel on the art of preparing grilled kidneys. Although she was acutely aware that her opportunities to accompany Zhang Yu into the abyss were dwindling, she felt it imperative to express her appreciation. Whether they could conquer another nightmare-level abyss depended solely on Zhang Yu's willingness to take her alone. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, confronted by Chai Yun's eager expression,
Zhang Yu did not keep her in suspense. "During the second phase, I will not be changing teammates. You and Wenrinqing Yu shall prepare the supplies for the next challenge. By the way, the fee for the next endeavor has increased to 5 million. "Absolutely."
Chai Yun readily acquiesced. She harbored no objections to Zhang Yu's price hike, promptly agreeing.
Moreover, 5 million was the standard market rate, albeit with limited availability,
as it was nearly impossible to find a seasoned expert capable of guiding them through the abyss.
Chai Yun, Wenrinqing Yu,
and Kuing were tasked with procuring the necessary supplies. Tao Qian was entrusted with assisting Zhang Yu in navigating the various procedural requirements for obtaining supplies, a process that,
while somewhat cumbersome, did not necessitate his personal presence.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yu remained at the villa to begin tallying the fruits of their labor. They had received a total of 2 rewards, Nightmare Level Completion Reward, Ancestral Hall Abyss Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, Professional Experience 100. 000 Historical Record Reward, Ancestral Hall Abyss Historical Record Treasure Chest, Nightmare Level, Professional Experience 100, 000 Setting aside other considerations, the sheer magnitude of 200. 000 experience points from these two rewards was astonishing. Zhang Yu had inquired with Tao Qian, who informed him that their combined completion experience reward amounted to a mere 40. 000, Zhang Yu proceeded to claim all the experience points. Experience gained 100, 000, experience gained 100, 000, level, LV15 LV17, 91. 000, 32,400 experience points required for next upgrade, health, 10, 610 12, 670, 7. 950 from equipment attributes, mana, 890 930, intelligence, 485 527, strength, 134 141, agility, 3133, remaining free attribute points, 28 with the infusion of 200, 000 experience points. He ascended 2 levels in one fell swoop. His base health surged by over 2,000, and as his level increased, so too did the rate of growth in his health cap. The level remains of utmost importance. At level 17. With only 3 levels remaining before reaching the 20th level and entering the 3rd stage of the Abyss, Zheng Yu calculated that he would require approximately 200, 000 to 250. 000 experience points. A single Nightmare level Abyss would suffice to elevate him to level 20. Fortunately, at level 20, one can stabilize their rank, allowing access to both the 2nd and 3rd stages of the Abyss, prompting most adventurers to undertake challenges at this milestone. Just as Zhang Zhan had entered the Nightmare level Sanctuary at level 20 to conquer it, Zheng Yu contemplated re-entering the Sanctuary Abyss to complete the special task hinted at by the red-clad ghost. He then planned to choose between the blood-colored film studio and the Dark Valley for his next conquest. Zheng Yu was not fixated on shattering all records. The 2nd stage merely served as a transitional phase, and there was no necessity to linger there. Of course, he could forego the hidden task in the Sanctuary. Yet considering the unique nature of the red-clad ghost and the rumors circulating online regarding the rewards for hidden tasks, he found himself inclined to venture once more into the Sanctuary Abyss. Upon leveling up, Zheng Yu directed his attention towards 2 treasure chests, one a Nightmare level chest from the 2nd stage, and the other a historical record gift pack from the same level. Both represented the pinnacle of 2nd stage treasures. Zheng Yu rubbed his hands together. To be honest, he was quite eager. He prepared to open the treasure chest. Chapter 73, The Divine Dragon Sovereign and the Axiom Arc. Opening the treasure chest. As Zheng Yu clicked on the treasure chest in his inventory, a radiant light enveloped the entire system interface. Ding! You have opened the Abyssal Nightmare level completion treasure chest. Congratulations! You have acquired the armor boots, God Boots LV 20, diamond grade. Congratulations! You have received 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul orbs, material, and 10 health potions, 10,000 health. A plethora of materials, alongside a piece of diamond grade armor. Zheng Yu immediately ventured into the temple shop to take a look. In the realm of level 20 diamond grade equipment, there had only been 3 transactions over the decades, with the highest transaction price reaching 65 million and the lowest at 41 million. Equipment of such value. Zheng Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, the wealthy do not regard money as a concern, he mused. The exorbitant prices stem primarily from the law of diminishing returns. Very few individuals could ever obtain Stage 2 diamond grade equipment, and even if they did, most would not sell it, leading to skyrocketing prices. Typically, those capable of conquering the Nightmare level Abyss have already been courted by various factions. If they acquire diamond grade gear that they cannot utilize, they generally sell it to their faction, garnering not only higher prices but also privileges that cannot be purchased with mere currency. Therefore, it is rare to find top-tier equipment available in the temple shop. In Stage 2, diamond grade represents the pinnacle of gear. Zheng Yu glanced at the attributes of the boots. Armor, God Boots, required level, 20, wearing requirement, none, grade, diamond, attributes, agility 100, health 7000, movement speed 20, equipment effect, while wearing this gear. The wearer is protected by the God, enabling an active ghost form state, reducing damage by 30 for 30 seconds. When worn by summoner-type practitioners, They may designate either their summoned entity or themselves to enter the ghost form state.
Forging, 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes, no runes embedded. What a splendid item.
The health boost exceeds that of an entire set of human skin spider gear. Not to mention the agility attribute of 100 and the 20 increase in movement speed, which perfectly aligns with the caliber of diamond grade boots.
However, the most crucial aspect is its active equipment effect.
A 30 damage reduction. Just this single attribute alone could be valued at several million.
Unless there exists equipment with superior attributes, this pair of boots can be worn indefinitely.
The only exception would be gear surpassing the diamond grade. Yet, above diamond lies the resplendent grade, which can only be obtained in the 4-stage star level abyss. A feat significantly more challenging than the nightmare level abyss. Thus, diamond grade equipment remains the most elite even at level 40. Quite impressive. The human skin spider set consists of a hat, a top, and gloves, and he just happens to be in need of boots. The Een God boots seamlessly fill that void. Once donned, combining the base health and the equipment's health, his total health could reach nearly 20,000 points. Previously plagued by the anxiety of being swiftly eliminated, I now find solace in my newfound confidence.
My equipment's health is sufficient to ensure my survival against instant demise.
Bolstered by the protective shield of the grievance ring, the taunts of the training dummies, and the safeguard of the giant-winged spirit butterfly.
To vanquish him is not so simple.
However, I must await his ascension to level 20 before he can don the diamond-grade boots. Zhang Yu subsequently opened the Historical Record Gift Pack. You have opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, Temple Abyss Nightmare level. Your profession has been detected as Summoner. The prize pool is locked to Summoner class equipment.
Congratulations! You have acquired the Summoning Beast Equipment Soul-Claiming Swana LV20, Diamond Grade. Congratulations!
You have also obtained 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul orbs, materials, and 10 healing potions, 10,000 health. The mention of the Swana took Zhang Yu by surprise, conjuring memories of the mournful melodies associated with ghost weddings.
The Swana is an instrument of paramount importance. When it sounds, even the spirits retreat. I never expected to draw equipment for my summoned beasts.
The Historical Record Gift Pack is far more user-friendly than Zhang Yu had anticipated, as summoning beast equipment is rarer than that of professional gear, especially at the diamond level. Summoning beast equipment, soul-claiming Swana, equipment level 20, equipment grade, diamond, equipment attributes, health 19,000, attack power 1, 280, equipment effect, sound-based special skill, effect 100, upon skill release. There is a chance of evoking a mournful tune, reducing enemy defenses by 15.
Remarkable. This equipment is perfectly suited for the giant-winged spirit butterfly. Indeed.
It can only be donned by the giant-winged spirit butterfly, as only its butterfly call skill qualifies as a sound-based special skill. An effect increase of 100 signifies a qualitative enhancement, doubling the original speed boost.
Most importantly, it also diminishes the enemy's defense by 15. Truly, this is diamond-grade equipment. Both diamond-grade items have brought immense satisfaction to Zhang Yu. Moreover, he recalled that he still had 2 Hextech technologies yet to claim. These, he realized,
would provide him with the greatest rewards to bolster his strength.
He proceeded to claim the Hextech runes. A resonating hum echoed. Zhang Yu received his 7th and 8th Hextech enhancement runes. Congratulations! You have drawn the 7th rune, Silver Grade Rune Axiom Arc I. Congratulations! You have drawn the 8th rune, Silver Grade Rune, Heart of the Divine Dragon. Axiom Arc, Silver Grade Enhancement Rune, your summoned beast instantly recovers 10 of its energy upon a kill. Heart of the Divine Dragon, Silver Grade Enhancement Rune, your team is treated as if it has an additional Divine Dragon, and you gain a Divine Dragon emblem. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Just when he needed them, fortune smiled upon him. Although they are merely 2 Silver Grade Hextech Enhancement runes, they are precisely what he required. Axiom Arc. Energy Restoration. The dual magical fire serpent has completely compensated for its previously excessive energy consumption. With each unit slain, it recovers 10 of its energy. The dual magical fire serpent is not lacking in the number of foes it can vanquish, in other words, with adept handling. A dual magical fire serpent endowed with the Axiom Arc can truly achieve sustained output. This marks a significant enhancement for the dual magical fire serpent. As for the Dragon Sovereign, Zheng Yu lacks a true primary damage dealer. Fortunately, the Dragon Sovereign's bond can directly forge a formidable primary damage dealer.
Dragon Sovereign Bond, 2468. Utilizing the Blessing of the Dragon Sovereign, item allows one to select a summoned beast to become a hero. The hero shall receive comprehensive enhancements in terms of size, health regeneration, attack power, defensive capabilities, speed, and agility.
2. Overall enhancement of 50. 4. Overall enhancement of 100. 6. Overall enhancement of 150. 8. Overall enhancement of 300. It can be deemed extraordinarily powerful.
As for who shall ascend to the status of hero. At this moment, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fong. Your friend Tao Qian has completed all necessary procedures on your behalf. The regional rewards are expected to arrive tomorrow, encompassing both the first and second phase rewards.
Furthermore, Zhuge Wuhan, our faction's vice leader,
has consented to your prior request and has procured 2 top-tier summoned beast skill books for you, one at level 15 and the other at level 20. Perfectly saving you a trip to the Sanctum shop. I will send them to you via the Sanctum mailbox.
Having relayed this information, Chai Fong hurriedly hung up. Ding!
You have unclaimed mail from the Sanctum, please remember to check it. Soon, Zheng Yu received the summoned beast skill books. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what constituted the so-called top-tier summoned beasts in their eyes.
Chapter 74, 6th Tier Talent. Primal Bloodline, War Minotaur. Upon opening the mailbox, I retrieved 2 tomes on summoning beast skills. In a thoughtful gesture, Chai Fong provided an explanation for Zheng Yu. One tome contained a summoning beast of level 15 with a 3rd tier talent, while the other featured a level 20 beast with a 4th tier talent. Given the absence of summoners within the faction, most were unaware of the significance of these talent tiers. Nevertheless, these tomes represented the pinnacle of talent available within the faction. He encouraged Zheng Yu to assess their types, assuring him that if he was unsatisfied, the vice leader would seek alternatives. Such sincerity was commendable. After all, neither Chai Fong nor the vice leader were summoners, and their efforts far surpassed those of Zhou Yun from Jiangshui City. Zheng Yu had previously searched for a level 15 summoning beast skill book in the temple, the finest being a 2nd tier talent skeleton soldier priced at 1 million, a far cry from the 3rd tier talent minotaur bestowed upon him by the faction. Indeed, this level 15 3rd tier summoning beast was none other than the orc summoner Minotaur. It was undeniably top tier. The Minotaur, an orc best suited for warfare, possessed resilience, offensive capabilities, defense, protection, and control, a truly versatile warrior. As for the talent, with the demon contract available for upgrades, Zheng Yu harbored no concerns. The Minotaur was precisely the summoning beast Zheng Yu had always desired. If the Goblin General excelled in battle experience and commanding presence, the Minotaur was a creature of sheer numerical prowess. Coincidentally, the bond effect from the Dragon Lord granted percentage bonuses. The higher the stats, the greater the enhancement. As a robust tank warrior, the Minotaur was ideally positioned to become the Dragon Lord's companion. As per the usual procedure, I inscribed the contract formation and utilized the summoning beast skill book to bind the Minotaur as my 4th summoned beast. With a resounding moo, a standard bovine sound resonated from the contract formation. Shortly thereafter, a colossal, upright Minotaur emerged, wielding a massive axe larger than Zheng Yu himself. The sheer presence of the creature left him momentarily breathless. The Minotaur's exhalation carried an essence reminiscent of a jet engine. Master! Upon sighting Zheng Yu, the Minotaur bowed respectfully, its voice deep and resonant. After addressing him, it fell silent. This marked the second talking summoning beast at Zheng Yu's disposal, alongside the Goblin General. The twin demon fire serpent was mute, its silence possibly due to an inability to speak or a reticence to engage. The great winged spirit butterfly, on the other hand, was quite loquacious and clingy, albeit only able to emit ethereal chimes that no one could decipher. The Minotaur exuded a character of sincerity and honesty. Zheng Yu, without even examining the Minotaur's attributes and skills, initiated the talent evolution, buoyed by the consecutive level advancements. A windfall of experience points had already been credited, 1,400 points for level 14, 1,500 for level 15, and 1,600 for level 16. This can be considered as a complete acquisition of unexpected fortune rewards.
Zheng Yu had previously contemplated whether, had the unexpected fortune not been drawn so early,
reaching level 70 might yield 7,000 points of such fortune. However, upon reflection,
the increase in health points from advancing a single level far surpasses the value of that unexpected fortune.
Moreover, upgrading from a 5th to a 6th tier talent already necessitates 5 to 6,000 talent points. Would this amount be sufficient at level 70? Furthermore, the essence of unexpected fortune is that it is automatically consumed upon extraction, leaving no possibility for retention. Unexpected fortune is primarily advantageous in the early stages. The cumulative benefit of 4 consecutive unexpected fortunes and 5 to 6,000 talent points greatly enhances one's capabilities in the initial phases. In the later stages, for such instances might hardly facilitate even a single tier upgrade. With the support of unexpected fortune, Zheng Yu commenced his enhancements. He expended 250 talent points to directly evolve the Taurun to a 4th tier talent. Summon Beast, Taurun, Tier 3, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Elite Taurun, Tier 4. Yet, 4th tier was insufficient. He continued his ascent, consuming 600 talent points. Summon Beast, Taurun, Tier 4, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, War Taurun, Tier 5. Zheng Yu noted that elevating the War Taurun to the 6th tier would require 4,000 talent points, 1,000 more than the Goblin General and 1,000 less than the Twin Fire Serpent. Afterward, he had 3,650 points remaining in unexpected fortune. Coupled with the surplus talent points from earlier, he could convert all 28 attribute points gained from leveling into health. By sacrificing 3,500 health points, he could accumulate the necessary 4,000 talent points. Zheng Yu calculated that his remaining base health was nearly 5,000. By utilizing the demonic contract to sacrifice 3,500 health points, with the accumulation of equipment health, his total would remain substantial. Thus, he proceeded. Consume 4,000 talent points to evolve the War Taurun. Summon Beast, War Taurun, Tier 5, Talent Evolution Summon Beast, Primal Bloodline, War Taurun, Tier 6. Zheng Yu's first 6th tier Summon Beast emerged. He immediately affixed the Dragon Sovereign emblem to the War Taurun and removed the Steward emblem from the Twin Fire Serpent, placing it onto the War Taurun. The Steward emblem enhances health, making it exceptionally suitable for the War Taurun. Summoned beasts can bear multiple affinity emblems. Currently, the War Taurun possesses 2 types of affinities. The heroic affinity of the Dragon Sovereign enhances all attributes by 50. The VIP Steward affinity of the Steward emblem increases health by 20 and directly transfers the VIP effect to the Taurun. Boom! A muffled sound resonated as a robust, colossal War Taurun, muscular and imposing, emerged from the contract formation. In comparison to the Tier 3 Taurun, this primal bloodline, War Taurun exuded an even more formidable presence. Imbued with a sanguine and menacing aura, its skin adorned with crimson markings. These markings were likely a manifestation of the primal bloodline. Summoned Beast, Primal Bloodline War Minotaur, level 17, increases with the summoner's level, health 60, 500, attack power 6. 324, 527, Summoner's Intelligence, 8, Coefficient, 50 Enhancement from the Dragon Sovereign, Talent, 6th tier, requires an additional 20,000 talent points to upgrade, Skill I, War Tread LV. 17, the War Minotaur initiates a trampling attack against all obstacles in its path. Skill 2, Primal Charge LV. 17, the War Minotaur launches an unstoppable charge forward, suffering a 90 damage reduction during the assault. Skill 3, War Roar LV. 17 emits a war cry that enhances allies' attack power by 20 for 30 seconds while stunning enemies. Skill 4, Primal Bloodline LV. 17, hailing from the wilds. The War Minotaur possesses extraordinary stamina, growing ever more formidable in battle. When in a critically low health state, its health recovery speed is increased by 300. And healing effects are amplified by 300. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Upon reviewing the attributes of the War Minotaur, Zheng Yu could only utter one word, invincible. He pondered whether the War Minotaur stood a chance against the red-clad female ghost. With 60,000 health, 6,000 attack power, crowd control, damage output, and the enduring prowess of the primal bloodline, there might indeed be a possibility. After acquiring the equipment, contracting his 4th summoned beast, and elevating the Minotaur to the 6th tier, Zheng Yu finally had the leisure to commence his guide on the abyss of the Ancestor Hall. The forum members were in a frenzy.
On one hand, they were curious about how Zhang Yu had conquered the abyss of the Ancestor Hall, on the other. They speculated whether an 8-hour completion time was feasible. Zhang Yu's guidepost provided them with the answer. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, he published his guidepost, Classic Abyss of Shangyu City, Phase 2 of the Ancestor Hall Abyss, Nightmare Level Guide, price, 300 gold, upon its release. It instantly soared to the top of Shangyu City's trending list. What an unprecedented method of completion! It was unheard of. A genius, truly a genius. How had I not considered viewing the events in Shangyu Village from a different perspective? It turned out that the so-called false ancestors were merely misleading conditions. How enlightening! This comment swiftly became the most popular, as the commenter was none other than the mayor of Shangyu City and a former record holder, Zhang Zhan. In an instant, Zhang Yu's guide became a sensational hit. Chapter 75. No need for speculation. Based on personal experience, the ultimate time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Zhang Yu's strategy post has ascended to become the most popular thread on the forum, spawning hundreds of analytical discussions overnight. While the forum members may not possess exceptional skills, their analyses are indeed insightful. Particularly notable is the post titled A Rational Analysis of Zhang Yu's Abilities, Will the Future of Summoners Emerge from the Abyss Due to Zhang Yu? Which has become the second most discussed topic, alongside is Zhang Yu's prowess as a summoner superior. Or does he simply understand how to navigate the nightmare level abyss better than others? Which ranks third? Ultimately, the central question remains, is the summoner truly powerful? In my humble opinion, Zhang Yu's strength can be considered first-rate, yet it does not reach the level of the SS-class talents in the Central District. His consecutive successful attempts at clearing the nightmare-level abyss are primarily attributed to his intellect. Frankly, after perusing the strategy for the Altar Abyss, I was engulfed in a state of exhilaration, as the thought process was remarkably brilliant, unraveling the narrative of the Altar Abyss solely through seemingly inconspicuous clues. What truly sets Zhang Yu apart is not merely his reasoning but his audacious decision to overturn Zhang Zhan's strategy. Were it me, I would undoubtedly adhere to Mayor Zhang Zhan's guide step by step, too fearful to deviate even slightly. The willingness to explore alternative strategies is, in itself, a testament to one's strength. I concur with the sentiments expressed earlier. Without capability, who would dare? Has no one taken the time to examine the strategy closely? Zhang Yu explicitly stated that the pivotal item is the village chief's pipe, which necessitates defeating the spectral village chief. Has anyone achieved this feat in all these years? Furthermore, in the altar, one must conquer the red palanquin to gain the acknowledgement of the red-clad ghost, which undeniably reflects strength. Amidst the rational discourse, there exists another faction embroiled in trivial arguments, such as, who is the rightful consort, Wanran Xingyu, Kuing, or Chai Yun? First floor, brother, you must be incredibly bored. 7th floor, I vote for Wanran Xingyu, her figure is absolutely stunning. 19th floor, what does the rightful consort matter to you? Additionally, there are discussions like, the Goblin General is truly handsome, push my buttons, and I can. 2nd floor, one should not, at least, it ought not to be. 8th floor, I believe the giant-winged spirit butterfly is the epitome of beauty. Had I known summoners could summon such exquisite creatures, I would have chosen the path of summoning for aesthetics alone. 9th floor, stop dreaming, I have encountered other summoners, either they summon ugly goblins or feeble fire elementals. There are simply no giant-winged spirit butterflies. 10th floor, you must first possess an S-class talent to achieve that. 16th floor, the question remains. Why are the goblins of other summoners so hideous, while Zhang Yu's goblins appear so cool? There are also some genuine analytical posts. I personally believe Zhang Yu's nightmare level completion time can be further reduced. Strategy post, how to advance beyond Zhang Yu's guide and break the 8-hour 44-minute barrier. Prediction post, the theoretical limit time for the Altar Abyss. Certainly, a greater number of posts are made by those seeking amusement. At this moment, Zhang Zhan browsed the forum. Chuckling as he remarked, it has been quite some time since I witnessed such lively discussions here. I recall the last time we almost overwhelmed the server was during my completion of the Abyss of the Ancestral Hall. Zhang Zhan wore a nostalgic expression and then inquired of Chai Fong, where does Zhang Yu plan to venture next? The film studio or the Dark Abyss? Chai Fong replied. The Ancestral Hall. Again the Ancestral Hall? I hear there are some matters to attend to.
Zhang Zhan furrowed his brow. That's not right.
Zhang Yu should have known that the record rewards can only be claimed once.
Did you not advise him?
Chai Feng shrugged. I did. But he mentioned hidden tasks and perfect completions.
Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up. Does he possess confidence? Who can say?
If he truly manages to achieve a flawless completion of the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss, the new practitioners in Shangyu City will reap the benefits.
This time,
Chai Feng refrained from making definitive statements about Zhang Yu's capability. Having already been proven wrong once before, he wished to avoid a second occurrence. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Zhang Yu's strategy remained at the top of the popularity charts. Not only thanks to the practitioners of Shangyu City but also due to significant contributions from Jianshui City and neighboring areas filled with curiosity.
In any case,
the fervor showed no signs of waning.
However, that morning, a piece of news surged to the forefront once more. Breaking news! Zhang Yu has once again entered the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss.
Comment 5. I don't understand. Zhang Yu's abilities clearly allow him to conquer the other 2 nightmare-level abysses.
Why does he insist on entering the Ancestral Hall? Comment 9. Do you truly believe that the nightmare-level abyss can be traversed without care? He must consider the danger involved.
Completing a well-documented abyss like the Ancestral Hall is undoubtedly more manageable than attempting one without a guide, such as the film studio.
Comment 10. If it were me,
I too would continue to venture into the Ancestral Hall. Having already successfully navigated the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss once, it is relatively more familiar and stable.
Comment 19. Disappointed. I can only express disappointment.
Comment 47. I had hoped Zhang Yu would provide Shangyu City with another nightmare-level strategy.
Comment 66. On the contrary,
he has already broken the record and shared his strategy at a remarkably low price.
Are you not engaging in some moral coercion? Comment 75. What abyss he enters is entirely his prerogative. Why are there a bunch of fools who cannot even pass a simple abyss incessantly crying out? Comment 101. Ha!
This is too amusing. Even Zhang Yu entering an abyss can spark such a commotion.
Comment 164. After all,
this forum is filled with those who cannot even conquer the abyss, merely idling away their time for entertainment.
Zhang Yu's return to the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss quickly became the talk of the town.
In truth, very few practitioners genuinely wished for Zhang Yu to grow stronger. Some were envious, others were mere spectators, and there were those who secretly hoped for his downfall. Moreover, practitioners from Jianshui City fanned the flames. And the forum was nearly consumed with discussions centered around Zhang Yu. However, this round of discourse did not last long. As news of Zhang Yu's completion was disseminated to all practitioners in Shangyu City within less than 5 hours.
Notice:
congratulations to the professional team of summoners for shattering the historical completion time in the Abyss of the Shrine, Nightmare level. The completion time stands at 5 hours,
21 minutes, and 11 seconds.
The team captain is Zhang Yu, Summoner, accompanied by members Tao Qian, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin, and Chai Yuan, Ranger. This squad has already claimed the historical record gift package. In an instant, a multitude of posts filled the forum, brimming with questions that reflected their astonishment and bewilderment.
Subsequently, within the thread titled Prediction Post, Theoretical Limit Time for the Abyss of the Shrine, a comment quietly emerged. Comment 1084, no need for speculation. I have personally verified that the limit time is 5 hours and 21 minutes.
Of course, if one were to forego hidden tasks and not pursue a perfect completion level, it could potentially be accomplished in 4.5 hours.
The author of this comment is none other than Zhang Yu. Chapter 76, Apologies.
Quickly apologize to my adoptive father.
I have no words. 5 hours. Goodness, how could one be so merciless, leaving no glimmer of hope for the younger generation? Is it an absolute limit? Zhang Yu, an eternal deity. But truly, is this meaningful? You surpassed the extreme time yet received no reward?
It would be more considerate to leave some room for future professionals in Shangyu City.
Indeed, one only knows how to flaunt their superiority,
oblivious to the necessity of paving a path for those who follow. I suspect that future adventurers seeking to conquer the ancestral temple abyss will harbor a deep resentment toward Zhang Yu.
Wait. Did you not notice Zhang Yu mentioning the terms hidden mission and perfect completion? What significance does that hold?
It bears no relevance to me. Amidst the chaotic comments, a response from a verified user emerged. It does matter, and profoundly so. To be frank, you will surely feel remorse for your words.
Ha, impossible. There is nothing that could instill guilt in me.
Just as this comment garnered a multitude of likes, a system notification appeared.
Notice:
Shangyu City Professional Team, Summoner Squad,
has completed the hidden mission of the Nightmare Level Ancestral Temple Abyss. The Red Palanquin and the Red-clad Ghost will no longer appear in the Ancestral Temple Abyss.
Shangyu City Professional Team, Summoner Squad, has perfectly cleared the Nightmare Level Ancestral Temple Abyss. Nightmare Level is the highest difficulty of the Ancestral Temple Abyss.
And all difficulty levels of this abyss have decreased by 20, with rewards increased by 20. Permanently effective.
Achievement badges for perfect Ancestral Temple Abyss completion will be awarded to the 5 professionals within the Shangyu City Summoner Squad.
In the Shangyu City Sanctuary,
a limited-time exclusive Ancestral Temple Gold Card for Summoner Squad members will be available for purchase. Professionals who buy this gold card will receive assistance from the virtual shadow of the cardholder upon entering the Ancestral Temple. Available for purchase for 48 hours.
After which it will be removed.
Price determined by the team members themselves. The silence in the forum was deafening. The System-S announcement caught all professionals in Shangyu City, except for Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng, completely off guard.
Apologize.
Those who just called Zhang Yu selfish and mocked him, hurry and apologize.
You have 3 minutes. If you do not apologize, do not blame me for tracking you down and throwing excrement at your doorstep. Quickly apologize to my adoptive father. Apologize to my biological father. To the one above. You are even more shameless. From now on, whoever dares to insult my adoptive father again, I shall skin them alive. Whoever provokes my adoptive father's wrath, I will personally pay them a visit.
I never knew that perfect completion could yield such rewards.
The difficulty of the Ancestral Temple Abyss has decreased by 20.
And not just for the Nightmare level, but also for the simple, normal, and hard levels, with rewards increased by 20. This is simply absurd.
Not to mention, this is permanently effective.
I can scarcely imagine how many sons Zhang Yu will have in the future. This is utterly ridiculous.
The professionals of Shangyu City must surely revere Zhang Yu. It drives me mad. Why must there be such a mechanism? Laughter erupted uncontrollably, as the jest from the individual above brought forth a wave of amusement.
They must be from Jiangshui City, I chuckled heartily. Your laughter is so exuberant that it has startled my senses, yet it is undeniably delightful, and I too find myself unable to hold back. The forum was once again filled with joyous banter. However, such merriment seems reserved for the professionals of Shangyu City, while the Jiangshui City practitioners silently swallow their anguish. As for Zhang Yu and his companions, having stealthily escaped from the depths of the Ancestral Hall, their mirth was equally boisterous.
Tao Qian was doubled over in laughter.
For the Jiangshui City forum was currently ablaze with criticism directed at Zhou Yun.
The moderators were overwhelmed, unable to contain the deluge of posts. The forum veterans,
while lacking in various skills, were absolute geniuses at roasting others, employing all manner of Zhou Yun's unflattering photographs, sarcastic memes, and biting humor. This brought immense joy to Tao Qian and his friends.
Brother Yu, I must admit, this feeling is utterly exhilarating. When Ren Chengyu chimed in,
I had been worried that in the future, when you faced opposition from the Li family faction, you would regret your earlier stand against Zhou Yun and Li Nan. But now, I am no longer concerned.
Tao Qian is right, this sensation is simply intoxicatingly delightful.
It was rare for one Ren Xingyu to express herself so colorfully. Zhang Yu shook his head. I never anticipated that the perfect completion would entail such a mechanism. Initially, it seemed unrealistic to make Zhou Yun regret his actions in a short span.
One can only say that the red-clad female ghost is the true instigator of this matter.
It was upon re-entering the depths of the Ancestral Hall that I comprehended why the red-clad female ghost had prompted me regarding those 3 matters. Only by vanquishing the green-eyed yellow-furred beast and ensuring the flames within the copper basin remain alight can one truly send the red-clad female ghost away. This is the hidden quest. Send away the red-clad female ghost, who does not belong to the Ancestral Hall steps. This task must be personally indicated by the red-clad female ghost, mere conjecture would not suffice.
Hence, this hidden quest necessitates entering the depths of the ancestral hall twice.
After which one must transport the village chief's coffin to the hall, gathering a total of 4 coffins to fulfill the conditions for a perfect completion. Zheng Yu was aware of the hidden quest but was oblivious to the effects of a perfect completion.
Furthermore, the rewards from the second descent into the ancestral hall's depths far exceeded those from completing other nightmare realms. The hidden quest granted a brilliant treasure chest. Indeed, a brilliant grade chest. It was guaranteed to yield brilliant equipment.
Such equipment is exceedingly rare even at level 40, incomparable to a mere historical record gift package.
The perfect completion awarded 2 rewards, one being an achievement badge.
Perfect Ancestral Hall Depths, Achievement Badge, achieve perfect completion of 2 nightmare level depths.
Achievement Basic Attributes, Intelligence 2. Strength 2, Achievement Special Attributes, 10 Defense against Ghost-type entities.
The effect is commendable, considered quite favorable among achievement badges. The other reward was a golden card privilege. Zheng Yu opened the Sacred Temple Mall, and a notification promptly appeared. You have successfully conquered the Abyss of the Shrine, earning the prestigious Golden Card of the Abyss. Within the next 48 hours, it will be prominently displayed in the shop of Shanyu City. 50% of the proceeds from the sale of the Golden Card will belong to you. Please set the price. Zheng Yu observed that there were indeed 5 golden cards at the top of the shop, each inscribed with their names, currently awaiting pricing and available for sale. He clicked on his golden card. Privilege Golden Card, Summoner Squad. Captain, Zheng Yu, Profession, Summoner, Price, Unpriced, Usage, this card can only be used within the Abyss of the Shrine in Shanyu City. Summoning a phantom of the exclusive profession to assist in battle for 5 minutes. The strength of the phantom will be adjusted according to the difficulty of the Abyss. Note, for use exclusively by practitioners from Shanyu City. Note, for the sole use of the purchaser, non-transferable and non-sellable. This item is quite remarkable. Although it will only be on sale for 48 hours, Zheng Yu estimated it would sell like hotcakes. Practitioners approaching the second stage would undoubtedly purchase it. Young individuals who are not practitioners but have the means might also wish to acquire one. Ding! 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 Zheng Yu's email notifications rang incessantly. He opened his inbox to find a deluge of messages, all addressed to him as adoptive father, with many apologizing directly and pleading for him not to be angry. Beside him, when Ren Xingyu chuckled, I suppose they hope you will set a lower price. What do you intend to set? Tao Qian inquired. Their golden cards were inconsequential, it was unlikely anyone would buy a privilege card for soy sauce. However, determining the price was indeed a significant issue. Yet Zheng Yu remained unperturbed. Why set a price? Tao Qian asked, perplexed. Aren't you selling it? Of course, I intend to sell it. But the matter of pricing should be entrusted to professionals. If I set it too high, people will accuse me of being greedy. If I set it too low, I am not their father, so there is no need for me to incur losses just to attract attention. Thus, this burden must be borne by someone else. With that, Zheng Yu dialed a call to Chai Fong. Chapter 77, We must not dishearten Zheng Yu any further. In the office of Shanyu City, Chai Fong hung up the phone and, with a peculiar smile, turned to Zhang Zhan, saying, I recall you mentioned just a few days ago that Zheng Yu was a young man. Have you ever encountered such a cunning youth? Zhang Zhan chuckled and inquired. Has he entrusted us with the pricing matter? Chai Fong nodded. He informed me that his adoptive father is the most unfortunate figure in history. And he wishes to avoid that role, leaving it to me instead. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhan laughed heartily. This lad is truly amusing. Chai Fong sighed, what can we do? It's rare for a genius to emerge in Shanyu City, we must cater to him well. I shall issue a public announcement shortly, stating that the price was deliberated upon by our mayor's office. Set it at $1 million? That's exorbitant. How many professionals in Shanyu City can afford that sum? Indeed. Those who can muster such funds likely do not require a privilege gold card. How about 500,000 then? That seems reasonable and could potentially boost sales. Nonetheless, even at this price, there will inevitably be some who will complain about it being too expensive. Zhang Zhan waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, with so many complaints.
It's impossible to please everyone. After all, isn't Zhang Yu's intention for us to bear the brunt of this criticism?
I'll indulge him, I shall take this flack. Zhang Zhan remained unconcerned.
What is a little criticism, after all?
In comparison to the benefits Zhang Yu has brought to Shangyu City, this minor issue pales in significance. No one understands better than he the allure of a perfect clearance mechanism and the extent to which it can enhance a city's capabilities. I can already envision how much Shangyu City's overall strength will increase in the coming years.
At noon, the professionals of Shangyu City received a personal announcement from Mayor Zhang Zhan.
It explicitly stated that Zhang Yu had delegated the pricing of the gold card to the mayor's office,
demonstrating both Zhang Yu's trust in Shangyu City and his regard for its professionals.
The pricing was not arbitrary or exorbitant, but rather sought the assistance of experts.
Ultimately, the price was set at 499,999 yuan.
To Zhang Zhan's surprise, instead of facing criticism, the pricing was deemed quite reasonable.
To be honest, it's a bit pricey. But I will purchase it. I too shall buy it.
Not for any other reason, but because Zhang Yu is well aware that many of us envy him, mock him,
and deride him.
Yet, he chooses to repay malice with kindness, relinquishing an opportunity to break records, assisting us in achieving perfect clearance, and providing us with such substantial benefits.
Indeed, let us buy in droves.
I now finally comprehend why the geniuses in the Central State District level up faster than we do. They must have access to the perfect clearance abyss.
However, it's not entirely the case.
I conducted some research, and throughout the 9 provinces,
there are very few who have truly achieved perfect clearance. For the professionals in the Central State District, Phase 2 is merely a transitional stage. Genuine geniuses cannot enter the same Phase 2 abyss twice. The difficulty of Phase 3 abyss escalates exponentially, making perfect clearance even more challenging. Thus only Phase 2 presents a feasible opportunity. Thus, one must make a purchase.
Zhang Yu truly, he is so warm, it brings me to tears.
I must buy it, without a doubt. However, 500,000 is still quite steep.
One must act within their means. For those who can elevate to the second stage, 500,000 is not exorbitant. Others should consider their family circumstances before making a purchase, as a gesture of gratitude towards Zhang Yu.
Indeed.
We cannot behave like those practitioners from Jiangshui City. Zhang Yu has already been disheartened once, we must not cause him further disappointment.
Quite right.
The gold card was sold out in an instant, with over 100 units flying off the shelves. It is important to note that 500,000 is no trifling sum. Those who can readily part with such a significant amount are either affluent or seasoned practitioners who have begun to reap rewards.
Moreover, this number continues to rise.
The unity among the practitioners in Shangyu City has deeply touched Zhang Zhan. My efforts to bring Zhang Yu here were not in vain.
You have my sincere gratitude.
In stark contrast to the joyous camaraderie and solidarity of Shangyu City, Jiangshui City is steeped in despondency, immensely so. Inside the Cold Street Abyss Hall, the record bearing Zhang Yu's name stands out ostentatiously. Everywhere, one encounters practitioners familiar with Zhang Yu classmates, and even bystanders who once mocked him, nearly joining his ranks.
Naturally, Wu Zong and Li Feng have opted to lay low. The predominant topic among all practitioners is Zhang Yu. One laments.
How splendid it would be if Zhang Yu had remained with us.
Indeed.
That flawless mechanism for clearing levels makes one envious to the core, reducing difficulty by 20 while enhancing rewards by 20, along with the privileges of the gold card.
Ensures a solid footing for the second stage.
It is hard to fathom how much the strength of Shangyu City will escalate due to this dungeon.
Alas. Enough of this. The envy is unbearable.
Shangyu City has Zhang Zhan first, and then Zhang Yu.
What do we have in Jiangshui City? Only Zhou de Yuan Zhong. Let us not speak of him, it brings ill fortune.
Were it not for him, Zhang Yu would not have departed. I have heard that Zhang Yu's grandfather passed away due to the government's failure to provide timely assistance, leaving him unable to afford medicine.
Is that true?
It was mentioned on the forum.
Sai Zhou de Yuan Zhong is truly despicable. In the Jiangshui City office, Zhou Yun is attempting to meditate. However,
his secretary can discern his agitation from the pronounced veins on his forehead.
After a moment's hesitation,
The secretary speaks candidly. The administrator has stated that the posts cannot be deleted. If it becomes unmanageable, we may have to temporarily shut down the forum.
Additionally,
Minister Lee from the Resource Department has instructed me to inform you that he has matters to attend to and needs to return to the faction.
Recently, the Resource Department requires your assistance in management. Is there anything else? Yes. Zhou Yun's veins throb slightly more. The faction has rejected your request regarding the Abyss. Next matter. Zhou Yun interrupts the secretary.
The 14 specialists who were dismissed have jointly appealed to the provincial district, which requires you to provide them with a response.
That is enough.
Zhou Yun abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot veins adorning his sclera, clearly indicating a restless night.
None of them seem to allow me a moment's peace.
If those incompetent programmers cannot comprehend the task at hand, they ought to be dismissed.
And those foolish so-called experts, do I owe them a response? What gives them the right to appeal? Does Li Nan truly believe he has me under his thumb? Were it not for his fortunate lineage? Who does he think he is? Creating a mess and then walking away unscathed? And that Jiang Yu? Just a mere summoner. Does he really consider himself a paragon of virtue, daring to confront me?
Zhou Yun shouted without restraint, venting his frustrations.
However,
his ire was not solely directed at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was merely the catalyst. At level 45, he had yet to align with any faction. And though he had momentarily basked in Li Nan's favor, he now found himself entangled with the obstinate Jiang Yu. He had hoped that the reputation he garnered would smoothly facilitate his entry into a faction and allow him to form a team to delve into the abyss. Yet, he was met with rejection. The faction had never regarded him with any significance. Zhou Yun felt as though he had not experienced a single moment of ease in these years. A surge of grievance, anger, and sorrow overwhelmed him. Even this formidable individual found himself succumbing to emotional turmoil amidst such trivial matters. Fortunately, this outburst lasted nearly a fleeting minute. He tidied his tousled hair and, regaining his composure, calmly stated, "It doesn't matter, it truly doesn't. As long as I persist until level 50, all these dissonant voices will vanish." He dismissed Jiang Yu as merely a summoner while he was destined to become the cornerstone of the realm, awakening at level 50. A perfect clearance? Ha! A mere second phase of the abyss, and you dare to grumble about the mayor you rely upon? Once I successfully awaken, the more vehemently they insult me now, the greater their regret will be in the future. As Zhou Yun spoke, he turned to his secretary, questioning, "Do you not believe me?" The secretary maintained a serene expression. "I believe you." Yet, her eyes betrayed a hint of resignation. Chapter 78, Radiant Equipment. The Ethereal Staff. In a span of merely 2 days, 335 gold cards were sold. For a relatively small city like Shangyu, it is no small feat to have 335 professionals willing to part with 500,000 each to acquire a gold card. This is particularly remarkable given that professionals constitute just 10 of the general population. Moreover, most professionals are acutely aware of their limitations. Realizing that they cannot enter the abyss at stage 2, therefore, purchasing Jiang Yu's gold card would hold little value for them. Additionally, those affluent professionals who have already transcended to stage 2 find themselves in no need of such a card. In essence, those at stage 2 and those aspiring to ascend to stage 2 have bought nearly all that they could. After all, fewer than 10 professionals manage to emerge from Shangyu as stage 3 each year. With 335 cards sold at 500,000 each, the total revenue amounts to an astounding 1,675 billion. Consequently, Jiang Yu's share reaches an impressive 83.75 million. Staring at the staggering figure in his account, Jiang Yu felt a sense of disbelief. It appeared that achieving a modest goal was indeed not insurmountable. His account not only displayed over 80 million, resources had been allocated from the provincial region just the day before, comprising a complete set of level 10 golden equipment and a full set of level 20 golden gear. Jiang Yu opted to exchange this equipment for a plethora of enhancement stones and forging stones, as he found the level 20 golden equipment, while individually valued at 1 million each, unnecessary for his current needs. Having completed 2 nightmare-level abyssal pulpits, he managed to gather the 4-piece set of the yellowskin gear, the top, bottom, hat, and gloves. His ring was the cursed ring. while his bracelet was the sole bracelet obtained from the collective of vengeful spirits. The bracelet is platinum grade, and the Yellowskin set is golden grade, both being level 20 gear, surpassing the value of the scattered level 20 equipment from the provincial allocation. In other words, Zhang Yu was not particularly in need of the resources discovered by the province. The total value of these resources even paled in comparison to the 80 million dividends from the gold cards. However, what he sought was in attitude. Moreover, these resources rightfully belonged to him, and even if he had no need for them, he could not simply give them away. The market price for an enhancement stone is 200,000, as is that of a forging stone.
After making his application,
he converted the equipment into 250 enhancement stones and 250 forging stones based on the valuation of 50 million for Stage 1 and 50 million for Stage 2 equipment, supplemented by an additional 20 million in cash. Zhang Yu found himself with a modest goal and a substantial cache of enhancement and forging stones,
with materials prepared.
All that remained was to see what the hidden treasure chest would yield. He took out the radiant treasure chest awarded from the hidden quest of the nightmare-level abyssal pulpit,
feeling a surge of excitement.
At the Sacred Temple auction house, the lowest grade radiant equipment on auction was a pair of warrior trousers at level 30. Sold for 3 modest golds, purchased 4 years ago by a wealthy heir surnamed Wang.
To date,
level 20 radiant equipment has yet to appear in the auction house, priceless and without market. The enhancement stones and forging stones were specifically prepared for this level 20 radiant equipment. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, slightly exhilarated as he opened the treasure chest.
Buzz, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the treasure chest. You have opened a radiant level treasure chest and obtained the weapon, Ancient Phantasmal Staff LV-20, radiant level, a weapon?
Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy.
And a staff, no less. Could I be this fortunate?
He had already assembled nearly a full set of level 20 gear, the 4-piece set of yellow fur, the Shadow God boots, the Shadow God bracelet, along with the lingering grudge ring he could still equip.
The only missing piece from his jewelry set was the ice crystal pendant necklace.
But that did not significantly impair his combat effectiveness. However, the staff remained a mere level 10 weapon.
To his astonishment,
he had drawn a weapon from the radiant level treasure chest, and it was fortuitously a staff. This also spared him the need for a forging tool. The staff exhibited an ethereal appearance, crowned with a crystal orb the size of a fist, within which resided a power so illusory that even Zhang Yu felt its presence. Weapon, Ancient Phantasmal Staff, required level, 20, class requirement, staff mastery, grade, radiant, attributes, intelligence 450, casting speed 50.
Elemental damage 80, equipment effect, the phantasmal staff can absorb elemental power. When elemental power reaches 100, it releases the active skill, Phantasm. Phantasm, the next skill released will copy an identical Phantasm skill, which possesses 80 of the original skill's strength. Forging, 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes, no runes embedded. Phantasm, copying skills. Zhang Yu's smile gradually widened.
For a summoner, their summoned beasts are akin to their skills.
Does this not imply
the ability to replicate a summoned beast? Although it possesses only 80 of the strength,
even an 80 strength warbull would be more than sufficient to trouble an opponent. Excellent, splendid. Truly worthy of being radiant level equipment.
Zhang Yu estimated that if he did not encounter superior gear by the 3rd stage, the skill replicating phantasmal staff would serve him well for quite some time.
Its strength is commendable. Time to forge some gear.
Having confirmed the strength of the phantasmal staff, Zhang Yu resolved to craft some equipment. The forging stones and enhancement stones consumed in the process would not go to waste. Once he acquired replacement gear, he could sell them at the auction house, where their value would be assessed based on their crafting extent.
Current crafting endeavors would always find buyers. Radiant level equipment is sure to attract interest.
Zhang Yu made his way directly to the Holy Temple of Shanyu City. The hall serves as a place for class transitions, where newcomers become professionals. As the transition season had already passed, the area was relatively deserted. The 2nd floor housed the offices of various guilds.
Zhang Yu had never ventured to the 2nd floor,
as there was no summoner guild. This time, he intended to descend to the basement level, the exclusive forging area of the temple.
Taking the elevator down, he arrived in a basement that was significantly warmer than the outside. A staff member greeted Zhang Yu, politely inquiring, Are you here to forge equipment or enhance it? Both. Are there any craftsmen available for appointments? Zheng Yu shook his head. The staff glanced at the computer and replied, currently, 3 craftsmen are in a state of availability. Zheng Yu inquired, what are the charges? Could you kindly elaborate on the level and quality of the equipment you wish to forge? The fees charged by the craftsmen vary based on these factors. Lacking substantial knowledge regarding equipment forging, Zheng Yu directly asked, is there a distinction? There is indeed a significant distinction. Whether it is enhancement, forging, refinement, or gem inlaying, there is always a certain probability of failure. However, the higher the level of the craftsman, the greater the success rate. For instance, if your equipment is of level 10, a level 5 craftsman will invariably have a lower success rate compared to a level 10 craftsman. Additionally, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more forging materials will be required. Naturally, we hope that practitioners in Shangyu City can conserve forging materials as much as possible. Therefore, I need to select a craftsman based on the quality and level of your equipment. Forging is a profession, and a rather unique one at that. It is a vocation that can yield substantial earnings without the need to delve into the abyss. The only similarity it shares with other professions is that they are more greatly constrained by their innate talents. After listening to the staff's explanation, Zheng Yu promptly produced the ancient illusion staff. I wish to forge this weapon. It is level 20 and of resplendent quality, the ancient illusion staff. Upon Zheng Yu's introduction, the staff was momentarily taken aback before confirming, resplendent quality? Zheng Yu nodded in affirmation, indeed, resplendent quality. Are there any craftsmen in Shangyu City capable of forging this weapon? The staff, upon examining the illusion staff and verifying its resplendent quality, quickly remarked, please hold on for a moment. Chapter 79, A Butchery of Relentless Slaughter. The blacksmith had not awaited a call, instead, he received a telephone call from Chai Fong. If you wish to forge equipment, why did you not consult me first? Allow me to make the arrangements, Chai Fong suggested. Zheng Yu chuckled. I was unaware that the process of forging equipment was so intricate. I assumed that as long as I had the materials and the equipment, seeking out a blacksmith would suffice. Little did I know that an appointment was necessary. According to the staff member, there was but a solitary 4-star blacksmith in the city of Shangyu, whose professional level could be estimated between levels 30 and 40. This blacksmith was the only one who had crafted equipment of the brilliant grade. Clearly, the staff could not handle the situation alone and sought assistance from Chai Fong, who subsequently reached out to Zheng Yu. Rest assured, I shall make the arrangements. Please hold for a moment. Within 10 minutes of hanging up, Zheng Yu beheld a robust man, approximately in his 40s, emerging. Upon seeing Zheng Yu, the man appeared momentarily surprised by his youthfulness. He then inquired directly, brilliant grade? Zheng Yu nodded and presented the illusory spirit staff to him. It indeed was a piece of brilliant grade equipment. Though it was only level 20, its quality was considered top tier. How many materials have you prepared? The man scrutinized Zheng Yu and, after a brief silence, murmured to himself, it stands to reason. Acquiring such a premium weapon in the second stage does not come without expense. I am Mangzhen, a 4-star blacksmith, he introduced himself. He then informed Zheng Yu. The forging of this equipment will incur costs based on the success rate. A detailed fee schedule will be provided to you shortly. The charges may be rather steep, however. I presume you are not short on funds. Zheng Yu nodded. As long as the fees are not exorbitant, I can manage. With 400 forging stones, I can guarantee the equipment will reach level 11. If luck is on our side, it may even attain level 13. The forging fee for level 11 is approximately 2 million, while for level 13, it will be around 3 million. As for the 400 enhancement stones, I cannot assure how far they will enhance the equipment, but in my experience, a level 20 brilliant grade piece can typically reach around level 8. The enhancement process tends to be more costly, with fees around 4 million. Zheng Yu calculated, noting that the total would be just under 10 million, and he nodded. That is not too excessive. Mangzhen could not help but jest, in comparison to the over 100 million worth of materials you possess. This forging cost is indeed quite reasonable. Follow me. Mangzhen, clutching the staff, led Zheng Yu into a forging room. The room was expansive. dominated by a colossal machine emitting steam with a rhythmic hissing sound.
Within the forging chamber, numerous individuals, more than 30, were engaged in rapid activity. This was somewhat unexpected for Zhang Yu. He had presumed that the process of enhancement in forging would be simpler than he imagined, not realizing the necessity of so many hands and machines. Hold on, Mangjin clapped his hands, signaling the apprentices to cease their tasks. From today onward, we shall forge this weapon, putting all other matters on hold. An apprentice inquired, what about Zhang Yang's golden-level warrior's great sword? Shouldn't we attend to it? Mangjin replied, no worries, he won't lodge a complaint against us. Zhang Yu, who overheard, speculated that it must be a directive from Chai Feng. At that moment, he found himself rather enjoying this sense of privilege. The strongest blacksmith in Shangyu City had paused the forging plans of others to prioritize his own. Zhang Yu thus comprehended Zhou Yun's perspective. In this world where power reigns supreme, Zhou Yun had never encountered a weaker individual daring to oppose him so boldly. Noticing the slight confusion among the other apprentices, Mangjin presented Zhang Yu's resplendent level staff. You are fortunate to have the opportunity to handle a resplendent level piece during your apprenticeship. From now on, our focus will be on crafting this resplendent level staff, so everyone, stay alert. He then explained to Zhang Yu, our advancement as blacksmiths comes from forging equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the experience gained. Do not be misled by the millions in forging fees I collected from you. I am hardly making a profit. One could say I merely charged you the cost price. Zhang Yu, aware of his limited understanding of the equipment forging process, refrained from probing further and simply asked, when can I retrieve the equipment? In a week, Mangjin replied. All right. Zhang Yu handed over the forging stones and enhancement stones to Mangjin, agreeing to return in a week to collect his equipment. He harbored no concerns about them misappropriating his materials. Firstly, blacksmiths are bound by professional ethics. Any private appropriation or substandard workmanship would incur severe penalties from the sanctuary. Secondly, the entire forging process is recorded. Ordinary individuals cannot enter the workshop, and the forging chamber lies directly beneath the sanctuary, ensuring that no one but Zhang Yu, as the material's owner, can remove anything that does not belong to them. Safety is of utmost priority. While awaiting the completion of the equipment, Zhang Yu planned to venture into the abyss once more, aiming to elevate his level to the third stage. During his previous second venture into the temple abyss, he had garnered a reward of 100,000 experience points for clearing it, in addition to various experience rewards from the abyssal spirits, totaling around 70,000 to 80,000. His level had risen to 19, just in time to tackle a second stage abyss. I recommend the film studio, suggested Kuing as they discussed the next abyss plan in the villa. Like the temple abyss, the film studio also features ghostly creatures, and I believe we can confidently clear it. Tao Qian did not oppose but remarked with a peculiar expression. Do you think Zhang Yu would lack assurance entering any second stage nightmare level abyss? They were currently deliberating which abyss would yield greater rewards, rather than focusing on difficulty. Kuing persisted in her stance, stating, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Brother Yu's prowess is indeed formidable. But if we must choose one abyss, I recommend the most reliable option. That makes sense, Zhang Yu acknowledged. Kuing, pleased, asked, so, will you choose the film studio? Zhang Yu did not respond. When Ren Qingjiu proposed to venture into the abyss of darkness, reasoning that this realm, steeped in shadows, likely offers greater rewards. Likely? Is there any concrete data? Chai Yun inquired. When Ren Qingjiu produced her laptop and remarked, by referencing strategies from other difficulty levels, it becomes evident that the rewards from the difficult abyss of the film studio pale in comparison to those of the abyss of darkness. Moreover, the abyss of darkness is teeming with monsters, resulting in a comparatively richer experience. When Ren Qingjiu had her own ulterior motives. Since this was to be their final opportunity to cling to Zhang Yu, maximizing their benefits was imperative rather than merely securing a safe passage. Zhang Yu then looked up and asked, there are many monsters in the abyss of darkness? When Ren Qingjiu affirmed, indeed, it is a realm of dark insectoid creatures. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, so, they lack intelligence? Although when Ren Qingjiu was perplexed by Zhang Yu's question, she cautiously replied. The insectoid species possesses a queen and exhibits social behaviors, they cannot be deemed mindless.
However, in the second stage abyss, we are unlikely to encounter the queen. Zhang Yu nodded.
Then there is no issue.
Let us choose the abyss of darkness. After 2 rounds of cerebral challenges, I feel fatigued.
It is time for a match devoid of scheming or deduction, a pure slaughterfest focused solely on brute force and carnage. Chapter 80, Jixia and Quan Dai and Songxia Shosha having resolved to venture into the abyss of the Dark Valley, preparations were set in motion, encompassing strategies, supplies, food,
tents, and more.
During the days spent awaiting the revitalization of their summoned beasts, Zhang Yu and his companions kept themselves occupied.
The first order of business for the adults was to obtain their driver's licenses.
With newfound wealth, the desire to purchase a car and enhance their quality of life became paramount. The last time they traveled to the sanctuary, they endured an hour-long bus ride, which was less than ideal. As a result, they were bestowed with new Japanese names. Tao Qian became Jixia and Quan Dai, when Ren Qingyu was renamed Songxia Shosha, and Zhang Yu adopted the moniker Chibu Shihua.
Neither Chai Yun nor Koing pursued a driver's license.
Koing was hindered by her identity issues, while Chai Yun already possessed a Japanese name from a year prior, Koer Wu Si Lang. In the grand hall of the abyss of the Dark Valley, Zhang Yu, still vexed from his experience at the driving school,
was eager to enter the abyss to shift his mood. Even the most skilled professionals could find themselves chastised by their instructors.
It was said that Zhang Zhan had once learned to drive at this very institution, where a photograph of him crashing into a tree after mistaking the brake for the accelerator still adorned the walls, ironically serving as a promotional emblem for the school.
Zhang Yu, you can do it.
As he awaited Tao Qian to complete the necessary formalities for entering the abyss, a group of adventurers in the distance called out encouragement to him. Zhang Yu politely nodded in acknowledgement, responding to their cheers.
Following the gold card incident,
he had inadvertently risen to become the second most renowned adventurer, aside from Zhang Zhan, albeit primarily in Shangyu City, and to some extent, Jiangshui City as well.
However,
the sentiments of the adventurers in Shangyu City towards Zhang Yu were marked by gratitude and respect, considering that his flawless completion of challenges had essentially secured the city's future rapid development.
In contrast, the feelings among Jiangshui City's adventurers were far more complex, rife with jealousy, regret, and resentment aimed at Zhang Yu for his departure. Nonetheless,
these emotions were of little concern to Zhang Yu. Ultimately, they would only reflect back on the instigator, Zhou Yun.
Especially after the gold card incident.
The forums of Jiangshui City had been shut down, indicating that the seemingly calm Zhou Yun was, in fact, growing anxious.
This was a sight Zhang Yu relished.
Devoid of sympathy for anyone, without the burden of a saintly heart, his mental state had significantly improved.
Observing the increasing number of adventurers outside,
it seemed that news of their undertaking in the abyss of the Dark Valley had spread through the forums.
Zhang Yu, summoner, let us make haste.
Tao Qian, monk, all set, we can enter the abyss at any time.
Zhang Yu, summoner, excellent, are we all prepared? When Ren Qingyu, assassin, okay. Koing, assassin ready, captain.
Chai Yun, ranger prepared, captain.
Zhang Yu, summoner, let us go in.
Entering the abyss of the Dark Valley, nightmare level, please wait.
The transport beam enveloped Zhang Yu and the other 4 companions, and in the blink of an eye,
they vanished from the grand hall of the abyss of the Dark Valley. Those adventurers who had gathered to witness the spectacle were left disappointed,
having missed the moment of Zhang Yu's entry into the abyss. Regrettably, I have missed the opportunity.
Among the ranks of professionals, there exists a peculiar belief: if one can capture a photograph with a deity during the teleportation beam at the highest difficulty abyss,
fortune will favor them in their next endeavor. Though this notion is steeped in superstition and lacks any substantiating evidence,
it is the very pillars of this world's professional community that hold the most fervent faith in such beliefs. Some practitioners even pay homage at temples before opening treasure chests, seeking out masters for a cyber ritual of blessings. These masters, often priests of supportive vocations, epitomize the pinnacle of their craft.
Absurd yet reasonable. No matter, having missed the entrance, I can await the emergence of Zhang Yu and his companions. The outcome will be akin. The pressing question remains: when will Zhang Yu emerge?
The fastest record for the difficult level of the Dark Abyss is a staggering 27 hours. The nightmare level is likely to take longer, yet, considering Zhang Yu's prowess and his approach to clearing levels, one cannot dismiss the possibility of an unexpected breakthrough. I shall not depart, I will remain here. Essential survival gear for practitioners includes tents, cooking utensils, and sleeping bags. Unless one is a speed-focused deity like Zhang Yu. Most practitioners prefer a steady approach. Even after battling a wave of monsters, they can rest for a day in place. Such outdoor survival tools are indispensable. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the dark abyss, where a group of practitioners spread their bedding in the hall to sleep or gathered in small circles to play cards. Biding their time for Zhang Yu's arrival, eager to capture a photograph with him. It was reminiscent of fervent fans awaiting their idol. Photographs of practitioners congregating in Shangyu City circulated through forums, reaching Jiangshui City and beyond. Far from being ridiculed, they instead garnered envy. The practitioners of Shangyu City had stumbled upon remarkable fortune, first achieving a flawless clearance of the two-stage abyss at a reduced difficulty, followed by Zhang Yu's golden card. Priced at a mere 500,000. Now, even the chance to ride on this wave of luck appeared to be theirs alone. The envious expressed their exhaustion. Of course, some voiced skepticism. Is this truly meaningful? It's evident you are a novice who has never ventured into the abyss. The experience of perusing strategies and actually entering the abyss is profoundly different. Only those who have faced the abyss comprehend the significance of superstition. In the face of life and death, even the most esoteric of actions cannot be overlooked by a true professional. Zhang Yu is the kind of individual who can guarantee a clearance of the nightmare level abyss before even entering. It is worth it, even as a follower. Perhaps Zhang Yu could not have fathomed how renowned he had become in the cities surrounding Shangyu and Jiangshui. He was blissfully unaware, for he was presently engulfed in darkness, contemplating the task that lay ahead. Task: you are a member of the combat unit led by Captain Hank. Having just completed an exploration mission, you find yourselves en route when a torrential downpour obstructs the only exit. Your current task is to escape from here. Zhang Yu gazed at the system prompt that had appeared before him. As darkness gradually dissipated, several indistinct figures began to materialize before him. He could hear the howling wind surrounding him and the relentless downpour striking the ground, as the temperature plummeted, enveloping him in a sense of dampness and cold. This was a phenomenon indicative of an impending descent into the abyss. The abyss of the Dark Valley was a rare instance of a narrative-driven chasm, where predetermined identities and missions awaited its explorers. Hey, wake up, we must leave quickly, or those pests will block our way, a deep voice urged. Zhang Yu felt himself being assisted upright. Once he regained control over his body, he recognized his benefactor Edmund. Zhang Yu was well acquainted with this individual, who was noted in the strategy guide for the Dark Valley as the only combat team member exhibiting goodwill towards adventurers. Thank you, Zhang Yu expressed with politeness. Edmund, wearing a serious expression, replied, "What are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. Without your help, I would be buried beneath the rubble of the collapse." This is not the time for conversation. The captain has decided to press on, circumventing this area and heading southeast in hopes of finding an exit. Southeast? Zhang Yu recalled the guide's mention that this direction would lead to no escape and would only waste valuable time. More critically, there were no lucrative pests to hunt in that direction, merely low-value, inexperienced creatures. "You go," called a voice from behind Tao Qian, alongside Wen Renqingyu was also part of this team. Just then, a sharp command pierced the air, "Hey! You lot, get away from there!" A colossal insect emerged from the darkness, charging towards Zhang Yu and his companions. "Watch out!" Edmund positioned himself in front of Zhang Yu, attempting to shield him from the giant insect's assault, while nearby NPC team members swiftly drew their firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the creature. However, the bullet struck the insect's body only to be repelled by a translucent membrane, inflicting no harm. Prepared for this encounter, Zhang Yu had already summoned the Goblin General in advance. Chapter 81, My apologies, would you kindly expire for a moment? Boom! The colossal insect posed no threat to Edmund, as it was intercepted by a burly goblin general mounted on a giant wolf. With a single strike, the creature, impervious to bullets, was sent hurtling away, crashing into the rocks behind, shattering upon impact and erupting into a splatter of green ichor. It was a violently decisive blow, Kill alien worm LV-20, experience gained, 741. The experience garnered was disappointingly low, a fact Zheng Yu was well aware of. The Dark Abyss teams with creatures, yet their individual prowess is rather feeble,
resulting in minimal experience points.
However, this weakness is relative. Compared to the current Goblin General, these creatures lack strength, rendering them ineffective against seasoned adventurers.
Yet,
the insects swarm in numbers within the depths of the Dark Abyss.
Limited experience.
High difficulty. This epitomizes the reason why few adventurers from Shanyu City opt for the treacherous Dark Abyss.
The sudden turn of events astonished the surrounding NPC teammates,
their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Particularly, the member who had previously urged them to depart in haste was now taken aback, exclaiming,
"When did you awaken your powers?"
Such phenomena are characteristic of the Dark Abyss. Both NPCs and monsters here possess unique abilities. The Goblin General summoned by Zheng Yu was perceived by them as a manifestation of such powers. The bewilderment and astonishment displayed by the teammates were experiences every adventurer entering the Dark Abyss encounters, a rite of passage, if you will.
In Shanyu City,
the Dark Abyss is often described as an exhilarating journey through a narrative perspective.
Were it not for the overwhelming strength and numbers of the insectoid foes, the Dark Abyss would undoubtedly be the most entertaining realm to explore. Within its depths, one could showcase their skills with abandon. Any display would elicit gasps of awe from fellow teammates, even if one were an adventurer with mere F-class aptitude in reality. Executing a simple spinning slash would provoke exaggerated reactions, immensely satisfying one's vanity. To be frank, it was this very commentary that initially compelled Zheng Yu to make the choice to venture into the Dark Abyss, driven by curiosity. In retrospect, the assessment proved accurate,
as these unsophisticated NPCs exhibited the expected responses. However, the thrill of showing off in front of NPCs offered only a moderate level of gratification.
Yet,
the spectacle was not over. Zheng Yu interrupted the NPC teammates, who were still eager to express their astonishment, and pointed towards the darkened entrance.
Moments later, a cacophony erupted from within. Buzzing, dozens of enormous insects were advancing. Damn!
Hank cursed under his breath, then lifted his machine gun, unleashing a volley of fire at the alien worms that had just emerged from the shadows.
Unlike the other teammates' attacks, Hank's bullets radiated a bluish-purple hue,
and upon striking the alien worms, they unleashed arcs of violet electricity, piercing through the creature's membranous shields to secure the kill. Captain Hank was also an extraordinary being. He is one of the two extraordinary beings within the entire team. The other extraordinary being is the vice-captain, the very individual who just urged Zheng Yu. He brandishes a crimson steel blade, charging into the swarm of insects.
Zheng Yu is anxious. No, these are my insects. My experience. Fire Dragon.
The experience from a single insect is minimal, but 30 insects yield a staggering 20,000 experience points. To level up from level 19 to 20 requires 175,000 experience points, so 30,000 experience is indeed substantial.
Boom, the dual-element Fire Dragon emerges,
illuminating the entire cavern and revealing the insect horde, igniting them in flames and transforming them into a veritable display of fireflies.
The fiery aura draws all the insects into the realm of the dual-element Fire Dragon. Competing for experience with the dual-element Fire Dragon? Impossible.
This is precisely the forte of the dual-element Fire Dragon when confronting such swarming foes.
-14, 247. -12, 578. -12, 225. -13, 567. Waves of damage exceeding 10,000 appear densely among the horde.
The alien insects, already frail, capable of being crushed by a single blow from a Goblin General,
simply cannot withstand this onslaught. They are incinerated instantly.
Within the shrine's abyss, ghostly entities possess a 50% damage reduction, making the flames seem less formidable.
However, in the depths of the Dark Valley, this is the true damage the dual-element Fire Dragon is capable of. This is still without Zheng Yu having upgraded his equipment. He is still wielding the gear from level 10.
Should he ascend to level 20 and equip the illusory spirit staff, the damage would be even greater.
Killed alien insect LV-20, gained 774 experience. Killed alien insect LV-20, gained 658 experience. Killed alien insect LV-20, gained 794 experience. Killed alien insect LV-20, gained 702 experience. Each insect yields approximately 700 experience points. This is under the Nightmare level Abyss difficulty. And even after annihilating an entire wave, he barely earned 20,000 experience points. Not much, but exceedingly satisfying. Zhang Yu wears a contented expression, relishing the exhilaration of mowing down foes effortlessly. Previously, whether battling the frost corpses or the ghostly phantoms, continuous burning was necessary to eliminate a wave of enemies before the dual-element fire dragon's energy was expended. However, against the insect horde, as soon as they enter the fiery aura, they perish instantly. This is the true essence of a one-hit kill. The sensation is indeed far more gratifying. Most importantly, under the influence of the Axiom Arc Hex enhancement rune, even before the wave is completely incinerated, his energy is already replenished. In the depths of the Dark Valley Abyss, the dual-element fire dragon seems capable of maintaining genuine continuous output. The energy is abundant, practically inexhaustible. With the insects vanquished, the surroundings fell silent. All eyes upon Zhang Yu, and the dual-element fire dragon at his side. You are incredibly strong, Edmund remarked weakly. He suddenly felt that his protective stance in front of Zhang Yu was somewhat unnecessary. Zhang Yu, however, earnestly patted Edmund's shoulder and said, "Thank you." Regardless of whether the individual is an NPC or not, and irrespective of the narrative framework, the selfless act of shielding comrades from harm and the character trait of gratitude are qualities that Zhang Yu deeply admires. He turned to face Captain Hank, who was also scrutinizing him. This individual is a pivotal NPC within the depths of the Dark Valley. Many plotlines hinge upon his decisions. However, this captain, bearing the rank of lieutenant, is notoriously obstinate and frequently makes rather foolish choices. Naturally, such decisions can only be deemed foolish from the perspective of the seasoned professionals like Zhang Yu. Hank regarded Zhang Yu and stated, "Let us proceed southeast. The sounds of battle will attract more pests." Zhang Yu, however, voiced his dissent. "We ought to return." Return? Though Zhang Yu was defying a superior's order. His earlier display of prowess tempered Hank's anger, prompting him to inquire, "What is your reasoning?" Zhang Yu shook his head, replying, "You wouldn't heed or believe my reasoning. Should I reveal that heading southeast will lead you to a dead end, necessitating a return? It would not only waste my time but also that of the insects." Hank glared at Zhang Yu, questioning, "How do you know this?" Zhang Yu shrugged, "See, I told you wouldn't believe me." Hank, incensed by Zhang Yu's demeanor, bellowed, "Private, do not presume to defy me simply because you have awakened your abilities. I am your captain and a lieutenant here. Immediately execute my orders." Hank was unwilling to engage in further discourse with Zhang Yu, intent on asserting his authority as the leader. Zhang Yu sighed, realizing that, as noted in the challenging strategy guide, this Lieutenant Hank was as unyielding as wood, bound to follow his own plan, first heading southeast, then turning back, and subsequently delving deeper into the Dark Valley. This was a hurdle that had consistently thwarted progress in the challenging guide. However, Zhang Yu had a solution at hand. He looked at Hank and smiled, saying, "You are correct. Yet, what I require is a team devoid of a captain or a lieutenant. I apologize. But could you kindly die for a moment?" he inquired politely. Meanwhile, the goblin general behind them had already initiated a charge. Chapter 82, Letting Go of the Desire to Help. Respecting the fate of others. Turning against others is the most effective method for resolving interpersonal relationships. Faced with the obstinate Hank, Zhang Yu made the choice to eliminate him. As for the subsequent plot, it was already determined to be a straightforward endeavor. So what need was there for elaborate storytelling? Were it not for the fact that saving each NPC teammate would yield a portion of rewards, Zhang Yu would have considered exterminating everyone except Edmund. Thus, Zhang Yu made a pragmatic decision to forego the rewards associated with Hank in order to preserve the others, conserving time and enabling him to vanquish more Zerg, thereby accumulating greater experience. Most importantly, without Hank's demise, there was no hope of completing the Nightmare level Abyss. There had once been adventurers equipped with resurrection crosses who attempted to venture into the Nightmare level Abyss and produced a half-baked strategy. The crux of it was that Hank's decisions would irrevocably sever any hope of their escape. As for achieving a perfect clearance,
Zhang Yu, having experienced the shrine abyss, knew all too well that without the guidance of the red-clad ghost, it was impossible to meet all conditions for a flawless completion. This explained why, despite the multitude of geniuses in the 9 provinces, there were so few who had perfectly cleared the abyss. Firstly, it required the most formidable difficulty level. Secondly, one needed to execute every step flawlessly. Achieving either was no small feat. Consequently, Zhang Yu abandoned the notion of a perfect clearance of the dark abyss, turning his attention instead to the vast hoard of Zerg. His initial plan was to eliminate Hank and disregard those inconsequential side quests. Presently, Zhang Yu was solely focused on grinding. You've lost your mind. Hank barely managed to fend off the Goblin General's charge while cursing furiously. As the surrounding teammates sensed the brewing discord and were about to intervene, a shadowy figure appeared behind the vice-captain. A poisoned dagger, glinting ominously, was pressed against the vice-captain's throat. "Hush, speak not a word, lest I sever your throat," when Ren Qingyu spoke in a low tone. The assassin's backstab skill, combined with that golden-tiered dagger, was truly formidable. Frankly speaking, the seemingly inconspicuous individuals accompanying Zhang Yu possessed impressive strength, even if their innate talents were not remarkable. 3 rewards from Nightmare-level Abyss had elevated their power beyond that of their peers. Tao Qian brandished a monk's staff, golden light emanating around him, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. As the staff struck the ground, the earth cracked with a series of fissures, showcasing his formidable presence. Another ability user. When Ren Qingyu and Ke Ying's backstab, along with Tao Qian's sound mantra, and Chayan's bow glowing with white light, all revealed their extraordinary nature. In that moment, the NPC teammates were left uncertain whether they should intervene. "Who are you?" Hank demanded, his countenance dark as he continued to fend off the Goblin General's onslaught. Zhang Yu offered no response, merely gesturing with his hand. The twin magic fire serpent also joined the fray. Zhang Yu's directive was to resolve the matter swiftly. The twin magic fire serpent reared its head and unleashed flames into the sky, then inhaled deeply, drawing in all surrounding fire into its belly, accumulating fire elements to unleash its most potent damage skill, Dragon-S Breath. A gust of wind surged as 2 torrents of fire hurtled towards Hank. Instinctively sensing the impending danger, Hank attempted to break free, only to discover that tendrils had ensnared his feet, binding him firmly to the ground. He felt his joints stiffening, an excruciating chill creeping through his entire being. Simultaneously, the Goblin General began to channel his energy. The dual blasts of fire struck Hank with devastating force. 48781. Minus 47,945. The combined damage approached a staggering 100,000. Accompanied by the searing agony of the flames, Hank's health plummeted. The Goblin General's charged strike landed with precision. Bang! A heavy blow struck Hank's chest. Then, after 30 years of fish slaughtering, my heart is as cold as my blade. The taunt echoed as the strikes rained down, 3 rapid blows interspersed with leaping strikes, vengeful marks, and critical damage effects, unleashing a relentless combo upon Hank. A sickening crunch echoed as Hank's chest was shattered, blood splattering forth. Before Hank could utter a plea for mercy, the infernal flames of the dual demon fire serpent descended upon him, reducing him to mere ashes. "Forgive me," Zhang Yu murmured, expressing a semblance of humanity, yet devoid of any emotional burden or softness. There was no necessity for it, nor any significance. The paramount objective was to conquer the abyss. No one could hinder him. Defeated the character Hank, experience 0. A sigh of relief escaped Zhang Yu's lips. Killing Hank without losing experience was fortunate. Previously, a professional had attempted to slay their most trusted ally, Edmund, and had been penalized with a loss of 10,000 experience points. Zhang Yu had also risked a similar penalty in eliminating Hank. Such a stumbling block had to be removed. Truthfully, Hank was formidable. Only the inclusion of the dual demon fire serpent allowed for his defeat, indicating that he was not a foe easily vanquished by an ordinary professional. Others had contemplated his demise but lacked the strength to carry it out. With Hank now dead, Zhang Yu turned to the surrounding NPC team members and inquired, "Now, if I suggest we retreat, who is in favor and who opposes?" "Edmund, I am in favor." "Vice Captain, I oppose." Bang! The Goblin General delivered a hammering blow. sending the vice captain flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the wall. Fortunately, the vice captain was also an ability user, particularly resilient.
Now, what say you? Zheng Yu asked coldly. Silence enveloped the group. To oppose meant to face the hammer. Who would dare endure such punishment? The vice captain, despite his recent ordeal, persisted. Are we retreating to our deaths? The captain is not mistaken. Heading southeast is our best option. Even if the path proves impassable, there are distress signals that can be sent out. And someone will come to our aid. Retreating leads to a dead end. He is leading you to your doom. Do you not see that he is already under the control of the insectoid forces? Otherwise, how could one possibly bring about the demise of Captain Hank? Such words, once uttered, managed to sway a number of individuals. Some among them seized their weapons. After all, they were soldiers, and even in the face of death, they would not cower excessively. However, Zhang Yu shook his head in disappointment and remarked, "You see, it is precisely due to your and Hank's obstinacy that ultimately led to the ruin of all. Yet, it matters little. In the end, you are not entirely at fault. You refuse to heed anyone's counsel and have chosen to march towards your own destruction. Even if I were to slay Hank, the outcome would remain unchanged. I can only say, this is your fate." Zheng Yu understood all too well that the signals emitted by that machine were, in fact, the very catalysts inciting the wrath of the insectoid species, and the reason behind their stringent vigilance over the sole entry point. At this juncture, Tao Qian inquired, "Should we eliminate those who oppose us?" Zheng Yu replied with a shake of his head, "What if it incurs a loss of experience? The act of killing Hank without penalty indicates that such a step is justified, but to slay a teammate, I perceive a significant risk. It would be wiser to allow them the freedom to depart if they so wish. There is a saying that goes, abandon the urge to assist, and respect the destinies of others. I choose to honor their decisions." Chapter 83, The Extraordinary Powers Without Waste, Unleashing Creativity to Transform the World. Ultimately, 6 soldiers chose to follow Zheng Yu, including Edmund, as his side appeared to offer greater safety based on their strength. Regarding the resolute vice captain, Zheng Yu permitted them to continue their journey southeast. Consequently, the group was divided into 2 factions. One faction comprised the vice captain and 4 teammates who placed their trust in him, while the other consisted of Zheng Yu and his 5 companions, along with Edmund, totaling 11 individuals. Guided by the strategic map etched in his memory, Zheng Yu ventured deeper into the valley. "Though I choose to trust you, I am still curious as to why you are so determined to return?" "There are only insects there," Edmund inquired with curiosity. Zheng Yu pondered for a moment and replied in a manner Edmund could comprehend, "Let me put it this way, by the time we entered the valley, we had already attracted the attention of the insect swarm here. Thus, regardless of the direction we take, escape is not an option." "They are watching us?" Edmund seemed perplexed. "Otherwise, why would the exit we took collapse precisely?" Zheng Yu emphasized earnestly, "Do not perceive them merely as insects. As professionals, we are well aware that each nightmare-level abyss is intrinsically linked to a so-called deity. The Cold Street Abyss is associated with the god of cold prisons. The Altar Abyss is linked to the dual-faced god of shadows. Similarly, the vast swarms in this dark valley must also relate to a divine entity. As for which deity, the nature of the god in this difficult-level abyss remains unmentioned. Some speculate it to be the mother of insects, yet such conjecture is merely speculative. When Renqing Yu asserted that the mother of insects could not appear in the dark valley, it was based on this very speculation. For if the mother of insects were indeed a deity, encountering such a god-level boss in a Stage 2 abyss would be incongruous with the difficulty level of a Stage 2 abyss. In the challenging dark valley, the path to success involves returning to the heart of the abyss, battling through to the center of the insect swarm, and ultimately vanquishing a boss akin to an insectoid leader to complete the journey. This process is generally consistent for professionals entering nightmare-level abysses, albeit the insect population at the center would be considerably greater. Fortunately, the insect swarm does not guard the fallen. As long as the resurrection time of the resurrection cross is managed, one can evade combat and forcibly exit the abyss dungeon once the swarm dissipates. In summary, the storyline of the Dark Valley is exceedingly straightforward. Predecessors have largely uncovered the process. To succeed, one must take the inverse approach.
not fleeing but boldly advancing into the most densely populated areas of the insect swarm.
Yet herein lies the dilemma.
The greater the number of insects, the higher the danger.
The nightmare level abyss boasts an even larger insect population, rendering this ancient abyss of Shangyu City one that has yet to witness a successful clearance.
It is not a lack of strategies, rather, it is a matter of insufficient strength.
Zhang Yu, somewhat perplexed.
Explain to Edmund, you may liken them to social insects such as ants or bees, they possess leaders, communities, purpose, organization, and discipline.
Once you've contemplated this,
consider the sudden downpour, the coincidental collapse of the cave, and the swarm that just attempted to drive us in another direction.
It will become clear.
We are currently in their territory, and their sole reason for imprisoning us is to regard us as a reserve food source.
Yet,
they are also endeavoring to push us to the brink of the valley, which signifies that their leader resides at the center.
Thus,
the only means of escape is to enter the heart of the swarm and locate the controlling leader insect.
Once we eliminate it, we shall be free.
A female team member beside Edmund interjected, that sounds simple, but before we can dispatch this so-called leader insect of yours, we would have already been consumed by the swarm.
Or do you possess some other method to drive them away? Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly, drive the swarm away?
My objective is that very swarm, if they leave.
Why would I still be here?
This statement left Edmund and the female team member utterly baffled,
momentarily leading them to question whether they had aligned themselves with the wrong individual.
Nevertheless, there was a semblance of truth in Zhang Yu's words. The swarm they had encountered previously was evidently not devoid of intelligence.
At that moment, Edmund inquired, by the way, when did you awaken your abilities?
Zhang Yu chose not to respond, while Edmund continued, I, too, am an awakened one. This was the first Zhang Yu had heard of such a thing. The strategy guide had not mentioned this information. However, it soon became evident why it had been omitted, for Edmund's ability proved utterly useless.
My ability is to alter colors.
Such as transforming the black of your clothing to red, which holds no combat efficacy whatsoever.
Changing colors? Zhang Yu asked. You must be adept at concealment. He envisioned the ability to change colors akin to a chameleon blending into its environment.
However, another idea struck him. He said to Edmund, when your strength grows,
I shall share an amusing trick with you. Intrigued, Edmund asked, what trick?
Transform the white individuals of the United States into black, while turning the blacks into whites. Leaving others unchanged, and then observe the spectacle.
Trust me, it will be utterly captivating. Edmund.
Zhang Yu, no ability is truly worthless.
Open your mind and change the world.
Nearby, when Renkinjiu praised, as expected of you.
Tao Qian, pondering, posed a question, speaking of skin. Do you think Africans refer to black silk as black silk or flesh silk? Ko Ing and Chai Yun? Suddenly,
a cacophony of insect sounds interrupted Zhang Yu's whimsical game and Tao Qian's dark humor.
The swarm. The forward scout issued a warning.
However, before his caution could resonate, the twin demon fire serpent had already surged ahead, igniting the flames with fervor. The fire illuminated the entire dark cavern, and the swarming insects, akin to moths drawn to a flame, perished within the fiery embrace. There was no need for additional heat or the serpentine flames of hell. The twin demon fire serpent merely stood its ground, allowing the insects to collide into it, bestowing Zhang Yu with experience points.
Kill Alien Bug LV20, gain experience 714. Kill Alien Bug LV20, gain experience 628. Kill Alien Bug LV20, gain experience 711. Kill Alien Bug LV20, gain experience 658.
In total, 23 alien bugs met their demise, yielding an impressive 15,000 experience points. The sensation of effortlessly accruing experience was indeed delightful. Perhaps the ruler of this insect tribe sensed the rapid demise of its dispatched swarm, as the subsequent waves of insects were noticeably more numerous.
Nevertheless, no matter how many there were, they could not withstand the relentless burn of the fiery halo. Kill Alien Bug LV20, gain experience 700. Kill Alien Bug LV20, gain experience 629.
The swarms continued to deliver experience in waves, which Zhang Yu gratefully accepted,
transforming what could have been hours of tedious travel into an engaging endeavor.
Just as he approached the first insect tribe outpost indicated in the strategy guide, Zheng Yu received a notification from the system. You have killed 100 alien bugs. The insect tribe ruler is exceptionally enraged and has consumed the energy of the insect mother to evolve the alien bugs into 1-star alien bugs.
Upon reading this notification, Zheng Yu understood that what lay ahead was the true nightmare-level abyss. Chapter 84, The First Battle of the War Bull's Head. This scenario exists solely within the nightmare level of the Abyss of Darkness. Upon the extermination of a certain number of the insectoid species, their overlord elevates the star rating of all insectoids. With each ascension, the power of these aberrant creatures increases. The professional fighters from Shangyu City once managed to slay over 300 insects, thereby successfully advancing to a 3-star aberrant. To this day, the upper limit of their star rating remains a mystery. Nonetheless, regardless of the eventual star rating, the experience gained remains constant. 301 star aberrants yield approximately 200,000 experience points, not to mention that this is shared among 5 fighters, resulting in only a few tens of thousands for each. With such a meager experience return, coupled with the absence of completion rewards and the necessity to expend a resurrection cross, the notion of other professionals venturing into the Abyss of Darkness for experience was thoroughly extinguished. Ahead lies the first outpost of the insectoid territory, guarded by an elite-level insectoid. Defeating it will trigger a counterattack from the insectoid horde. As long as they withstand this onslaught, the insectoids will retract their defenses. When Ren Qingjiu, standing nearby, cautioned Zheng Yu, "Alright, let us charge." Zheng Yu had no objections. Up to this first outpost, they had relied on strategies penned by previous adventurers who had navigated the nightmare-level abyss. Albeit in an incomplete format, yet still possessing considerable reference value, such as the attributes and statistics of the initial elite monster. The term outpost was aptly chosen, for here one could truly sense the presence of this insectoid horde, reminiscent of a military formation. As the goblin general stepped across the defensive line, a cacophony of hissing erupted around him. The ground crackled with unsettling sounds, trembling slightly as numerous earth mounds emerged, while scythe-like tendrils tore through the hardened soil. Out emerged the black-shelled insectoids. Goodness! Giant cockroaches! When Ren Qingjiu exclaimed. For many, the thumb-sized cockroaches of the southern regions were already a nightmare. These, the size of tires, constituted the pinnacle of terror. The most effective method for dealing with cockroaches is to incinerate them. Fire Serpent, roast the cockroaches! Roared the reticent dual demon Fire Serpent, emitting a delighted dragon-like cry. It paid no mind to whether they were cockroaches or otherwise, it relished battle even more than the goblin general. No. It was more accurate to say that it reveled in slaughter. Boom! The dual demon Fire Serpent unleashed its Hellfire Serpents, engulfing the entire area. Complemented by the suppression of its flame aura, the entire vicinity was transformed into a sea of flames. The crackling of charred remains echoed through the inferno. The combination of Hellfire Serpents and flame aura, both demanding tremendous energy, was rendered effortless under the influence of the Law Arc. The dual demon Fire Serpent fully unleashed its potential, maximizing its output. Burn! Burn fiercely! In mere moments, Zheng Yu and his companions caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. However, upon recalling that it was the scent of giant cockroaches being incinerated, the allure of the fragrance diminished significantly. Indeed, Tao Qian remarked, in truth, the seafood we consume, such as lobsters and mantis shrimp, are merely marine insects, not dissimilar to cockroaches. When Ren Qingyu interjected, "Do refrain from such talk." The mention of seafood prompted Kuing to recall an incident. "I have heard that in the land of cherry blossoms, a 9th-stage abyss has emerged, reportedly contaminating marine life. The government has even advised against consuming seafood recently. Alas, had I known, I would have stockpiled some marine delicacies." Zheng Yu, however, exhibited little interest in seafood. His curiosity was piqued by the abyss. "Is this the first 9th-stage abyss?" he inquired. When Ren Qingyu nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. The first of its kind has surprisingly appeared in the land of cherry blossoms." "Is there a significant distinction?" Zheng Yu questioned. When Ren Qingyu elucidated. "You should know that abysses beyond the 3rd stage are monopolized by factions, while those beyond the 7th stage are controlled by the state. For factions, abysses represent a valuable resource. Conversely, high-level abysses beyond the 7th stage transform into national assets.
However, as of now, there are no 9th stage practitioners at levels 80 to 90.
Even if they possess a 9th stage abyss, they cannot acquire level 80 weaponry.
As a former 2nd generation scion, Wen Renqingyu possessed considerable knowledge.
So, there are no level 80 weapons in the world to date?
She continued with a smile. Not only are there no level 80 weapons, but even level 70 weapons are scarce, with only Nan Muyun possessing one. The supremacy of the 9 provinces is largely due to Nan Muyun,
the sole 8th stage practitioner in the world.
It became clear to Tao Qian, who had been eavesdropping, why Nan Muyun's level had stagnated. It turned out he lacked teammates. When Renqingyu turned her gaze to Zheng Yu, encouraging him, strive to level up, with your pace.
It is quite possible you may join Nan Muyun in exploring the 8th stage abyss in the future. At that time, you shall be the hero of the 9 provinces.
Zheng Yu waved his hand dismissively. That matter is far too distant. Let us focus on the present.
An influx of experience gain notifications interrupted their discourse.
Defeated a level 21-star carapace variant worm, earned 654 experience. Defeated a level 21-star carapace variant worm, earned 698 experience. The 1-star carapace variant worms possess substantial health, and the twin magic fire dragon could no longer dispatch them in an instant. Fortunately, energy remained ample.
Each kill restored 10 of energy.
Once the first worm was slain, the twin magic fire dragon would enter a perpetual motion state, continuing the battle tirelessly. Almost there. Zheng Yu counted the fallen 1-star variant worms. Upon nearing 50, an elite variant finally emerged from the ground, resembling its carapace counterparts but magnified several dozen times. It loomed like a mobile villa, displacing the earth and roaring to assert its territorial claim. Colossal Chitinous Abomination Lord, level 20, rank, elite, health 700. 000, attack power 800, skill I, shockwave, skill 2, swarm shield, skill 3, chitinous defense, skill 4, acidic spit, skill V, swarm physique, indeed, a staggering 700, 000 health points. This creature represents the most formidable elite adversary Zheng Yu has encountered, surpassing the previous highest health of 280, 000 found in the spectral convergence within the abyssal shrine.
Fortunately,
this 700, 000 health chitinous abomination possesses rather mediocre skills and lacks any brutal abilities, merely embodying the essence of a pure-blooded tank. Most adventurers who dared to challenge the nightmarish depths of the dark abyss have perished here, their efforts futile against such overwhelming vitality. Coupled with the swarm physique skill, which facilitates health regeneration, it is indisputably beyond the reach of ordinary adventurers, referring specifically to those with S-class talents.
A tank?
Let the true beasts rise to the occasion. Zheng Yu, unreserved in his display of power, summoned forth his mightiest familiar, the primal bloodline, Warbull. He also called upon the great-winged spirit butterfly to enhance the Warbull's speed. With a resounding moo, the Warbull emerged from the summoning circle,
its heavy footsteps resonating with authority. Filled with determination, this was its inaugural battle, and it was resolute in showcasing its utmost prowess before its master. For it, war and slaughter epitomized perfection.
The aura of menace radiated instantaneously, capturing the attention of all present.
Chapter 85, The Savage Bloodline, Growing More Fearless in Battle. Roar!
The war minotaur sensed the murderous intent of the Shellworm Lord, refusing to permit any creature with greater presence to encroach upon its territory.
Boom!
Ignoring the threat posed by the Shellworm Lord, the war minotaur charged forward. With an unstoppable skill, it unleashed a rampaging charge, rendering it immune to 90 of damage. Akin to an invincibility skill, it barreled through the corrosive acid and shockwaves of the Shellworm Lord, crashing into the swarm and confronting the colossal Shellworm Lord itself. With a resounding crash, the massive Shellworm Lord was toppled.
Minus 57, 412.
Approaching 60, 000 in damage. Although the attack coefficient of the War Minotaur's skill was relatively low, its formidable base attributes, augmented by a 50 enhancement from the Dragon Sovereign, compensated for this. The 6th-tier gifted War Minotaur boasted an impressive attack power of 400. Even a skill with a low coefficient could inflict catastrophic damage. Regrettably, the explosive impact failed to breach the Shellworm Lord's shield.
Such resilience! Despite the 60,000
damage dealt, the shield remained intact. Observing the health bar of the Shellworm Lord revealed that the shield accounted for a staggering 30 of its value. equating to over 200,000 in protective strength. It was no wonder that even Zhang Zhan had been unable to surpass this first elite monster. The health bar and shield indeed inspired a sense of despair. To be candid, the strength of the Shellworm Lord as an elite monster was not particularly remarkable, even falling short of the ghostly village chief who could teleport and possess. Its true advantage lay in its immense health pool. Even if one managed to stagger the shield, the Shellworm Lord would still possess formidable shell defenses and a rapid regenerative ability characteristic of its kind. It was not a matter of being unable to defeat it, but rather of not being able to extinguish its life. Let us not squander too much time here, we must hasten our pace, giant winged spirit butterfly. Zheng Yu did not wish to wear down this blood-soaked elite monster through the passage of time. With Zhang Yu's command, the giant winged spirit butterfly responded first. 2 orbs of azure light emerged from its form, merging with the war minotaur to envelop it in a layer of pale blue shield. The giant winged spirit butterfly then began to chant. The level 19 butterfly song skill consumed 3 of its life per second to enhance the agility and movement speed of all summoned beasts by 290 points each. This effect directly impacted the war minotaur, the goblin general, and the twin fire serpent. The shield, agility, and movement speed were comprehensively elevated, imbuing the war minotaur with an aura of invincibility, propelling it to pursue the Shellworm Lord that had been sent flying. With a mighty swing of its axe, a sharp clang resonated like metal striking metal. The war minotaur afforded the Shellworm Lord no opportunity to react, relentlessly delivering axe strikes with over 300 points in agility. The butterfly song, a skill that drained the giant winged spirit butterfly's vitality, could not sustain such a high boost in agility for long. During this fleeting moment, it was the optimal time for the war minotaur to assert its dominance, though the Shellworm Lord was of immense size. However, the war bull, bound by the spirit of the divine dragon, has grown to a formidable size of over 3 meters, exuding an aura that rivals that of the beetle lord. With each swing of his axe, the beetle lord, if it dares to retaliate, is met with a thunderous battle roar that leaves it momentarily dazed, allowing the war bull to press on relentlessly. It completely dominates the massive beetle lord, offering it no chance for resistance. In other words, without its brutal mechanism, the beetle is merely a living target. Crash! The beetle's shield shatters, exposing its carapace. Even with its shell defense skills, it cannot withstand the might of the war bull, now in a state of primal bloodlust. 1 axe. It cleaves through the shell. 2 axes. The carapace splinters. 3 axes. The beetle lord begins to retreat. This is the war bull, empowered by the primal bloodline, growing ever more valiant with each battle. Once it enters this state of primal fury, it embodies one word: invincible. This is truly astounding. Edmund gazes at the war bull, which has subdued the beetle lord, his face filled with envy, longing for such extraordinary abilities. The others, including Tao Qian, are equally astonished by Zhang Yu's new summoned beast. I can scarcely imagine how powerful Zhang Yu will become upon reaching level 70. When Rin Yu calculated, following the pace of acquiring a new summoned beast every 5 levels, by the time Zhang Yu hits level 70, he will possess 15 summoned beasts. TSK. The thought of 15 such extraordinarily powerful summoned beasts appearing simultaneously leaves Wen Rinqingyu in awe. While other summoners may seek quantity over quality, Zhang Yu has managed to attain both. Even a single goblin general surpasses any warrior of remarkable talent that I have encountered before, not to mention this war bull. As for quantity, when Ren Qingyu glanced at the goblin general's summon combat squad, the 19-level goblin combat squad has increased in number and strength, now featuring mages and support units, everything one could desire. This single summoner represents an entire team with perfect synergy. It is no wonder Zhang Yu declined the team privileges offered by the faction. A summoner of his caliber requires no allies, neither sharing rewards nor accommodating teammates. Meanwhile, as they deliberated, the dual fire wyvern has already decimated most of the 1-star carapace abominations. The flame halo and hellfire serpent continue to blaze, serving as the primary source of damage. The axiomatic arc enhances the effectiveness of the dual fire wyvern's area spell significantly. The dual fire wyvern and the goblin general join the fray against the beetle lord, while the goblin combat squad takes on the task of clearing the battlefield, eliminating any stragglers or fleeing common beetles. Roaring in desperation as the beetle swarm and its territory dwindles, the beetle lord charges recklessly at the warbull.
Yet, the warbull shows no mercy.
Though large, it remains merely an insect, easily crushed beneath its feet.
War trample. The warbull launched a trampling assault against all obstacles in its path. The ground before the warbull instantly caved in, and even the massive beetle lord, several times larger than the warbull, was forcefully pressed into the earth. A thunderous roar reverberated as the ground trembled. The overwhelming force rendered the beetle lord utterly immobile. Meanwhile, the goblin general and the fire demon simultaneously struck. Charge!
The dragon serpent unleashed its breath.
Chapter 86, Level 20. A comprehensive enhancement of combat power.
The battle endured for an extended duration, marking the longest encounter with elite monsters that Zhang Yu had ever experienced.
Primarily due to the formidable health pool of the beetle lord. Its defenses were even more grotesque than the damage mitigation of spectral creatures. Nevertheless, the war minotaur grew increasingly powerful as the fight progressed, bolstered by the immense support capabilities of the giant winged spirit butterfly. Alongside the coordinated attacks of the twin fire serpents and the goblin general, which decisively overwhelmed the beetle lord with its staggering 700,000 health points. With a thunderous crash,
the beetle lord fell to the ground, felled by the war minotaur's final strike that shattered its enormous head.
Defeated beetle alien lord LV-20, gained experience, 14,529. Congratulations, acquired beetle carapace armor LV-20, platinum grade. Congratulations, acquired beetle shield LV-20, platinum grade. The experience gained was equivalent to that of the elite red sedan monster. The drop of 2 pieces of platinum grade equipment was indeed a delightful surprise.
The beetle carapace armor was designed for shield warriors, as was the shield itself.
Although Zhang Yu could not utilize them personally, placing them in the temple shop would fetch several million each, yielding a handsome profit. The wave of beetles netted him 50,000 experience points. An elite monster granted 15,000
experience, in addition to the 2 valuable pieces of platinum-grade equipment. He was now merely 60,000 experience points shy of reaching level 20. This was merely the first wave of the swarm, and Zhang Yu eagerly anticipated the subsequent onslaught. Zhang Yu instructed his team to remain in position for recuperation. He then directed the goblin combat squad to excavate the charred remains of the beetles, extracting the hard stones within. This material, known as insect essence, was sought after by specialized merchants in Shangyu City, valued at approximately 5,000 yuan each. With over 70 pieces here, he was looking at nearly 350,000 yuan. Although it fell short of the price of a gold card, it was still worth collecting. Moreover, he did not even need to exert himself in digging through the carcasses. One of the advantages of being a summoner was the ability to avoid the more gruesome tasks of looting. The acrid scent of burnt beetles filled the air. Initially reminiscent of grilled meat but soon became rather unpleasant, dissuading any attempts at cooking activities like those found in other abyssal realms. Zhang Yu calculated the time, estimating it had been about an hour. In the distance, a buzzing sound approached. Here they came again. Observing this scene, Edmund wore a grim expression. For the upcoming wave of insects was even more numerous than before. Here they come again. Zhang Yu echoed, his tone brimming with excitement. Having felt the bountiful experience rewards of the swarm, he could hardly contain his eagerness for another round of carnage. Archers, prepare. The goblin general was even quicker to ready himself than Zhang Yu. Truly, a testament to his prowess as a general. Zhang Yu mused that perhaps when the goblin general reached a 10th tier talent, he might indeed command a goblin army to battle, allowing Zhang Yu to simply sit back and reap the experience and rewards. The anticipation had already begun to build. Though he recognized that reaching the 10th tier or beyond was still a distant goal. After all, advancing the warbull from the 6th to the 7th tier requires a staggering 20,000 talent points, making it difficult to fathom how many points would be necessary to elevate it from the 9th to the 10th tier. Perhaps 500,000? A million? Or even more? Zhang Yu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such matters for the time being. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. At the current health level, it would be impossible to achieve such an upgrade, but what if it were at level 70? Or if he were to acquire some resource-enhancing hextech runes?
Fire.
Just as Zhang Yu pondered these thoughts, the Goblin General commanded the Goblin Archers and Goblin Wolf Riders to commence their attack on the alien worm swarm.
After a round of fire, the resounding call of the great winged spirit butterfly echoed once more, bestowing agility upon the ranged attackers.
The butterfly's call drained health. Yet the great winged spirit butterfly possessed a regenerative essence, swiftly recovering its vitality during the brief period of respite. Thus, it continued to emit its ethereal melody, enhancing the shooting speed of the Goblin Archers.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
You have slain a 1-star alien worm LV-20, gaining 666 experience. You have slain a 1-star alien worm LV-20, gaining 688 experience. In no time, they had dispatched over a dozen 1-star alien worms. Unlike their armored counterparts, these ordinary alien worms possess the ability to fly, albeit only at low altitudes, allowing even the Goblin General to target them effectively. You have killed 200 alien worms. The swarm ruler is exceedingly furious, consuming energy from the brood mother to evolve the alien worms into 2-star alien worms. Having killed 200, they were merely 100 away from breaking the record. The swarm of alien worms evolved right before Zhang Yu and his companions. Black spots began to appear on their bodies, their flying speed and mobility increased significantly, and it seemed their defensive capabilities had been greatly enhanced as well.
Nevertheless, under the searing flames of the twin fire dragon's fiery aura and the dual area skills of hellfire serpents, they could not withstand the onslaught. The 2-star alien worms, barely halfway through their charge, began to fall one after another. You have slain a 2-star alien worm LV-20, gaining 782 experience. You have slain a 2-star alien worm LV-20, gaining 823 experience. Indeed, the experience had risen slightly. Although not by much, it was sufficient. One wave was defeated, and another followed. The twin fire dragons had gone berserk. You have slain 300 alien worms. The swarm ruler is exceedingly furious, consuming energy from the brood mother to evolve the alien worms into 3-star alien worms. Finally, after slaying over 300 alien worms, they had evolved into 3-star creatures. Zhang Yu's experience bar reached its limit at level 19. Level 20 achieved. Level, LV19 LV20, 250, 000, experience required for next level, 249. 201 points, health, 15, 210 16, 610, mana, 981, 020, intelligence, 574 602, strength, 149 155, agility, 3740, acquired the 5th summoner space. Hint, level up 5 more times to deepen your profession at the temple, gaining more powerful exclusive skills and confirming the future direction of your career. Hint, you have unlocked the leaderboard system, you can check your ranking at the temple. Finally, I have reached level 20. The first thing Zhang Yu did was eagerly equip the level 20 gear. The Yellow Weasel 4-piece set, Yellow Weasel coat, Yellow Weasel pants, Yellow Weasel hat, Yellow Weasel gloves. Golden grade, suitable for now. When I reach stage 3, I will switch to more formidable level 25 equipment. Although Zhang Yu could spend around 30 million to acquire a platinum 4-piece set, it would be wiser to save that for enhancement stones and forging stones. The attribute difference between gold and platinum is not significant, and they are not on the level of dazzling equipment. He adorned himself with the platinum-grade soul bracelet. Bracelet, soul bracelet, required level, 20, requirements, none, grade, platinum, attributes, intelligence 140, increases magic defense by 10, equipment effect 1, malevolent spirit's aid, when casting skills. Gain the assistance of a malevolent spirit, dealing an additional 5 damage. Equipment effect 2, hanged ghost's restraint, can actively release, binding enemies of equal or lower level, drawing them closer to you, with a chance of failure. Forging, 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes, no runes embedded. Chapter 87, the leaderboard refreshes. First and third. A platinum level bracelet with 2 equipment effects, additional damage and active control skills. This is considered quite an impressive piece of equipment at level 20. Next, we have the diamond level equipment, the Shadow Spirit Boots, that allows one to enter a ghostly state with a 30 damage reduction capacity. Additionally, there is the diamond level summoning beast equipment, the Soul Claiming Swona. Initially, I intended to bestow the Soul Claiming Swona upon the giant winged spirit butterfly, but the War Bull also possesses sound-based skills.
such as War Roar, so I decided to grant it to the War Bull instead. The soul-claiming Swana increases health by 19,000 and attack power by 1,280. Coupled with Zhang Yu's intelligence value of 740 and the overall enhancement of 50 from the Dragon Lord, the total attack power skyrockets to an astonishing 10,000. Attack power, 10,060. Health has also surged to 90,000. The statistics are exceptionally lavish. It can be said that the highest attack power among swordsmen at level 20 would not reach 10,000, and even the tankiest paladin would not possess 90,000 health. However, the data stands out as remarkably absurd. Regrettably, the illusory staff is still under forging, otherwise, it could be even stronger. Zhang Yu gazed at his statistics, feeling a renewed confidence in his ability to push through the abyss of darkness. The insect race has retreated. Edmund discovered that the hidden insects around them began to leave the area. We have breached the first line of defense of the insect race. They have chosen to respect our strength and relinquish their territory, a sign of concession, Zhang Yu explained. I did not expect them to be so astute, Edmund remarked. Zhang Yu instructed the goblin general to capture a live alien insect and said to Edmund, try changing the color of this insect. Change its color? Edmund was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Yu continued, attempt to alter its entire body from this white spotted pattern to another color, ideally one that matches its body color. Without elaborating on the reason, Zhang Yu simply made the request. Edmund chose not to press further and placed his hand on the 2-star alien insect, stating, let me give it a try. It might not succeed. Edmund rarely employed this ability, and he felt a bit clumsy at first. However, gradually, the white spots on the alien insect began to change color, blending with the insect's body until the spots appeared to vanish. Zhang Yu gazed at the altered alien insect with a hint of absurdity in his eyes. This is truly ridiculous. What's wrong? Tao Qian inquired from the side. Zhang Yu pointed at the alien insect, take a look for yourself. Tao Qian turned to observe the insect, and his expression instantly transformed to one of shock. It has downgraded. Indeed. It has been downgraded. Originally elevated to 3 stars after slaying 300 alien insects, it has now been reduced to 0 stars due to Edmund's color-changing ability, rendering it the most ordinary of alien insects. Beside them, when Ren Qingjiu analyzed, in this light, Edmund is the most valuable NPC in the entire abyss of darkness. No wonder those professionals who killed Edmund would directly lose in the abyss. How did you come to that conclusion? When Ren Qingjiu inquired with curiosity, Zhang Yu replied in a somewhat peculiar tone, I merely observed that each time the star-leveling aberrant insect underwent its transformation, it would acquire a few white specks. This reminded me of the incident where a black person became white, leading me to ponder the effects of erasing those white specks, a characteristic of the star-leveling process. When Ren Qingjiu responded uncertainly, so, is this the rule of the Dark Abyss? Zhang Yu shook his head, such an unreliable rule cannot exist. There is only one possibility. Zhang Yu turned to Edmund. Then, addressing the somewhat bewildered Edmund, he remarked, your ability is not trivial, rather, it falls under the category of rule-based abilities. Upon grasping the nature of Edmund's extraordinary power, Zhang Yu concluded that Edmund must hold considerable significance. Although Edmund could presently only struggle to alter the color of a single insect, Zhang Yu still instructed the Goblin General to provide close protection for Edmund. The loss of any other NPC mattered little, Edmund's survival was paramount. While they remained uncertain of his current capabilities, with Edmund's present level of power, he was incapable of altering the boss's color or reducing its level. Moreover, if the boss were to decrease in level, where would they obtain their experience? Nevertheless, there must be some utility in Edmund's abilities, they simply did not comprehend it yet. Tao Qian looked at Edmund with envy, thinking how fortunate it was to possess such extraordinary powers, far surpassing those of us mere professionals. The captain, Hank, presumably wielded lightning abilities, while the vice-captain could ignite his blade to a searing state. This Edmund even possessed a rule-based power. Brother Yu, do you think it's possible that I have many hidden talents yet to be discovered? Zhang Yu asked, such as? Tao Qian shrugged, I don't know. They remain concealed. After the insect race retreated, Zhang Yu did not hasten to pursue them but instead allowed the giant-winged spirit butterfly to recover its health. Zhang Yu then opened the system panel and entered the sanctuary interface. Upon reaching level 20, he not only unlocked the 5th summoner slot but also accessed the leaderboard. Only professionals who reached level 20 qualified for the leaderboard, which included the newcomer rankings. The competition for the leaderboard that Zhang Yu had previously discussed with Tao Qian pertained to the newcomer list.
Within the sanctuary interface, aside from the shop and various information, a leaderboard option appeared.
Upon clicking it, 5 lists were visible: level rankings, total combat power rankings, equipment rankings, abyss rankings, newcomer level rankings, newcomer equipment rankings.
In the level rankings, total combat power rankings, and abyss rankings, the first place was held by Nan Muyun from Zhozhou.
The equipment rankings were led by Lok Philo from the Eagle Nation, boasting a level 70 demigod-grade weapon by a significant margin.
In fact,
Nan Muyun also possessed a demigod-grade giant sword, yet its craftsmanship was far inferior to Lok Philo's Eternal Divine Lance.
Leaderboard Achievement Notification. Your level, 20, 0.
7 experience, has secured you the 3rd position on the newcomer level rankings. At the deadline for the newcomer rankings, the temple will award prizes corresponding to the rankings,
with rewards ceasing once the top newcomer reaches level 35. Persevere and continue your efforts. A notice regarding the leaderboard results. Your weapon, the Ancient Illusory Staff, level 20.
Radiant grade, has secured the 1st position on the newcomer level leaderboard.
The newcomer rankings will conclude when the top newcomer attains level 35. Please continue to strive for excellence. 3rd in level, 1st in equipment.
It appears that the Illusory Staff is indeed the only Radiant grade weapon available at level 20. Zhang Yu remains confident in the Illusory Staff.
Yet, 3rd in level? Is there someone advancing faster than me? However, Zhang Yu is not overly surprised,
given the abundance of prodigies in the central state. Zhang Yu gazes at the leaderboard.
Unfortunately, there are only 3 individuals listed. One is himself, while the other 2 are named Rong Mingjian and an anonymous player.
In truth, Zhang Yu is also anonymous. He must manually enable the display to reveal his identity, as the temple defaults to an anonymous state.
Anonymous?
Zhang Yu contemplates briefly and decisively chooses to reveal his identity.
No longer anonymous. With a faction to shield him. Supported by the city of Shinyu, the temple's rules ensure that professionals are not easily stripped of their equipment. Additionally,
the laws of Zhozhou establish a series of protections for lower-level professionals. He has no fear of being punished for possessing valuable items.
In this world, high talent must be displayed, only then will the nation and factions safeguard your development. Remaining low-key could lead to greater losses. Moreover, how could he provoke Zhou Yun while remaining anonymous? Zhou Yun, that weak summoner you drove away, is now on the verge of dominating the rankings. Chapter 88, The Treasures of War 3.
Zhang Yu, intrigued, conducted a brief inquiry into the individual known as Rong Mingjian, leading him to discover the Rong family.
Rong Li, a level 68, spearheaded a faction of swordsmen, with Rong Mingjian as his son.
A genius swordsman who emerged 8 years ago, he has since become a globally renowned elite,
often referred to as the strongest swordsman, the sword god. This revelation made perfect sense. Rong Mingjian possessed an SS-level talent, and like his father, had transitioned into a swordsman,
allowing him to inherit the equipment from Rong Li's youth directly. Coupled with the support of his faction and his formidable personal strength, he likely, much like Zhang Yu,
ascended through the nightmarish abyss, slaying foes along the way.
Zhang Yu closed the temple page and, seizing the moment while the giant winged spirit butterfly was still recuperating, opened the Hextech enhancement runes.
At level 20, he had acquired 2 additional enhancement runes.
Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly prepared to draw from the Hextech runes,
hoping for something useful.
As he muttered to himself, a radiant spectacle unfolded before his eyes.
A prism level.
From his previous experiences with draws,
he could discern that this would certainly yield a prism-level Hextech enhancement rune. The prism level represented the pinnacle of enhancement. Congratulations! You have drawn the 9th rune, Prism Level Rune, Treasures of War 3. Congratulations!
You have drawn the 10th rune, Gold Level Rune, A Focus on Companionship. Treasures of War, Prism Enhancement Rune. When your summoned beast slays an enemy unit of elite rank or above, astonishing loot is guaranteed to drop.
A focus on companionship, gold level enhancement rune, provides 1 training dummy.
Detected that you already possess a gold level rune, a focus on companionship. Combining it will yield a focus on companionship 2. A focus on companionship 2 provides 2 training dummies, with their health increased to 20,000. Rewards at the end of the abyss are doubled to 22.
Oh? Has it leveled up?
Zheng Yu was astonished to discover that the star-up mechanism could be applied to hex-tech runes as well.
If I were to draw another demon contract, could it also be leveled up? Thus consuming less health while enhancing my talents further? He pondered the possibility. However,
the odds of drawing another demon contract from the multitude of hex-tech runes were slim.
Treasures of War could indeed be classified as an economic rune. Precisely what Zheng Yu required, a rune that enhances economic aspects.
For instance, hedge funds, final reserves, or operational economic ties such as the pirate affinity, Piltover affinity.
Or perhaps even an unexpected windfall would suffice.
Treasures of War is also a commendable prism level rune, guaranteeing loot upon the defeat of elite monsters and bosses.
A certainty.
Zheng Yu's gaze flickered. He vaguely recalled that the original Treasures of War only offered a chance of dropping loot, and that chance was rather low,
rendering it less favorable.
For those with poor luck, this rune might even be inferior to certain silver or gold runes in strength.
However, here, the drops seem to be guaranteed.
Previously, the demonic contract had removed the healing mechanism. Unexpectedly, fortune has increased the wealth by 2 levels.
Now, the spoils of war have become a certainty. It appears that my hextech talent is also contributing to the balance.
Zheng Yu muttered to himself while retrieving the training dummy. At this moment, a mark of 20 hovered above the dummy's head, inscribed with the words 3 points awaiting collection. This represents the 20 talent points from the 2 previous Abyss challenges that had yet to be claimed. Since the amount was rather insignificant, Zheng Yu decided to temporarily leave them with the training dummy, especially considering that leveling up a single talent now requires several thousand points. Although a single match has transformed into 40 talent points, it still barely counts as a fraction. What matters most is the taunting ability of the training dummy. With 2 dummies, each possessing 20,000 health, they collectively amount to 40,000 health. While this may seem trivial in the later stages, it serves as Zheng Yu's most crucial lifeline in the early game. After resting for about an hour, the war bull charged ahead. Goblin General stood guard over Edmund. The twin fire serpent and giant winged spirit butterfly flanked Zheng Yu, with the spirit butterfly bestowing its protective mantle upon him. The spirit butterfly safeguard is a continuous skill that, once connected, provides Zheng Yu with a perpetual shield and damage mitigation. The combination of equipped protection, the butterfly's shield, and the taunts of the training dummies enveloped Zheng Yu in a profound sense of security. Ahead lies the second outpost, which also marks the final segment of the existing strategy. Notably, the strategy does not mention the elite monsters here, as the previous adventurer chose to retreat upon the arrival of the first wave of the Zerg. When Ren Qingyu remarked, Zheng Yu had also perused that strategy. The author of the guide was not Zhang Zhan, who had previously attempted the abyss of the Dark Valley but halted at the Beetle Lord. This guide's author had ventured even earlier. Regrettably, this adventurer ultimately perished during the level 50 awakening competition, failing to achieve awakening. Zheng Yu lifted his gaze into the distance. Scanning the hillside, he beheld a multitude of wormholes, large and small, densely clustered together. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Yu comprehended why the previous adventurer had withdrawn from the abyss. The overwhelming pressure emanating from these wormholes was too intense. Edmund gasped at the sight of the wormholes, his tone laced with trepidation as he inquired, "Are we truly going to pass through here? Perhaps we should go back to find the vice-captain." Yet, he halted mid-sentence. For he caught a glimpse of Zheng Yu's gaze, one he recognized all too well, reminiscent of the look he bore when spotting a beautiful woman in a bar. Zheng Yu disregarded Edmund's suggestion. He had slain the captain to seize control of this team, and now, no one could alter his plans. They must conquer this area before signaling, otherwise, once the signal was dispatched, the Zerg leader would instruct the swarm to block the core's teleportation portal, resulting in a significant loss of experience. Zheng Yu exhibited no hesitation, commanding the twin demon fire serpent to launch 2 fireballs to activate the swarm of insects. Whoosh whoosh, 2 spheres of flame soared through the air, tracing elegant arcs before precisely plunging into the ominous black wormhole.
Boom! The fireballs detonated within,
unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted from the mouth of the cave. Immediately, the ground trembled. The rustling sound sent shivers down the spines of Edmund and his companions, prompting them to grasp their weapons. Although they were acutely aware that conventional firearms would inflict little harm upon this horde of insects, the mere presence of weapons provided a semblance of security.
Boom! The first creature to breach the earth was a 3-star giant beetle. Not of the lordly caliber. It was still 3 times smaller than a lord-level beetle, yet it was as substantial as a tank. Boom! Boom! Following closely behind were the second, third, and fourth in total, 5 colossal beetles emerged from the wormhole.
Then came the swarm of beetle aberrations and the flying aberrations, all of which were 3-star entities.
Densely packed and utterly terrifying.
Tao Qian, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim, how delightful it would be to have a gigantic can of insecticide. Zheng Yu chuckled in response, insecticide is not the solution.
Have you ever burned an anthill? Chapter 89, the delightful scene of the twin demon fire serpent. A true inferno. Summoned beasts in a frenzy. The yellow-skinned spirit possession.
Zheng Yu consecutively activated 2 skills. The first was the summoner's sole active skill, Summoned Beast Frenzy. The second was the active skill of the Yellowskin 4-piece set.
Yellowskin Possession, Yellowskin 4-piece set skill, summons the spirit of the yellow skin,
possessing either the summoner's body or the summoned creature, increasing attack power by 15 for a duration of 5 minutes.
With both buffs applied to the twin demon fire serpent, the flames transformed into a vibrant purple.
Those standing near the twin demon fire serpent were compelled to retreat due to the sudden surge in temperature.
Fire serpent, incinerate this nest of insects. There was no reply, only a fiery silhouette darting forth. The twin demon fire serpent was not one for many words. If it were to have a catchphrase, it would undoubtedly be, I long to burn something, a day without burning is a day of discomfort. The melodic cry of the giant winged spirit butterfly harmonized perfectly, significantly enhancing the speed of the twin demon fire serpent. Within mere moments, it found itself amidst a dense swarm of insects. Then, the domain unfolded. A fiery halo, hellish fire serpents, and double fire attribute damage. It was as if a drop of fire fell into oil. Instantly, flames illuminated the entire area. The sea of fire could indeed be likened to an ocean. And the flames could form walls. The once advantageous swarm of insects became mere fuses for the raging fire. Observing this inferno, Zheng Yu couldn't help but remark, it must have felt something like this during the burning of Chibi. The once mighty army of insects now resembled cockroaches desperately struggling in the flames. Absurd, indeed. Although Chai Yun had witnessed the might of the twin demon fire serpent in the abyss of the shrine, she had never seen such a spectacle. Beside her, Tao Qian exclaimed, this looks absolutely exhilarating. No wonder so many would risk everything to become mages. The sensation of casting such a grand spell and incinerating a multitude is truly liberating. When Ren Xingyu shook her head, stating, a second-stage mage cannot achieve such a level of devastation, furthermore, this is merely one of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts. Tao Qian sighed, thus, it is indeed outrageous. After witnessing it so many times, it still feels utterly absurd. However, when Ren Xingyu keenly identified a crucial point, the ability of such a powerful skill to persist is what is truly outrageous. With a resounding roar, the twin demon fire serpent, accompanied by a serpentine hiss, interrupted their discussion. A number of mutated insects had already been consumed by the flames. Killed a 3-star mutated insect LV-20, gained 825 experience. Killed a 3-star mutated insect LV-20, gained 811 experience. Almost reaching its energy limit, the twin demon fire serpent received a boost from the Axiom Arc Energy 10. Energy 10. With one complete cycle, its energy returned to its peak. Then it continued to burn. This was the exhilarating scene of the twin demon fire serpent. Zheng Yu was acutely aware that such a blissful scenario could only exist within the depths of the insectoid abyss. In other abysses, one would either encounter lethal creatures like the human skin spider or the soul-stealing village chief capable of instantaneous teleportation to inflict damage. It was utterly impossible for the twin magic fire serpent to revel in such ease.
Even the third-tier aberrant insects could be vanquished before exhausting its energy,
allowing for a brief respite to replenish vitality and continue the onslaught.
You have slain a third-tier aberrant insect, level 20, earning 791 experience. You have slain a third-tier aberrant insect, level 20, earning 833 experience.
A wave of experience followed by another.
Though the experience gained was modest, the cumulative effect filled his reserves to the brim. You have killed 400 aberrant insects. The insectoid overlord is exceedingly enraged. Expending maternal energy to evolve the aberrant insects into 4th tier aberrant insects.
The aberrant insects evolved.
4th tier. At this star level, the twin magic fire serpent began to encounter some difficulty.
Moreover, the effect of the yellow weasel's possession was nearing its conclusion. Goblin wizard, sacrifice. Zheng Yu commanded.
The goblin wizard raised his staff high, uttering an obscure incantation in a gray hue. A bolt of purple lightning struck him, intensifying the flames of the twin magic fire serpent. However, as a consequence of the sacrifice, the goblin wizard's skin withered, ultimately reducing him to a desiccated corpse.
In exchange for his life,
the goblin wizard bestowed a renewed vigor upon the twin magic fire serpent, rendering it even more formidable than before.
You have slain a 4th tier aberrant insect, level 20, earning 912 experience.
You have slain a 4th tier aberrant insect, level 20, earning 894 experience.
Experience was on the rise.
As the flames of the twin magic fire serpent blazed, the ground became littered with the corpses of the insectoids. The entire expanse of space shrouded in a veil of black smoke. Charred bodies amassed into mountains. Those few insects that managed to withstand the fiery inferno of the twin magic fire serpent were effortlessly dispatched by the goblin combat squad.
The colossal armored beetles also met their demise at the hands of the warbull. The death toll among the insect horde escalated. Upon reaching 500,
they evolved into 5th tier beings.
At 600, they ascended to 6th tier. Wave after wave surged forth. The insects, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly hurled themselves toward the twin magic fire serpent.
Have these creatures lost all regard for their lives?
Edmund exclaimed, astonished that these beings, capable of easily ending his existence,
exhibited no resistance before the fiery serpent.
Zheng Yu elucidated, they likely intend to exhaust the energy of the twin magic fire serpent with their lives. Insectoids are abundant in life, yet their existence is of little value.
However, they have misjudged one critical factor. The more they come, the more invigorated my twin magic fire serpent becomes. Let them come in droves, their numbers are their greatest asset. Yet, in the presence of the twin magic fire serpent, endowed with the arc of justice,
this advantage transforms into the serpent's own boon.
The more they perish, the more vitality surges. The more they fall, the higher Zheng Yu's level rises. Upon slaying 622 aberrant insects, Zheng Yu's level ascended to 21. Level, LV20 LV21, 320, 000, 319, 102 experience points needed for upgrade, health, 21, 910 25. 210, mana, 1, 510 1, 590, intelligence, 752 782, strength, 155 160, agility, 40 43, satisfied.
Zheng Yu wore a contented expression.
It turned out that leveling up was this simple.
If not for the impending entry into the second stage of the abyss,
he would have farmed a few more runs in the dark abyss for the sake of gaining levels. If the cold street abyss tested the strength of the adventurers, and the shrine abyss assessed the perceptiveness within the dungeons, then this dark abyss was purely a means for Zheng Yu to amass experience. The crucial point was that this upgrade granted a remarkable increase of 300 health, excluding the health provided by the 4-piece set of the yellow weasel.
Zheng Yu's current base attributes reached 210 points. With health steadily rising, surpassing 10,000 health points translated to over 1,000 talent points, with a bit more, he could evolve the Goblin General to the 6th tier. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky. A massive,
brown-gray flying aberration hurtled towards the twin demon fire dragon like a missile. Perhaps due to the twin demon fire dragon having slain too many of the insectoid race,
it had drawn their ire.
However, just as the aberration was about to pounce upon the twin demon fire dragon, it was timely intercepted by the war minotaur,
which sent it crashing away. Boom!
It fortuitously collided with a colossal armored beetle that had just emerged from the ground.
Splatter! It was utterly shattered.
Mu the War Minotaur let out a bellow, embodying the fierce spirit of a protective guardian.
An elite monster? Zheng Yu chuckled. This is fortuitous.
Let me witness what astonishing spoils the treasures of war truly possess.
Chapter 90, The Bee King, the Fighter, and the Fire Dragon.
Male Bee Lord, Level, 20, Rank, Elite, Health, 240, 000, Attack Power, 4. 000, Skill I, Bee Stinger, Skill 2, Swarm Airstrike, Skill 3, Bee Buzz, Skill 4, Brutal, Summon Bee King, Skill V, Insectoid Physique, an elite monster endowed with merciless abilities.
Possessing formidable attack power. Yet, its health, is it truly insufficient?
To be frank, such health is hardly remarkable. The abyss of the shrine could easily suppress the Red Palanquin, and after reaching level 20, the overall strength of the War Minotaur and the Goblin General has significantly increased,
allowing them to effortlessly dominate this elite creature.
Mu, the War Minotaur, took the initiative.
Rampaging Bull Charge. The Goblin General promptly followed with a charging skill.
The two robust figures flanked the Male Bee Lord, colliding with force.
Whoosh! A bee stinger shot forth. Clang! It was effortlessly neutralized by the unstoppable Rampaging Bull Charge,
inflicting minimal damage on the War Minotaur, who had already reached the Male Bee's front. Seeing no opportunity to evade, the Male Bee ascended into the sky.
Alas! The Goblin General had already leapt into action. The enormous wolf possessed an extraordinary leaping ability. The Male Bee Lord's speed and altitude were insufficient to escape the wolf's reach. Bang!
The Goblin General brought down his hammer, sending the Male Bee Lord crashing to the ground, perfectly synchronizing with the War Minotaur's charge. The Male Bee Lord was akin to a ball, tossed about between the Goblin General and the War Minotaur. But that was not the end. The dual fire dragon opened its maw and began to voraciously absorb the surrounding flames.
The fire within its body began to coalesce.
The dual fire dragon concentrated its fiery energy and then unleashed twin breaths of dragon fire.
The breath pursued the Male Bee Lord, exploding against the wall behind it. Boom! Minus 36, 847. Minus 30, 015. 70, 000 damage.
With a single set of skills from the three summoned beasts, the Male Bee Lord was left with but a sliver of health, instantly entering a state of fury. Buzz, the air resonated with the buzzing of a swarm of bees. Yet, the swarm could scarcely endure a second before being incinerated by the fiery aura of the dual fire dragon.
Behind the Male Bee,
a massive silhouette of a Bee King flickered into existence. Remarkably, it was quite an enchanting sight, Zheng Yu remarked.
The Bee King's summoning, a result of the Male Bee's brutal skill, manifested as a human woman.
Her figure was striking, adorned with a pair of wings, her ethereal form hovering behind the Male Bee Lord.
The moment she appeared, Zheng Yu felt an overwhelming threat. Before he could warn anyone, a dark crack appeared in the sky.
The Bee King instantaneously materialized behind the dual fire dragon. Swish, the dual fire dragon was cleaved in two. Red flames erupted forth. Hiss, the dual fire dragon emitted a pained roar, and immediately thereafter, a prompt appeared. Your summoned beast, the twin demon fire dragon, has perished.
Its soul returning to the realm of summoned beasts. Please await its resurrection before summoning it again.
Resurrection time, 2400 hours, 00.
Zheng Yu.
I never anticipated that the first demise of my summoned beast would occur in the abyss of Dark Valley, a place I believed I could conquer effortlessly.
This is a classic narrative twist, Zheng Yu couldn't help but remark. Given the prowess of the Queen Bee,
Zheng Yu surmised that even the current Zhang Zhan might not be able to withstand her might, let alone the twin demon fire dragon.
This is a quintessential finishing move. Once the Lord of Xiongfeng enters a state of brutality, it is inevitable that a professional will be taken down. Fortunately, it was the twin demon fire dragon that had been drawing aggro, causing the Queen Bee to target it immediately upon her appearance. What a treacherous abyss! Wenran Xingyu, who witnessed the scene, remarked.
I truly cannot fathom how an ordinary professional would navigate this challenge without you. Zheng Yu responded, as you mentioned. Ordinary professionals cannot traverse the nightmare-level abyss, otherwise, it would indeed become commonplace.
Indeed. Wenran Xingyu conceded the truth in Zheng Yu's statement.
Their experiences in the nightmare-level abyss alongside Zheng Yu had fostered a sense that it was not as daunting as it seemed.
However,
the nightmare-level abyss is undeniably a designated zone for professionals. The moment they laid eyes on the Queen Bee, they truly grasped that the so-called forbidden area was not an exaggeration, it genuinely poses a lethal threat. Fortunately, the Queen Bee only struck once.
Otherwise, it would have truly transformed into a forbidden zone.
Zheng Yu lamented the loss of the twin demon fire dragon, as its absence meant the loss of a valuable experience-gaining asset.
How would they deal with the swarming insects now?
The sole piece of good news was that after slaying the twin demon fire dragon, the Queen Bee vanished. Before disappearing, Zheng Yu distinctly felt her gaze upon him. "You have slain the Lord of Xiongfeng LV20, earning 14,478 experience.
Congratulations!
You have acquired the Bee Stinger Short Sword LV20, Platinum Grade.
You have received a loot chest 1. After the Queen Bee's disappearance,
the Lord of Xiongfeng lost its support and was swiftly struck down by a goblin archer's arrow, only to be trampled by a warbull. The Platinum Grade Short Sword is equipment suited for professions such as shadow assassins." Zheng Yu eagerly opened the long-awaited loot chest.
"You have opened the loot chest, Stage 2. Receiving 200 talent points and a random emblem." Zheng Yu's eyes brightened. What an incredible find!
He had not anticipated that the loot chest would yield an emblem. The bond significantly enhanced summoned beasts. The war bull's strength is largely attributed to its bond with the Divine Dragon Lord. The VIP Steward also enables the Goblin General to summon more heavy cavalry.
However, the strength of bonds can only truly manifest when they are numerous.
Relying solely on hex tech enhancement runes cannot amass a sufficient quantity of bonds. Zheng Yu had previously been troubled by this issue, but it seemed that the war treasures had rectified the lack of emblems.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zheng Yu was thoroughly pleased. This loot indeed left him astounded. He proceeded to open the random emblem.
Zheng Yu chose not to wait and directly activated the fighter emblem. "You have acquired the fighter emblem, Fighter 2468. Your fighter summon gains additional maximum health and increases in size.
2. The fighter receives a 15 increase in maximum health and a 15 increase in size.
4. The fighter receives a 50 increase in maximum health and a 50 increase in size. 6. The fighter receives a 100 increase in maximum health and a 100 increase in size. 8. The fighter receives a 200 increase in maximum health and a 200 increase in size."
Quite impressive.
In Zheng Yu's recollection, the fighter bond solely augmented health, but now it also enhances size. Zheng Yu glanced at the colossal winged spirit butterfly behind him.
It seems that the day he becomes Masra is not far off.
Chapter 91, Big Brother, the Beloved, the Proud, and the Honest. In a stroke of fortune, the spoils of war have manifested as a crest, alleviating any concerns regarding future bonds. However, the misfortune lies in the swift demise of the frenzied double fire dragon, with the Queen Bee's arrival being almost instantaneous,
leaving no opportunity for the giant winged spirit butterfly to don its shield. "What shall we do now?" Tao Qian inquired.
Zheng Yu pondered for a moment before responding.
"There is no rush, let us wait a day." Zheng Yu was not particularly anxious. If the Dark Abyss dungeon could afford to be delayed, he would gladly continue to grind for experience.
After all, entering Stage 3 requires appointments and waiting. One cannot simply step into the abyss at that level.
Therefore,